In my lifetime, I inquire not about the past, nor do I seek the future. I desire only to live passionately, to relish in the thrill of vengeance and affection, vanquishing the champ, Ions of all clans, while laughing defiantly at the myriad of gods and demons. A millennium hence, as calamity reawakens, who shall emerge stronger or weaker, the golden body of the Tathagata, the primordial Tao body? Who shall command the spotlight, the divine palm of the Tathagata, or the 7 techniques of heaven's interception? Chapter 1. The mechanism of the heart. The azure sky stretched infinitely, pristine and unblemished, devoid of a single cloud. What splendid weather! Upon opening his eyes, Meng Qi was greeted by such a beautiful sight, instantly feeling as if he had just awoken from a profound dream, reluctant to leave the comfort of his soft bed. As he pondered his recent rebirth, a violent shaking of his body broke his reverie, accompanied by an urgent male voice at his ear. "Second young master, you are awake?" "Second young master?" Instinctively, Meng Qi turned his head to see a middle-aged man, his face etched with anxiety. He possessed a strikingly prominent horse-like visage, adorned with a long beard reminiscent of 5 wisps of goat hair. Yet that was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was the turban upon his head and his wide-sleeved robe. What is the meaning of this? "Second young master, are you unwell?" The middle-aged man began to anxiously inspect Meng Qi's body, causing him to fear he had encountered an inappropriate individual. In a flurry, he rolled over to sit up, retreating backward, but the man's hands gripped him firmly as if they were iron pincers, rendering his struggles futile. A warm sensation coursed through his body, dispelling all discomfort, akin to being enveloped in a soothing hot spring. Seeing Meng Qi rise, the middle-aged man nodded gently and remarked, "You should be fine now." After his own assessment, he inquired, still somewhat concerned, "Second young master, do you feel any lingering discomfort?" Concern was palpable in the air. Meng Qi found himself utterly bewildered, as if his mind had turned to a muddled mass. He stammered, "No." The expression on the man with the horse-like face visibly relaxed, and he forced a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful. "Young master, the Marquis has no choice. Being in the temple is far better than being at home. Have you not considered that, although this place is filled with the serenity of ancient lamps and Buddhist teachings, Shaolin is the grandest sect of martial arts in the world? Perhaps, in the future, you might have the opportunity to attain the Arhat's golden body, dominating the realm and transcending the sufferings of the mortal world. Furthermore, you have a natural affinity with Buddhism, as an unnamed old monk has bestowed upon you a jade Buddha pendant." At this point, he seemed to realize the improbability of such possibilities, a sense of embarrassment washing over him. His voice gradually diminished, and after a few hesitant movements of his lips, he altered his approach. "Even if attaining the golden body proves elusive, the 72 unique ski LLS of Shaolin are remarkable in their own right. Should you master a few, you could traverse the rivers and lakes, relishing in vengeance and camaraderie. Would that not be delightful?" As he spoke, his voice dwindled to a mere whisper, akin to the buzzing of flies. Eventually, he raised his left hand to cover his face and turned to leave, departing with a long cig that lingered like smoke. Watching the man with the horse-like face fade into the dense woods atop the hill, Meng Qi, thoroughly perplexed by his incessant prattle, could only muster the question, "Uncle, who are you?" It was utterly baffling. At this moment, Meng Qi had come to realize that he was no longer in a familiar setting, but rather in an extraordinarily strange environment, reminiscent of ancient China. Had staying up late to watch the World Cup truly led to such a surreal experience? Had he awakened to find himself in a different world? Meng Qi did not suspect this was a prank by someone, nor did he consider it a scene from historical drama. The moment the man with the horse-like face hastily concealed his visage and departed, his disordered and hurried steps bore the weight of a haunting presence, reminiscent of a tormented spirit pursuing him. Yet his swiftness resembled that of a startled steed, an agility beyond that of an ordinary individual. Clearly a master of martial arts, Meng Qi deduced from his experiences with novels and television. "Nam Mo Amitabha, follow me to the temple." A deep, resonant chant suddenly echoed from behind, startling him to the brink of exclamation. When did another person appear behind me? I did not sense their presence at all. After nearly straining his neck to turn around, Meng Qi beheld a monk clad in ochre robes. He was exceedingly tall, yet as slender as a reed, his features unremarkable, save for a pair of eyes burdened with an indelible melancholy, rendering his age indeterminate. He could LDB in his 40s or perhaps just in his 30s. Noticing Meng Qi's awareness of him, the monk spoke no further but gestured with his eyes and proceeded towards the main entrance of the temple. With yellow walls and black tiles, the facade of this temple bore a striking resemblance to the monasteries Meng Qi had previously visited, albeit on a much grander and wider scale. What astonished Meng Qi was the gilded plaque above the grand entrance, inscribed with 3 characters resembling regular script. Shaolin Temple. It was indeed the Shaolin Temple. The script here bore a striking resemblance to ancient regular script, with only slight variations. Upon entering this strange and uncanny place, Meng Qi hesitated to voice his inquiries, suppressing his astonishment and confusion as he stepped forward to closely follow the monkey. In ochre robes. Until this moment, Meng Qi had come to realize the brevity of his limbs. Upon closer inspection, he pondered with a mix of amusement and concern an unconventional form of rejuvenation. Judging by the size and complexion of his hands, as well as the jade pendant adorning his waist, it was evident that this body was likely that of a youth under the age of 14, accustomed to a life of luxury. I wonder how this visage appears only those of fair countenance truly embody the essence of youth. In the Shaolin Temple, amidst the flickering lanterns and ancient Buddhas, what need is there for youth? Is it possible to decline the monastic life? Yet, in this diminutive form, leaving Shaolin seems an insurmountable challenge. This world is one of martial prowess, and who knows what demons and specters lurk alas. Many ancient texts recount the indulgences of noble families in the practice of retaining young companions. According to the words of the mustachioed uncle, though this Shaolin may not be the fabled one, it remains a bastion of martial arts, boasting 72 extraordinary techniques. I wonder if the Jing is among them. In the past, I often fantasized about becoming a legendary hero, relishing in the thrill of vengeance and camaraderie. Now, that dream seems within reach. Yet why does discontent linger? The absence of computers, smartphones, the internet, and most importantly, family. Perhaps learning martial arts would not be amiss. What, pray tell, is the Rohan golden body? Meng Qi appeared calm as he followed the monk in yellow, passing by monks clad in gray and yellow alike. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, his mind was a tempest of chaotic thoughts, ceaselessly swirling. Will there come a time when I can return to the secular world with my skills? I can forego alcohol, but not meat. Meng Qi believed himself to be strategically astute, already contemplating the future beyond his training. Throughout this journey, the monk clad in yellow garments refrained from entering the grand hall dedicated to the Buddha's statue. Instead, he circumvented it, and after traversing several courtyards, he at last pushed open the door to a large hall. With a creaking sound, the door swung open, and Meng Qi gazed intently, discovering dozens of children under the age of 15, the youngest appearing merely 8 or 9 years old. They sat cross-legged upon cushions, their attention fixated on a stout-faced monk with wide ears, who also donned yellow robes. His demeanor was grave, and he held a gesture in hand. Namo Amitba, Brother Xiaosang, what brings you here? The stout-faced monk inquired, his voice resonant and robust. Ah, he could easily pursue a career in opera, Meng Qi mused, his anxiety compelling his thoughts to wander, while simultaneously realizing that the monk who had brought him to the temple was named Xiaosang. After invoking the Buddha's name, Xiaosang replied, Brother Xuanku, this is the child I mentioned previously. He spoke openly, without any hint of secrecy, however. His voice was thin and unappealing, a stark contrast to that of Xuanku. Xuanku cast a glance at Meng Qi, his expression devoid of warmth. Come forth in an orderly fashion, he instructed. Meng Qi, somewhat perplexed, looked at him, while Xiaosang gestured towards an unoccupied cushion. Wait to be questioned. Understood. Meng Qi, having worked for several years, quickly grasped the situation and adeptly mimicked the other children, settling down cross-legged on the cushion. Xuanku did not spare another glance at Meng Qi, gripping the gesture as he inquired of a child, What is your secular name? What brings you to our Shaolin Temple? The child, perhaps just over 10 years of age, with rosy lips and pearly white teeth, bore a handsome visage, yet his expression was somewhat. I can't that I am called Fong Aki, sold to a monk due to hunger. Xian Ku furrowed his brow, his countenance darkening slightly. Do not use your secular name henceforth. Your Dharma name is Zhen Hui, and you shall enter the servants' hall. A soft intake of breath escaped the lips of several older, more perceptive children. Their expressions conveyed to Meng Qi that the servants' hall might not be a desirable place. Fong Aki is Zhen Hui is Fong Aki, murmured Zhen Hui, now adorned with his new name. Xian Ku averted his gaze, directing it towards a relatively older child. What is your secular name? Why have you entered Shaolin? These children were chosen, possessing commendable innate qualities. Xian Ku nodded slightly. You are quite forthright. If you merely express admiration for the Buddhist teachings, you shall be sent to the servants' hall. Henceforth, your Dharma name shall be Zhenda, and you will enter the warrior monk's hall. Thank you, Master Xian Ku, Zhenda replied, palms pressed together in gratitude. According to his understanding, once a Dharma name was bestowed, based on the principle of the mind is empty, without the profound truth and pure wisdom is deep, he could directly address Xian Ku as master uncle even before having an official master. Xian Ku did not acknowledge his cleverness, instead bypassing him to inquire about the other children. Zhenda felt a tightening in his heart. It appeared that Master Xian Ku was indeed, as rumored, exceedingly upright, impervious to flattery. Initially, Meng Qi approached Xian Ku's inquiries with a leisurely curiosity, yet abruptly, his expression froze. What is my name? What is the name of this body? Meng Qi searched his mind, racking his brain, yet he could not recall the name of this body he had inherited, not even a fragment of memory. Surely, I cannot directly say Meng Qi Xiaosang is still watching. He must be aware of this Buddhist origin and name. I must devise a way to deceive him. Before the seemingly strict and solemn Xian Ku, Meng Qi dared not speak freely, hesitating to extract information from Xiaosang. Nor could he feign amnesia, he could only silently ponder alternative methods to avoid revealing the truth of his transmigration, for it appeared that true arhats existed here. What is your worldly name? Why have you entered Shaolin? Before Meng Qi could conjure a clever idea, Xian Ku had already approached him, ruler in hand. Meng Qi opened his mouth, and suddenly struck with inspiration, he blurted out, "Since I have entered Shaolin, my worldly name has been forgotten." After responding, Meng Qi secretly applauded himself for his wit. It was indeed astute and resonated with the essence of Buddhist teachings. Xian Ku scrutinized Meng Qi, the ruler in his hand, swaying gently before he refrained from pursuing the answer to the last question, instead sternly stating, "Your intentions are too heavy. You will enter the servants' courtyard, and your Dharma name shall be Zhending." Chapter 2. The Empty Door. Meng Qi's secret delight was abruptly halted, his pride transforming into embarrassment, while the gazes of Zhenda and the other little monks were filled with surprise and disdain. Reminiscent of elementary students eager to distance themselves from a troublesome peer, only Zhen Hui, Fong Qi, gazed blankly at the gilded statue of the Buddha, appearing as if lost in a trance. Instinctively, Meng Qi turned partially to glance at Xiaosang, wondering if he had discerned any clues. For him, feelings of shame and frustration were trifles. The true dilemma lay in the revelation of his borrowed existence. Xiaosang's face was still etched with sorrow, his eyes heavy with despondence. Upon sensing Meng Qi's gaze, he gently shook his head and spoke. "Namo Amitabha. All shall be determined." Led by the will of brother Xian Ku, he did not imply, but stated it outright. "Ah, he mistakenly believed that I was pleading for him," Meng Qi quietly exhaled, realizing he had passed this hurdle. Unless his forsaking parents or the uncle with the horse-like face appeared, his true identity would likely remain undiscovered. If another 10 or 8 years passed, suspicions would diminish further, as childhood memories are easily forgotten. In comparison, being assigned to the miscellaneous duties was a mere triviality. With an unintended yet fortuitous expression resembling that of Zhen Hui, Meng Qi endeavored to mask his true feelings of discontent and sorrow from Xiaosang. After inquiring about the remaining children, the broad-faced and large-eared Xian Ku led Meng Qi, Zhen Hui, and 3 others into the miscellaneous duties hall, while the rest were assigned to the Warrior Monk Academy. His right hand lightly tapped his left palm with a ruler. "Come with me to the storeroom for your tonsure, to receive your monk's robe and scriptures. In time, through diligent practice, you may find opportunities to study profound Buddhist texts and martial arts in the Bodhi and Dharma academies." "Is there a Dharma academy here?" Meng Qi was momentarily taken aback, but Xian Ku offered no time for contemplation, leading them directly through the throng of children toward that temple's exit. Surrounded by strangers, Meng Qi dared not inquire further, closely trailing behind the two monks clad in yellow as they turned into a nearby courtyard. "You're not yet formally initiated. You merely need to pay homage to the Buddha, shave your head, and leave your name." Xian Ku pointed towards the meditation cushions within the small Buddhist hall. Once all the children had bowed to the Buddha, Xian Ku joined his hands in a gesture of reverence, solemnly saluting the statue while reciting Namo Amitabha Buddha. Following this, he approached one of the children and gently placed his right hand upon the child's head. The child's dark, flowing locks underwent a remarkable transformation, visibly changing to a dry yellow at a speed discernible to Meng Qi. In less than 2 breaths, the child had been transformed into a true little novice monk. "What kind of martial art is this? It is utterly astounding," Meng Qi exclaimed, both astonished and exhilarated. Would he have the opportunity to learn such profound skills in the future? Xian Ku continued to approach each child, removing their hair while uttering the same incantation. When it was Meng Qi's turn, he bowed his head, silently invoking the names of the Buddha and the Taoist ancestors, mourning the loss of his hair that was about to part ways with him. A broad, sturdy hand caressed the top of Meng Qi's head, and strands of withered hair fell before his eyes, evoking a surge of sorrow that nearly overwhelmed him. He had cherished the mundane world and had never contemplated the path of a monk. All worries dispelled, the mundane world left behind. Xian Ku's voice resonated like a suddenly struck bell, sending a tremor through Meng Qi, cleansing his spirit. However, once Xian Ku departed and the tranquility faded, Meng Qi's resolve remained unwavering. He vowed to return to secular life in the future. After the bowing, the shaving, and the naming ceremony, Xian Ku instructed several gray-clad monks to take the group of children to the courtyard, where they received their belonging. Gs. 2 sets of gray robes, 2 pairs of shoes and socks, the Shaolin precepts, and the 12 morning incantations, among other items. Once you have mastered the characters in the lecture hall, you shall be able to recite the precepts and the morning chants of our temple. Before that, allow me to briefly outline the principal rules of this monastery. First, one must not deceive one's teacher or forsake one's ancestors. Second, one must not engage in illicit learning of martial arts. Third, one must not take life. Fourth, one must abstain from alcohol. Fifth, one must refrain from consuming meat and pungent spices. Sixth, one must not violate the precepts of chastity. Xian Ku reiterated the essential precepts several times, concluding with a grave warning. Those who transgress shall face admonishment. And in severe cases, their martial abilities will be revoked, and they shall be expelled from this monastery. He only mentioned the lightest and heaviest of the penalties, while there are others, including forced labor, copying scriptures, corporal punishment, and solitary confinement. After imparting these instructions, he and Xiaosang led the young monks away from the miscellaneous hall. Within this monastery, those clad in gray robes are the ordinary monks, those in yellow robes are the officiating monks of each hall, and those in yellow robes adorned with red casa. Yas are the abbot, the head of each hall, and the elders. Along the way, Xian Ku diligently instilled in the young monks the common knowledge of the temple, remaining silent only. When they entered the martial monks' hall, as they ventured further, the path grew increasingly secluded, with verdant trees shrouding the yellow walls, and the sight of Buddha halls became rare. After a considerable distance, Meng Qi finally beheld a weathered courtyard. "Ah, Xian Ku, dear junior brother, Xiaosang, senior brother, you have arrived so early." A jovial, rotund monk approached with a broad smile, similarly dressed in yellow, though his collar was askew and his belly protruded. Xian Ku frowned, his demeanor serious as he pressed his palms together in respect. "Namo Amitabha, brother Xianxin, how can you be so lethargic?" The corpulent monk Xuanxin was already well acquainted with Xian Ku's temperament, and, undeterred, remarked, "Ah, you are too fixated on appearances. Is this not meant for the discip? Less of our servants' hall?" Preferring not to engage further in this matter with Xianku, he pointed directly at Meng Qi and his companions. At that moment, Xiaosang, who had been diligently working on a gourd, suddenly inquired, "Is Zhanning still in the servants' hall?" "Yes, indeed," Xuanqin replied, puzzled. "Brother Xianzang, why do you ask about them? Do you intend to take them on as disciples?" Xianzang shook his head and sighed. "My martial path has been ruined. I cannot mislead the young. How could I dare to accept disciples?" "Xuanqin, please arrange for them to share a room with Zhen Ying and Jingguan." He was referring specifically to Meng Qi and Jinhui. Meng Qi's heart raced. This was the first time Xianzang had intervened on his behalf. Could it be that Zhen Ying and Zhen Guan possessed some unique qualities that would aid him? "Ha ha, brother Xianzang, how could I dare to say trouble you regarding your request? Such trifles require no such formality," Xuanqin readily agreed. Xianku cast a sidelong glance at Xianzang, but chose not to elaborate. Instead, he addressed Meng Qi, Zhenhui, and the other young monks with a serious demeanor, saying, "I have placed you in the servants' hall because each of you harbors issues. If you can achieve self-realization and refine your character, there may yet be opportunities for you to enter the Martial Monks Hall, the Dharma Hall, or even the Bodhi Hall in the future. However, should you continue to indulge in deceit, laziness, and frivolity, allowing your hearts to remain unsettled and unable to endure hardship, I will not conceal this. I shall duly report to the discipline hall and ensure you receive the appropriate punishment." He unabashedly expressed his thoughts, demonstrating his candor without a hint of selfishness, causing the elder Xuanqin beside him to blush slightly. After bidding farewell to Xianku and Xianzang, Xuanqin shifted his body, causing his ample flesh to jiggle. "Finally departed, I dread the sight of that iron-faced specter. This monk." Meng Qi feigned indifference, following the swaying Xuanqin into the meditation room. "Zhening, Zhengguan, this is your junior brother, Zhending, and Zhenhui." Xuanqin gestured towards Meng Qi and Zhenhui before turning to lead the other young monks to a different meditation room. Within the meditation room, there was a communal sleeping area capable of accommodating 7 or 8 individuals, devoid of any other furnishings. Upon the communal bed, 2 monks clad in gray robes occupied the space, one reclining and the other seated, both in their 20s. The reclining monk wore a vacant expression, lost in thought, while the seated monk, with furrowed brows, spoke icily. "Just place your belongings beneath the bed if you wish to dri. NK water, fetch it from the courtyard. May I inquire your name, senior brother?" Meng Qi glanced at the somewhat dazed Zhenhui and decided to take the initiative to establish a cordial roommate relationship. The seated monk replied coldly, "Jingguan." After this brief exchange, he lapsed into silence, even turning away from Meng Qi and Zhenhui, leaving Meng Qi with a plethora of conversation starters that remained unexpressed. As for Zhening, he merely shut his eyes and drifted back to sleep. What manner of individuals are these? Meng Qi silently criticized them, yet maintained a cheerful demeanor as he addressed Zhenhui. "Junior brother Zhenhui, I am Zhending, you may simply call me senior brother from now on." "Yes, senior brother," Zhenhui replied without the slightest hesitation. "The charming little fellow is indeed delightful." Meng Qi mused inwardly, resolved to embrace his role as a senior brother to assist Zhenhui. "Little junior brother, let me call you that, come. Let us first on a monk's robes." Although there were others in the room, Meng Qi felt no discomfort, recalling his university days when he often lounged shirtless in the dormitory. He swiftly shed his garments and adorned himself with the monk's attire. As he silently expressed gratitude for the simplicity of the monk's robes, which spared him from any potential embarrassment, he began to examine the various objects that he had not had the chance to scrutinize earlier. The robes enveloping his body were intricately woven and crafted from a soft, lightweight fabric. Even without a discerning eye, Meng Qi could discern their considerable worth. Additionally, a translucent jade pendant dangled from his waist, while around his neck hung a petich Ade Buddha amulet, secured by a red cord, resting comfortably against his chest, exuding a refreshing coolness. Meng Qi delicately handled the thumb-sized jade Buddha, noting its compassionate visage, vividly lifelike and indicative of exceptional craftsmanship. Its texture was exquisite, both smooth and pleasantly cool to the touch. According to Uncle Ma, this jade Buddha was gifted by some nameless old monk. However, since it has not been taken by any noble lord, It is likely not an ordinary item, it would be wise to keep it close at hand. Meng Qi decided to reattach the Jade Buddha amulet to his chest, concealing it securely, and proceeded to organize the jade pendant and his clothing, placing them beneath the chosen bunk. At that moment, Jiang, who had been soundly asleep, suddenly turned over and sat up, swiftly putting on his shoes and heading outside. Meng Qi was taken aback, bewildered by the abruptness of the situation. "It is time for dinner," Zhang Guan remarked coldly, following suit as he descended from the upper bunk and made his way toward the door. "Who are these two individuals?" Meng Qi muttered under his breath, before turning to Jiang Zhiwei and inquiring, "Junior brother, are you ready?" "It's time for dinner." "Ready," Jiang Zhiwei exclaimed, his petite figure darting to the door like a rabbit, as if he could no longer bear the pangs of hunger. Meng Qi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Was he the only one maintaining a semblance of normalcy here? Looking at them, one and all, they resembled famished spirits reborn. Zenuous earlier confusion dissipated, and he nodded earnestly. "Brother, I shall take my leave now." With that, he swiftly turned and dashed away. "Hey, I was merely jesting, there's no need to take it to heart." Meng Qi's mouth hung open, and after a few moments of hesitation, he called out, "Wait, junior brother, hold on." Suddenly, a wave of melancholy washed over him. While others had younger sisters, why was he left with only a younger brother, with no foreseeable prospects of having a sister in the future? Chapter 3. Gazing at the bright moon, the dining hall of the miscellaneous monks was simple and antiquated, furnished with wooden tables and benches, illuminated by a solitary green lamp. To his astonishment, Meng Qi discovered upon entering that there were as many as 50 to 60 miscellaneous monks present. This suggested that the entire Shaolin Temple might boast a congregation of thousands of monks. Amidst the drab gray robes, no one paid heed to the newly arrived young acolytes like Meng Qi, who sat quietly on their benches, awaiting the rotation of the miscellaneous monks to bring in the food boxes. "Little junior brother, take a seat here," he heard. Meng Qi, harboring a significant secret and feeling somewhat out of place, found solace in the presence of the simple-minded Jiang Zhiwei. Embracing a mature demeanor, he felt a sense of responsibility towards Jiang Zhiwei, which alleviated his own feelings of apprehension. Jiang Zhiwei maintained a serious expression, betraying no signs of timidity. As he sat confidently opposite Meng Qi, his gaze fixed intently on the nearby food boxes. Meng Qi couldn't help but wonder, could this child have been starved into a stupor before? He quietly mused, questioning Jiang Zhiwei's intellect, for his demeanor seemed rather dull. At last, the rotating miscellaneous monks approached their table, bearing the food boxes. As they lifted the lids, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, penetrating the very depths of their hearts. "How fragrant!" Meng Qi exclaimed involuntarily, his mind racing with curiosity. Is the culinary skill of Shaolin truly exceptional, or am I simply famished? The miscellaneous monks bent down to extract the dishes from the boxes, arranging them meticulously on the table. Meng Qi peered closely and was taken aback. Could it be that the central, unadorned bowl contained what appeared to be meat? Those plump, glistening morsels surely seemed to be meat. Yet here they were, in a temple of monks. Meng Qi skeptically picked up the chopsticks, intending to sample a piece, but in a flurry, chopsticks from all directions reached out, and the contents of the bowl, seemingly meat, instantly diminished by an entire layer. The attendants at this table exhibited remarkable prowess in their food snatching. Observing Jiang Zhiwei with grease smeared across his mouth, Meng Qi became increasingly convinced of his suspicions. While marveling at their extraordinary ability to seize food, he also picked up a piece and placed it into his mouth. Rich yet not greasy, it melted instantly, offering an exquisite taste. It was truly a delicacy of the mortal realm. But, by heaven, it was indeed meat. Meng Qi felt that only an expletive could adequately express his current emotions, both a cheer for his palate and an outpouring of disbelief. "Hey, little junior brother," he called softly to Jiang Zhiwei. Jiang Zhiwei, deftly maneuvering his chopsticks and with his mouth constantly occupied, wore an expression of intense focus on his delicate face. This is meat." Meng Qi felt compelled to warn his junior brother against falling into temptation and violating the precepts. Jiang Zhiwei sincerely nodded, mumbling indistinctly, "It is meat." "I wasn't inquiring." Meng Qi felt a bit of difficulty in communicating with Jiang Zhiwei. At that moment, someone nearby coldly interjected, "Before one becomes enlightened, one only abstains from meat and pungent flavors." "I assent meat just what?" Meng Qi instinctively retorted, only to realize that his roommate, Jiang Guan, was seated beside him. Without pausing in his eating, Jin Guan added with a hint of mockery. You, a scion of a noble family, do not even understand the term Hua? Meng Qi nodded gratefully. As the young servant monk continued, in our Buddhist teachings, we originally only prohibited the taking of life and the consumption of pungent herbs. Gradually, out of compassion, we also began to abstain from meat. However, as the Shaolin Temple is a prominent institution of martial arts, our disciples engage in numerous activities to strengthen their bodies. Without sufficient meat and without the aid of spiritual herbs or elixirs, it is inevitable that their health may suffer. Thus, the Shaolin precepts state that prior to enlightenment, disciples should adhere to the original intention of abstaining from pungent herbs, but killing is strictly forbidden. Noticing the young monk's eloquence and clarity, Meng Qi felt a sense of admiration and smiled as he inquired, "May I ask your Dharma name, brother?" Jin Yin, the young servant monk replied, his wooden chopsticks never pausing. Meng Qi pressed on, "Brother Jin Yin, may I inquire about the meaning of opening the mind?" He relied on his youthful guise, hoping to feign ignorance as an excuse for his lack of understanding. Jin Yin chuckled heartily, gesturing towards the wooden table. "In due time, you will understand. For now, focus on your appetite." Following his gesture, Meng Qi glanced at the table, noticing that several bowls of food had already been half consumed. Oh dear. These rascals did not even wait for me. He cursed silently before picking up his chopsticks and joining the fray for food. To be honest, the quality of the meal left much to be desired. The initial perception of deliciousness was likely due to his ravenous hunger. Meng Qi patted his stomach and let out a satisfied belch as he reflected on the evening's dinner. Jinhui pondered seriously. The meals I have had before do not compare to this one, but since you believe it to be lacking, it must indeed be so. Oh, you trust my judgment so readily? Meng Qi observed that Jinhui spoke with considerable coherence, leading him to believe that there might still be hope for him. Thus, curiosity compelled him to follow Jinhui's discourse. Jinhui raised his hand to touch his bald head, feeling a tad embarrassed, and said, "I think you are a good person. Unlike others who find me intolerable, which is why I trust you." The concept of the relationship between childhood experiences and psychological disorders inexplicably surfaced in Meng Qi's mind. Just as he was about to boast further, embellishing the illustrious image of his senior brother, Xuanzhen ambled over, his belly protruding. "Hey, you too, go tidy up the courtyard. Wait for a moment, I shall broaden your horizons with tales from the Jianghu." Broaden your horizons with tales from the Jianghu? Meng Qi's interest was piqued, and after inquiring about the location of the brooms, he beckoned Jinhui to accompany him to the storeroom in the corner of the yard. As a novice monk, one must be prepared for spontaneous assignments. Meng Qi bore no resentment towards this, provided it was not excessive or targeted. It was akin to the assignments given by a teacher or a boss during study or work, where tasks such as a thorough cleaning were hardly uncommon. With a sweeping motion, the broom glided over the grayish-white stone tiles, stirring up dust and clearing fallen leaves. Although Meng Qi and Jinhui's underdeveloped physiques rendered the task somewhat arduous, it remained manageable, as the courtyard was regularly maintained and not particularly filthy. As they swept, Meng Qi suddenly entertained a peculiar yet amusing thought. Chuckling softly as he affected an elderly voice, "Little junior brother, would we consider ourselves the Shaolin monks of sweeping? Ah, the path of a great master unfolds." Indeed, the sweeping monk, Jinhui, continued to sweep without lifting his head. Meng Qi's smile lingered on the tip of his lips, and with a sigh, he thought to himself, how dull it is not to understand the references. Regaining his composure, Meng Qi collaborated with Jinhui to tidy up the courtyard before dusk. Soon, he observed a group of gray-clad servant monks carrying benches from the dining hall into the yard, arranging themselves in a seemingly chaotic yet orderly manner. How proficient they are. Meng Qi suspected that Xian Xian must frequently share tales of the Jianghu with them. As twilight descended, the oil-slicked Xian Xian staggered out from his meditation chamber, greeted eagerly by several servant monks who busily set up benches and lit lamps with great enthusiasm. "Senior brother, what are the tales of Jianghu?" The somewhat dull-witted Zhen Hui seemed intrigued by this notion. "Ah, well, that's a lengthy story. Once Master Xian Xian shares it, I shall explain it to you in detail." Being new to this environment, Meng Qi had no inclination to delve into complex terminology for Jinhui. He settled onto a bench, awaiting Xian Xian's narrative. Xian Xian surveyed the assembly, pleased to see the eager expressions, and after a brief cough, began, "Today, I shall continue recounting the great battle I experienced in Jiangzhou City. To speak of it, the Flying Knight Demon Yan Wu and the Ice Fairy Yuqi are both illustrious figures renowned on the Earth ranking. That confrontation devastated the land for 100 miles, and the great river lay frozen. Compassionate as I am, how could I bear to witness the suffering of the populace? Thus, I chanted a Buddhist invocation, intending to resolve their personal grievances. He spoke with fervent enthusiasm, yet the servant monks below displayed a range of expressions, most of them a blend of disdain and anticipation. Could Master Xian Xine truly be that formidable? As he listened to the tales of the martial world, Zhiwei appeared markedly more animated than usual, seemingly harboring an interest akin to that of a connoisseur savoring exquisite cuisine. The abbot of the Damo and Bodhi temples, along with the caretaker monk of the miscellaneous monastery, Meng Qi swiftly discerned that Xuanxin was indulging in embellishments. Of course, his storytelling was imbued with finesse, artfully intertwining grand events of the martial realm with his own narrative. This slumberous, zhenying monk, in contrast to the frigid Jingguan, was indeed well-versed and worldly. Zhiwei, still in a daze, continued to inquire, "So, Master Xuanxin is truly remarkable." He was utterly oblivious to the subtleties in Jinying's words. Meng Qi tugged at his monk's robe, whispering, "The abbot surpasses Master Xuanxin by leaps and bounds." Xuanxin, animatedly recounting his tales with fervor, took a considerable time to conclude his narrative of the legendary figures within the martial world, before turning to Meng Qi and the other newly ordained novices, asking, "Do you have any questions?" He proclaimed, "I am well versed in all matters of the martial world." Meng Qi hastily replied, "Master Xuanxin, our understanding of the martial realm is quite limited. Your discourse leaves us rather bewildered. Indeed, if one cannot comprehend, they cannot truly appreciate my grandeur." Xuanxin nodded in agreement. Clearing his throat, "Allow me to first introduce you to the foundational knowledge of the martial world, starting with the 4 great temples of our Buddhist sect." "Thank you, Master Xuanxin," Meng Qi responded with evident delight. With a sense of pride, Xuanxin elaborated, "Although numerous martial sects and schools abound throughout the land, when it comes to those who can wield true influence in the martial arts, it is currently the 4 temples of Buddhism, the 3 Taoist sects, the 6 sword schools, the 6 great powers of the realm, the 9 demonic paths, the 14 noble families, and, of course, the 6 external masters, each preserving their own legacy." When mentioning the 6 heretical masters, he appeared somewhat uncertain. Yet this did not deter him from continuing his discourse. "The 4 esteemed temples of Buddhism are the Shaolin Temple of the Great Jin, the Shuiwa Monastery of the Northern Zhou, the Vajra Temple of the Western regions, and, of course, the Lankao Temple." Upon mentioning Lankao Temple, he hesitated once more, revealing a sense of doubt, and then, in a fit of indignation, expressed his confusion as to why Lankao Temple is included among the 4 great Buddhist temples. Its whereabouts are unknown, its successors are rarely seen in the world, and it lacks any renowned deeds that have echoed through time. The other miscellaneous monks appeared to hear this assertion for the first time and inquired with curiosity, "If this is the case, why is Lankao Temple included among the 4 great temples of Buddhism?" Xuanxin began to swell with pride, exclaiming, "It is said that the abbot, in his youth, wandered the world and once encountered a successor of Lankao Temple. He later remarked, 'If there is fate, Lankao Temple is but a stone's throw away. If there is no fate, even a stone's throw is as distant as the horizon.'" The concept of distance and proximity is enigmatic, including Meng Qi. The gray-robed monks were momentarily taken aback, feeling a blend of confusion, curiosity, and astonishment, seeing that he had captivated the attention of the miscellaneous monks. Xuanxin chuckled softly. "To return to the main topic, let us first speak of my Shaolin Temple. Tens of thousands of years ago, during the tumultuous era of demons and Buddhists, the Buddha descended to suppress the chaos. However, the revered Rulai divine palm was lost to the winds of time, leaving no trace. It was not until 2,000 years ago that the ancestor of Shaolin, Bodhidharma, journeyed from the southern wilderness, crossing the river on a single reed, and fortuitously rediscovered the 3rd form of the Rulai divine palm, thereby bringing this supreme Buddhist art back into the world. Although there is no overarching outline, the revered Bodhidharma, endowed with divine wisdom, spent a decade in silent meditation and derived the essence of the I Ching Jing and various other profound arts from the 3rd form of the Tathagata's divine palm. He thus established the lineage of Shaolin. In a mere century, it has become a prominent school of martial arts across the world. Throughout the ages, numerous masters and enlightened monks have contributed to this legacy, resulting in Shaolin now possessing an impressive 72 distinct arts. Among these, alongside the treasured I Ching Jing, are the Demingzhen Jing, in the Imo Kufu Imo Quan. The specific masters or enlightened beings who created these arts will be discussed in due course. What are these magical Buddhas, the Tathgata's divine palm, the Demengzhenjing, and the Imo Kufu Imo Quan? Hearing this, Meng Qi felt his spirit sway, a yearning awakening within him. The realm of martial arts in this world seemed far more intricate than he had previously imagined, with divine beings involved. Yet, it could all merely be legend. Suddenly, Xuanqing coughed lightly, a playful smile gracing his lips as he said, "It is late. We shall continue this tomorrow." With that, he rose and swiftly entered the meditation chamber. This was indeed tantalizing. Meng Qi, eager to delve into the 72 arts and matters pertaining to the Golden Buddha Temple, felt a sense of impatience. His curiosity piqued, yet Xuanqing had already departed. The two remained silent, each removing their footwear and lying down. As if still immersed in the martial world Xuanqing had just painted for them. "Little junior brother, are you content to remain a mere servant monk, unable to learn the Shaolin arts?" In the midst of silence, Meng Qi suddenly posed this question in a subdued tone. Zhiwei, puzzled, replied, "Senior brother, what does it mean to be content?" "It means to be willing, to be happy, to enjoy, and to not desire more." Meng Qi thought again that communicating with the childlike Zhiwei was somewhat challenging. Zhiwei let out a soft sigh, being able to eat, sleep, work, and be well fed. As well as listening to Master Xuanqing tell stories, I find it quite satisfactory, far better than before. He added with a hint of longing. If only I could learn the Rulai Divine Palm, that would be even better. Meng Qi nearly choked on his own saliva, utterly perplexed as to whether Zhiwei's contentment was genuine or a facade. As Meng Qi paused, ready to speak, he suddenly noticed that Zhiwei's breathing had grown faint. He had already drifted into slumber. The meditation room fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by the soft sounds of breathing, which further accentuated the deep, tranquil night. Outside, the resplendent moon hung high, casting a silvery sheen across the floor, reminiscent of frost. Gazing at this serene and peaceful scene, the myriad of past experiences surged forth uncontrollably in Meng Qi's heart. Nostalgia, sorrow, confusion, and self-pity flooded his mind. During the day, there had been no time for such reflections. Thus this quiet night felt particularly haunting. The inescapable past and the heart-wrenching farewell left Meng Qi restless, unable to find solace in sleep. It was only in this moment, amid this setting, that he truly comprehended the essence of the poem by the Qi-Tian recluse. "The bright moonlight before my bed, I suspect it is frost upon the ground. I raise my head to gaze at the bright moon, and lower it to think of my hometown." Staring out at the chilling moonlit scene, Meng Qi fell momentarily entranced. Chapter 4. 100 days of foundation building. A clear stream flowed from the mountains, winding its way before Meng Qi and cascading down towards the foothills. The nearby verdant trees provided a lush canopy, while a delicate mist lingered among the woods, imbuing the air with an invigorating freshness that left Meng Qi feeling both rejuvenated and at peace. Before dawn, the morning bell tolled, rousing Meng Qi from his slumber. After attending the morning session and learning a Sanskrit incantation, he and Zhenhui were assigned by Xian Xin to fetch water at this location, accompanied by Jining, Zhenguan, and other monks honing their skills in the monastic courtyard. Gazing at the stream, Meng Qi inadvertently caught a glimpse of his own reflection in the gently flowing water. He was a boy of approximately 12 or 13 years, with eyes like ink dots and brows resembling distant mountains, exquisitely crafted like fine jade. Indeed, he was quite handsome, and it seemed he had previously enjoyed a life of comfort. Meng Qi praised himself momentarily, but soon lamented, "What worth is this to a monk? I must return to lay life." He submerged the wooden bucket into the depths of the water, eager to test his strength, while advising Zhenhui beside him. "Little junior brother, you need only carry half. Do not overexert yourself." "Understood," Zhenhui replied, his gaze fixed on the fish swimming in the stream, licking his lips in anticipation. Just as Meng Qi prepared to lift the bucket, he suddenly sensed someone observing him. Turning his head, he followed the gaze and spotted a group of somewhat familiar warrior monks, his fellow novices who had been shaved by Xianku alongside him. Among them, he could hardly remember any names, but he recognized Zhun distinctly. The other young novices, upon seeing him, transformed from expressions of despair to radiant smiles, as if the hardships of monastic life had dissipated upon witnessing a companion enduring a more difficult existence. Indeed, we have entered the Warrior Monk Academy. While Zhending and Zhenhui are relegated to the role of servant monks, this is a matter for joy and pride. Zhengda opened his mouth as if to utter something, But after casting a glance at the nearby monk, he chose to remain silent. He retrieved 2 full buckets from the stream. Meng Qi pursed his lips, resolving not to stoop to the level of a child. He was determined that one day he would enter the monastery and master the exquisite skills of Shaolin. He cast aside his scattered thoughts and lifted the 2 wooden buckets with vigor. The moment the buckets broke the surface of the water, Meng Qi was struck by a sudden astonishment. How could they be so light? He felt as though he exerted no effort at all, and the buckets were effortlessly raised. Was it truly heavy? Meng Qi curiously inquired of Zhiwei. Zhiwei approached earnestly, straining to lift the 2 brimming buckets before Meng Qi, his veins bulging, face contorted, and nodded in affirmation. Indeed, they were heavy. Was it not the water's weight? Meng Qi inhaled deeply, pondering whether this body was inherently strong, observing the skin, clothing, adornments, and the mention of Lord by the burly man. It seemed this body hailed from nobility and perhaps had previously trained in martial arts, laying a solid foundation, thus possessing strength far greater than that of an ordinary child. Regardless of the reason, Meng Qi no longer feared the task of fetching water. He bent down, shouldered the 2 buckets, and followed the line of monks up the stone steps. The procession swiftly elongated and dispersed. The seasoned monks, burdened with iron buckets and water, moved with remarkable agility, soon vanishing into the woods. To avoid drawing attention, Meng Qi lagged behind with Zhiwei and a few other novice monks, while Zhengde and the newly admitted young monks, having only arrived at the temple a day prior, remained at the rear, sharing in their lack of progress. Feeling the gaze of Meng Qi and others, the young monks of the Wusing Institute, including Zhengde, flushed with embarrassment, bent down, assumed their postures, and strode forward, keen to avoid mingling with the group of auxiliary monks. Noticing their accelerated pace, Meng Qi was inspired to mimic their stance, and instantly found the water-filled wooden bucket to feel considerably lighter. This posture was quite simple. Meng Qi experimented with techniques to exert himself more effortlessly, gradually quickening his steps, inadvertently leaving Zhan Hui behind and surpassing Zhengde. It's crucial to maintain steadiness. Otherwise, I won't be able to continue later. Zhengde muttered indignantly behind Meng Qi. Meng Qi chuckled, realizing he would need to switch to a larger bucket tomorrow. Otherwise, the exercise would yield no benefit. However, the uphill path was arduous, and despite his efforts, he was soon drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Focus on controlling your breathing. Suddenly, a stern voice echoed in his ear. Tomorrow, switch to a larger bucket for water. The ascetic monk instructed before descending to meet other young monks. Meng Qi's lips twitched slightly. Although he shared this sentiment, he couldn't shake off his concern about lacking strength. After a while, Zhan Hui, Zhengde, and other young monks appeared, bearing water up the mountain, and noticed Meng Qi calmly inhaling the morning air. It's just a matter of strength, that's all. Zhengde panted, grumbling, feeling embarrassed in front of Zhen Ding, who clearly surpassed them. Without lingering, they hastily departed from the scene. Junior brother, are you all right? Meng Qi had not paid them any mind, turning to the panting Zhen Hui. Zhen Hui nodded. Yes, very good, breakfast. After partaking in the morning meal, as dawn broke with a crimson hue in the east, Meng Qi felt a refreshing clarity rather than the typical fatigue that follows strenuous labor. This body truly felt remarkable. He observed the weary lay monks in the dining hall, toppled and exhausted, and a wave of joy surged within him. After all, possessing a robust physique would serve as his future foundation. A reward? Meng Qi felt a flicker of delight, despite his mild aversion to Xiaosang, who would not appreciate a reward. His mind buzzed, and as he attempted to turn and cover Zhan Hui's mouth, he hesitated just a moment too long. Indeed, Xiaosang's smile froze on his face. His lips twitched, and with a forced smile, he remarked, I, as your master uncle, never contravene the precepts. After that, he dismissed the subject of rewards entirely, leaving the dining hall with an unpleasant expression. Only then did muffled laughter resonate within the hall. Zhan Hui, perplexed, looked at Meng Qi. Senior brother, what are they laughing about? However, Zhan Hui's curiosity quickly shifted as he focused on another matter. Senior brother, why did Master Uncle Xiaosang claim he did not break the precepts when he is clearly gnawing on a chicken leg? Master Uncle Xiaosang has yet to grasp the situation. Zhan Hui's face lit up with understanding, as if he had uncovered a vital secret. Noting that Xiaosang had not paused in his stride, Meng Qi, disregarding the chance to enlighten Zhan Hui on the intricacies of the world and human nature, beckoned him to follow. As Meng Qi meandered through the chambers of the various Buddhist halls, he was enveloped by the ethereal and distant sound of chanting, which provided a profound cleansing of the spirit. Ah, truly, Master Ji, have you encountered the couplet at the entrance of the Shui monastery? Xuanxin inquired with a cheerful demeanor. Meng Qi felt a shiver run down his spine, and feigning composure, he replied, I have heard my father mention it. He could only attribute it to that enigmatic lord. Xuanxin, unfazed, spoke with a tone of nostalgia. My esteemed uncle, I once visited the Shui monastery and was struck by the couplet at its entrance. At that time, the abbot, possessing unparalleled prowess for many years, endeavored to breach the threshold of the Dharma body, aspiring to attain the golden body of Avalokiteshvara, the bodhisattva of great compassion and great mercy. Unfortunately, he met with failure and passed away. The golden body of Avalokiteshvara? Meng Qi exclaimed in astonishment, a mysterious fire igniting within him. Xuanxin, suppressing his earlier sentimentality, chuckled. The foundation of the Shui monastery is the Heart Sutra of Avalokiteshvara. Should one achieve enlightenment, they may attain the golden body of Avalokiteshvara, which belongs to the great bodhisattvas and arhats, far surpassing the ordinary bodhisattva and arhat golden bodies, second only to the Tathagata, Amitabha's Dharma body, and the Bodhi golden body. Yet, throughout history, only the founding abbot of the Shui monastery has ever attained it. I see. Meng Qi felt a flush of warmth on his face, his heart racing. The existence of such golden bodies as those of the Bodhisattva and the Buddha was both exhilarating and enticing. At that moment, as they entered the lecture hall, Xuanxin composed himself, shedding his playful demeanor, and led Meng Qi and the others into a side hall with utmost seriousness. Senior Brother Gwen, this is the newly admitted novice from the auxiliary hall, Xuanxin announced quietly after reciting a Buddhist chant, gesturing towards Meng Qi and the others. In the hall of chanting scriptures, there sat a frail old monk with snow-white eyebrows, clad in a yellow robe. Before him lay books and a wooden fish, while he held it in his hand. You all took your seats, and he gestured towards the half-empty cushions below, each accompanied by a small table. Meng Qi and Zhenhui, along with the others, dared not utter a word, and each found a place to kneel. After a brief pause, a group of young monks arrived one after another, including Zhenda and other companions who had entered the temple together. They cast a surprised glance at Meng Qi and the others, evidently astonished that the lay monks could also attend the scripture lecture. Xian En tapped the wooden fish in front of him, bringing silence to the young monks, and then spoke in a tone neither too loud nor too soft. For the next 3 years, as long as you do not violate the temple rules, you may come here at this hour to learn to read and write. Besides ordinary characters, you must also study Sanskrit to facilitate the reading of ancient scriptures. He paused momentarily before continuing. However, before teaching you the written word today, I must guide you into the realm of martial arts. Upon hearing this, Meng Qi felt a surge of energy, instinctively straightening his back. Could even the lay monks receive such guidance? This query widened the eyes of Zhenda and the others. What distinguished the lay monks' courtyard from the martial monks? Regardless of whether it was the Taoists' tranquil skills or the secular martial methods, the initial step in the journey of martial cultivation was fundamentally the same, aimed at opening the meridians and strengthening the body and spirit. Xianan, undeterred by their confusion, continued his discourse. Meng Qi listened intently, fearful of missing a single word. This step, referred to as 100 days of foundation in the realm of martial arts, signifies the establishment of a solid basis for one's practice. The term 100 days implies that within this period, the vital energy along the Ren and Du meridians will naturally flourish and open. In Buddhist teachings, this is known as cultivating the self in stillness. For only when the mind is tranquil and undistracted can the true energy spontaneously arise, filling the acupoints and unblocking the meridians. Commonly referred to as opening the channels in worldly terms, Master Xianin succinctly elucidated the essentials of cultivating the self in stillness. 100 days of foundation, the human body possesses 365 major acupoints. And each time a breath of true energy is generated, it must be infused into these points. Each major acupoint requires 9 breaths of true energy to be sufficiently filled. During each session of meditation lasting a quarter of an hour, only 1 breath of true energy can be generated. Thus, depending on individual practice time, this step can generally be completed in about 100 days to 1 year. When entering meditation, one must maintain a state of purity in the 6 senses, free from distractions and haste. After a quarter of an hour, true energy will naturally arise. With half ascending through the Du meridian to the Bai Wei acupoint at the crown of the head, and then descending to the upper palate, forming a golden nectar. The other half ascends via the Ren meridian to the lower jaw, transforming into a jade liquid. The convergence of golden nectar and jade liquid results in the creation of a clear and sweet saliva, known in Buddhist tradition as Amrita. Following this, the Amrita is swallowed to fill the respective acupoints. After reiterating the key points several times, Master Xianin stated that upon completion of cultivating the self in stillness, one's essence, energy, and spirit would be abundant, the meridians would initially connect, and the body would grow robust. Only then could one progress to the next stage. Zen meditation and energy accumulation, also referred to in Buddhism as nurturing the holy embryo. Upon concluding, he encouraged the young monks to attempt entering meditation. This is not merely meditation. It merely requires a tranquil heart, which is not particularly difficult, especially for children with fewer distractions. However, for Meng Qi, as an adult burdened with myriad thoughts, achieving inner peace proved to be an arduous task, leading to his growing impatience. The more anxious he became, the more elusive tranquility seemed. Just as perspiration began to bead on his forehead, he suddenly felt a refreshing coolness in his chest, which cleared his mind. The small jade Buddha? A wave of joy surged within him, prompting him to focus inward and gradually enter a meditative state. Chapter 5. The small jade Buddha. As the chaotic thoughts dissipated, his heart became calm and his spirit settled, devoid of anxiety or worry. Meng Qi gradually sensed the emergence of true energy coursing through the Ren and Du meridians, coalescing into a sweet nectar within his upper and lower jaws, which flowed forth as a clear and delightful elixir. This nectar slowly infused into the Ren meridian, filling the acupoints as Meng Qi contemplated. Should there be deficiencies in his body, the nectar would lack sweetness. It was essential for true energy to materialize and strengthen the body to replenish it. However, Meng Qi's current condition indicated that he was in an optimal state. Nonetheless, he pondered for a moment and steadied his thoughts. The 100 days of foundational training belonged to the past. If he wished to journey further along the path of martial arts, he must personally experience each step, allowing no room for shortcuts. Only then could he progress steadily and far. After a quarter of an hour had elapsed, Xianin tapped the wooden fish, its crisp sound resonating in the hearts of all, awakening them. He then inquired about each person's meditative state, including whether they had achieved tranquility and the quality of the nectar generated, offering guidance accordingly. As he opened the scriptures before him, intended for literacy, Meng Qi was not surprised to find that he recognized nearly all the characters inscribed upon the pages. This filled him with joy. At least he had not become illiterate and had to start from scratch. The current version of himself was more than capable of dominating the lecture hall. He picked up the brush to practice this character. Xianin instructed him. However, the elation in Meng Qi's heart evaporated immediately. The last time he had written with a brush was during elementary school, and indeed, the characters he produced were exceedingly unsightly. He realized he needed much more practice. Xianin, with his hands clasped behind his back, passed by Meng Qi. Dejected, Meng Qi nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly jolted by a thought, if this piece of writing were to be seen by Xiaosang, would he harbor any suspicions? It was highly likely that this body had originated from a distinguished family, having completed the foundational training within 100 days. It was improbable that he had not practiced calligraphy from a young age. As noon approached, when Xianin announced that the young monks could leave, Meng Qi discreetly took away the paper on which he had practiced, intending to eliminate all traces of his endeavor. After lunch, Meng Qi and Jiang Zhiwei were assigned to clean various areas of the temple until the sun began to set. After a day of labor, Xiaosang called everyone together again to continue recounting his illustrious tales from the martial world. The discourse on Shuiwei Monastery concluded here. Should you encounter them in the future, it is advisable to keep your distance. As for the Jiang Temple, it is at odds with our Shaolin. You must exercise utmost caution. Although the novice monks had heard numerous tales of the martial world and anecdotes from noble families before renouncing their worldly ties, none were aware that the 4 great temples of Buddhism, Shaolin and Jiang, harbored such discord necessitating vigilance. Seeing their wide eyes, Su Nx nodded with satisfaction and remarked, the blood-blade ascetic was originally a practitioner of wild fox Zen, yet he encountered an extraordinary opportunity, acquiring the 5th form of the Buddha-esque palm. From this, he discerned 2 fundamental great techniques, thereby establishing the lineage of the Diamond Temple. Consequently, they have long coveted the 3rd form of the Buddha-esque palm, secretly hoping that through comparison, they might comprehend how to attain the Buddha's golden body. This has led to considerable underhandedness between our sections. The mention of the Buddha's golden body made Meng Qi's brows twitch. He found this matter somewhat fantastical, yet inexplicably felt a rush of warmth within. Suddenly, there was a knock at the courtyard door, causing Su Nxn to jump in alarm, his face filled with trepidation as he glanced toward the sound, exclaiming, "Junior brother Su Nk, I haven't broken any precepts." Before he could finish, his expression darkened. "Nephew, what brings you to the servants' hall?" Jinyong, a tall and slender figure of rather ordinary appearance, revealed a dazzling smile, filled with bright teeth. "Uncle Su Nxn, I have heard from several junior brothers about your extensive knowledge and familiarity with the legends of the martial world. I am particularly fond of such tales, and thus, in my eagerness, I have come uninvited. I hope for your forgiveness and request permission to listen in." At this moment, the martial monk's hall was designated for self-arranged meditation and cultivation. Flattered by Jinyong's compliment, Su Nxn seemed to float with delight. A broad smile on his face as he replied, "No trouble at all, no trouble at all. Please take a seat and listen. Gaining more knowledge of the martial world will surely benefit you in your future endeavors." Jinyong glanced around before sitting directly beside Meng Qi, whispering, "Junior brother Jinding, I hope I haven't crowded you?" "Not at all." Meng Qi shook his head, finding that Jinyong, the young monk, spoke with a maturity beyond his years. At the tender age of 14 or 15, his words resembled those of a learned scholar. "I see that junior brother Jinding seems to possess the ability to read and comprehend. I hope that in the future, you may lend your support to your elder brother whenever needed," he said, gesturing amicably. Jinyong, with a natural ease, smiled and replied, "Of course." After a mere few exchanges, the two appeared to become confidants, as if they had known each other for ages. Noticing this camaraderie, Xuanxin cleared his throat to regain the attention of the assembly and continued, "Apart from the two fundamental teachings of the Golden Vajra Temple, it is crucial to pay attention to their swordsmanship. The Bloodblade ascetic is a master of the sword, having grasped some of the profound secrets of the fifth stance of the Tathagata divine palm. Thus, the three great sword techniques he established after attaining the fierce-eyed Vajra body stand atop the pinnacle of swordsmanship, with few rivals." His account captivated the attendant monks, their spirits soaring. Yet as the discourse progressed, a shadow of melancholy began to envelop them. Jinyong promptly raised his hand to speak. "Master Xuanxin, does that mean our Shaolin lacks comparable sword techniques? Surely, our Shaolin martial arts are renowned for their comprehensiveness." The attendants shared a sense of pride in their sect. Xuanxin clicked his tongue. "Indeed, our Shaolin sword techniques are limited. But there exists one that can rival these three great techniques. The Ananda breaking precepts sword technique, one of the 72 ultimate skills, which belongs to the pinnacle of external manifestations capable of communicating with the laws of heaven and earth. However, one must attain the external manifestation realm to unleash the true power of this technique." He elaborated on this divine swordsmanship, igniting a spark of aspiration and excitement among the monks. Yet, he remained troubled by his earlier fright. "Is that so?" A rich voice suddenly resonated at the entrance, causing Xuanqin's complexion to pale instantly. He hurriedly forced a smile and said, "Junior brother Xuanku." I. Xuanku, with his broad ears and still clad in a yellow monk's robe, now bore a string of chestnut-red prayer beads in his right hand. This was reminiscent of the beads Meng Qi had seen earlier in the hands of a disciplinary monk at the Institute of Precepts, though one was a muted yellow while the other was chestnut-red. "Senior brother Xinqian, I am no longer in the Miscellaneous Institute. I am currently a disciplinary monk at the Institute of Precepts," Xuanku stated with utmost seriousness. "No wonder you have come to oversee things." Xinqian intentionally diverted the conversation. "This is even more terrifying." Meng Qi secretly expressed his astonishment. The unyielding Xuanku had indeed entered the Institute of Precepts. If he were to be caught with a flaw. After returning to the meditation room, Meng Qi discreetly took out the small jade Buddha, turning his back to Jinying and Jingguan to examine it. He felt its gentle warmth, a subtle chill penetrating his body, clearing his mind. This truly is a remarkable treasure. Meng Qi felt elated, examining it from every angle, hoping to uncover more secrets, but ultimately found nothing. He had no choice but to suppress his thoughts, ceasing to ponder these matters, and began to attempt meditation. With the aid of the small jade Buddha, this time the meditation proved extraordinarily effortless. After cultivating his vital energy, Meng Qi suddenly furrowed his brows, contemplating, and directly removed the small jade Buddha. The first step in martial cultivation cannot rely on external objects. If one becomes accustomed to it, In the future, it would be akin to walking with a crutch. Without the small jade Buddha, Meng Qi's thoughts gradually became more vibrant. Fortunately, armed with the experiences from the previous 2 attempts, as the bright moon hung high in the sky and the night was quiet, he finally managed to focus his mind, achieving tranquility from which wisdom arose, and with wisdom, vital energy naturally flowed. After a full hour and a half of deep breathing and meditation, Meng Qi finally opened his eyes. It was not that he lacked the desire to continue his practice, but rather the necessity of ensuring adequate rest. Otherwise, the physical exertion of fetching water and sweeping the grounds the following day would be overwhelming. Having just completed his meditative training, Meng Qi felt invigorated and found himself unable to fall asleep. Turning his head slightly, he noticed Jinhui gazing back at him, seemingly having just finished his own practice. "Little junior brother, are you still awake?" Meng Qi pondered, intending to impart some wisdom about the intricacies of human relationships. Jinhui nodded, his expression blank as he replied, "Almost." "Well then, allow me to share some insights with you." Meng Qi began to elaborate. However, as he spoke, he soon realized that Jinhui's eyelids were growing heavy, as if he were on the verge of slumber. It seemed he was not absorbing the information at all. Meng Qi's lips twitched as he frowned in thought, quickly conjuring a clever solution. This young man appeared quite fascinated by tales of the martial world. So why not weave the lessons of human relationships into such stories? In truth, had he not found himself in this foreign land, alone and adrift, Meng Qi would have had little concern for the nuances of social interaction. Yet now, he sought to alleviate the inexplicable melancholy of his unexpected journey through this means. "Little junior brother, I once heard the tale of a great hero. Would you care to listen?" Meng Qi inquired with a warm smile. Jinhui's eyes widened in excitement as he vigorously nodded. "Thank you, brother." The individual spoke in such a disjointed manner. Meng Qi scratched his bald head, gazing out at the luminous moon, his voice ethereal as he recounted. Once upon a time, there was a Taoist priest named Qiu Chuji who passed through a place called Nijiakan. This tale seemed to construct a bridge between 2 worlds, enchanting Meng Qi to the extent that he momentarily lost himself in the narrative, forgetting that he was merely telling a story to Jinhui. 3 months later, Meng Qi had grown considerably taller, yet due to time constraints, he had only completed half of his foundational training. Meanwhile, the young monk Jinhui, captivated by Meng Qi's vivid and intense tales of the martial world, had developed a profound admiration for him, almost hanging on his every word. Nevertheless, Meng Qi still had not received the opportunity to leave the servant quarters and enter the monk academy. "Shidi Zhending, where are you headed?" Jin Yong entered the servant quarters and happened upon Meng Qi and Jinhui, who were preparing to venture out with brooms, just after their midday meal. Upon hearing this, Meng Qi felt an unexpected thrill. Having just finished lunch, Xian Xian had instructed him and Jinhui to clean the scripture pavilion, indicating that it would henceforth belong to the 2 of them. Although Xian Xian had clearly stated that their responsibilities were limited to the lower 2 levels housing the Buddhist texts, while the upper levels would be maintained by senior monks, Meng Qi could not suppress his excitement. The scripture pavilion, renowned for housing the 72 ultimate techniques of Shaolin. How many tales of martial arts and fantasy have depicted it as a place of serendipitous encounters? He wondered whether the Rulai Divine Palm, Yi Jin Jing, Mo Ku Fu Mo Quan, and Demeng Jin Jing were stored within the pavilion. Meng Qi's thoughts drifted far into the realms of imagination. Chapter 6, Luohan Fist. The Scripture Pavilion? Jin Yong raised his eyebrows and then smiled, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Zhending, the martial arts monastery won't practice their punches until afternoon. Why don't I accompany you to the Scripture Pavilion and assist with the cleaning? To be honest, I am quite curious about that place. However, Meng Qi expressed concern that this might contravene the monastic rules. Jin Yong, with a radiant smile, reassured him, "Rest assured. All monks within the temple are free to enter the lower 2 levels of the Scripture Pavilion. I simply haven't had the time to do so. If you don't believe me, you can ask Uncle Xuanxin." No sooner had he spoken than Jinhui darted into Uncle Xuanxin's meditation room, leaving Jin Yong momentarily taken aback. Meng Qi chuckled awkwardly. Jinhui is indeed a person of great earnestness. "It is only proper," Jin Yong replied with a laugh. Shortly thereafter, Jinhui emerged, exclaiming loudly, "Uncle Xuanxin concurs that what Brother Jin Yong has said is indeed correct. Shall we set off?" Jin Yong chuckled in delight. The Scripture Pavilion is perched upon a cliff on the rear mountain of Shaolin Temple, a 4-story ancient structure, standing solitary and imposing. conspicuous even to the birds that dare to approach. Upon entering, Meng Qi poured himself a glass of water from the table, tilted his head back, and drank. The journey had been exceedingly long, and the autumn sun was particularly fierce. He was parched. Meanwhile, Zhen Hui approached the shelves lined with Buddhist scriptures, methodically pulling out volumes and examining them with great care. "Hey, junior brother Zhen Hui, what are you doing? Do you enjoy reading Buddhist texts?" Zhen Yong inquired. Amused yet puzzled, Meng Qi, equally perplexed by Zhen Hui's actions, poured himself another glass of water, sipping while observing. Zhen Hui's expression was grave, tinged with a hint of hope. Perhaps within the crevices of the scriptures lay the secrets to unparalleled martial arts. With a sudden burst, Meng Qi spat out water, drenching himself entirely. Was this fellow deeply ensnared in the realm of martial arts and fantasy? Or did he possess such unwavering faith in his own words that he believed whatever he uttered? Zhen Yong, bewildered, wiped his face and gazed at Meng Qi, asking, "Zhending, what is so amusing about this?" What Zhen Hui said is not without merit. Indeed, this revelation had been discreetly conveyed to him by his senior brother. Zhen Hui, unusually earnest, flipped through the texts. Upon hearing his most trusted senior brother speak thus, Zhen Hui promptly set aside the scriptures and joined Meng Qi and Zhen Yong in tidying up the scripture repository. By the time the clock struck 3 in the afternoon, they had nearly completed their task. Just as Meng Qi was preparing to peruse the scriptures, Zhen Yong suddenly clutched his stomach and exclaimed urgently, "Ah, my dear junior brothers. Nature calls. I must attend to it at once." In a flash, he darted toward the staircase, his footsteps echoing as he vanished from their sight. Meng Qi paid little heed, instead beckoning Zhen Hui to meticulously discern the classification and placement of the Buddhist texts, seeking any noteworthy volumes. "Is Zhen Yong all right?" Meng Qi inquired with concern. Zhen Yong shook his head. "It seems I've upset my stomach." Following suit, he began to browse the titles on the shelves, and suddenly, he chuckled softly. "Here, remarkably, is a manual for Luohan Quan. Luohan Quan. ISNT that the martial art you and the others practice regularly?" Meng Qi leaned in with interest. Zhen Yong pulled out the book and handed it to Meng Qi. "Indeed, I expected to find it upstairs, but I didn't anticipate it would be on this floor." Meng Qi took the book eagerly, greedily flipping through its pages, striving to memorize every detail contained within. "Hee, junior brother Zhending. Do you require some guidance from your senior brother?" Zhen Yong said with a playful grin. Meng Qi's heart surged with joy, yet a flicker of doubt crossed his mind as he inquired, "Is that permissible? Stealing knowledge of martial arts without permission is against the temple's regulations." Zhen Hui's eyes widened, sparkling with excitement as he glanced at Zhen Yong. Zhen Yong pointed to the manual, asserting, "Since this manual is accessible for all monks to borrow freely, it implies that it is fundamental knowledge available to everyone, thus not contravening the temple's rules." The old monk, with withered yellow eyebrows and deeply wrinkled skin, appeared as though he might collapse at any moment, was now dozing with eyes half closed. "Master Uncle, this manual is indeed in the right place, isn't it?" Meng Qi asked cautiously. According to Xian Xin, this elderly monk, known as Kong Hui, belonged to the same generation as the abbot Kongwen, placing him 3 generations above Meng Qi in the hierarchy of Shaolin, which is characterized by the principles of emptiness and profound wisdom. Kong Hui opened his eyelids slightly and, with murky eyes, cast a slow glance at Meng Qi before responding. "The Luohan fist is widely practiced, lacking any particular distinction." This implied that he was indeed permitted to learn. Meng Qi's heart danced with elation. Although it was merely a basic form of martial arts, it was infinitely better than possessing no skills at all. As the hours passed, until just past noon, Meng Qi and Zhen Hui immersed themselves in their martial studies within the scripture pavilion, feeling as though their strength coalesced into a singular force. However, as they continued, Meng Qi noticed Zhen Hui's gaze was fixated on the abyss outside. "Junior brother, what captivates your attention so?" Meng Qi inquired, puzzled. Zhen Hui furrowed her brow and asked, "Senior brother, if we were to leap down, might we acquire an unparalleled secret manual or a divine weapon?" "No, she hadn't seen the immortal dance of the sword." Meng Qi's expression suddenly froze on his face. It was over. He had led the child astray. No, he had to turn this around. After a moment's contemplation, seeing how easily Zhen Hui could be deceived, he decided to rescue the situation with a mix of salvaging and a touch of mischief, saying, "Junior brother, let us change the story for tonight." "What story?" Zhen Hui inquired, brimming with excitement. Meng Qi chuckled. The tale of Xia Yuha by the shores of Daming Lake. Is she an unparalleled master? Jiang Zhiwei asked with a blend of curiosity and delight. For a moment, Meng Qi found himself at a loss for words. The moon hung high, obscured by dark clouds, and the biting cold wind howled, causing the paper-thin windows to creak ominously. Each of the servant monks had received an extra quilt, yet Jinguan still curled up tightly against the chill. Meng Qi, however, remained oblivious to this. He sat cross-legged, his mind tranquil and focused, feeling his true energy rising within him, converging into a golden elixir, transforming into the essence of Yangji Ganyalu, filling the corresponding acupoints. As this essence entered, he immediately sensed a surging sensation in all 365 major acupoints, the true energy bursting forth, as if the main meridians had been thoroughly washed by a deluge, expanding one by one, aptly described as the energy filling the meridians leads to their opening. While this step typically requires a considerable amount of time for ordinary individuals, Meng Qi's body had already undergone 100 days of foundational training, and at this moment, the energy overflowed freely, with no obstructions in the meridians, all initially accessible. Slowly, Meng Qi opened his eyes, feeling refreshed, as if he possessed boundless strength. Realizing he had indeed taken the first step in his martial arts journey, he stifled the urge to rise and practice the Luan fist, exhaling deeply, yet felt no overwhelming joy of breakthrough within. Firstly, the 100-day foundation was relatively straightforward, lacking in formidable challenges. It was merely a matter of natural progression. Secondly, several months had passed, and while his Luan fist had become somewhat proficient, the prospect of leaving the menial labor courtyard remained bleak. Without departing from the menial labor courtyard, he felt utterly incapable of grasping the profound martial arts that could transcend the divide between mortals and celestial beings. Alas, Meng Qi's myriad anxieties and frustrations coalesced into a long sigh. Jinding, the lecture hall has ceased its teachings for the past 2 days. You are tasked with cleaning the Zen Heart courtyard and must not disturb the honored guests. That morning, after partaking in breakfast, Meng Qi was summoned by Xuanxin. Honored guests? Master Xuanxin, may I inquire which esteemed sect they hail from? Meng Qi sought clarification, wishing to avoid any potential faux pas with the guests. Xuanxin chuckled softly. The Jinwu sect, Xiantian sect, Shijian Pavilion, Huanhua Sword sect, Qingchen sect, and the Dajiang Gang, among other prominent sects of the Great Jin, have been invited by our Shaolin to send their skilled practitioners along with promising young disciples to engage in discussions on martial arts. This is essentially an opportunity for exceptionally gifted young disciples to spar and broaden their horizons. Meng Qi inhaled sharply, realizing these were the illustrious sects Xuanxin had previously mentioned in relation to the martial arts world. For instance, the Jinwu sect and Xiantian sect are 2 of the 3 Taoist sects, while Shijian Pavilion and Huanhua Sword sect belong to the 6 sword-holding sects. The Qingchen sect and Dajiang Gang hold esteemed positions among the 6 great factions of the realm. Exceptionally gifted young disciples? Meng Qi instinctively inquired, considering himself a young disciple of the Shaolin's true lineage, feeling a tinge of competitive spirit. Xuanxin, patting his plump belly, burst into hearty laughter. Why do you ask? Can one truly compare themselves to them? You, a mere novice who has only recently completed 100 days of foundational training, stand juxtaposed with them. One is a toad wallowing in the mud, while the other is a phoenix soaring in the skies. Not only is it inappropriate to compete, but you lack even the qualification to stand alongside them. His biting mockery ignited a profound sense of indignation within Meng Qi, causing his blood to surge and his face to flush crimson. Despite his psychological age being in the 20s and possessing considerable social experience, youthful pride inevitably stirred within him. The contempt directed at him, coupled with the stark realization of his inferiority to those favored by the heavens, rendered him unable to contain his emotional turmoil. Xuanxin appeared oblivious to his distress, continuing, I have heard that among the younger disciples from various sects who have arrived, several have already reached the opening realm before turning 20. They may very well aspire to enter the esteemed ranks of the talented. And what martial arts do you know? What unique skills do you possess? However, even within Shaolin, we boast a plethora of talent. This generation's Xinchong, Jinbin, and Jimiao are not in the slightest inferior to them. As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Meng Qi. Hurry along and clean the Zen Heart courtyard. Clenching his teeth, Meng Qi steadied his emotions and walked towards the Zen Heart courtyard with a broom in hand. Xuanxin observed Meng Qi's retreating figure, and the smile on his face gradually faded, leaving only a hint at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 7. The Chosen Ones. The Zen Heart Courtyard serves as a place for Shaolin to receive guests, composed of multiple courtyards. At this moment, the bare trees stood tall, a delicate layer of snow blanketing them. Meng Qi wielded the broom to clear the residual snow in the courtyard when, unexpectedly, a door of a side room swung open. A young Taoist priest with twin hairbuns stood at the threshold, calling out, "Hey, little monk. The room is a bit untidy. Come and clean it up." As Meng Qi approached the door and peered inside, he observed 7 or 8 individuals, each adorned in a variety of vibrant attire, far more captivating than the monotonous garments of Shaolin. To his surprise, there appeared to be a young lady among them. Though he dared not gaze too intently for fear of breaching decorum, in his hurried glance, he seemed to catch sight of a girl clad in a delicate, pale yellow gown. It seemed that this world-s Shaolin did not prohibit female guests from entering. Cautiously, Meng Qi maneuvered around several patrons, intending to clear the shattered teacups from the floor. Suddenly, an unexpected foot intruded from an obscure direction, positioned directly in front of him. He had no time to retract his leg and stumbled over it, feeling his center of gravity falter as he lurched forward. In the midst of his astonishment, Meng Qi vaguely recognized that the individual who had attempted to trip him was the young Taoist with twin buns, characterized by his chiseled features and notably thick, dark brows that resembled twin daggers. At that moment, he paid no heed to Meng Qi, his piercing gaze fixated intently ahead. Meng Qi flailed his arms in a desperate bid to maintain his balance and avert a fall, yet the Taoist had expertly timed his foot-s placement, preventing him from regaining his equilibrium. Helplessly, he watched the ground approach, his mind conjuring visions of a most humiliating tumble. Just then, a flash of pale yellow caught his eye, followed by the sudden appearance of a long sword, sheathed in a verdigris-hued scabbard, which descended like a celestial comet, gently pressing against his chest. The sword exerted minimal force, causing Meng Qi to barely register any pain, yet its precise angle and pressure halted his descent, restoring his balance with remarkable finesse. Meng Qi, slightly bewildered, lifted his gaze and was met by an extraordinarily radiant visage, with arched brows and large, expressive eyes. Her dark hair was simply gathered, yet flowed gracefully down her back. She donned a delicate gown of pale yellow, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years of age, yet devoid of any youthful naivety. Her lips parted ever so slightly, and her voice rang clear and melodious like a lark. The Xiantian sect claims to be the lineage of the heavenly emperor. Yet this is how they prey upon the young? As the girl turned her gaze towards Meng Qi, a sudden smile illuminated her face, revealing 2 charming dimples that rendered her exceedingly endearing. "Little monk, pay no heed to that villain. He merely seeks to use you to gauge my swordsmanship." At this juncture, she delicately pressed her lips together and tilted her head slightly. "But even if he were to witness my swordplay, what of it?" Though she did not articulate it explicitly, Meng Qi sensed an undeniable pride and confidence in her own abilities. "Thank you, miss, for your assistance." Meng Qi steadied himself and instinctively expressed his gratitude. She then reversed her sword and returned a courteous bow. "I am Jiang Zhiwei, a disciple of the sword-washing pavilion. I sincerely apologize for entangling you in our conflict." At that moment, the young Taoist from the Xiantian sect scoffed once more. "I merely did not anticipate a disciple of Shaolin to be so feeble, easily tripped up." His eyebrows arched, and with the youthful innocence on his face, there was an air of bravado. "I am but a servant monk. Why not allow me to assess the martial prowess of your servant, to see if it matches your own?" Jiang Zhiwei retorted with a playful smile. "You." The young Taoist sprang to his feet. "What are you doing?" A deep voice suddenly resonated from the entrance. At first glance, Meng Qi mistakenly believed that this handsome and masculine young man was in his 20s. However, upon closer inspection, he discerned from the youthful features that he was likely only 17 or 18. His demeanor exuded a remarkable maturity. Meng Qi reined in his earlier feelings of irritation and frustration, silently assessing the situation. "Brother Zhang, Qijing has challenged this young monk to test my swordsmanship." Jiang Zhiwei succinctly recounted the events without embellishment. Brother Zhang turned his gaze to Qijing, his presence commanding respect without anger, and remarked, "Now that you have stepped beyond the mountain gate, every action you take reflects upon the Xuantian Gong. Do not lose face." "I was too reckless," the young Taoist replied, turning to Meng Qi before swiftly averting his gaze. Meng Qi took a gentle breath, refraining from unnecessary words, simply stating, "I am but a humble monk." Brother Zhang nodded slightly and addressed Meng Qi, "Junior Brother Zhending. I am Zhang Yuanshan of the Zhenwu sect. I am honored to be regarded as a brother by friends from various sects." I hope you can forgive today's incident." This sentiment of self-deprecation was left unspoken by Meng Qi, who merely nodded to indicate that he would not dwell on such trivial matters. He then joined his hands in prayer, softly intoning a Buddhist chant, before diligently cleaning the floor and exiting the room. That young monk possesses a certain fortitude. Meng Qi faintly overheard Jiang Zhiwei's assessment from a distance. Are the sparring matches commencing this afternoon? A spark of interest ignited within Meng Qi as he quickly approached to inquire. Zhen Hui nodded vigorously. Yes, it promises to be quite thrilling. It's a pity you are not present to witness it. Jinyan nodded slightly before letting out a sigh, expressing, though their ages seem comparable to mine, their martial prowess far surpasses my own by tenfold. Alas, the comparison between individuals can be utterly disheartening. Suddenly, a thought struck Meng Qi's mind, prompting him to curiously inquire who emerged victorious in the end. Ah, it was truly spectacular. The long sword, the Taoist. Zhen Hui animatedly recounted, his words tumbling out in a chaotic flurry that left Meng Qi bewildered. Jinyan, however, smiled and clarified. The final showdown occurred between Zhang Yuanshan of the Jinwu sect and Miss Jiang Zhiwei of the Shijin Pavilion. They had previously triumphed over the young disciples of various factions, including Jinmiao and Jinbin. Jinyan's expression bore a hint of schadenfreude at the defeat of his fellow disciples. Jinwu sect? Shijin Pavilion? When did this happen? Xuanqin approached, commenting, what a twist of fate that the young disciples from these two sects would cross paths. Twist of fate? Meng Qi mused, considering that Zhang Yuanshan and Jiang Zhiwei did not seem to harbor any enmity. Xuanqin clicked his tongue, stating, there exists a Taoist technique that rivals the Relai divine palm, known as the Seven Swords of Heaven's interception. It has long been lost to time. The foundations of both the Jinwu sect and the Shijin Pavilion are rooted in one of its forms, akin to the relationship between the Golden Vajra Temple and our Shaolin. Moreover, the Shijin Pavilion only venerates the Taoist ancestor and does not align with the Taoist sect. So, who ultimately suffered defeat? Xuanqin paused, taken aback. Did the young lady from the Shijin Pavilion emerge victorious? I hope it is not another Su Wuming, for, alas, caution is easily overlooked. Outside the window, the bright moonlight filtered through the thin veil of clouds, casting a serene and shimmering reflection upon the floor, reminiscent of gentle ripples in water. When will I be able to extricate myself from the drudgery of the labor hall and truly commence my martial arts training? Meng Qi pondered this thought, unable to suppress his curiosity, and resolved to inquire with Zhen Guan and Zhen Ying, the long-serving acolytes. Surely, Master Xianzong had his reasons for placing him here. Zhen Guan, Zhen Ying, do you possess any knowledge on how one might escape the labor hall? Or are there specific requirements to fulfill? As long as the criteria are clear and not merely a matter of intent, I believe there is hope for me. Upon hearing these words, the slumberous Zhen Ying abruptly sat up, bursting into hearty laughter. After much deliberation, I finally entered Shaolin, yet 3 years have passed, and I remain ensnared here. In 2 years, I shall be expelled from the temple, having accomplished nothing. Nothing at all. How can I face my family back home? His laughter was more lamentable than tears, evoking an almost mournful resonance akin to the weeping of a cuckoo. Escape from the labor hall? In these 7 years, I have yet to witness anyone succeed. Zhen Guan spat venomously. That bald donkey, Xian Ku, is merely spouting empty promises to deceive us into toil. After a brief exchange, Zhen Ying and Zhen Guan lapsed into silence, retreating into their own despondency, while Zhen Hui's breathing grew increasingly deep, indicating he had succumbed to slumber. Meng Qi gazed out of the window, unable to find rest, feeling akin to a bird trapped in a cage, desperately striving for freedom. Anxiety, urgency, and frustration surged within him in tumultuous waves. Time slipped by unnoticed until Meng Qi finally succumbed to the embrace of sleep. The moonlight flowed like water, draping over him in a delicate veil. Suddenly, a vivid azure radiance flickered upon his chest, exuding an otherworldly allure. Chapter 8. The peculiar reunion. Meng Qi abruptly turned over, sitting up with a start, gasping for breath. He had just experienced a nightmarish vision in which his identity was revealed, and he was struck down by the abbot, who had attained the golden body of an arhat. Although he had never laid eyes upon the abbot, the dream was so vivid that he trembled uncontrollably upon waking. Where's this place? Suddenly, a crisp female voice laced with caution pierced through Meng Qi's consciousness. Who is it? How could there be a woman in the meditation room? Startled, Meng Qi glanced around, only to find himself frozen in disbelief. This was no longer his familiar meditation chamber. Before him lay a square paved with stones resembling white jade, an empty expanse at its center. Surrounding it were statues of dragons, phoenixes, Shaolin, and other mythical beasts. Beside him stood Jiang Zhiwei, the young woman from the sword-washing pavilion, and Zhang Yuanshan, a disciple of the Jinwu sect, while Qing Jing, the heir of the Xintian sect, wore a perplexed expression as he surveyed the surroundings. Meng Qi struggled to his feet, equally bewildered by the unfolding scene. Unable to comprehend how he had been transported from his tranquil slumber in the meditation room to this bizarre location, encountering these exceptionally gifted disciples from various sections. Was he still trapped in a dream? Suddenly, Qing Jing's face, filled with ire, loomed before Meng Qi. His brows furrowed in anger as he bellowed. What do you Shaolin intend to do? Do you wish to become the common enemy of all sects? Meng Qi remained utterly perplexed by his words, gazing at him in confusion. Qing Jing, let us refrain from jumping to conclusions. Let us first examine what lies behind the statues and consider the course of events. Zhang Yuanshan maintained a composed demeanor. Jiang Zhiwei furrowed her brow slightly and remarked, the little monk is merely a servant in the temple. Even if this matter pertains to Shaolin, he would not possess any knowledge of it. Why must we trouble him? Moreover, I see no reason for Shaolin to covet anything from us. Qing Jing, infuriated, waved her right hand dismissively. Isn't apparent? Shaolin is keenly aware of this earthly immortal who has attained the dragon-subduing Arhut golden body, who could possibly conceal anything from his heavenly eye and ear, silently whisking us away from the temple and our elders. Unless he himself took action, I cannot fathom any other possibility. I was not at Shaolin. At that moment, a timid man emerged from behind a statue, roughly in his 30s, with a robust physique and a rugged beard. Who else could it be? Friends, allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Yuanshan of the true martial sect. Zhang Yuanshan was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed, Brother Zhang, so you are also here. From behind different statues, two more individuals stepped forward. One was a tall girl with her hair tied back with a white handkerchief, her skin a wheatish hue. And the other was an ordinary young man, his expression solemn and serious. Zhang Yuanshan paused for a moment, his demeanor growing increasingly grave. Ah, it is Sister Qi Xia from the Great River Gang. Have you also awakened in this place? Jiang Zhiwei walked over to Meng Qi, her expression contemplative as she spoke. She is the youngest daughter of Senior Qi Yuantong, the deputy leader of the Great River Gang. She has also come to Shaolin. Indeed. But we awoke behind the statue and heard voices from this direction, so we hesitated to reveal ourselves. Qi Xia frowned deeply, gesturing toward the lewd man. It seems that Qingjing's speculation may be mistaken. This individual is Yin Wujing, the fragrant master of our Jiang gang, belonging to the Yin family of Jiangzuo's silent generation. He did not accompany us to Shaolin and should still be in Maoling, Jiangdong. Yes. Third miss, I just had a substantial win at the Tianzino, one casino in Maoling. I engaged a few popular courtesans to sing, but upon waking, I found myself in this inexplicable place. Yin Wujing's face reflected fear and trepidation. Jiang Zhiwei let out a soft laugh. Whether introducing Meng Qi or merely to herself, she remarked, as a member of the silent generation, I am a cousin to Yin Wu, the master of Zombie Fist. Despite such a high familial rank, he has merely become a fragrant master in Jia Gang, which surely hints at deeper reasons. Qi Jing furrowed his brow, taking a few steps to confront Yin Wujing, interrogating, You, a wretched gambler, surely have a propensity for deceit. How can you substantiate your claims? Yin Wujing's lips moved. You may inquire at the Tianzino, one casino in Maoling, to verify if I just won 2,100 taels of silver. Emboldened by the presence of the third miss, he gradually calmed down. Zhang Yuanshan furrowed his brows, turning to address the unassuming man devoid of a smile. And who might you be? Suddenly, Jiang Zhiwei stepped forward, her beautiful brows knitting together. This brother, I believe I have seen you before? Yes, among the disciples accompanying the Huanhua sword sect. The young man, clad in a green attire and wearing a small cap, appeared to be just over 20 years of age. Yet, he lacked the vigor and enthusiasm typically associated with such youth. His countenance resembled that of one encased in an iron mask, devoid of any expression beyond a weighty solemnity. He inclined his head slightly, stating, It is indeed a great honor for me, Qi Jingyin, an ordinary disciple of the Huanhua sword sect, to be remembered by Miss Jiang. I have accompanied our group to Shaolin. Zhang Yuanshan, with his right hand, gently tapped his left, revealing a flicker of confusion for the first time. The situation was undeniably peculiar, comprising future pillars from 4 sects, alongside ordinary disciples, those of modest martial prowess, and even the lowly cleaning monks, making it exceedingly difficult to discern the criteria for selection. Jiang Zhiwei pressed her lips together, her delicate nose wrinkling slightly as she offered a wry smile. I had initially presumed this gathering was aimed at the disciples of various sects visiting Shaolin. Who would have anticipated the presence of the fragrant master? Qi scoffed softly. Regardless of whether those present share any genuine commonality, how many among us could be quietly whisked away from Shaolin? Humph, the illustrious Kongwen, third on the heavenly rankings. Even if he has attained the pure Yang Dao body like the esteemed predecessor, could not accomplish such a feat. His ire remained directed at Shaolin, although he struggled to comprehend the rationale behind this bizarre and extraordinary endeavor. Suddenly, a melodious chime resonated, drawing the attention of all towards the center of the white jade square. Here lay boundless peril, yet it was also a place from which one could acquire everything one desires. A grand and chilling voice accompanied the tolling of the bell, causing Meng Qi to furrow his brow. This scenario seemed vaguely familiar, as if he had encountered or heard of it before. Who? Step forth. With a forceful step, Qi lunged towards the center with the swiftness of a galloping steed, only to find it desolate and void of anything. Meng Qi instinctively turned his head, catching sight of Jiang Zhiwei and Zhang Yuanshan, their eyes shimmering with brilliance, akin to violet lightning erupting in the darkness, intently focused on the source of the sound. They exchanged a glance and shook their heads. A pang of despair gripped Meng Qi. Could they too not discern the origin of the noise? Qing, hand resting on the hilt of his blade at his waist, halted and declared loudly, "What is your intention in capturing us?" A grand, chilling voice responded, "As the wheel of fate turns, you shall traverse one world after another, fulfilling the tasks I set forth, accumulating merits. These merits can be exchanged for all that you desire, be it unparalleled martial arts, divine weapons, life-extending elixirs, or rare treasures of heaven and earth. Everything you have ever heard of exists here, and even that which you do not know is present." Meng Qi's mouth fell agape, resembling an asphyxiated carp. Could this truly be an infinite flow? Was I not in a world of immortal heroes and martial arts? This narrative seemed awry. To obtain all that one desires? Qing scoffed, deriding the enigmatic figure's proposition. The complete sutra of the Buddha's palm. Exchange price, 1,000,000 merits. The name of the Buddha's palm. Who among those present had not heard of this legendary skill? A collective gasp echoed, for within the great sects of martial arts, two factions had established their foundations upon its incomplete techniques. It pointed directly to the representation of the supreme path, the Buddha's golden form. Unbeknownst to Meng Qi, his heart began to blaze with fervor, momentarily overshadowing the dissonance of the unfolding narrative. Then, Jiang Zhiwei's voice, laced with barely contained excitement, recited the second line. Heavenly Severance 7 swords, lacking the third and sixth forms, exchange price, 750,000 merits. Zhang Yuanshan's fists clenched quietly. The two fundamental techniques of the Zhenwu sect derived from the seventh form of Heavenly Severance 7 swords, known as the path of annihilation and creation. Qing initially expressed shock, followed by a mocking laugh. What is it to lack the third and sixth swords? Aren't they all readily available? As he spoke, his laughter gradually diminished. The indication of what was missing proved more convincing than a mere enumeration of all items, as if the absent swords were indeed tangible. Only the third and sixth swords were lacking. Jiang Zhiwei's lips moved, her stunningly beautiful visage radiating a dazzling brilliance, as if her pursuit of Heavenly Severance 7 swords was her greatest aspiration. The founder of the sword-washing pavilion had encountered the first form of Heavenly Severance 7 swords during a fortuitous event, which led to the creation of the Supreme Sword Cannon, a sublime swordsmanship that directly points to the essence of the Tao and the realm of the Dharma body, capable of solidifying the Supreme Tao body. Before his passing, he lamented thrice over his inability to behold the remaining 6 forms of Heavenly Severance 7 swords. Meng Qi struggled to swallow, his gaze drifting downwards, where he once more encountered a familiar name, complete volume of the 8-9 mystical arts. Exchange price, 950,000 merits. Jiang Zhiwei, Zhang Yuanshan, and Qi Xia all shook their heads, signaling their unfamiliarity with it. Yet, within Meng Qi's mind, a fervent cry resounded. 8-9 mystical arts? 8-9 mystical arts. The martial arts detailed on the subsequent pages encompass numerous legendary entities that Jiang Zhiwei and her companions have heard of, such as the Demon Emperor's Cannon, the Human Emperor's Golden Book, and the Phoenix's fiery bath technique. Additionally, there are fundamental teachings from various sects, including the Celestial Emperor's Jade Record, the True Martial Seven Severances Scripture, and the Supreme Sword Classic. Notably, apart from the Celestial Emperor's Jade Record, which is missing its middle volume, and the Human Emperor's Golden Book, which lacks its third page, all other texts are complete. The realization of this completeness caused Zhang Yuanshan's eyes to narrow slightly, while Jiang Zhiwei placed her right hand firmly upon the hilt of her sword. As favored disciples of their sect, witnessing their fundamental divine arts listed here, available for exchange, stirred a tempest of emotions within them. Under normal circumstances, major sects would never let slide those who covet their martial arts, pursuing them relentlessly to the ends of the earth if necessary. Meng Qi, still an unseasoned disciple of Shaolin, did not feel this intensity deeply. Rather, he was astounded by a few familiar martial arts at the bottom of the page, such as the Celestial Demon Slayer strategy, the Primordial Treasure of the Universe, and the Holy Demon Primordial Embryo. The exchange prices for the divine arts listed on this page ranged from a minimum of 150,000 for the muscle-changing classic to a staggering 1 million for several unparalleled teachings like the Buddha's palm, igniting a fervor within those who beheld it. Chapter 9, Hidden Emperor's Fortress. The stunning manuscript of the Zhao family from the divine capital is also present. Qi Xia seemed to harbor a considerable disdain for the Zhao family, her tone laced with a palpable sense of schadenfreude. The Zhao family, one of the 14 great clans, is a prominent figure in the current ruling dynasty of the Great Jin. Meng Qi had heard from Xian Xian that after the Middle Ages, the aristocratic families united to resist the oppression of the sects, thereby establishing a dynasty and collectively endorsing the most powerful family as the imperial house. This moment captured the attention of the world, stirring a tempestuous atmosphere where aristocrats and sects shared the power equally. However, over time, the family that ascended to the imperial throne seemed to have gained immense benefits from their exalted position, coupled with the incitement from the sects, which ignited a sense of greed among other families. This led to several changes in dynasties, ultimately stabilizing into the two great empires of Dejin and Dezhou, Northern Zhou. Dejin boasts 9 prominent families, comparable in strength to the sects, while Northern Zhou is limited to 5 major families, heavily constrained by their respective sections. The Gao family of Chang Lu possesses both the Heart Stillness and Object Beyond, and the Heavenly God Fist, with exchange prices akin to that of the Shocking World manuscript, hovering around 150,000 merits, a stark contrast to the 250,000 merits required for the incomplete Heavenly Emperor's Jade Record. Notably, this discrepancy brought a considerable sense of joy and pride to Qing Jing, as the youth momentarily forgot the peculiar circumstances surrounding them, instinctively comparing the exchange prices of their respective sects' fundamental teachings. The outcome filled Qing Jing with elation and pride. The Gao family of Changlu, the imperial house of Northern Zhou. There were numerous divine arts mentioned here that he had never even heard of. Jiang Zhiwei, upon realizing that her family's Supreme Sword Classic could only be exchanged for 25,000 merits, felt a wave of discontent wash over her, prompting her to swiftly change the subject. Meng Qi, with his extensive knowledge, quietly nodded, acknowledging that even someone as well-read as he had not encountered more than half of the mentioned techniques. A luminous screen, soaring several meters high, rapidly unfolded, taking 3 full pages to showcase this level of divine skill. Though the display was fleeting, Meng Qi managed to glimpse the great dream scripture, the indestructible Vajra technique, and the Dathagata palm, as well as the intricacies of the 7 swords of Heaven's interception, with exchange prices ranging from 10,000 to 130,000 merits. Subsequently, the screen revealed extraordinary external techniques, enlightenment-level martial arts, energy cultivation techniques, and foundational skills for the foundation establishment stage. Meng Qi faintly discerned the Ananda breaking the precepts sword technique, along with the 9 Yang divine technique and the 9 Yin scripture. The exchange price for the Arhat fist was 2 merits. As Meng Qi scrutinized the last page, he was struck by a profound sense of poverty. The catalog of peerless divine weapons caught his eye, and he squinted to read the top entry. The Emperor's Sword, forged by the Emperor himself. The pinnacle of the royal path, currently lacking, with an exchange price of 900,000 merits. Jiang Zhiwei echoed the reading and then chuckled, noting the significant number of missing items on this page. It featured only 10 divine weapons, yet 6 were marked as lacking. Qing Jing burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Of course, who does not know that the blade of time resides in our Xiantian sect? Time is like a blade, relentlessly urging one toward old age." The third line detailed the extraordinary divine weapon, the Blade of Time, believed to be forged by the Celestial Emperor, unfathomably powerful, currently lacking. With an exchange price of 900,000 merits, Meng Qi felt as though he were dreaming, as if all the myths and legends had converged before him. In this state, Meng Qi hardly glanced at the compendium of divine weapons, the catalogue of precious armaments, the register of sharp tools, the anthology of refined instruments, and the ordinary weaponry. However, by the end, she heard Qi Xia from the Jiang gang express her confusion and concern. I have not heard of the Duranqin of the Luoyang Yuan family being lost. Why does the compendium of divine weapons not indicate its absence? It seemed she was somewhat inclined to believe this enigmatic exchange list. Jiangji slightly nodded. Arjan with Jian at the sword-washing pavilion does indicate an absence, perhaps. She left her thought unfinished. Yet everyone shared a similar sentiment, that the clan's treasured weapon had indeed been lost but kept in secrecy. The Ruan family of Luoyang is among the 9 illustrious families of the Great Jin. The luminous screen continued to shift, transitioning from silver-white to verdant green, revealing an exchange list of celestial elixirs, extraordinary treasures, and various miscellaneous items. Here, Meng Qi beheld the Daluo Jinan capable of resurrecting the dead, price, 300,000 merits, as well as ordinary qi-enhancing pills and silver, 1 merit exchanges for 50 taels, though silver cannot be traded for merits. At this moment, the luminous screen vanished, signaling the conclusion of available exchanges. Meng Qi felt a twinge of disappointment. Was it not possible to exchange for everything? Where were the promised high ranks? The bloodline of a super scion? The young god? The perfected holy body? The direct death demon eye? Yet, Meng Qi had only just completed 100 days of foundational training, possessing merely a rudimentary understanding of the Arhat fist and low martial prowess, making her reluctant to take risks at this juncture. If I were to steal from the Heavenly Emperor's jade tome for exchanges, would I not obtain the symbol of the other shore? Qing Jing exclaimed furiously, so this is the scheme you Shaolin have devised. He announced the rules with a grand and solemn voice. As his words fell, the light shifted, and Meng Qi and his companions found themselves engulfed in darkness. When the light source ahead illuminated, Meng Qi realized he had been transported from the White Jade Plaza into a corridor surrounded on all sides by stone walls. The Lord of the Hidden Emperor Fortress had devised the heart-snatching pill to secretly control the leaders of various sects in his quest for the throne. The valiant hero, Ma Yanghan, inadvertently uncovered this sinister plot and invited 3 other formidable masters to infiltrate the Hidden Emperor Fortress. However, they were caught off guard and ensnared by the fortress's intricate traps. The main quest required them to eliminate the Lord of the Hidden Emperor Fortress within 3 hours, with each successful participant receiving a reward of 50 merits. Failure meant collective annihilation. The side quest involved rescuing the 4 great masters trapped within the fortress. For each individual saved, participants would earn 10 merits, with no penalties for failure. Flecks of greenish, ghostly fire ignited upon the stone floor, spelling out rows of text. After a few breaths, the ghostly flames extinguished, returning everything to normal. This is undoubtedly a scheme by the Shaolin Temple. Qing Jing's face twisted with fury. I absolutely refuse to undertake this nonsensical task. What do you truly intend to do? He glared at Meng Qi, bewildered by the existence of a genuine mission. Meng Qi shrugged, remaining silent, pondering that he could not possibly regale him with tales of infinite realms as he did with his younger disciple. At that moment, Jiang Zhiwei drew her sword with a swift motion, the sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar, its brilliance akin to autumn waters. She glanced at the crowd, her expression grave, and said, I believe it is in our best interest to complete the task at hand. The master who can so effortlessly alter our positions is undoubtedly an expert of the highest caliber, at least a terrestrial deity of the level. Should they wish to eliminate us, it would be a simple endeavor. Therefore, let us adhere to their instructions and observe what unfolds. As she spoke the latter part, her head lifted slightly. Sister Zhang's reasoning was sound, nodded in agreement Zhang Yuanshan. She was tall and slender, her fitted dress accentuating her graceful figure. Although her skin bore a wheatish hue, it appeared tender as water to the naked eye, and combined with her delicate features, she exuded the charm of a girl from the southern waters. I shall heed the third miss, said Yin Wujing, trembling with trepidation. Meng Qi cast a sidelong glance at him, unable to reconcile this robust, yet timid man with the formidable figure of the zombie fist-s master. The flying night demon Yin Wu, known for wreaking havoc across vast lands. Both belonged to the Yin family's unlettered lineage, yet the disparity was striking. Qi Jingyan of the Huanhua Sword sect nodded slightly, stating, "Though my understanding is limited, I find merit in what Miss Jiang has articulated." Qing Jing tightly pressed her lips together, glancing at the torch embedded in the nearby stone wall. After a few breaths, she finally spoke with a stern countenance. "I fear not the task. Should you perish here, do not hold me accountable. Life and death are fated." Seeing the unity among the group, Zhang Yuanshan's lips curled into a faint smile. Jiang Zhiwei instinctively remarked, "I shall wield my sword to contend for a slice of destiny." Pausing, she smiled gently and refrained from elaborating further. This was a divergence of understanding between the Shijian Pavilion and the Jinwu sect, rooted in their differing philosophies. And there was no need to incite internal strife at this juncture. Turning her gaze towards Meng Qi, she smiled and inquired, "Little monk, shall we embark on this task together?" Meng Qi felt a surge of emotion. Others had instinctively overlooked the opinions of a mere servant monk like him. Yet here was someone who remembered. "Of course, I would be grateful for your guidance, Miss Jiang. In such circumstances." He was acutely aware that his meager skills necessitated his reliance on the strongest among them. Jiang Zhiwei chuckled softly, "You must address me as Jiang Shizhu." Taking a deep breath, Meng Qi interjected before anyone else could speak. "I believe we should first rescue the four great masters before we confront the lord of the hidden emperor fortress. Would this not be a waste of time?" Qing Jing still held the belief that all from the Shaolin Temple were villains. Jiang Zhiwei, Zhang Yuanshan, and the others nodded in agreement. Having four additional allies who understood the situation would undoubtedly be advantageous, yet there lingered a fear of delays that could jeopardize their mission. No sooner had he spoken than Meng Qi's eyes widened in astonishment, for he beheld a dark shadow hurtling towards them from ahead, hovering in midair like a specter of malevolence. Chapter 10. Meng Qi felt the hair on his body stand on end. Could it be that he had entered a realm inhabited by ghosts and phantoms? Although the concepts of golden bodies, dharmakayas, and Taoist forms sounded grandiose, surely they could annihilate malevolent spirits. However, he and his companions remained at the level of ordinary martial arts, seemingly lacking any means to combat such apparitions. What was he to do? Just as Meng Qi felt as though his legs were weighed down by lead, immobilized and unable to retreat. A brilliant flash of sword light cut through the air, striking the void above the malevolent spirit. Was he bewitched by the ghost, causing his sword technique to falter? In that fleeting moment, Meng Qi believed the strike had missed its mark, but before he could dwell on it, a sharp crack echoed as the shadow plummeted to the ground, thrashing its limbs yet unable to rise. Zhang Yuanshan darted forward, his right hand forming a sword with his fingers, and with a precise thrust, the shadow ceased its movement. Fooling around, Jiang Zhiwei remarked lightly, sheathing her sword with a scoff. It was then that Meng Qi noticed the inconspicuous track embedded in the stone wall above, from which a rope dangled, swaying precariously. Its length halved. Ha. Meng Qi chuckled awkwardly, feeling slightly ashamed for having been startled by such a mundane contraption due to his lack of discernment. Jiang Zhiwei gazed ahead, smiling as she spoke. "Zhang Xiaosang and I have opened our eye apertures, akin to the heavenly eye of your Buddhist teachings. Although this place is dimly lit, and the track and rope are concealed by the environment, they cannot evade our sight. Eye apertures, heavenly eye." Meng Qi finally grasped the true meaning of the term opening the apertures. Instinctively, he inquired, "But how is this related to martial arts?" Meng Qi was perplexed as to how ordinary martial arts could evolve into the divine art of the heavenly eye. His precision in acupoint strikes was remarkable and timely, preventing the cloaked figure from biting down on the concealed poison within his mouth. Qi Xia stepped forward, offering a somewhat strained smile, and remarked, "I possess a technique of acupoint striking that we might experiment with. I hope you all won't deem it too cruel. Could it be the soul-searching 13 hands of the Jianggang Society?" Jiang Zhiwei pondered briefly and deduced the martial art that Qi Xia intended to employ. Qi Xia, with a wry smile, replied, "Though termed as soul-searching, it is merely a method of acupoint torture." Zhang Yuanshan nodded gently and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, "We beseech you, junior sister Qi, to proceed. We shall be mere spectators to the outcome." "Humph, the young fool pretends to be a renowned hero. As the saying goes, great treachery masquerades as loyalty," murmured Yin Wujing, standing beside Meng Qi, his voice barely above a whisper, revealing his disdain for Zhang Yuanshan, who seemed to dominate any situation. Meng Qi cast a sidelong glance at him, remaining silent. Did he not fear being forsaken? Yin Wujing shot a scornful look at the young monk, continuing his soft mutterings. "They have yet to awaken their senses. So what is there to fear? Prudence is the key to longevity. Meng Qi mused silently, observing as Xia approached the cloaked man, crouching before him. She aligned her right hand's index and middle fingers to form a blade, took a few measured breaths to center herself, and swiftly struck 7 precise points on the black-clad figure. Then, as if pushed by an unseen force, she stood up, her forehead glistening with cold sweat. The figure clad in black emitted a growl akin to that of a wild beast from his throat, followed by a series of anguished cries. Although the sounds were subdued under the control of the soul-seeking 13 hands, only those nearby could hear them, yet they were hauntingly dismal, sending shivers down Meng Qi's spine. "Ah, please, I beg you. Ah, I will speak." The black-clad man could no longer endure, pleading in desperation. Xia exhaled softly, crouching down once more, and pressed 5 times. "Speak. I must discern whether your words align with what we already know." The man, drenched in perspiration and with his clothes soaked through, hoarsely divulged the intricate layout of the hidden emperor fortress as well as the circumstances surrounding its lord. Zhang Yuanshan knelt on the ground, sketching a map based on the man's description. Generally speaking, if one were to fabricate a tale without prior contemplation, discrepancies would inevitably arise when translating the described layout into a visual representation, unless the account were exceedingly simplistic. It appeared to be accurate. Zhang Yuanshan, regarding the completed map, murmured, "This hidden emperor fortress is constructed within expansive underground caverns, replete with numerous mechanisms. Our time is rather limited. Should we not rescue the 4 great masters then?" Qing Jing inquired immediately, though he hesitated before continuing. According to his words, the lord of the hidden emperor fortress seems to have already opened all 6 senses. Meng Qi cast a glance at Qing Jing, realizing that this individual was not entirely obstinate or stubborn. Indeed, we must not be careless. From the map, it is evident that the mechanisms ensnaring the 4 great masters are located on the eastern and western sides respectively. Considering the time required to dismantle these mechanisms and breach the defenses, we must act separately. Zhang Yuanshan rose to his feet and spoke with a measured tone. "Junior brother Qi, I trust you have perfected your breath control by now? If so, I invite you to join me and junior brother Qing Jing as we head to the east side, striving to rescue the esteemed heroes Ma Lianghan and Tan Wenba as swiftly as possible." He articulated his proposal while addressing Jiang Shimi and Qi Shimi. "Please attend to Jinding and Yin Xiangju. If you can manage to save the remaining 2 heroes on the west side, that would be splendid. However, should your efforts prove insufficient, do not linger. Endeavor to rescue at least 1 and then rendezvous with us in the center. I estimate that with 3 heroes coordinating to contain the situation, it should suffice." Initially, he had intended for the most skilled, Jiang Zhiwei, to accompany him. Yet, considering the likelihood of success for the less experienced Qing Jing and Qi Xia in the west, which seemed quite slim, perhaps they might not be able to rescue anyone at all, he prudently resolved to split their efforts. Of course, while delegating the burden to them, he aimed to lighten their responsibilities as well. In truth, we need not complicate matters. If we act in concert, rescuing 2 of them should suffice. How can ordinary enlightened practitioners possibly compare to those of great sects? Qing Jing remarked with a hint of pride. It is a widely accepted understanding that the inheritors of grand sects, skilled in numerous profound arts, can often best ordinary martial artists who may possess 2 to 4 additional levels of enlightenment. Certainly, there are numerous disciples from prominent sects who have stumbled due to their lack of experience in the martial world. Consequently, every sect now ensures that its disciples undergo various trials to hone their skills in real-world scenarios. For instance, as Xuanqin recounted, before embarking on their journeys, distinguished disciples of Shaolin spend half a year within the monastery, where they may be poisoned at any moment or ambushed unexpectedly. Apart from those with exceptional martial prowess who possess the antidote nearby to prevent any fatalities, the remaining scenarios are entirely genuine. This rigorous training enables the departing disciples to discern and navigate various circumstances. Qi Jing smirked, choosing not to comment further, and turned to Jiang Zhiwei, saying, "Do not keep us waiting too long, or we shall take matters into our own hands. What merit is there in boasting? If you possess the skill, then dare to challenge me once more." Jiang Zhiwei responded with a gentle smile, seemingly unperturbed by Qing Jing's veiled sarcasm. The jibes of a defeated foe hold no weight. Qing Jing's countenance darkened, his lips trembling. If I too could awaken my spiritual sight," he faltered, unable to finish, for like Jiang Zhiwei, he was just over 16 years of age, yet she had already unlocked her sight while he had not, clearly indicating his defeat. Frustrated with himself, he furrowed his brow and proceeded down the forked path, urging, "Brother Zhang, Let us not dawdle. Zhang Yuanshan beckoned Qi Jingyan to follow, while Jiang Zhiwei turned to Meng Qi and said, "Little monk, remember to stay close. If you stray too far, I may not be able to save you in time." With that, she smiled radiantly, akin to a garden in full bloom. "After all, you and I share no kinship, so should you perish here, I shan't be overly distressed." Meng Qi's countenance suddenly darkened, his expression a mix of dismay and urgency as he hastened to follow Jiang Zhiwei. At that moment, shadows surged forth from the diverging paths ahead, some wielding swords, others brandishing axes, and a few clutching pitchforks. With a swift motion of her right hand, Jiang Zhiwei summoned her sword, which sang with a dragon's roar, encircling 3 of the shadowy figures. In a flurry of swift strokes, she severed the throat of one assailant, blood gushing forth and staining the ground and walls, instilling in Meng Qi an uncanny sense of detachment, as though he were merely an observer in a cinema. The unfolding chaos bearing no relevance to him. Jiang Zhiwei's swordplay was akin to a graceful dance, elegant and commanding, compelling the remaining 2 adversaries to brace against one another for support. Meng Qi, transfixed by the spectacle of their combat, pondered how he might employ the Luohan fist against such foes if he were in their place. Meanwhile, Qi Xia, weaving through the fray with deftness, struck sparingly yet with precision. Each thrust of her blade, akin to a flowing stream, resulted in the fall of a black-clad opponent. The aura of her blade was formidable, each swing seemingly unremarkable, yet her adversaries appeared momentarily dazed, their movements faltering, leading them to their demise. Zhang Yuanshan, devoid of ostentation, exerted himself fully. His long sword carved graceful arcs, diverting several long knives away, before he thrust it forward, scattering the assailants like petals in the wind, leaving 3 of them sprawled on the ground. Qi Jingyan's swordsmanship was notably meticulous. Even amidst the onslaught of the 3 adversaries, he managed to severely injure one, revealing that, given more time, he would undoubtedly prevail against them. Isn't Miss Jiang the most skilled among us? The other 3 have each slain at least 3 of the black-clad foes. Yet she still cannot subdue the remaining 2. Amidst the flurry of blades, Meng Qi felt no sorrow for the demise of the black-clad men. It turns out that some of the stone walls conceal emptiness. The first. Meng Qi witnessed Yin Wujiang's face contort in agony as he fell, a chill sweeping through him. Chapter 11. Blade. Upon hearing that anguished scream, Jiang Zhiwei's body tensed noticeably, her sword swiftning. In just a few strokes, she breached the defenses of her adversaries, striking their temples and silencing their dying cries before they could fully escape their lips. Awakened by the agonized wails, Meng Qi leaped away from the stone wall, hastening to Jiang Zhiwei's side. It was only then that he found the leisure to ponder why the 2 black-clad men, who had previously remained locked in combat, were so effortlessly dispatched by her. Had she been holding back her strength? The death of Yin Wujiang clearly spurred Zhang Yuanshan, Qingjing, and Qi Xia into a fiercer offensive. Within mere breaths, they swept through the remaining black-clad men like a tempest, leaving only a handful alive. Panting, Qi Xia approached Yin Wujiang's side, gazing for a moment before exhaling deeply. Yin Xiangzhu has always been fearful of death, due to the influence of the flying night demon elder. We have only ever allowed him to oversee the gambling den. Who would have thought that he would be the first to perish this time? Zhang Yuanshan crouched by Yin Wujiang's lifeless body, inspecting the wounds and checking for breath, confirming his demise with a grave expression. He is truly dead. We cannot afford to delay any longer. Qingjing exhibited a somewhat irritable temperament. Zhang Yuanshan waved his hand dismissively, cautioning that haste often leads to errors. We should interrogate the surviving witness once more to ensure the accuracy of the information we obtained earlier. Furthermore, with so many pursuers closing in, I fear that the fortress lord has been alerted to our arrival. Consequently, the number and strength of our adversaries will only escalate, necessitating a corresponding adjustment to our plans. Qi Shimi, I must trouble you with this. He turned to Qi Xia, who cast another glance at the lifeless body of Yin Wujiang. The senior known as the Flying Night Demon has always been protective. Even though Yin Xiangzhu and he are at odds, I wonder what turmoil may ensue. As she spoke, she approached the survivor and once again employed the soul-searching technique. It seems that our earlier intelligence regarding the layout of Yinhuang Fortress was indeed accurate. Listening attentively to the survivor's accounts, Zhang Yuanshan confirmed the initial intelligence with a furrowed brow. He pondered why the lord of Yinhuang Fortress would gather his elite subordinates in the central hall at this juncture, sealing the doors to prevent anyone from approaching, thereby leaving these dark-clad figures without leadership. Is this not an ominous sign? At least, before we reach the central hall. We need not worry about reinforcements or the Lord's direct intervention, Qi Jing remarked with a hint of indifference. Qi Jingyan interjected suddenly, however. We shall inevitably proceed to the central hall. If we do not uncover the fortress Lord's schemes, we may suffer significant losses. The crux lies in whether we can ascertain the truth now, or if you possess ample time for further investigation. Qi Jing turned his gaze towards the adjacent stone wall. At this moment, several individuals stood in the center of the corridor, distanced from the stone walls. Among them, Meng Qi, witnessing the untimely demise of his kindred spirit, could not help but feel a sense of sorrow akin to that of a rabbit mourning a fallen fox, leaving him momentarily bereft of words. Jiang Zhiwei tightened her grip on her longsword, a drop of crimson blood slowly dripping from its tip. Let us not bicker. We must adhere to our original plan and hasten our pace. Regardless of the fortress master's schemes, we must reach the central hall before he strikes. There was no other course of action. Zhang Yuanshan abruptly rose, addressing Qi Jing and Qi Jingyan. Let us depart. As he spoke, the trio lightly tapped their toes against the ground, swiftly gliding through the corridor, soon vanishing at a fork in the path, ascending with remarkable agility. Qi Xia glanced at Jiang Zhiwei and then at Meng Qi, smiling as she said, Zhiwei, I am a few years your senior, so I shall take the liberty of addressing you as Sister Zhiwei. From here on, I shall follow your lead. Jiang Zhiwei nodded, her expression devoid of a smile. Sister Qi, let us set off as well, and remain vigilant for traps and hidden weapons. Observing their advance, Meng Qi quickly bent down and retrieved a finely crafted steel longsword from beside a corpse. I shall switch weapons. While swords are difficult to master, knives are far more manageable. For you, using a knife is at least twice as effective as wielding a sword, Jiang Zhiwei casually reminded him, reflecting a prevalent notion within the sword-washing pavilion that, without several years of arduous practice, the embellishment of a long sword outweighed its practicality in combat. Meng Qi pondered this for a moment, recalling that he had indeed heard such sentiments before. Thus, he discarded the longsword with a clatter and picked up a hefty broadsword. Although, given his stature, employing a short blade would confer significant advantages in close combat, he recognized that an inch shorter is an inch more perilous, and opted for a longer weapon instead. After all, this body possessed considerable strength, and wielding the broadsword proved effortless. It should be approaching. Qi Xia glanced around, confirming their current location. This remark shattered the prolonged silence. Jiang Zhiwei looked toward the stone door and cautioned, beware of the poison gas. After 100 days of foundational training, Meng Qi's mind was clear, and his memory was sharp. He vividly recalled that behind the stone door adorned with dragon claws lay a corridor. Within that corridor, should one trigger a mechanism, a deadly poison would be released. And at the end of the passage was the secret chamber that imprisoned the valiant Cheng Yong. Qi Xia pushed open the stone door. Her head bowed as she meticulously examined the arrangement of the stone bricks. Sister Qi hailed from a prestigious family, adept in the art of mechanisms. Jiang Zhiwei explained this to Meng Qi, though he could surmise it himself, for Qi Xia had previously unraveled several traps along their journey. As she observed, Qi Xia chuckled. Sister Zhiwei, you flatter me. My martial prowess pales in comparison to yours, so I must strive to excel in these arcane arts. She evidently recalled the demise of Yan Wujing. A chill washed over Meng Qi internally, yet he maintained a facade of righteous camaraderie, declaring, it matters not, without your assistance. Miss Jiang, I would be utterly lost, destined to follow in the footsteps of the late Yin Xiang. He intentionally addressed her as Miss Jiang. Jiang Zhiwei, somewhat exasperated, corrected him, her face finally graced with a faint smile. Suddenly, Qi Xia burst into laughter. Sister Zhiwei, this corridor conceals a secret door, likely leading to another chamber. According to the terrain map, it may very well be the place where the illustrious Ding Changsheng is held captive. Are you suggesting we split up? Jiang Zhiwei perceptively discerned her implication. Qi Xia nodded, observing that all the skilled fighters within the fortress had proceeded to the central hall, and with this shortcut available, she felt compelled to give it a try to enhance their chances of success. Jiang Zhiwei, with her left hand gently tugging at her flowing black hair that cascaded to her shoulders, reflected on the fact that they had encountered only ordinary martial artists in black along the way, without facing any formidable opponents. Therefore, she cautioned, be vigilant. Qi Xia, firmly gripping the bifurcated spear, instructed Jiang Zhiwei and Meng Qi, move left 3 steps, then right 4. Follow this sequence to avoid triggering the poison gas. She casually severed a large chunk of stone debris and tossed it forward as a test, Indeed, there was no reaction. Then, with a graceful movement, she lightly touched her toes to the ground and elegantly glided across, opening a stone door in the center of the passage and vanishing into the darkness. "Let us rescue Hero Chang," Jiang Zhiwei declared, approaching Meng Qi with the intention of grasping his collar to lead him forward. Naturally, Meng Qi was reluctant to remain behind, fearing that a few black-clad figures might emerge to eliminate him. However, a lingering question troubled his mind, making him hesitant to follow Jiang Zhiwei alone. Reflecting on her demeanor and conduct since their initial encounter, he resolved to take the risk and inquire, "Miss Jiang, may I ask you a question that I am uncertain about?" "What question?" Jiang Zhiwei replied, looking at Meng Qi with a bemused expression. Meng Qi hesitated, biting his lip. Then asked, "Miss Jiang, during our second encounter with the black-clad men, why did you engage in a prolonged battle with two of them? Given your demonstrated prowess afterward, it seems you could have easily dispatched them." This inquiry had left Meng Qi feeling anxious. Jiang Zhiwei responded, her expression shifting through a myriad of emotions, rich and complex. Then, her charming face turned serious as she admonished, "First, let it be understood that laughter is strictly forbidden. It is a rare sight to witness Jiang Zhiwei exhibit youthful emotions." Meng Qi felt much of his inner tension dissipate as he swore an oath to himself. Vowing not to laugh, Jiang Zhiwei gazed upward at the stone wall, her delicate face tinged with a faint blush. "That was my first time taking a life. When I saw the enemy's blood spurting forth and their body collapsing in weakness, I felt a bit faint-hearted." Meng Qi nearly burst into laughter. Realizing how simple the reason was, he had overthought the matter. Noticing Meng Qi struggle to suppress his laughter, Jiang Zhiwei gave a light huff. "Within the confines of the door, I merely practiced my courage for killing by slaughtering chickens. I have never taken a human life." Miss Jiang, how many chickens have you killed?" Meng Qi casually shifted the topic. Jiang Zhiwei pondered for a moment. "I have been practicing swordsmanship for 2 years now, and during this time, I have killed 2 chickens daily, along with the occasional pig, cow, or sheep." A thought flashed through Meng Qi's mind, and he spoke earnestly. "Miss Jiang, I have already thought of a nickname for you once you achieve fame." "What is it?" Jiang Zhiwei inquired with curiosity. Meng Qi replied with a straight face, "The chicken-slaying sword deity." Jiang Zhiwei burst into laughter. "Oh dear, I did not expect this little monk to be so cunning. And do call me Jiang Shizhu. Be careful, lest the Buddha punishes you." Her smile was radiant, but it quickly faded as she seized Meng Qi by the collar, leading him briskly toward the other side of the corridor. After their light-hearted banter, the bond between them had certainly deepened. Qi Xiao's mechanisms were indeed impressive. The journey was smooth and uneventful, and Jiang Zhiwei and Meng Qi successfully arrived before the stone gate. The stone door was impervious from within. Jiang Zhiwei contemplated for a moment, gesturing for Meng Qi to take shelter behind her, to guard against any hidden arrows that might be unleashed upon the door's opening. The stone door emitted a heavy grinding sound against the ground, slowly parting without any unforeseen incidents. "Who has come to my aid?" a bewildered male voice inquired. After scanning the surroundings and confirming the absence of any ambush, Jiang Zhiwei stepped into the stone chamber, while Meng Qi stood vigil at the entrance. At the center of the chamber stood a middle-aged man clad in a plain blue robe, his expression one of astonishment. "I am Qing Yong. I thank you, young lady, for your assistance. May I ask your esteemed identity?" He was well versed in the affairs of the martial world, yet he had never encountered such a heavenly and youthful beauty. "Esteemed hero, I hail from a secluded sect. My master received a secret invitation from the valiant Ma. Hence I have come to aid you in vanquishing evil and upholding justice." Jiang Zhiwei fabricating a tale. Upon hearing the name Ma Yonghan, Cheng Yong nodded lightly and approached Jiang Zhiwei. "But I have yet to learn your name, fair maiden." "I am Jiang Zhiwei," she replied, maintaining the decorum befitting her noble lineage. Cheng Yong stepped closer, smiling. "Indeed, heroes emerge in youth. Now, let us depart to rescue the others. And this gentleman beside you?" Jiang Zhiwei turned slightly. "He is known as Zhen Ding." At that moment, Meng Qi observed a sudden flicker of azure light clouding Cheng Yong's eyes, igniting an ominous premonition within him. Simultaneously, Jiang Zhiwei sensed an impending danger. She exerted force beneath her feet, retreating swiftly. Meanwhile, Cheng Yong's left hand moved with the grace of a fish in water, agile and swift, striking towards Jiang Zhiwei's abdomen with the speed of lightning. The term heart-stealing pill unexpectedly surfaced in Meng Qi's mind. Jiang Zhiwei, momentarily sluggish in her reaction, could not match the speed of Cheng Yong's left hand and was swiftly pressed against her lower abdomen. At that moment, Her only recourse was to contract her abdomen and employ techniques to mitigate the damage with her vital energy. However, a resolute expression suddenly graced Jiang Zhiwei's face. She thrust her longsword forward, choosing not to evade but to fight to the bitter end. With a resounding impact, Jiang Zhiwei was sent flying, crashing into the stone door. Blood gushing from her mouth as she fell to the ground, while Chang Yong was grievously pierced in the chest by her sword, blood pouring forth abundantly. After a few quick presses on the acupoints of his chest to staunch the bleeding, Cheng Yong seemed to transform into a wild beast, wholly disregarding his severe injuries as he struggled to lunge at Jiang Zhiwei and Meng Qi. Jiang Zhiwei's earlier strike had instinctively caused Cheng Yong to flinch at the brink of life and death, significantly reducing his power, preventing him from delivering a devastating blow. Yet, the lower abdomen, being the crucial point of the dantian and connected to the lower body, rendered her temporarily powerless, her legs devoid of sensation. "Little monk," she called out. Hoping Meng Qi could overcome his fear and take action. Cheng Yong, having been wounded in the left chest, was undoubtedly in dire straits. Perhaps if he were delayed for just a few breaths, he might succumb on his own. As Meng Qi beheld Cheng Yong, drenched in blood with eyes tinged with a ghastly hue, charging towards them like a malevolent spirit, he trembled uncontrollably, caught in a nightmarish reverie. At that moment, Jiang Zhiwei's call roused him. He recalled the grim fate of Yan Wujing, the numerous slaughters he had endured, and the joy and accomplishments he had experienced through his daily training. A surge of courage filled Meng Qi, his body quivering as he clenched his teeth and swung his blade. In that instant, indeed, the knife proved to be more effective than the sword. Chapter 12. The first battle with a ferocious power born from fear, trepidation, and trembling. The thick-bladed long knife descended upon Cheng Yong with the force of a mighty strike aimed at Mount Hua. Cheng Yong raised his palms in a cross, prepared to clash and deflect the blade, his martial prowess far surpassing that of Meng Qi, as was his keen perception. The timing of his move was impeccable, however. As soon as his iron palms ascended, the agony from his left chest wound flared, causing his blood to flow more freely and his movements to falter momentarily. The long knife sliced through, targeting his face. A seasoned warrior who had faced countless battles, Cheng Yong maintained his composure, rolling backward in accordance with the knife's momentum, executing a lazy donkey roll to evade Meng Qi's strike. Yet Meng Qi, lacking combat experience, hesitated for a brief moment, failing to capitalize on his opponent's vulnerable state to launch a relentless assault as Cheng Yong tumbled on the ground. As Cheng Yong completed his roll, he pressed his palms against the earth like a frog, propelling his right foot sharply backward and diagonally upward, aiming for the heart of his imagined adversary. This was a signature move he had perfected through many encounters, seeking to turn the tide of battle once more. However, his foot met only empty air. Seizing the momentum, Cheng Yong leapt up and caught sight of the young monk, with his bright red lips and white teeth, hesitating to pursue him, embodying the essence of a novice with no prior experience in combat. Damn it, Cheng Yong inwardly cursed, realizing that his tried-and-true technique had failed simply because his opponent was an inexperienced newcomer who had missed the opportunity to strike. This frustration weighed heavily upon him, and after the series of intense maneuvers, he felt his chest wound worsening, blood gushing forth, leaving him increasingly drained. Dazzling golden stars danced before his eyes, as if the world around him might descend into darkness at any moment. It was imperative to tend to the wound first. Despite the reckless and impulsive behavior induced by the heart-seizing pill, and the fear of the drug's torment compelling him to obey the commands of the hidden sovereign's master, Cheng Yong still possessed a semblance of rationality. Otherwise, the leaders of the various sects under control would have been easily discerned. In that moment, he was acutely aware that if he did not address his injury, within a matter of breaths, he would likely succumb to severe unconsciousness, becoming mere prey for the little monk. Just as he resolved to tear off a strip of his clothing to bandage the wound, he suddenly heard the little monk emit a dissatisfied growl and charge forward, his long blade cleaving down. How infuriating! Why did you not pursue just moments ago? Cheng Yong found himself compelled to muster his energy to contend with Meng Qi, striving to conclude the battle swiftly in order to attend to his injury. In a flurry of chaotic strikes, a saying from the past flickered through Jiang Zhiwei's mind. A wild punch may take down a master. Suddenly inspired, she called out, sliced diagonally upward. Although she had been struck in the lower abdomen and was momentarily weakened, her enhanced eyesight post-opening of the eye orifices allowed her to discern Cheng Yong's movements and vulnerabilities. At that moment, Cheng Yong's speed had diminished, granting her the opportunity to direct Meng Qi. Otherwise, in a clash of masters, The blink of an eye could mean missing the chance to act. Meng Qi, amidst a flurry of slashes, felt as though his strikes were as relentless as a tempest, forcing Qing Yang into a corner. And he was momentarily engulfed by the illusion of being a formidable master himself. This must be the chaotic wind blade technique, he mused, a sense of pride swelling within him. Yet, he remained painfully aware that what he wielded was not the chaotic wind blade technique, but rather a haphazard flailing of strikes. Had it not been for Qing Yang's grievous injury, he would have been dispatched on the spot, sliced diagonally upward. Suddenly, Meng Qi heard Jiang Zhiwei's voice. However, as it was his first experience in actual combat and he lacked coordination with Jiang Zhiwei, he found himself unable to instantly translate what he heard into thoughts, and subsequently, to react swiftly with his hands. Consequently, he continued to execute his horizontal slash as before. On the other side, Qing Yang could also hear Jiang Zhiwei's voice. Stirred by it, he crouched low and lunged at Meng Qi's abdomen. A flash of the blade followed, and blood gushed forth as Qing Yang clutched his left arm, staggering and rolling backward. Then, like a leaping fish, he sprang up, glaring at Meng Qi. That prior lunge had led him directly onto the path of Meng Qi's horizontal blade, inflicting a grievous wound upon his left arm. Wasn't the plan to strike diagonally upward? Meng Qi, with an innocent expression, met Qing Yang's furious gaze, seemingly having grasped the recent turn of events, and said deliberately, "I apologize for my slow reaction. I must have disappointed you." Qing Yang spat out a mouthful of blood in his fury. "Haha." Jiang Zhiwei clutched her abdomen, laughing to the point of convulsion. "I knew it would turn out this way. Haha. Even if I perish alongside this little monk, I shall die laughing." Qing Yang, his anger surging, pointed his right hand like a sword towards his chest several times, causing the bleeding to cease momentarily. Although the wound was too deep, and this was merely a temporary measure akin to drinking poison to quench thirst, he could not afford to dwell on that now. If he continued to engage with this detestable little monk, he might well be dragged to his death or die from sheer rage. Upon witnessing Qing Yang's actions and the expression of deep-seated enmity on his face, Meng Qi's smile faded and his heart sank slowly. Realizing that the ensuing moments would determine the difference between life and death, a heavy burden of pressure enveloped him, compelling him to instinctively advance. Swinging his blade in a vertical strike, Jiang Zhiwei stifled her laughter, leaning against the stone door, struggling to rise in order to assist Meng Qi. However, the dantian, the foundation of vital energy, though not severely damaged, was nonetheless injured, leaving her unable to gather her scattered qi in the short term. After temporarily staunching the blood from his wound, Qing Yang shifted his stance. His left hand, heavily injured, hung low while his right arm executed a half-circle, aiming to meet Meng Qi's long blade, seemingly attempting to seize it with bare hands. Meng Qi felt a pang of alarm, mustering all his strength to transform his vertical chop into a diagonal slash, narrowly evading Qing Yang's right hand. Yet, Qing Yang pressed down on the blade with his left hand, an overwhelming force driving Meng Qi to stagger backward a few steps. Seizing the opportunity, Qing Yang closed in, his palms repeatedly penetrating Meng Qi's defense. For a moment, Meng Qi found himself in precarious danger. Had Qing Yang not been wary of the blade's sharpness and the consequences of sustaining further injury, Meng Qi might have already met his demise beneath his hands. Time was of the essence. Prolonging this conflict could only lead to his own death. An overwhelming sense of peril and the shadow of death struck Meng Qi's spirit, causing his eyes to redden slightly. His long blade continued to flail chaotically in his grip, while his mind raced with thoughts. Why had he never learned the art of swordsmanship? Meng Qi realized that had he acquired even the basics of swordplay, given Qing Yang's current condition, he could have merely defended himself until the latter's injuries flared up again or until Jiang Zhiwei completed her recovery. But now he was left to slash aimlessly. A wave of frustration washed over him. The absence of swordsmanship knowledge. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flickered in Meng Qi's mind, reminding him of Qing Yang's earlier attempt to seize the weapon. He gritted his teeth, his eyes wide with intensity, nearly bursting from their sockets. Once more, he raised his long knife, appearing resolute in his intention to perish alongside Qing Yang. Qing Yang silently scoffed, his right hand drawing a circle as his left hand approached to trap the blade. Yet, Meng Qi, having exhausted his strength, lacked the power to alter the knife's momentum. The long knife was seized by Qing Yang, who deftly clasped it with both hands. Just as he exerted force to wrest the weapon away, he suddenly found himself grappling with nothing but air. Alarmed, he lost his balance and stumbled slightly, only to be astonished by the sight of the small monk advancing with meticulous steps, his left fist propelled forward. the moment the long knife entered Chen Yang's grasp. Meng Qi relinquished his right hand, completely abandoning the weapon. Seizing the opportunity presented by Chen Yang's exposed torso, he lunged forward and executed the Black Tiger Prowling Heart from the Arhat fist style with his left hand. A resounding crack echoed as Meng Qi's left fist struck fiercely against the wound on Chen Yang's left chest, instantly tearing it open and causing blood to erupt forth like a waterfall, drenching Meng Qi from head to toe. Chen Yang emitted a guttural sound, clutching the long knife with both hands as he staggered backward. Disbelief etched across his face as he beheld the blood-soaked Meng Qi. Could it be that he, a mere monk who seemed only capable of wild slashes, had been defeated by someone of such ordinary martial prowess? Thud! Chen Yang fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, his eyes wide open, refusing to close in death. Meng Qi erupted into maniacal laughter, a torrent of fear, dread, and suppressed tremors pouring forth uncontrollably, his blood-spattered visage rendering him particularly fearsome. I may not wield a knife, but I certainly master the art of the fist. What foolishness! After a hearty laugh, Meng Qi gasped for breath, feeling utterly drained and fatigued. Little monk, you have broken your vow of silence. How could you refer to yourself as old? With the formidable adversary vanquished, Jiang Zhiwei sighed in relief, her spirits soaring as joviality washed over her. Yet, being mindful of her feminine decorum, she refrained from uttering any profanities. Having survived this ordeal, the Buddha must be pleased with me and will not hold it against me, Meng Qi remarked, his heart and mind liberated. Miss Jiang, how's your injury faring? As he turned to inquire, Jiang Zhiwei quickly interjected, do not concern yourself with me. Pick up my sword and strike his brow to guard against any feigned demise. She had been instructed on how to handle such predicaments. Meng Qi nodded, stepping back while keeping a vigilant eye on Chen Yang. He crouched down to retrieve Jiang Zhiwei's long sword and cautiously approached Chen Yang, thrusting the blade toward his brow from a distance. The sword pierced through, and Meng Qi finally relaxed. Chen Yang was beyond recovery. At that moment, Jiang Zhiwei found the leisure to assess, little monk, you possess considerable talent. In your first real confrontation, you managed to remain composed and astute, setting a trap and conquering your fears, delivering a fatal blow. You may very well become a master in the future. Hearing the praise from the skilled Jiang Zhiwei, Meng Qi could not help but beam with pride, realizing he was not the fool he once thought in the realm of martial arts. At that moment, the blood upon the ground began to writhe, transforming into words. Jiang Zhiwei, indeed, has rescued Chen Yang from the torment of the heart-snatching pill, accomplishing one of the side quests, with each receiving a reward of 10 merits. Is this acceptable? Meng Qi and Jiang Zhiwei exchanged glances, seemingly attuned to one another's thoughts. Is killing each other truly a form of salvation? Yet, upon further contemplation, being controlled by the heart-snatching pill is undeniably a fate worse than death. Our previous analysis appears flawed. Where, then, shall we seek assistance? Jiang Zhiwei furrowed her delicate brows, pondering whether assistance was even necessary. Meng Qi, filled with confusion and distress, inquired, what, then, is the significance of this side quest? Perhaps it bears little significance. Suddenly, Jiang Zhiwei exclaimed, oh no, Sister Qi. No sooner had she spoken than the blood on the ground began to writhe once more. With several words altering their form, Qi Xia has rescued Ding Chongqing from the torment of the heart-snatching pill, accomplishing one of the side quests, and receiving a reward of 10 merits. Meng Qi and Jiang Zhiwei were once again taken aback, astonished that the outcomes of others completing side quests would manifest before them. Phew, Sister Qi is indeed more astute than I, Jiang Zhiwei exhaled in relief, her joy tinged with a hint of self-deprecation. With that, a radiant smile blossomed upon her face as she joyfully remarked, Brother Zhang, it is likely that Qin Jing and the others can also see the notifications of our completed tasks. There is no need to worry about them being ambushed by the formidable heroes, Ma and Tan. Thus, had they been forewarned of the heart-snatching pill's control, Zhang Yuanshan and Qin Jing, even if acting separately, would encounter no unforeseen troubles. Oh, as the conversation unfolded, she suddenly exclaimed, if Chen Yong and the other 3 heroes have been controlled by the heart-snatching pill, why has the Lord of the Hidden Sovereign Fortress confined them in a secret chamber? Could it be that he anticipated our arrival to carry out the mission and thus laid a trap? Prompted by Jiang Zhiwei's insight, Meng Qi too perceived the anomaly and instinctively remarked, unless the intended victims of the trap are not us. Jiang Zhiwei pressed her lips together, which had turned pale due to her injuries, and replied, that must be the case. After a brief pause, she continued, From the very moment we accepted the mission, I found it perplexing that the four heroes would dare to infiltrate the hidden sovereign fortress alone, rather than seek assistance from others. The principle of numbers is not lost on us. It is likely that time was of the essence. They needed to preemptively thwart a certain scheme of the fortress's lord. Perhaps the very strange occurrences in the central hall at present. Thus, they arrived first and left a message for their friends, anticipating reinforcements. Therefore, it is possible that a multitude of skilled fighters will soon arrive, and they are the true targets of the trap. Meng Qi and Jiang Zhiwei exchanged speculations about the truth of the situation. Regardless, we must fulfill our mission. Jiang Zhiwei shook her head and, with great difficulty, leaned against the stone door to stand up. Miss Jiang, how is your injury? Meng Qi inquired with concern. Although he had just slain the formidable Cheng Yong, he remained self-aware and far from arrogant, understanding that without Jiang Zhiwei's support, even two cloaked figures could easily dispatch him. Of course, this acknowledgement was also tempered by the bond forged through their shared experiences in life and death. In the fleeting moment of Cheng Yong's surprise attack, she exhibited a resolute and decisive demeanor, opting for an offensive response rather than passive defense. Undeterred by the peril of life and death, she compelled Cheng Yong to withdraw much of his force to evade the sword aimed at her chest. Consequently, her injuries were significantly less severe than Meng Qi had anticipated. She still possessed the strength to wield her sword despite suffering a wound to her lower abdomen, which rendered her movement laborious. Miss Jiang, allow me the honor of carrying you, temporarily substituting for your legs, Meng Qi suggested, valuing her life above all else after a moment's contemplation. Jiang Zhiwei gasped softly, then bit her lip with her delicate, even teeth. Young monk, I am grateful for your kindness, she replied. Her choice of words echoed the demeanor of a gallant hero, yet a hint of crimson graced her cheeks. As she spoke, he approached her side, turning his sword around to offer it into her grasp. Surely, I am not oblivious to this principle? Jiang Zhiwei raised her chin, gazing upward at the stone wall, her long, fair neck seemingly tinted with a faint blush. Meng Qi turned away, crouching down, and felt the gentle rustle of his garment before sensing a body, lighter than he had imagined, leaning against him. He supported Jiang Zhiwei's bent leg and, in the midst of silence, slowly rose. Suddenly, he chuckled, much lighter than the bucket I carry. Puffed. Jiang Zhiwei laughed. Are you suggesting you carry an iron bucket? His playful remark dispelled the awkward tension that had lingered. Jiang Zhiwei elongated her tone, responding, well, to be honest, I feel rather guilty for weighing down this young lad. As she spoke, she gracefully wielded her sword to adapt to the current circumstances. The long sword danced amidst the flowers, casting shifting shadows, as Meng Qi gazed intently, eager to discern the subtleties within. Jiang Zhiwei, unperturbed, allowed him to observe freely, knowing that without the accompanying mental techniques, one could only grasp the superficial form. Were it otherwise, the swordsmanship of the Washing Sword Pavilion would have been thoroughly pilfered during encounters. Indeed, one might harness about 50 to 60% of its potential, sufficient for a formidable contest. After adapting to the situation, Jiang Zhiwei assessed her surroundings. Suddenly, she tapped Meng Qi on the shoulder and whispered, "Be cautious, someone approaches." Meng Qi, taken aback, took several breaths before discerning the sound of footsteps and voices. Left 3. Right 4. Do not make a mistake. It seemed that even without the opening of the ear orifices, with the cultivation of mental techniques, and having entered the qi accumulation phase, one's auditory acuity could greatly improve. Meng Qi mused silently. They had reached the doorway. Jiang Zhiwei spoke softly. Block the entrance. Without hesitation, Meng Qi stepped forward, positioning himself beside the stone door, effectively trapping the group within the toxic corridor, rendering them unable to advance or retreat. There were 7 or 8 of them, all dressed lightly, and at the forefront stood a middle-aged scholar, who, with an in his left hand, inquired, "Why do you block our path, young friends? Have you seen Brother Cheng Yong?" At that moment, a sharp-featured man caught a glimpse of Cheng Yong's lifeless body through a crack and cried out, "Master Go, they have slain Hero Cheng. I recognize those boots." Jiang Zhiwei's clear yet slightly somber voice resonated as she addressed them. "Respected seniors, I am Jiang Zhiwei, here to assist Hero Ma along with my master and others." She appeared and was of an age consistent with her 16 years, facing a gathering of martial artists, the youngest of whom were already in their 30s, addressing them as seniors with utter ease. The leading figure, Master Go, appeared to be no reckless individual. With a raised hand, he halted those behind him from launching hidden weapons and signaled Jiang Zhiwei to continue her explanation. Upon entering the hidden Emperor fortress, we captured a prisoner who revealed that the renowned hero, Ma, and others were trapped in various locations within the fortress. Consequently, our master instructed us to split up to rescue them, while he himself hastened towards the stronghold of the fortress lord. Upon my arrival, I opened the stone door and located the esteemed hero, Cheng. To my astonishment, Cheng was under the control of a heart-seizing pill and ambushed me, leaving me gravely injured. In the ensuing struggle, Cheng also sustained severe injuries and, in a final desperate act, was slain by my junior brother, Jin Ding. Jiang Zhiwei conveyed a narrative that was part truth, part fabrication, regarding the events that transpired in the backgrounds of our group. "How can this be?" exclaimed the sharp-featured man in disbelief. "Young lady, despite your tender age, even if you had trained since the womb, you could not possibly defeat the esteemed hero Cheng." He inwardly lamented the fact that this delicate girl was so adept at deception. "What are you doing?" the sharp-featured man shouted, a mix of anger and confusion in his tone. Master Go, pressing his right hand down to signal for silence, then clasped his hands in respect and remarked, "Heroes emerge from the youth. Miss Jiang, your swordsmanship is indeed commendable. Alas, as the newer waves push against the older. Witnessing such talented young friends as yourselves makes me feel particularly aged. May I inquire the name of your esteemed master?" "My master is Su Wuming, who has lived in seclusion for many years." "Master Go may not have heard of him," Jiang Zhiwei replied. "However, my master was once known by the moniker the Divine Sword from Beyond the Heavens. Have you heard of it?" Meng Qi clearly discerned the underlying mirth in Jiang Zhiwei's words and instantly understood that she was referring to her true master, though it was evident that this group had likely never heard of him. Though turned away from Jiang Zhiwei, Meng Qi seemed to envision the sly smile gracing her face. "Su Wuming. Ah, it appears I have heard mention of him from Master Xuanqin," Meng Qi mused, a flicker of realization igniting within him. Indeed, Go was rather uninformed, having never witnessed the grace of such an esteemed predecessor. He hoped Jiang would introduce them shortly. Go Chongshan, the master of Luoyin Mountain Manor, introduced himself, stating that he had received letters from friends Ma Lianghan and Cheng Yong, inviting skilled individuals to assist, but regrettably, he had arrived a day late and could not meet them. He implored the two young friends to allow passage so that he might bid farewell to his comrades. Jiang Zhiwei whispered to Meng Qi, instructing him to let them in, but only one at a time. Meng Qi stepped aside, maintaining a vigilant watch as Gu Chongshan and his companions entered the chamber. Once they began their examination of Cheng Yong's lifeless body, Meng Qi lowered his voice to Jiang Zhiwei, saying, "I comprehend now. This side mission is designed to delay us. Only by doing so can we await reinforcements. Had we proceeded directly to the Grand Hall, we would surely find ourselves in confrontation with the fortress lord, utterly isolated." After Gu Chongshan finished inspecting the corpse and confirmed that the wounds matched Jiang Zhiwei's description, he sighed and remarked, "Had you two not opened this stone door, it might have been I who lay grievously injured or even dead." No sooner had he spoken than both he and Jiang Zhiwei turned their gazes towards the exterior of the stone chamber, where another concealed door opened to reveal Qi Xia and a group of individuals clad in the attire of heroes. "Sister Qi, are you unharmed?" Jiang Zhiwei joyfully called out. "Brother Lu, where is your elder brother?" Gu Chongshan inquired of the person walking alongside Qi Xia. The man, with dark skin and dressed as a fisherman, sorrowfully declared, "My elder brother has been slain by Ding Chashing." "What?" Gu Chongshan and the others were instantly rendered speechless. Qi Xia, filled with a lingering sense of dread, remarked, "Sister Zhiwei, I never anticipated that the valiant Ding had fallen under the control of the heart-stealing pill. Had it not been for the intervention of Hero Lu, I fear I would have met a similar fate. Just moments ago, I was worried about your safety." Observing Jiang Zhiwei's pallid complexion, yet steady breathing, she quietly exhaled in relief. After regrouping, the group hastened toward the central hall, encountering only a few scattered assailants clad in black, whom they easily dispatched. Throughout this endeavor, Jiang Zhiwei and Meng Qi seamlessly practiced their coordination. By the end, as long as she uttered phrases like left 3, right diagonal 4, or retreat 2, Meng Qi would swiftly execute the corresponding maneuvers. They deliberately kept their expressions simple and vague, comprehensible only to one another, to prevent the enemy from preemptively adapting. As Cheng Yong had done, regrettably, you are not versed in the 8 trigrams. Thus, our cooperation can only remain so rudimentary. Jiang Zhiwei sighed wistfully to Meng Qi. She had previously suggested employing the 8 trigrams to denote directions, which would liberate them from the constraints of only moving directly up, down, or diagonally. Alas, Meng Qi's limited understanding of the 8 trigrams rendered him unable to grasp it in a short span. Better than nothing, Meng Qi reassured her. Jiang Zhiwei gazed around the stone chamber, then glanced at Shan and the others who were scouting ahead, her worry evident as she said, "This is the rendezvous point we agreed upon. Why have senior brother Zhang and the others not yet arrived? We have received no indication of task completion along the way." From Qixia, she and Meng Qi confirmed that only those who had accomplished a side quest could perceive the corresponding prompts. "Do not worry. Brother Zhang possesses formidable martial skills and will be unharmed," Qixia reassured her with a heavy heart. Suddenly, an object hurtled in from the outside, and Jiang Zhiwei swiftly extended her sword, causing it to fall to the ground. "Ah!" Both Jiang Zhiwei and Qixia exclaimed in unison, losing their composure upon recognizing the object, while Meng Qi was equally taken aback. On the gray, dusty stone floor, Qingjing glared at them with an expression of fury, but all that remained was her head. Chapter 14. Suicide. The direction from which the head had entered was precisely the opposite of where the person had come in. Qixia, having undergone numerous ambush and assassination training sessions in the Great River Gang, maintained a fundamental vigilance in such situations. She understood that if an unidentified object was thrown in, one must hold their breath to guard against toxins and remain observant of all directions to prevent deceptive maneuvers. At that moment, a hand clad in iron gloves plunged deep into her left shoulder. In the ensuing chaos, a white-haired specter, moving with an otherworldly grace, unleashed a torrent of blood as it performed a somersault, landing on the opposite side. While Qixia engaged with the white-haired specter, Jiang Zhiwei quickly regained her composure and whispered, "Left, too." Meng Qi promptly stepped 2 paces to the left, and in that instant, a gleam of sword light cascaded towards the specter. Just as the words were spoken, a gray shadow lunged in from the direction of the flying head, brandishing a long knife that reflected the flickering torchlight on the wall, casting a dim, yellowish glow aimed directly at the incapacitated Jiang Zhiwei. It was indeed a double feint. The knife descended, aimed at Jiang Zhiwei's left shoulder, while also threatening Meng Qi's head. She was cunningly luring the enemy. The gray figure forcefully turned half around, extending his left palm to meet the tip of the sword. With a soft thud, the long sword pierced through his palm, yet he utilized the momentum to leap to the left, narrowly evading the blade. He retreated 2 steps. Jiang Zhiwei whispered into Meng Qi's ear, her words flowing swiftly yet as clear as pearls cascading onto a jade plate. In the face of such an intense battle, Meng Qi's scant fighting experience proved utterly inadequate, compelling him to continuously remind himself to trust the experts, to trust Jiang Zhiwei. After 2 backward steps, he managed to maintain his balance thanks to his practice of the Luohan fist. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhiwei, having distanced herself from the horizontally slashing long knife of the gray-clad man, successfully parried the strike, the clash of blade against blade resonating with a sharp ring. Seeing this, the white-haired specter and the gray figure intensified their assault. Although Jiang Zhiwei had Meng Qi to assist her, his own strength was merely that of someone who had recently laid a foundation in 100 days. And he had never learned the art of agility, resulting in relatively slow movements. Coupled with the limitations of verbal instructions, they were unable to execute intricate maneuvers. Thus, Jiang Zhiwei was compelled to adopt a primarily defensive stance, significantly reducing her movements aside from the necessary footwork. In that fleeting moment, both she and Qixia, who had suffered grievous injury to her left shoulder, found themselves cornered, forced to defend their positions. As Meng Qi moved according to Jiang Zhiwei's commands, he felt the fierce pressure of the blades, and a chill ran through him, tinged with fear. He instinctively thought that compared to the swordsmanship of the gray figure, his earlier battle with Cheng Yong seemed like a child's play. They were exchanging offense for the opportunity to flee. With Qixia and Jiang Zhiwei under duress and wholly focused on defense, they could only watch helplessly as 2 figures darted towards the doorway. Suddenly, a long sword pierced through the corridor, sinuous and agile, forcing the white-haired specter and the gray-clad figure to retreat in order to evade its deadly edge. "Brother Zhang," Qixia exclaimed, recognizing the sword wielder as Zhang Yuanshan, whose face bore a sorrowful expression. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Zhiwei commanded, "Advance 5." Meng Qi strode forward, blocking the retreat of the white-haired specter and the gray figure, while Jiang Zhiwei unfurled her long sword, enveloping the gray-clad man within her radiant blade. Zhang Yuanshan, undeterred by grief and rage, traced circles with his sword, tightly ensnaring the white-haired specter. Occasionally, his blade darted like a cunning serpent, leaving the specter flustered and unable to escape. The shimmering blue light of the water-splitting needle emerged as Qi Xia rushed to assist Jiang Zhiwei, ensuring that the gray figure found no opportunity for flight. Brother Ma, Brother Tan. Xiaosang entered the stone chamber and immediately recognized the white-haired specter and the gray-clad man as the two previously trapped heroes, Ma Yanghan and Tan Wenba. Their faces were tinged with a greenish hue, their eyes shimmering with a jade-like glow, yet they remained silent, searching for weaknesses in Jiang Zhiwei and Zhang Yuanshan's defenses. Seeking a chance to flee, sighing deeply, Xiaosang joined the fray alongside other skilled fighters. Thus, the battle began to tilt decidedly in their favor. In less than 10 breaths, the white-haired specter, Tan Wenba, was pierced by several long swords, meeting his demise on the spot. Meanwhile, Ma Yanghan, having suffered injuries from blades, was struck by Xiaosang's iron fan, rendering him temporarily incapacitated. Xiaosang swiftly sealed several key acupoints on Ma Yanghan, subduing him. Who are these two? Xiaosang inquired, glancing at Zhang Yuanshan and the newly arrived Qi Jingyan, who had joined the battle. Jiang Zhiwei sighed softly. Both of them are younger disciples, and the one on the ground is no exception. Since she has mentioned Su Wuming, there is no need to involve others' masters, lest Xiaosang harbor suspicions. It is quite normal for an elusive expert to remain unheard of. After all, circumstances can be peculiar. However, if several remain unknown, it becomes rather strange. Brother Zhang, what about you? The titles used by Qi Xia, both past and present, dispelled Xiaosang's doubts regarding the differences in swordsmanship. Perhaps the esteemed Su Wuming is indeed a transcendent sword deity, mastering a multitude of sword techniques and martial arts, imparting knowledge tailored to each disciple. Though he still referred to him as a hero, his tone was laden with profound sorrow. Meng Qi did not find joy in the misfortunes that had befallen him due to Qingjing's previous attempts to test Jiang Zhiwei's sword techniques. Instead, he was overwhelmed by a sense of shared grief, pondering who might be next to perish, perhaps himself. This feeling reached its zenith upon witnessing the typically composed and graceful Zhang Yuanshan exhibit signs of unease, agitation, and sorrow. Before even meeting the lord of the hidden emperor fortress, they had already lost 2 companions. What would the final battle entail? Xiaosang and the others listened intently to Zhang Yuanshan's account, their thoughts drifting to a friend who had previously fallen at the hands of Ding Changsheng, their faces reflecting a shared expression of mourning. Young friend Zhang, do not grieve excessively. Young friend Qingjing perished for the righteousness of the martial world, and we shall remember him. The heavens will surely bring retribution. I implore you, dear friends, to gather your spirits and join me in proceeding to the central great hall to reunite with your masters. Xiaosang spoke with a tone tinged with sympathy. Indeed, time is of the essence. Esteemed seniors, let us embark at once. Zhang Yuanshan reigned in his sorrow, regaining his composure and fortitude, as if he had matured considerably in a brief span of time. Xiaosang nodded. Very well, Brother Zhang, Brother Zhao. I kindly ask that you remain here to watch over Brother Ma while we seek the antidote. We cannot afford to have Ma Lianghan in our midst. Should someone unlock his acupoints, we shall gain a formidable adversary. Brother Gu, that vile fiend is scheming in the central hall. We too can be of service. We must not be careless. Zhao, a skilled martial artist, urged fervently. Xiaosang sighed. I understand. With every additional strength, there lies a greater hope of success. Yet, we cannot simply abandon Brother Ma here. He may attract the attention of those in black. After sustaining injuries, the pallor on Ma Yanghan's face had lessened considerably, and the medicinal effects seemed to alleviate his suffering somewhat. He cried out in agony, Xiaosang, in my life, please kill me. Xiaosang merely sealed his acupoints to control his internal energy, allowing him to move and speak. He appeared to possess even less self-control than the esteemed Cheng Yong. Jiang Zhiwei leaned softly against Meng Qi's back, whispering to him, perhaps the longer the time, the more one cannot resist the effects of the drug. Meng Qi conjectured. Xiaosang's right hand, which held the iron fan, trembled slightly. What is to be done? What is to be done? To kill during combat would only leave him with guilt, but to have to personally take the life of a dear friend, despite having him subdued, would undoubtedly be a torment of the soul. Ma Lianghan gasped, struggling to articulate. I'm beyond saving. Consuming that cursed thing has rendered me worse than dead. Xiaosang, please. In my life. This is my salvation. Suddenly, He seemed to gather a modicum of strength, leaping forth with vigor to collide his throat against the nearby adept's long sword. The master, caught unawares and believing he was under ambush, did not retract but rather extended his blade, piercing through Ma Lianghan's throat. Slowly, Ma Lianghan descended, a hint of a smile gracing his countenance. "Brother Ma!" Xiaosang exclaimed in shock and sorrow. At that moment, Meng Qi and Jiang Zhiwei observed the flickering shadows on the opposite stone wall, which appeared to move like phantoms, forming 3 lines of text. Jiang Zhiwei, Zhang Yuanshan, Qi Xia, and Qi Jingyan have successfully rescued Tan Wenba from the torment of the heart-seizing pill, completing one of their side quests, each rewarded with 10 merits. Jiang Zhiwei, Zhang Yuanshan, Qi Xia, and Qi Jingyan have successfully rescued Ma Lianghan from the torment of the heart-seizing pill, completing one of their side quests, each rewarded with 10 merits. All side quests have been completed. Silence enveloped Meng Qi and the others, their spirits unlifted, even with Ma Lianghan counted among their ranks. Chapter 15. The Fortress Master, do they not see? Jiang Zhiwei whispered to Meng Qi, her left hand gesturing towards several adept individuals who could also view the stone wall yet appeared oblivious to the task prompt. Meng Qi nodded, while Zhang Yuanshan offered a wry smile, murmuring, "So this is what we see upon completing the task. It seems that when we rescued Tan Wenba, we believed we had completed one of the side quests. Had we known earlier that there would be a prompt, Qin Jing might not have met such a careless fate. Perhaps, unless we eliminate them, we may only complete the side quest by finding the antidote to the heart-seizing pill," Meng Qi speculated. Qi Xia let out a sigh, hoping that no further mishaps would occur. She tore a strip from her garment and, with Jiang Zhiwei's assistance, bandaged the left shoulder, which had previously only been hastily pressed to staunch the bleeding. Gu Chongshan and the others mourned for a moment, then composed themselves and, following the path they had just scouted, rushed towards the central hall. The little monk was met with skeptical glances. Suddenly, Jiang Zhiwei chuckled softly. Meng Qi, feeling helpless, remarked, "If I were in your shoes, I would be skeptical too." It was indeed astonishing that a monk of such modest skills, perhaps even inferior to the ordinary farmhands of Gu Chongshan's household, could be led by his master to vanquish the formidable leader of the hidden emperor fortress. Such a place was not a mere playground. Unless there were deeper secrets at play, Jiang Zhiwei gazed ahead and said, "Once we have slain the leader of the hidden emperor fortress, they will likely pursue us. We must exercise caution." "Let us hope so," she added, her tone growing somber. She then earnestly inquired, "Little monk, when the time comes to engage in battle, will you trust me implicitly?" Meng Qi was taken aback. "Have I not always believed in you? When you told me to step left twice, I did just that." He assumed Jiang Zhiwei was referring to a lack of cooperation. Feeling somewhat constrained, for he had harbored no doubts, and acted swiftly, Jiang Zhiwei continued in a solemn tone, "Not that, I mean. Even if the path ahead leads to a precipice or a forest of blades, if I were to urge you to leap forward, would you still be willing to trust me, overcoming your fear of death and exerting every ounce of your strength to leap ahead?" Meng Qi hesitated. In the past, when coaxing a girlfriend, he would have sworn fervently, "You leap, and I shall leap too." However, Jiang Zhiwei was clearly referring to the imminent battle, not speaking aimlessly. He could not afford to make hollow promises that might jeopardize their chances. As Meng Qi's expression shifted repeatedly, a sense of dread twisted his features. Ultimately, he realized that if Jiang Zhiwei were to fail, his own survival would be in jeopardy as well. After all, he would be charging ahead, bearing Jiang Zhiwei's burdens. Surely, she would not resort to self-destruction. Gritting his teeth, Meng Qi solemnly declared, "Miss Jiang, I place my trust in you. We are but grasshoppers on the same string. Remember this phrase." Jiang Zhiwei responded earnestly, "You have not trained in lightness skills, and your steps cannot keep pace with my swordplay. Therefore, I must primarily focus on defense. Though this is not my forte, when necessary, I may take a risk." At this, she smiled lightly, adding, "But there is no need to worry excessively. Perhaps the lord of the hidden sovereign fortress will simply meet his demise on his own." Meng Qi, however, could not muster a smile, forcing a response. "Let us hope for that." As they proceeded, they encountered no further adversaries, and Jiang Zhiwei, Meng Qi, and the others arrived at the central hall without incident. This grand hall emulated the style of an imperial palace, surrounded by 8 corridors that connected it to the square and various locations within the hidden sovereign fortress. At that moment, the doors stood wide open, adorned with several vibrant yellow flowers, while within the hall knelt dozens of individuals cloaked in black robes. Upon the throne sat a lean, middle-aged man clad in a resplendent yellow dragon robe, his handsome beard framing a commanding visage. He proclaimed in a booming voice, "I have awaited your arrival for long." As soon as the words fell, the dozens of black-robed figures who had been kneeling rose and turned around, their faces contorted. Eyes ablaze with a crimson hue, muscles bulging, straining against their garments. "Senior brother, Uncle Master, Meng Qi." The calls echoed from the skilled warriors brought by Shan, revealing that some of the black-robed individuals were indeed their acquaintances. With a feral roar reminiscent of beasts, the black-robed figures exhibited no semblance of rationality in their gaze. "Monster, what have you done to them?" Someone cried out in anguish. The fortress lord retorted sharply, "Do you still possess any sense of hierarchy? How dare you roar at your sovereign?" He rose slowly, pointing at the black-robed figures, declaring, "They have willingly transformed into beasts, serving as my vanguard. Once I eradicate the traitors, I shall ensure prosperity for their descendants, bestowing upon them eternal wealth and honor." "Brutes! Madmen!" The air was thick with furious denunciations. Shan, struggling to maintain his composure, stated, "Surrender the heart-seizing pill and the antidote to this beastly transformation poison, and we may spare your life. There are many punishments worse than death." "Ha ha ha ha." The fortress lord formed a sword with his fingers and laughed heartily. "These elixirs are gifts from heaven. How could there be an antidote? I am ordained by heaven, and the realm kneels before me. Yet you dare to defy your sovereign. Prepare to meet your end." The mention of heaven's gift suddenly stirred something within Meng Qi. The dozens of black-robed figures immediately leapt from the grand hall, lunging towards Shan and the others. Judging by their speed and movements, their martial prowess was formidable, nearing the threshold of enlightenment. Jiang Zhiwei sighed softly, realizing that had they not awaited Zhuangzhu and the others, countless lives among them would have been lost in the effort to vanquish this fortress lord. She seemed to retain considerable confidence in her abilities prior to her injury. Shan and others, unwilling to let their old friend suffer in turmoil, neglected to inquire about Jiang Zhiwei's master. After discreetly keeping an eye out, they all stepped forward, with Zhang Yuanshan mingling among them. In a few swift strides, he astonishingly maneuvered past the dark-robed figures and charged into the grand hall. The Bagua Jingshan step of the Jinwu sect indeed possessed remarkable efficacy. Jiang Zhiwei could not help but exclaim, noting the absence of toxic mist as they navigated toward the hall from the edge of the square. She was acutely aware of Meng Qi's limited martial prowess. Should he attempt to weave through the crowd, he would likely be unable to break through. At that moment, the dark-robed individuals and nearly 100 skilled experts, including Shan, were locked in a fierce battle at the square's entrance, providing the perfect opportunity to skirt around the periphery. Meng Qi also observed Xia deftly maneuvering through the battlefield to assist Zhang Yuanshan, prompting him to dash toward the square's edge without uttering a word. While Qi Jingyan was momentarily detained by a dark-robed figure, finding it challenging to extricate himself. Clang! As Meng Qi reached the square's edge, he witnessed the stone door descend, blocking the passage. "None of you shall escape." The fortress master, his hands tinged with a pallid hue, endured Zhang Yuanshan's strike. "There must be other passages. I am here." Shan shouted loudly to reassure everyone. Then, after fending off 2 blows with his iron fan, he too surged into the grand hall. Meng Qi dared not delay. Striding toward the entrance of the hall, and under Jiang Zhiwei's direction, they traversed the less congested and chaotic battlefield. Within the grand hall, Shan, Zhang Yuanshan, and Xia joined forces to besiege the master of Yinwang fortress. Yet, under the master's fierce and formidable iron-blue palms, they found themselves struggling to hold their ground. Were it not for Zhang Yuanshan's swordsmanship, which manifested the stability of Tai Chi, Xia, already grievously injured on his left shoulder, might have been felt. Shan's martial prowess was comparable to that of Zhang Yuanshan, yet he lagged behind the fortress master. Initially, he was startled into a cold sweat by a series of aggressive strikes from the master, leaving him momentarily bereft of courage to retaliate. Although Zhang Yuanshan wielded his sword with exquisite skill and unleashed an array of extraordinary techniques, the fortress master, relying on his formidable iron palms and possessing a realm of power far exceeding Zhang's, countered each of Zhang's brilliant moves with sheer strength, thereby maintaining the upper hand. Zhang, proficient in the defensive stance of Tai Chi, yet lacking in the mastery of Jinwu's swordsmanship, found himself at a disadvantage. Unable to understand why the master dared to launch such relentless assaults, As Meng Qi approached, Jiang Zhiwei quietly offered her assessment, then deftly thrust her sword, perfectly intercepting the master's left palm. For the first time in their skirmish, the master was forced into a defensive position, with Jiang Zhiwei's strikes swift and relentless. Akin to a surging tide, she, alongside Zhang Yuanshan, Gu Chongshan, and Qi Xia, gradually began to suppress the fortress master. Suddenly, the master let out a cold snort and began to move, evading and attacking in a relentless dance. In the brief bout, he had discerned Jiang Zhiwei's weakness, Meng Qi's sluggish footwork. As anticipated, Meng Qi and Jiang Zhiwei soon found themselves in a perilous situation. Though Jiang Zhiwei understood the necessary maneuvers and Meng Qi obeyed without hesitation, the act of speaking consumed precious time, rendering them incapable of executing even slightly complex strategies. Reluctantly, Jiang Zhiwei transitioned from offense to defense, joining forces with Zhang Yuanshan to withstand the overwhelming assaults of the Lord of the Hidden Emperor Fortress. Subsequently, Gu Chongshan and Qi Xia launched a counterattack, resulting in an exchange of blows that led to a stalemate. The sound of a long sword striking the fortress lord's iron-gray palm resonated like a chime against metal, producing a crisp note. As Meng Qi listened, a sudden wave of agitation washed over him, and his legs grew weak with fatigue. It was poison. Zhang Yuanshan, who had first battled the fortress lord, now wore a pallid expression, while Gu Chongshan and Qi Xia's movements had also slowed. The fortress lord seized the advantage, laughing heartily. You have transformed into venomous beasts. With the rare blossoms before the hall, their convergence is a match made by heaven. Once I eliminate you, there shall be no challengers left in the martial world. From a distance, similarly weakened masters gazed upon the figures in black robes, whose skin began to rot and emit fumes, yet grew increasingly ferocious. Despair surged within them as they realized the insidious method of poisoning that had gone unnoticed. Beasts, I shall fight you to the death, Gu Chongshan roared, filled with grief and rage. At that moment, Meng Qi, consumed by a tumult of anger and fear, heard Jiang Zhiwei calmly whisper, "Charge forward." Charge forward? Before them loomed the iron-gray palms. If pressed upon him, death was certain. Yet, Meng Qi recalled his prior conversation with Jiang Zhiwei, his mind a maelstrom of thoughts. In a flash, he thought of the deceased Yin Wujing and Qing Jing, envisioned himself vulnerable to slaughter after succumbing to the toxic miasma, and reflected upon his past life of tranquility as well as these inexplicable tribulations. Thus, all his thoughts swiftly coalesced into a fierce will to fight for his life. In a moment of desperation, Meng Qi's facial muscles contorted as he summoned every ounce of strength to lunge at the Lord of Yinhuang Fort. His eyes widened in a fierce glare, fixated on the iron-blue fleshly hands, determined to witness the manner of his demise. Suddenly, a radiant flash of sword light erupted, swiftly engulfing Meng Qi's vision, rendering all else invisible. How exquisitely beautiful that sword light appeared, this thought involuntarily flickered through Meng Qi's mind. The masters engaged in combat with the figure clad in black sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere, raising their gazes in unison, just in time to behold a sword light akin to a celestial comet, drawing their attention away from all other matters. As the brilliance faded, Meng Qi discerned the long sword embedded in the Lord of Yinhuang Fort's forehead, its tip buried deep, the wound faintly crimson, while the iron-blue hands that had gripped his chest now lacked any semblance of strength. With a thud, Meng Qi, unable to halt his momentum, toppled the Lord of Yinhuang Fort to the ground, rolling several times with Jiang Zhiwei on his back before regaining his footing. It was only then that Meng Qi noticed the Lord of Yinhuang Fort still bore a smile, though his pupils constricted, betraying a profound fear and disbelief. Lowering his gaze, Meng Qi observed Jiang Zhiwei's slender fingers trembling violently, no longer resembling a hand capable of wielding a sword, followed by the sound of her labored breathing, one of the 9 ultimate techniques of the Taishang sword canon. The sword exits without me, they murmured in astonishment. She truly mastered the sword exits without me. Qi Xia and Zhang Yuanshan were utterly shocked. Chapter 16. Meng Qi's aspirations recently, Gu Chongshan, having witnessed the sword strike at close range, bore a countenance as rigid as that of the master of the Hidden Emperor Fortress, his pupils constricting violently, akin to the point of a needle. However, unlike the fortress master, he murmured in disbelief. Such swordsmanship, such swordsmanship. Even a celestial being's dance with a sword could scarcely surpass this. This was not merely the outcry of his soul, but echoed the sentiments of other esteemed warriors outside the hall. This strike, a breathtaking celestial phenomenon, akin to a dragon's claw reaching out, eluded the eye yet resonated with unparalleled might. For reasons unknown, a thought suddenly flickered through Gu Chongshan's mind. Celestial sword from beyond the heavens, celestial sword from beyond the heavens, with such mastery. It is no wonder it bears the illustrious title of celestial sword from beyond the heavens. At that moment, with the demise of the hidden Emperor Fortress's master, the black-clad figures, transformed into feral beasts, descended further into madness, their decay intensifying, and the scene erupted into chaos. Brothers, I shall aid you. After stabilizing the hearts of those around him, he dashed forward, thrusting his iron fan into the back of a black-clad assailant, striving to resolve the conflict before despair deepened. Meanwhile, a grand, solemn yet cold and detached voice resonated in Meng Qi's ears. His vision darkened, rendering him unable to see even his outstretched hand. The silence around him grew eerily profound. Then, a glimmer of white light emerged, and the ethereal, palace-like white jade plaza reappeared before Meng Qi's eyes. The task was completed, and he was entitled to a complimentary healing. A beam of milky light cascaded upon Meng Qi, enveloping him in warmth and comfort, akin to soaking in a hot spring. All prior fatigue and soreness dissipated, his vitality restored, and his spirit invigorated. Ah, how swiftly my injuries have healed. The one who gasped in surprise was Qi Xia, enveloped in a soft, milky glow, as her mangled left shoulder visibly writhed and healed at an astonishing rate. Within just a few moments, it was completely restored. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhiwei, emerging from another beam of white light, rose to her feet and stretched her legs, expressing both joy and astonishment. I, too, have been healed. Even the renowned elixir from Shaolin Temple pales in comparison to this effect. Perhaps only a terrestrial immortal of the Dharma body level or a corresponding celestial elixir could achieve such miraculous results. Zhang Yuanshan, feeling a surge of energy, discovered that the poisonous mist that had afflicted him had mysteriously dissipated. Unfortunately, he had never witnessed such divine beings in action, leaving him without a point of reference. Meng Qi had heard from Xuanxin that the major sects currently holding sway over martial arts were once home to terrestrial immortals of the Dharma body level. However, the attainment of the Dharma body is elusive. It is not always the case that these sects possess such celestial figures. Indeed, it can be said that most of the time, most sects do not, such as the current Zhenwu sect, Zuaniangang, Shijin Pavilion, and the Dajiang Gang. Consequently, Zhang Yuanshan, a highly regarded disciple, had never encountered the prowess of a Dharma body master. In contrast, the Shaolin Temple, with its dragon subduing Arhut, subtly emerged as the leader of the Great Jin Alliance. It is precisely due to the presence of these divine weapons that the major sects have managed to avoid decline and ruin in the absence of Dharma body masters. However, should these sects rot from within, lacking even the peak masters of the external realm for several generations, their divine weapons would inevitably become objects of desire for outsiders. Over the past 2 or 3 millennia, many grand sects have faced extinction or degeneration. From the conversations of Xuanxin, Zhang Yuanshan, Jiang Zhiwei, and others, Meng Qi gradually pieced together the cultivation hierarchy of this world. Following the 100 days of foundational training is the phase of qi accumulation and body tempering, which involves meditative practices for energy gathering. Once the 100 meridians are unblocked and the qi has been successfully cultivated, one transitions to the phase of opening the internal organs and acupoints, awakening the innate 9 orifices, which is referred to as the enlightenment stage. Subsequently, there exists the realm of the external scene, which Meng Qi has yet to fully comprehend. Beyond the external scene lies the esteemed realm of earthly immortals, characterized by various forms of the Dharma body, Tao body, and golden body, such as the Arhat golden body, Tathagata golden body, Bodhi golden body, Supreme Tao body, and Tai Chi Dharma body, among others. It is said that the disparities between different levels of Dharma bodies are as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. Yet for those at earlier stages, they all possess immense and unfathomable abilities. As for whether there are further realms beyond this, Meng Qi remained unaware. That seems fair. Qi Jingyan murmured quietly, his typically reticent demeanor betraying a hint of excitement. Meng Qi nodded in agreement. Indeed, sustaining injuries while completing a task should be regarded as a work-related injury, and if successful, he ought to receive compensation. A twitch of his lips suggested his contemplation of whether this could be deemed a passing evaluation. Suddenly, each person before them was bestowed with a jade tome. Is there no personal storage for items? Magical artifacts? Meng Qi inquired based on his experience. What about the spatial storage? The mustard seed ring, a wondrous item, serves as the simplest form of spatial storage, with an exchange price of 3,000 merits. Upon hearing this, Meng Qi felt a surge of excitement within. At long last, he had the opportunity to exchange for profound martial arts. His previous life in the servant hall had significantly heightened his appetite for martial cultivation, and he was utterly unwilling to resign himself to a mundane existence as a mere servant monk for the rest of his days. What should I exchange? Meng Qi was overwhelmed by the multitude of martial arts he was aware of, his mind a chaotic whirlwind as he perused the catalog of martial techniques. The 6 Meridian Swordplay, complete volume, exchange price, 1,300 benevolent merits. The Subtlety of No Form, complete volume, exchange price, 1,200 benevolent merits. The North Sea Divine Art, complete volume, exchange price, 1,500 benevolent merits. The War God Codex, complete volume, exchange price, 2,100 benevolent merits. Perhaps due to his momentary disorientation, Meng Qi found himself only drawn to the martial arts he was familiar with. Stimulated by the figures before him, he gradually regained his composure. Bitterly mocking himself, how did I end up looking at advanced-level martial arts? I simply lack sufficient benevolent merits. He leafed through the catalog again, spotting the star absorption technique listed among the opening enlightenment-level martial arts, priced at 500 benevolent merits, along with numerous other familiar techniques. He pondered quietly. Most of the gold attributes supreme arts resided in the opening enlightenment level, while only a few from the Xiaoyao sect, such as the 6 Meridian Swordplay, were classified as advanced level and among the least expensive. Conversely, within the yellow attribute, all exceptional techniques belong to this category, suggesting that the advanced realm is characterized by a connection to the heavens and earth. The Shaolin's gold attribute supreme arts bore the label ordinary, whereas those of this world did not, though it was noted that they could be elevated from ordinary to advanced. What should I exchange? Meng Qi once again murmured this phrase, his earlier excitement from reviewing these martial arts igniting a vivid vision of his future in his mind. Oh, one must be clad in garments as white as snow, wielding a sword that gleams like light, mounted upon a noble steed, bathed in moonlight, traversing the water as if on solid ground, effortlessly subduing formidable foes with a single strike. How splendidly elegant one must be! How impressively gallant! Meng Qi's imagination was so vivid that he nearly drooled with anticipation, secretly resolving to pursue such an ideal. Suddenly, a melodious and clear voice echoed in his ear. Little monk, have you decided what to exchange yet? No. Meng Qi promptly straightened his posture, regarding Jiang Zhiwei with utmost seriousness. And you, Miss Jiang? I have not either, Jiang Zhiwei replied, shaking her head. Currently, what I can exchange is of little use to me, and what I wish to acquire requires 20 more merits. Ah, she has come to seek my assistance, no. To borrow merits? Meng Qi's heart wrestled with turmoil. To lend or not to lend? If he were to lend, he would be left with merely 60 merits, which would limit his exchanges. However, if he refrained, considering the camaraderie he and Jiang Zhiwei had shared through trials, he felt a pang of conscience. She had been quite benevolent towards him, and cultivating a good rapport could offer more security in future endeavors. On the contrary, should he provoke her ire, she might manipulate circumstances in the next task, leaving him with no refuge. Truly, the matter of lending is an age-old conundrum. Meng Qi sighed softly. He initially resolved to feign ignorance and gauge the situation, yet he recalled Jiang Zhiwei's character, martial prowess, and her esteemed background. Ultimately, he blurted out. 9 out of 13 returns. Uffed. Jiang Zhiwei could hardly contain her laughter. At such a tender age, where did you acquire such nonsensical phrases? Then, she beamed with delight and playfully clasped her hands, saying, I appreciate your kind offer, but I cannot in good conscience seek alms from a poor monk like you. I have come to offer you guidance to prevent any missteps in your choice of martial arts. I humbly request your counsel, Miss Jiang. There is no need for monetary assistance, Meng Qi replied, his heart filled with reassurance and joy as he clasped his hands in return. You, young monk, ought to behave differently. You lack the awareness expected of a practitioner, Jiang Zhiwei remarked, mimicking the gesture of hands pressed together. To be frank, you need to acquire much more before you can stand on your own. Even if you gather our collective merits, it may still fall short. Thus, you must progress step by step. You have not learned the technique of T-zone, and should you encounter an adversary in the future, you would be unable to evade them. Furthermore, in situations requiring haste, such as traversing mountains or forests, you would undoubtedly lag behind us. If urgency arises, we cannot afford to wait for you. Thus, it is imperative that you master a form of lightness skill. Additionally, you must exchange for a form of external martial arts, such as the iron cloth shirt, which would significantly enhance your ability to preserve your life. The image of a robust man, broad-shouldered and wielding a long blade, with skin as dark as iron, suddenly emerged in Meng Qi's mind. Could this be his future self? This was not aligned with his aspirations. The aesthetic was all wrong. Chapter 17. Exchange. Meng Qi felt a considerable reluctance within, yet reason compelled him to concede that Jiang Zhiwei's words were indeed sagacious. Lightness skills, external martial arts, and sword techniques. Should he acquire these three, coupled with a period of diligent training, he would undoubtedly undergo a profound transformation, preventing a recurrence of the harrowing experience of merely seizing an opportunity to eliminate Cheng Yong in a perilous manner. Senior Sister Jiang speaks the truth, he acknowledged. Unbeknownst to anyone, Zhang Yuanshan approached, followed closely by Qi Xia and Qi Jingyan. Senior Brother Zhang, have you completed your exchange? Jiang Zhiwei inquired with a hint of surprise, for she had not seen Zhang Yuanshan head towards the central pillar of light. As the conversation progressed, a shadow of melancholy crossed his features. Meng Qi nodded subtly. Compelled to acknowledge Zhang Yuanshan's innate talent for leading a small team, he meticulously considered various aspects while also attending to the emotions of others. Zhang Yuanshan turned to Meng Qi and said, lightness skill and the practice of external martial arts should be your primary focus, Junior Brother Zhending. The iron shirt technique not only encompasses external training, but also lays the foundation for internal cultivation, enabling you to preliminarily refine your dantian. Moreover, it will establish a solid groundwork for your future practice of Shaolin's esteemed arts, such as the indestructible Vajra skill and golden bell shield. Nodding thoughtfully, Zhang Yuanshan then addressed Jiang Zhiwei. Junior Sister Jiang, are you still 20 merits short? Are you planning to exchange for the Heavenly Intelligence Pill? Upon hearing the mention of the Heavenly Intelligence Pill, Qi Xia displayed an expression of evident understanding, while Qi Jingyan's countenance radiated excitement, seemingly yearning for this elixir for quite some time. What about our next mission? Zhang Yuanshan inquired loudly. Jiang Zhiwei exhaled softly. Noticing Meng Qi's bewildered expression, she kindly elucidated. When opening one's meridians, one can utilize specific elixirs for assistance, but each elixir can only be employed once for its intended effect. For instance, if I use the Heavenly Intelligence Pill to open my ear meridian, I cannot use it again for my nasal meridian. I must at least resort to a pill of the Heavenly Vision and Earth Listening caliber, which is valued at a minimum of 260 merits. However, such elixirs, even if I were to wash the sword sect, would not render us affluent. Should I desire to obtain them, I must make commensurate contributions, or my master may choose to bestow from his personal stash. Yet, unless in dire need, it is advisable not to rely on elixirs for breakthroughs, as this may inevitably leave lingering issues that would require arduous effort to rectify. Otherwise, the journey to transcend greater realms in the future will prove exceedingly arduous, of course. The lower the realm, the relatively easier it becomes to compensate for such shortcomings. Indeed, many individuals of the martial world, akin to him, may find enlightenment through the passage of time, though they may only do so in their 30s or 40s, leaving little time for further advancement. Jiang Zhiwei stated earnestly, what is given freely by others can be easily taken away. Only that which belongs to oneself can be relied upon until the end. Qi Jingyan nodded in agreement, his expression unperturbed, leaving one to wonder if he truly comprehended her words. Zhang Yuanshan pondered for a moment and suggested, Jiang Junior Sister, how about I lend you 20 merits, enabling you to exchange for a heavenly clever pill? The sword emerges without me is one of the 9 ultimate killing techniques of the Supreme Sword Canon, classified as a transcendent skill. It is my master's signature move, of which I have merely grasped the surface. Even my master would not dare to claim mastery over it. Jiang Zhiwei, aware of Meng Qi's limited understanding, deliberately provided a detailed explanation. Meng Qi's gaze fell, the jade tablet turning with his words, resting upon the sword emerges without me. The sword emerges without me. One of the 9 ultimate killing techniques of the Supreme Sword Canon has an exchange price of 18,700 merits. This revelation caused Meng Qi to inwardly exclaim in astonishment. Lacking a comprehensive framework, merely being a technique, it astonishingly holds such value. Truly, the disciples of great sects possess extraordinary advantages. Regardless, once the ear channels are opened, Sister Jiang, it is unlikely that you would become completely drained after a single strike. Zhang Yuanshan stated with an air of candor. Jiang Zhiwei furrowed her brow and inquired, "And what about you, brother Zhang? What do you intend to exchange?" Meng Qi, observing Zhang Yuanshan's demeanor, felt a mixture of admiration and relief. He was glad he hadn't declined to lend his skills earlier. Otherwise, in the eyes of the others, he would have been entirely overshadowed by Zhang Yuanshan's radiant persona, appearing miserly and stingy in contrast. Suddenly, Meng Qi heard Jiang Zhiwei's voice. Delicate as a whisper, "As disciples of our sect, we possess ample resources, which allows us to be so generous with our skills. It is akin to a beleaguered individual receiving assistance from a wealthy friend with 1,000 taels versus a friend of modest means offering 5 coins. Although the goodwill is equally well-intentioned, the character and camaraderie of the latter are undeniably more deserving of my respect." A chuckle escaped Meng Qi, inadvertently. He had found himself in the presence of someone of noble character. Just as he was basking in this realization, he was taken aback. Why was no one else reacting to Jiang Zhiwei's words? With a light laugh, Jiang Zhiwei clarified. "The technique of sound transmission is such that even before fully unlocking my vocal channels, I can still employ my internal energy to communicate, albeit hindered by my previous injuries, which required my full concentration on swordplay." Which school of swordsmanship? Upon hearing the mention of swordsmanship, Jiang Zhiwei's face seemed to illuminate. A beauty almost too radiant to behold. The heavenly remnant and earthly deficiency from the cloister of hidden swords, the darkness of day and night. However, if we are to discuss offensive prowess, your techniques from the sword-washing pavilion could indeed be deemed preeminent. Yet, with Sister Jiang present, I cannot bring myself to exchange or seek consultation. Zhang Yuanshan remarked with a smile. The Sangjian Tower, a sect of the Northern Zhou, is one of the 6 sword-wielding factions, traditionally regarded alongside the Shijian Pavilion. Jiang Zhiwei's gaze flitted as she mused. The heavenly remnants and earthly deficiencies, 108 swords, is derived from the fundamental swordplay of the Sangjian Tower, whooshing 13 swords, a truly life-risking technique. In the future, I must seek guidance from Senior Brother Zhang. By the way, I am grateful to Senior Brother Zhang for his assistance regarding the merits. Meng Qi discreetly glanced at the Jade Tome and discovered that this set of heavenly remnants and earthly deficiencies, 108 swords, belong to an external realm-level sword technique, valued at 6,000 merits. However, if dismantled into its core principles, the overall cost would be 1,000 merits, with individual techniques ranging from 40 to 60 merits. Zhang Yuanshan selected a technique that required 50 merits, precisely exhausting his total. "I am immensely honored that Junior Sister Jiang wishes to claim my merits," he remarked with a cheerful smile. "Therefore, it certainly will not be 9 departures and 13 returns. After the next task, simply return it to me as it was," he added. A chuckle escaped both Jiang Zhiwei and Qi Xia, while Meng Qi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, lifted his gaze towards the drifting clouds above, his face slightly flushed. "What if I were to perish on my next task?" Jiang Zhiwei inquired with a teasing smile. Zhang Yuanshan shook his head and replied with a smile. "Then consider it my misjudgment and character assessment." Jiang Zhiwei refrained from further comments and turned to Meng Qi, asking, "Little monk, have you chosen the martial arts you wish to exchange?" As Meng Qi listened intently, he meticulously selected and nodded in agreement, gesturing towards the jade tablet. "In accordance with the opinions of Brother Zhang and Miss Jiang, I have decided to exchange for the Shaolin Iron Shirt technique, the godly movement of 8 steps technique, and the 5 tigers breaking the door blade technique, which require 30, 20, and 30 merits respectively. In truth, I wish to directly redeem the initial 3 levels of the Golden Bell Shield, but it necessitates a total of 120 merits. So I shall have to wait until next time." He referred to the temple's extraordinary skill, the Golden Bell Shield, where the first 4 levels belong to the energy accumulation phase, requiring 20, 40, 60, and 100 merits respectively. Although other variations of the Golden Bell Shield are less costly, none achieve the same efficacy as this one. After all, if perfected through all 12 levels, the Golden Bell Shield grants one the indestructible Vajra body, rendering one impervious to all forms of harm. The Iron Shirt, originating from the main world, is a rapid mastery technique derived from the Golden Bell Shield, roughly equivalent to the effects attained from completing the first 3 levels. The foundation of Shaolin martial arts is profound and progressive. Only upon mastering the initial 3 levels can one attain a level of resilience akin to that of the Iron Shirt, making it difficult for ordinary weapons to penetrate. Thus, seeking to enhance his abilities in a short span, Meng Qi ultimately opted for the Iron Shirt instead of merely redeeming the first level of the Golden Bell Shield. Nevertheless, this iron shirt technique can evolve into the golden bell shield. And Meng Qi intends to retrain in the golden bell shield in the future to rectify the shortcomings of this expedited method. Under meticulous selection, Meng Qi found himself at the end of his merits. Initially, he had intended to exchange for the elusive skill of Xinqing Baibian that Wei Xiaobao had mastered. This remarkable lightness skill had allowed an individual of modest martial prowess to escape peril on numerous occasions. Even if it belonged to the realm of martial arts in decline, it was still categorized among the most formidable techniques in the accumulation phase, valued at 100 merits. Thus, he had to relinquish his aspirations with a heavy heart. Fortunately, he later discovered Xinqing Babu, which, upon detailed examination, appeared to be a simplified version of Xinqing Baibian. If one possessed extraordinary martial talent, it was not inconceivable to directly comprehend Xinqing Baibian from it. Exchange for the manual? Do we have the time to cultivate it? Xia suddenly interjected. Meng Qi furrowed his brow and shook his head. If I had a year, it would be no problem. However, Xinqing Babu can be easily grasped if one possesses sufficient understanding. Perhaps one could master the basics in a month. As for the foundational knife techniques, a month's time should suffice. Wei Xiaobao is a prime example. Directly cultivating Tai Bu Shan would require double the merits, leaving just enough to exchange for Xinqing Babu. At this juncture, she chuckled. I know that Brother Zhang and Sister Zhiwei are solely devoted to diligently honing the martial arts of your own sect, possessing only a cursory understanding of ordinary manuals and miscellaneous studies, making it difficult to articulate. Indeed, I have only heard my master discuss other martial arts during practical training. Zhang Yuanshan candidly nodded. With Sister Qi providing the knife technique manual, the young monk's exchange was thus settled. Jiang Zhiwei contemplated for a moment. Perhaps we should first observe the young monk's exchange. We shall gain more experience. Agreed. The others had no objections, and Meng Qi felt a surge of excitement. In the center of the white jade plaza, a radiant beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloped in an ethereal mist, suffused with an otherworldly aura. Meng Qi stepped into this luminous column and selected the option to directly cultivate the iron cloth shirt from the exchange list that materialized within. Immediately, a multitude of luminous points appeared within the light, resembling swarms of fireflies, completely enveloping Meng Qi's body, incessantly darting in and out. He felt an excruciating pain as if his muscles and skin were being torn apart, particularly in his dantian. Yet, his body was inexplicably controlled by an unseen force, rendering him immobile and incapable of uttering a word. He could only endure this torment, akin to undergoing relentless tortures in the 18 layers of hell. Just as Meng Qi was on the brink of collapse, darkness clouding his vision, a warmth surged from his lower abdomen, as the true Qi naturally flowed into various acupoints, like rivers converging back to their source, entering his freshly refined dantian. It then followed distinct pathways, redistributing itself among his acupoints, leaving only a faint warmth in the dantian. This warmth coursed through the established meridians several times, connecting with certain acupoints, steadily growing and refining them, preparing for future cultivation. Consequently, the route of his internal energy operation became deeply etched in Meng Qi's mind. As the luminous points dissipated, so did the intense pain. Yet the sensation lingered in Meng Qi's heart, indelibly etched in his memory. Ignoring his presence within the light, he moved his limbs and felt a significant surge of strength. He then patted his body, experiencing a sensation akin to striking thick fabric, devoid of any pain. Meng Qi let out a sigh of relief. It appeared that his external training had encountered no issues. Following this, he endeavored to channel the true energy from his dantian, traversing the simple route twice, striving to make it an intrinsic part of himself. Is everything all right? Jiang Zhiwei inquired with a blend of concern and curiosity from beyond the luminous column. Meng Qi shook his head, replying, quite successful. As he spoke, he navigated to the section on energy accumulation techniques and selected the 8 steps of divine movement. With a flash of brilliance, a tome resembling a grayish manual inscribed with 8 steps of divine movement inexplicably appeared in his hands. After a cursory glance, Meng Qi confirmed it to be a manual on lightness techniques. There was no time for thorough examination. He swiftly tucked it into his robe and stepped out of the radiant column. Jiang Zhiwei nodded, then with a playful smile, remarked, "Little monk, one must never be careless. Shall I test your iron cloth shirt?" "Very well," Meng Qi replied, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Although the iron cloth shirt was an external technique already integrated into his skin and muscles, rendering it effective without the necessity of qi manipulation, he still summoned his inner strength to maximize its efficacy. As he gathered his energy, a flash of light momentarily blinded him, revealing a glimmering sword that, like a meteor, darted toward him and struck his left shoulder before he could react. A soft thud resonated as the blade pierced just slightly, eliciting a twinge of pain. Upon withdrawal, only a single drop of blood emerged. Not bad at all, Meng Qi mused, satisfied despite the fact that he could only withstand an attack of Jiang Zhiwei's strength at 50% or less. Just moments ago, he had been inferior even to 1% of her power. Thank you, senior brother Zhang, for your guidance. Meng Qi comprehended Zhang Yuanshan's implication. His nascent iron cloth skill would likely be insufficient to withstand the full force of a master adept in energy accumulation. Nonetheless, it still offered a degree of damage reduction. Thus, during combat, he must capitalize on this advantage, trading light injuries for more severe ones. At that moment, Qi Xia let out a soft chuckle, cautioning, "Do not allow the young monk to become overconfident." Her gaze shifted to Meng Qi. "The iron cloth has numerous vulnerabilities, of which you are well aware. Exercise caution in these areas during battle, and remember that various weapon types affect the iron cloth differently. Thorough research is essential." Unbeknownst to him, she had begun to refer to him as the young monk alongside Jiang Zhiwei. Meng Qi solemnly acknowledged her words, recognizing their truth. He was acutely aware that his eyes, temples, and other critical spots were indeed vulnerable. The iron cloth, being a martial art forged through rigorous striking practice, provided excellent defense against blunt weapons. Yet its efficacy waned considerably against cuts and thrusts from blades. Here, Qi Xia presented Meng Qi with a tome titled 5 Tigers Breaking the Gate Blade Technique. The book bore a rather drab exterior, yet the pages appeared remarkably pristine. Meng Qi expressed his heartfelt gratitude and casually flipped through it before setting it aside. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhiwei approached the illuminated column and activated the exchange ledger. Instead of directly displaying the location of the Xiaosang pill, she began to peruse the list from the beginning, her gaze skimming over the entries. She lingered momentarily over techniques such as Heaven-Cutting 7 Swords, Supreme Sword Cannon, Life-Nullifying 13 Swords, Celestial Bestowed Longevity Sword, Ceasefire Sword Technique, Void Scrutiny Sword Technique, and Duga 9 Swords, her eyes focused and slightly fervent. A rich sigh escaped her lips as the exchange ledger finally revealed the entry for the Xiaosang pill. She extended her hand into the beam of light and retrieved a wax-sealed elixir. With a gentle stroke of her fingertip, she broke the wax seal, releasing a fragrant aroma that wafted through the air. She then took a moment to savor the scent, nodding slightly in affirmation. Indeed, it was the Celestial Wisdom Pill. Zhang Yuanshan chuckled softly and approached her side, exchanging the heavenly remnants and earthly deficiencies, 108 Swords of Dusk and Darkness, before folding the few delicate pages and turning to Qi Jingyan. "Now it is your turn to exchange, junior brother Jingyan. Have you decided what you wish to obtain?" Qi Jingyan cupped his hands respectfully and earnestly replied, "My martial prowess is modest and my knowledge limited. I humbly request guidance from Brother Zhang, Miss Jiang, and Miss Qi." After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yuanshan remarked, "Junior brother Jingyan, I perceive that your primary focus in swordsmanship is the long river sword technique, is it not?" "Indeed." Like the solitary smoke rising in the vast desert and the setting sun over the long river, Qi Jingyan replied, a faint smile breaking through his otherwise stoic expression. This left Meng Qi momentarily bewildered. Were they engaging in a subtle exchange? Although Xuanji was introducing the various sects to the newly initiated disciples, he preferred to share his own tales from the martial world. His propensity for idleness meant that he often only touched upon certain sects briefly, while others remained unmentioned altogether, with the Huanhua sword sect falling into the latter category. As Jiang Zhiwei observed Meng Qi's bewildered expression, she chuckled softly and casually explained, the founding patriarch of the Huanhua sword sect was a learned scholar who, during the tumultuous shifts of dynasties, retreated into the deep mountains. There, he encountered an immortal and acquired unparalleled martial prowess, thus establishing the Huanhua sword sect. Due to his preferences, every authentic martial art within the sect is named after a verse or two from ancient poetry. For instance, the sword technique known as the lone smoke of the desert stands tall. The setting sun over the Long River has been abbreviated by ordinary friends of the martial world to simply Long River Sword Technique. Qi Jingyan cleared his throat. Refraining from contradiction, he was well aware of his own sect's history. Their founder was merely a destitute scholar, hardly deserving of the title of a learned individual, and he could not bring himself to utter such disparaging remarks about his ancestor. He silently appreciated Jiang Zhiwei for preserving a semblance of dignity for both himself and the sect. Indeed, Zhang Yuanshan chimed in with a hearty laugh, stating that the Huanhua sword sect's revered scripture, referred to as the Immortal Bestowed Longevity Sword, is fully titled The Immortal Supports My Crown, bestowing longevity. Additionally, there is the Sword of the Rising Moon Tides. Young monk, do you know which poem this line is taken from? Xia added with a playful smile. Ancient poetry. Meng Qi furrowed his brow, pondering whether this was mere coincidence or if there lay a deeper significance. He nonchalantly responded, the bright moon rises with the tides. Meng Qi pursed his lips, feeling somewhat tested. How could one so young possess such cunning? Regarding the matter of ancient poetry, he swiftly cast it aside, for there was no means to delve deeper at that moment. However, a flicker of joy surged within him as he mused. In the future, adorned in white robes, with a long sword at my waist, a folding fan in hand, and reciting verses, I shall not be questioned due to the lack of origins of my poetry. After a brief exchange, Zhang Yuanshan resumed the previous discussion. Jingyan, the long river sword technique is renowned for its rigor and harbors lethal moves. In my opinion, it suits your temperament well, yet it ultimately lacks agility. During combat, it is deficient in variation, possessing ample defense but insufficient offense. I suggest you first select a sword technique characterized by unpredictability to supplement your training. Once you have refined the 9 crucial acupoints related to your vision, you may accumulate merits in the next mission to exchange for the Tian Tsung pill. At your current level, even with the Tian Tsung pill, you may struggle to achieve a breakthrough. Jiang Zhiwei candidly pointed out this fact. Qi Jingyan nodded earnestly. Indeed, I have only refined 6 of the 9 crucial acupoints related to vision, and there is still much to hone. I shall heed Brother Zhang's advice and proceed with the exchange. After his affirmation, everyone took out their jade tablets to help him sift through suitable sword techniques at a comparable price. Ultimately, the well-informed Meng Qi discovered a martial art that greatly satisfied Qi Jingyan. Qi Jingyan clasped his hands in gratitude towards Meng Qi. Thank you, junior brother Jinding. I had initially contemplated exchanging for a technique reminiscent of the setting sun flying alongside the solitary goose, the autumn waters blending with the endless sky, but it ultimately belongs to the sect's secret sword techniques. Should I practice it recklessly and be discovered, I risk being punished for illicit study. In contrast, the 13 forms of ever-changing clouds and mist not only possesses remarkable agility and variation but also potentially leads to extraordinary encounters. The setting sun casts a glow upon the autumn waters. Jiang Zhiwei softly murmured to Meng Qi, revealing the name of the legendary sword technique. How ostentatious. Meng Qi subtly mocked the founder of the Huanhua sword sect, yet wore a beaming smile as he replied, the humble monk happened upon it by chance. No need for thanks. This ever-changing and multifaceted 13 styles of cloud and mist was a secret transmission of the Hengshan sect from the smiling, proud wanderer. Meng Qi had once contemplated exchanging for it, but alas, the dashing swordsman seemed temporarily out of reach. The total cost for this sword technique was 150 merits. If exchanged separately, the foundational text required 20 merits, with each style costing 10 merits. Consequently, Qi Jingyan acquired the foundational text along with 4 styles, using the remaining 10 merits to exchange for a vial of Lingji Qi boosting pills, aimed at enhancing his inner strength and expediting the refining of his acupoints. Qi Xia smiled amiably and clasped her hands. Brother Zhang, your insight is as sharp as a spear. Little sister's intentions cannot escape your notice. I am particularly interested in the crafting and application of the Tanghua. Tanghua? Tanghua? The same words echoed among the crowd, yet carried entirely different sentiments. Zhang Yuanshan and the others expressed curiosity and confusion, while Meng Qi was taken aback. Wasn't the Tanghua one of the 3 supreme concealed weapons of the Tang sect from the Shenzhou Qixia series? Not merely a unique weapon, nor an extraordinary device, but a true secret weapon. Qi Xia cast a glance at Meng Qi. Little monk, did you just witness the crafting method of this concealed weapon? Yes. Initially, I thought my martial prowess lacking, hence I sought some formidable concealed weapons for self-defense. Meng Qi could only offer this explanation. Qi Xia said little, smiling at Zhang Yuanshan and Jiang Zhiwei. From a young age, I was scolded by my father for being distracted in my martial studies, indulging in various other subjects. Thus, to this day, I have not yet opened my spiritual eye. Among these diverse interests, I have a particular fondness for mechanisms and concealed weapons. Unfortunately, within the Great River Gang, these areas of knowledge are not particularly distinguished. Although my uncles and elders possess unique skills, they cannot impart their secrets to me without reservation. Today, witnessing the method of crafting Tonghua, I felt a surge of excitement. Having multiple masters and mechanisms and concealed weapons is indeed beneficial for us, enabling us to handle a wider array of situations. Both Zhang Yuanshan and Jiang Zhiwei concurred with Qi Xia's choice. Qi Xia exchanged some more manuals and miscellaneous knowledge, ultimately accumulating 150 merits, thus acquiring the techniques for the creation and utilization of Tonghua. Due to the restrictions on entry and exit, Meng Qi naturally carried the manuals with him and conducted a brief inspection of his domain. Beyond the white jade door lay an empty room. To acquire furniture such as beds and chairs, one must engage in exchanges. The atmosphere was dark and oppressive. Meng Qi struggled to rise abruptly, only to behold a serene moonlight bathing the space in tranquility. Subsequently, the familiar sounds of deep, restful breaths from Jinhui, Jingguan, and others reached his ears. Ah! The small jade Buddha. After joyfully discovering that all his exchanges remained intact, Meng Qi suddenly realized that the small jade Buddha he wore had cracked into two pieces, robbing him of that once soothing and warm sense of peace. Alarmed and perplexed, he tossed and turned, finding it difficult to fall asleep. After an indeterminate amount of time, the familiar sound of bells rang out, but it lacked the usual distant tranquility. Each chime increasingly urgent, as if a significant event were unfolding within the temple. Chapter 19. Courage. Meng Qi suddenly sat up, straining to listen to the sound of the bell, his fists quietly clenched beneath the covers. Was the death of Qing Jing discovered, or had he vanished without a trace? The unusual tolling of the bell roused the indifferent lay monks, Zhen Ying and Jin Guan, from their apathy, filling them with an inexplicable alarm that concealed Meng Qi's own unease. Within the great hero hall, the golden Buddha statue, hands forming a mudra, radiated an air of solemnity and compassion as it gazed upon the congregation. Beneath the statue stood an elderly monk with white eyebrows, his gaunt visage framed by a yellow robe and a grand crimson kasaya. In his hand, he held a 9-ringed staff, his face illuminated with a faint golden hue. Namo Amitabha Buddha, esteemed benefactors, please remain calm. The old monk raised one hand, intoning a sacred mantra. Flanking him were nearly 20 monks clad in crimson kasayas, some bearing deep wrinkles and displaying an air of frailty, while others appeared emaciated, resembling withered branches. Among them were those with a melancholic demeanor, exuding a refined maturity. Remain calm? My disciples have met with tragedy at your Shaolin, and you expect me to remain composed? The old Taoist, adorned with a 7 stars crown and dressed in a yin-yang robe, fixed his piercing gaze upon the speaking monk. Master Kong'en, we of the Xuanian Gong have come at your invitation, yet we are met with such an incident. You must provide us with justice. Otherwise, despite his snow-white hair, the old man's face was unusually rosy, devoid of any wrinkles, a testament to his youthful appearance. This elder was none other than the abbot of Shaolin, Kongwen, who had maintained his formidable reputation in the martial world for over a century, having attained the status of a dragon-subduing arhat. Amitabha Buddha, dear benefactors, such a tragic event occurring within the temple is a burden we, Shaolin, cannot evade, regardless of the identity of the perpetrator. Kongwen spoke calmly, exhibiting no signs of forced composure. However, I believe that the esteemed guardian of tranquility and the assembled practitioners share a common desire to ascertain the identity of the perpetrator and the motive behind this heinous act. I kindly request a moment to examine the body and uncover the truth. The guardian of tranquility is the leader of the Xuanian Gong sect, reputed to be on the verge of attaining the threshold of the Dharma body, ranked second on the earthly list. Master Kongwen's words are indeed wise. Dear Taoist Shozhua, please do not be hasty. Your sorrow resonates with us all. A middle-aged Taoist clad in a black turtle robe, holding a jade scepter, stepped forward to offer words of counsel. Among his disciples, Zhang Yuanshan gazed sorrowfully, his fists clenched tightly as he looked upon the lifeless form draped in white cloth. Its head severed from the body, eyebrows furrowed in rage, and eyes wide with terror, clearly indicative of a violent demise. This atrocity transpired right beneath the watchful eyes of the Arhat. He discreetly observed Jiang Zhiwei among the disciples of the Washing Sword Pavilion and Qi Xia among the members of the Great River Gang, noting their expressions of profound grief intermingled with shock and gravity. Qi Jingyan, however, remained an ordinary disciple, lacking the privilege to accompany the elders of the Huanhua sword sect into the great heroic hall. Nevertheless, The mysterious murder of a Zhantiangong disciple within the Shaolin Temple is undeniably chilling. The expressions of the other young disciples mirrored one another, and none detected their peculiarities. Daoist Shoshua cast a cold glance at the Zhenwu sect's Daoist. Zuin Yuanzi, it is not one of your disciples who has perished, so do not feign benevolence. Standing before Jiang Zhiwei was a young and handsome man clad in a green robe, seemingly ordinary, yet upon closer inspection, he exuded an aura of emptiness, as if he were devoid of self and belongings. The man clad in azure, with half-closed eyes, gently caressed the ancient sword at his waist, his voice resonating with a weighty and timeless gravitas. Master Kongwen speaks with wisdom. His voice starkly contrasted with his youthful exterior, reminiscent of an elder who has weathered the trials of life and gained profound insight into the tumult of the mortal realm. Upon his utterance, a profound silence enveloped the great hero hall. Even the irascible Daoist Shoshua refrained from retorting, seemingly subdued by the man's formidable presence. After a moment of contemplation, Shoshua bowed respectfully. I implore Master Kongwen to examine Qingjing's injuries. This was not indicative of the azure-clad man's superior renown or strength over Master Kongwen. All present understood that such a day might yet come. However, at this moment, the disparity between the azure-clad man and the compassionate monk was as vast as the heavens and the earth. The true essence lay in Master Kongwen's benevolence and humility. He never wielded his power over the weak, engaging instead in reasoned discourse, while the azure-clad man, known for his impatience with words, resorted to direct action, his sword striking with unwavering resolve. Master Kongwen entrusted his 9-ringed staff to a dashing, melancholic middle-aged monk beside him, and, taking measured steps, approached Qingjing's lifeless form. A faint golden light of Buddha's radiance shimmered in his eyes. The mortal wound inflicted upon Qingjing lay at his back, dealt by a foe skilled in the iron palm technique, while the injury to his neck had occurred posthumously, inflicted by a long blade wielded by an assailant slightly more powerful than the initial attacker. Thus, it became evident that there were two perpetrators, both adept in the art of opening the eyes to the spiritual realm, albeit at varying levels of mastery. Master Kongwen gradually articulated the cause of Qingjing's demise, leaving Zhang Yuanshan, Jiang Zhiwei, and the others in a state of astonishment at the clarity and authenticity of his revelations. Truly, he was a sage of profound insight. The expression of the Keeper of Simplicity remained grim. Such a conclusion, I too can arrive at. But what of the true culprit? Who could infiltrate the courtyard unnoticed by me, a mere monk? Who could unleash terror within Shaolin without being detected by your divine perception, Master? Yesterday, during my meditation, I fear the true perpetrator may have discovered an opening. Kongwen spoke calmly, his demeanor tinged with regret. The Keeper of Simplicity was unyielding. Master Kongwen, your deep meditation is known to few. Can events align so fortuitously? I implore you to manifest your true abilities and trace the real culprit. His remarks held weight, prompting subtle nods from Zuin Yuanzi and others, their gazes directed towards Kongwen. With hands clasped, Kongwen replied, Ba, I have already attempted this. Yet the true villain's strength rivals my own, severing any leads. Are you suggesting that Shaolin cannot uncover the culprit? I shall report to my master and request the time blade to seek the true offender myself. The Keeper of Simplicity retorted, a mix of anger and frustration in his voice. Ba, I feel remorse towards the esteemed patrons of Xintian's sect. I am willing to ascend Mount Yuhuang to apologize to the Serene Keeper and join your sect in the search for the true villain. Kongwen stated with a tone of compassion. Behind Kongwen, several elders displayed their dissatisfaction. The Keeper of Simplicity was excessively confrontational, while the abbot appeared unduly feeble. Nevertheless, they understood that the circumstances were exceedingly peculiar, and without identifying the true culprit, Shaolin's reputation could be irreparably tarnished. Upon hearing that Master Kongwen wished to ascend Mount Yuhuang to offer his apologies, everyone was utterly taken aback. Even the reclusive Daoist displayed a rare moment of embarrassment. There is no need for such formality, Master Kongwen. Your sincerity is palpable, and I hope that Shaolin will steadfastly uphold this commitment, joining our sect in the pursuit of the true culprit. The third on the heavenly rankings, a formidable figure whose golden Buddha form had exerted dominance for over a century. Personally arriving to apologize was indeed a profound test of his resolve. Such matters, absent concrete evidence, would not compel the Zhuangniangang to press too hard. Yet, if Abbot Kongwen were collaborating with another eminent figure, that individual could easily eliminate the threat should this information be disclosed, leaving him to feign surprise, claiming to have arrived too late. Zhang Yuanshan pondered deeply, a multitude of thoughts swirling within. yet he remained indecisive. Sighing inwardly, he recognized his own flaw, an aversion to risk that hindered his resolve. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities amidst his steady and adept demeanor. He was often regarded as exceptional, praised by numerous elders, and rarely flustered in the face of challenges. However, this very tendency to overthink and overworry deprived him of the necessary courage when a bold gamble was required, which he realized was the root cause of his failure to grasp the sword techniques documented in the true martial seven cuts canon. With this thought, he turned his gaze to Jiang Zhiwei, acknowledging that she far surpassed him in this regard. A flicker of inspiration struck him as he recalled her fervent gaze when she perused the sword technique records. He couldn't help but smile bitterly within himself and subtly shake his head. "Master Abbot, I have a matter to report concerning the death of Qing Jing," suddenly interrupted Xiao's voice, which reached Zhang Yuanshan's ears. He looked up in astonishment, meeting the gaze of a striking face imbued with a resolute expression. As if counting the ants on the ground, Jiang Zhiwei was taken aback and looked up in astonishment. Chapter 20, Secrets. Who could have foreseen that? While she was still in hesitation, she would resolutely make a decision. No, it seemed she had resolved this long ago. Could it be that her joy before and after the exchange was merely a fade? No, it did not seem fake. Perhaps her elation could not suppress her determination to escape danger. As Xia uttered her words, Kongwen turned his gaze towards her and murmured, "Amiba, please speak." "Qi benefactor, what do you know?" The Taoist Shoshua, filled with rage towards the true culprit, looked at Xia, awaiting her to provide a clue. In that moment, Su Wuming, Xian Yuzi, and Xia's father, Qi Yuan, all directed their attention towards Xia, puzzled as to why she, separated from the Xintian sect's courtyard by several layers, could uncover matters related to Qing Jing's demise. Whatever she might encounter during the night, they, as experts, would sense it even in their dreams. To put it another way, anything that could evade their perception would certainly not be stumbled upon by Xia, the young girl yet to awaken her potential. Zhang Yuanshan instinctively shrank back behind his master, Xian Yuzi, his left hand clenching unconsciously while his right hand grazed the hilt of his sword. The cold touch slightly alleviated the tension and anxiety within him. Yet the dryness in his throat remained unabated. He stole a glance at Jiang Zhiwei, only to see her right hand resting upon the sword's hilt as well. The moment the 6 words escaped her lips, Xia suddenly felt her heart pounding fiercely, thump thump thump, blood rushing to her head, her mind swelling, her throat constricted, gasping for breath. Bang! Xia seemed to perceive a crisp shattering sound from the depths of the void. Her vision was engulfed in a vivid crimson hue, where she faintly discerned a great hand, radiating a solemn Buddhist light, extending towards her with a gentle and stabilizing aura, attempting to save her. Simultaneously, a beam of sword light, akin to an ethereal azure sky, manifested with astonishing swiftness, aiming at the void 3 inches behind her. Alas, they were a moment too late. Xia, burdened with bitterness, regret, shock, and unwillingness, succumbed to an abyss of darkness, her body collapsing limply to the ground. Xiar, it was as though Kaiwan Tong, reminiscent of a white-haired fisherman in poetry, sorrowfully called out, his movements swift as he caught Xiao in his arms. Vital energy surged from his palm, pouring into her body as if it were of no consequence, yet there was no response. "Amiba, I am but a step too late," Kongwen remarked. His hands pressed together in prayer. The sacred and solemn Buddhist light faded, and for the first time, astonishment and disbelief marred his previously tranquil countenance. Pretending to be taken by surprise, a moment too late, Zhang Yuanshan felt as if thunderclaps resounded in his mind. A mixture of shock and fear intertwining with relief, regret, and self-reproach, leaving him in a tumult of confusion. He gazed at the lifeless Xiao in Kaiwan Tong's embrace, feeling as though his heart were gripped by a mighty hand, heavy with sorrow, nearly rendering him breathless. Esteemed patrons, the recent plight of Master Qi has reminded me of several similar occurrences, Kongwen slowly began. It was my momentary oversight that prevented me from connecting Master Qingjing's incident with these matters. Otherwise, I might have been able to save Master Qi. Several similar occurrences? Zhang Yuanshan felt overwhelmed by the multitude of events unfolding that night, struggling to bear the weight of it all. He gazed at Kongwen with a mixture of tension and astonishment, and to his surprise, he found that Jiang Zhiwei mirrored his own expression and actions. Fortunately, others shared similar reactions, rendering their demeanor not entirely out of the ordinary. "Pray tell," Xian Yuanzi inquired, performing a respectful bow, while Qi Yuantong, with slightly bloodshot eyes, also turned his gaze toward Kongwen. With a sigh, Kongwen began, "Might I inquire if you esteemed individuals have heard of the enigmatic organization known as Xianji? Members of this group, should they choose to divulge internal secrets, often meet with inexplicable demise, much like Qi Shizhu. I suspect that within them lies a certain curse. Once triggered, it may summon forces from the unseen realms. Xianji, I have crossed paths with one of their ranks, the Dumu Yuankuan, and narrowly escaped with my life." Xian Yuanzi remarked with a hint of self-deprecation. "However, I have yet to capture any of their members or witness such mysterious deaths." "What? You nearly lost your life? And who is this Dumu Yuankuan?" Shoshua Daran, with an impatient demeanor, incredulously inquired. Xian Yuanzi, the esteemed elder of the Zhenwu sect, though not the most elite among the ranks, was a notable figure in the realm, his strength comparable to that of Shoshua Daran. The notion that he could be bested by an adept from an obscure organization was indeed difficult to accept. As far as the old monk knew, the official members of Xianji were few in number, not exceeding 20, each adopting names of illustrious figures from ancient myths, concealing their true identities. Duma Yuankuan was among them. Kongwen took it upon himself to elucidate for those present who were unfamiliar with the organization. Xian Yuanzi offered a wry smile and shook his head, acknowledging, "Indeed, Master Fa Zhang possesses greater insight than I. In my befuddlement, I encountered the Dumu Yuanjuan and engaged in a fierce battle, ultimately retreating in disarray. Aside from the traces of the celestial and the name of my opponent, I know nothing else. A decade ago, Dumu Yuanjuan must have already reached the pinnacle of external cultivation. Is it not peculiar to have such a multitude of nameless experts in this world? It may very well be that certain ambitious individuals among the various sects have clandestinely formed an organization. Xian Yuanzi, can you discern the origins of Dumu Yuanjuan's martial prowess?" The Shoshua Daoist scoffed, doubting the existence of so many masters who could remain inconspicuous. Aside from the celestial title, they must undoubtedly possess another illustrious identity within the realm. Thus, he maintained his suspicion of a traitor within the Shaolin Temple. Xian Yuanzi retorted, "Had I been able to discern this, I would have already traced the clues to the individual in question. My Zhenwu sect follows the true lineage of the great Emperor Zhenwu and is not easily trifled with. The martial arts employed by Dumu Yuanjuan seem reminiscent of the legendary technique Xingxin Jiang Shiju from the mythic era. Yet both Xingxin Jiang, Shiju and Hun Yuan Fan Su Gong have been lost for millennia. How could I know who fortuitously obtained the inheritance?" The Shoshua Daoist circled around Qi Yuantong, nodding gently. A mysterious force indeed erupted from within, drawing upon the unseen energies of the cosmos, truly beyond the capabilities of ordinary beings. However, given the presence of curses or similar traces within, we may first conduct a thorough examination of one another. As Zhang Yuanshan's hair bristled, Su Wuming, standing before Jiang Zhiwei, spoke. "The traces of a similar nature are deeply concealed. Unless we ascertain their origins and employ targeted methods, we may fail to uncover any clues." Su Wuming's conjectures cannot replace decisive actions. The Taoist of guarded simplicity, when roused, showed no fear of Su Wuming. "What you say is indeed true, Su. In light of my understanding and preparations, I endeavored to explore the celestial trace member known as the Tunzun. Yet I found no hidden marks." Kongwen recounted several encounters he had with the Celestial Trace Organization, then turned his gaze towards Su Wuming. "It seems you have had a similar experience?" Su Wuming replied with an air of calm. "I came across an organization called Myth, akin to Celestial Trace, yet a sworn enemy, invoking the names of ancient deities. Su, have you gleaned any insights?" The others were astonished to learn of yet another enigmatic organization, while Kongwen inquired with concern. Su Wuming maintained his placid demeanor. "I encountered Dong Wang Gong, whose power was considerable. I could not hold back." "So, he has returned to dust?" Many young disciples broke into a sweat. "And the corpse mysteriously self-destructed," Su Wuming continued. Kongwen sighed, with me observing, "The body of Tai Tianzun remains intact. His true identity is remarkable, and I shall share more with you all shortly. This gathering is too crowded for a deeper discussion. Regardless of whether it is celestial trace or myth, both are shrouded in mystery and subterfuge, undoubtedly harboring unreliable conspiracies. I propose that all major sects unite to thoroughly investigate this matter." The Taoist Shoshua spoke in a resounding voice. Kongwen nodded and took back the 9-ringed metal staff, stating that should there be any discoveries in the future, Shaolin would be willing to share them with the various sects, as would the Xintian sect. Shoshua readily agreed and turned to Qi Yuantong, requesting him to search for any relics of his beloved daughter to see if anything could be unearthed. Qi Yuantong, with a somber expression, nodded and, as expected. Found the method for crafting the tang flower. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Our Jiang gang possesses no such hidden weapons. Humph. May the immortal trace and myth be offerings to Xiao." The unfamiliar technique of creating hidden weapons reminded him of the long-lost star god's descent method mentioned by Xian Yuanzi, further solidifying his belief that the death of the young girl was intertwined with these two enigmatic organizations. Xian Yuanzi glanced at the disciples of the various sects standing behind their masters. "This matter is of great significance. I implore you all to restrain your disciples and ensure that this information does not leak." Those who could enter the Mahavira Hall were the future elites of their respective sects and deemed worthy to be privy to this matter. Thus, he merely urged them to maintain discretion. Throughout the journey, he remained troubled by the earlier events. As they continued, he heard his master, Xian Yuanzi, let out a gentle sigh. This sigh acted as a catalyst, igniting the doubts harbored within Zhang Yuanshan, who quickly stepped forward and whispered, "Master, why do you not question Abbot Kongwen? He did not exert his full strength to save Junior Sister Qi. He has not revealed the Arhut golden body at all. At the very least, he hasn't displayed the golden body depicted in various texts." Xian Yuanzi smiled, acknowledging, "Your observation is astute and remarkably detailed." As he gazed up at the sky, a mixture of wistfulness and awe colored his tone. "The rumors are indeed true." "What?" Zhang Yuanshan looked at Zhuan Yuanzi in confusion. But Zhuan Yuanzi merely shook his head, signaling him to refrain from further inquiries. The night was cool and serene, with delicate snowflakes drifting down as the sky gradually brightened. Chapter 21. Fortune and misfortune intertwined. After fetching water and having breakfast, Meng Qi eagerly made his way to the Zen Heart courtyard, broom in hand. Intending to glean the reasons behind the urgency of the morning bell from Jiang Zhiwei, Zhang Yuanshan, and others. Was it due to the discovery of Qingjing's death? Had any clues been uncovered by the high-ranking practitioners? What were the responses of the various sects in the Great Chain? With these questions swirling in his mind, Meng Qi stepped into the Zen Heart courtyard, feigning the act of sweeping away the thin layer of snow that had accumulated overnight. While tidying up, he discreetly observed the disciples of various sects traversing the courtyards. He noticed that although most wore expressions of shock and confusion, only a few bore a grave demeanor, as if burdened by heavy thoughts. Suddenly, a familiar voice reached Meng Qi's ears. "That disciple over there, sweeping," it was Zhang Yuanshan. Meng Qi turned to see him standing before a guest room, beckoning him. "Could you please come in and tidy up? My mind is unsettled, and I've dirted the floor." "Of course," Meng Qi replied, fully aware that Zhang Yuanshan was merely using this as an excuse to invite him inside. He promptly approached the guest room, broom and dustpan in hand. Zhang Yuanshan, displaying great poise, held the door open, allowing Meng Qi to enter first, while he pretended to casually survey the surroundings. As Meng Qi stepped into the room, the vibrant hue of pale yellow immediately captured his attention. Jiang Zhiwei was also present. Exercising caution, he bowed his head and began to wield a broom, diligently sweeping away the stains and remnants of spilled tea on the floor. Jiang Zhiwei smiled and remarked, "Little monk, it's you again?" Upon hearing the title Jiang Shizhu, Jiang Zhiwei raised her right hand to cover her mouth, then composed her expression as she earnestly addressed Zhang Yuanshan, who had just re-entered. "Senior brother Zhang, I had an unexpected encounter with Sister Qi yesterday, which forged a bond between us. Yet today, she has fallen into such dire straits. I am truly unsettled. You share a deep friendship with her. Do you recall any clues? I shall wield my sword to seek justice for Sister Qi." It was yesterday that Qi Xia was eliminated. What? Qi Xia is dead? The shock that surged within Meng Qi was akin to a tempestuous wave, utterly uncontrollable. How could Qi Xia possibly be dead? The clever, delicate young woman from the southern waterways, who adored mechanisms and hidden weapons, had met her end? In his astonishment, despite his efforts to maintain composure, he found the broom slipping from his grasp, as this revelation far surpassed any scenario he had previously anticipated. His stammering was not a feigned act, but a genuine response to overwhelming surprise. "No matter, I was equally taken aback at that moment. This truth is indeed too shocking to bear." Zhang Yuanshan similarly consoled Meng Qi with a compassionate demeanor towards the unfamiliar Shaolin disciple. He then turned to Jiang Zhiwei and remarked, "Before the new year at Maoling, I had an encounter with Junior Sister Qi. Although our acquaintance was brief, I discerned no signs of anomaly. It seems the words of Master Kongwen ring true. She perished due to an internal curse while attempting to unveil that secret. Alas, Junior Sister Qi, in the bloom of youth, met such an untimely end." which is truly lamentable. The sorrow and regret in his tone were palpable. While discussions regarding organizations like Xianji cannot be openly broached, the deaths of Qi Xia and Qin Jing are bound to come to light, rendering Zhang Yuanshan and Jiang Zhiwei's preemptive disclosure to Meng Qi prudent, ensuring he does not inadvertently reveal ignorance before other monks. Jiang Zhiwei sighed. Qin Jing also died under mysterious circumstances. The true culprit behind the scenes is indeed despicable. Yesterday, I harbored a question. I wonder if you, junior sister Jiang, have noticed it? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yuanshan continued, when junior sister Qi's curse manifested. Although Master Congan claimed he was a moment too late, he never revealed his golden body power, which is rather illogical. I privately inquired with Master Xinyuan, who merely stated that the rumors are not unfounded. Ultimately, it seems our strength is insufficient to engage with matters of a higher order. Zhang Yuanshan sincerely lamented this, shedding any prior air of arrogance, recognizing that, at his current age, his martial prowess suffices. Jiang Zhiwei's 5 fingers danced gracefully upon the sword sheath, reminiscent of a musician delicately plucking the strings of a 7-stringed instrument. Her gaze was fixed upon the pale blue sky beyond the window, and with a tone both resolute and contemplative, she remarked, "Perhaps one day we too shall encounter a similar predicament, at which point we can only wield our swords to carve out a sliver of hope." I share these words as a source of encouragement for Brother Zhang. After lunch, Meng Qi commenced the practice of circulating his internal energy, striving to transform the teachings imparted by others into a manifestation uniquely his own. Yet, at that moment, Xuanxin sounded the small bell in the courtyard, summoning everyone to gather. They promptly set about clearing the plaza near the main entrance, preparing to bid farewell to the departing disciples of various sections. Xuanxin, appearing as if abruptly awakened from slumber, barked orders in a fit of irritation, muttering under his breath, "Has the wisdom of the abbot been devoured by a demon? When did Shaolin require such deference towards other sects?" Meng Qi's heart stirred with understanding. He surmised that the tragic demise of disciples from both the Xiantian sect and the Jiang gang within the temple had left Shaolin at a disadvantage, necessitating some form of acknowledgement. The others quickly arrived with brooms and buckets, dividing their tasks and working fervently. Thanks to his mastery of the iron cloth technique and a basic foundation in internal energy, Meng Qi found the cleaning duties considerably easier. Several times he was tempted to seize the opportunity to practice the 8 steps of divine movement. Yet he was acutely aware that the guests from other sects and the departing monks were formidable experts. Should they discover that his light-footedness did not adhere to the Shaolin style, he would undoubtedly face intense scrutiny in the current climate. Amidst the melodious chime of wind bells, Jinyan suddenly pointed into the distance and exclaimed, "Junior brother Jinding, there stands Jiang Zhiwei, the foremost disciple of this martial exhibition and the heir of the sword-washing pavilion." He maintained a close camaraderie with Meng Qi and Jin Hui, naturally gathering together after completing their tasks. At that moment, various masters and disciples from different sects, accompanied by several elders clad in crimson robes, were making their way towards the main entrance. Jin Yan's gaze was fixed upon Jiang Zhiwei, who trailed closely behind a gentleman in a green attire. "What? Do you need an introduction? We are quite familiar, thank you." Meng Qi silently scoffed in modern vernacular, yet outwardly feigned an enthusiastic demeanor, exclaiming, "Ah, it's that young lady. She once assisted me while I was tidying up the Zenhart courtyard." "Brother, this seems rather amiss," Zhenhui remarked, staring blankly at Meng Qi. Meanwhile, Zhun Yin inquired with curiosity, "Junior brother Jinding, is Jiang Zhiwei not the type of woman who is proud and aloof? It is said that those proficient in swordsmanship and martial arts often possess such characteristics." Meng Qi initially intended to boast, but ultimately suppressed his urge. "I am not certain. Based on her assistance, she appears to be quite amiable. By the way, junior brother, what seems to be the issue?" Jinhui furrowed his brow at Meng Qi. "Brother, is it not customary for heroes to rescue damsels in distress?" "Nonsense." Meng Qi could only retort at his Navi junior. Zhun Yin could hardly contain his amusement, well aware that Zhun Hui was overly captivated by the myriad tales spun by Meng Qi. The surrounding lay monks began to murmur quietly, "Is that Zhang Yuanshan from the Jinwu sect? I heard from other senior brothers that he is a renowned young master of this generation, with prospects of making it onto the list of formidable warriors." "Indeed, but I heard he narrowly lost to Jiang Zhiwei from the Shijin Pavilion yesterday. Such a delicate young lady. Do not underestimate the young girl. My mother once told me that the more beautiful a girl is, the more formidable she becomes." The reason why the miscellaneous monks find themselves in the service hall is often due to some personal issues, and it is inevitable that some may speak in a rather coarse manner. Ah, what of the young girl? In 10 years, she will likely step into the broader world, becoming a true master. With her beauty and status, she will undoubtedly attract a throng of heroic figures from the martial world, revered as a celestial being. Zhang Yin suddenly expressed his sentiments, noting that Zhang Yuanshan was similarly positioned, being a direct disciple of the Jinwu sect, cherished by his elders, with a future brimming with potential. Unlike us, mere custodians and errand monks, unworthy even to stand beside them. Indeed, it is not merely about standing together. Even if they were to cast a glance our way, I would feel utterly content, able to boast to my fellow villagers of my past acquaintances with some renowned hero or enchanting fairy from the martial realm. Other miscellaneous monks voiced similar sentiments, and soon, envy and admiration filled the air among them. Suddenly, Jiang Zhiwei and Zhang Yuanshan, while walking, turned their heads almost in unison to glance this way, nodding to Meng Qi with an air of unattainability. Huh, are they looking at me? Is this enough to satisfy you? Who are they looking at? The miscellaneous monks erupted in excitement, engaging in animated discussion. Meng Qi exhaled, easing the subtly complex emotions that had arisen within him, as he watched Jiang Zhiwei and the others depart. In the future, they are destined to become figures of great renown in the martial world. As they walked, Xinyan spoke with a tinge of melancholy. They ascend the celestial ladder, while we are unable to take even a small step away from the laborers' quarters. Alas, Zhenhui, do you not feel sorrow or despair? Meng Qi, without turning his head, had already sensed the formidable presence of Master Xianku and another monk clad in yellow, thanks to his significant progress in cultivating his inner strength. Master Xianku. Master Xianqi. Zhenyan turned to follow the sound, quickly placing his palms together in reverence. After Meng Qi and Zhenhui had also paid their respects, Xianku nodded. Zhenhui, you will go to the warrior monastery tomorrow. Aside from Zhenhui, who remained perplexed, both Meng Qi and Xinyan were taken aback. The golden-hued skin of Xianqi, who appeared sharp and resolute, scrutinized Meng Qi. You are Zhending? I am a disciple, Meng Qi replied, feeling utterly bewildered. Xianqi inclined his head slightly. You will also go to the warrior monastery tomorrow. Meng Qi was equally stunned. Chapter 22. Reactions as a guest monk of a prominent martial arts sect. One must possess a certain level of skill to maintain dignity. Xianku gazed deeply at Meng Qi and calmly remarked, once you enter the warrior monastery, all cunning is futile. Only through the understanding of Zen principles, cultivating a tranquil mind and spirit, and persevering in diligent practice can one find the true path. In this regard, Zhenhui surpasses you. The implication of his words was clear to Meng Qi. He suspected that his attempts to please guests such as Zhang Yuanshan and Jiang Zhiwei to escape the laborers' quarters stemmed from an excess of cunning. Is it not folly to speculate on the existence of matters not witnessed or experienced? Master Xianku, once entangled in obsession, would find himself plunged into an endless abyss. Meng Qi has never been one to be unjustly accused. If there are no other concerns, he would certainly argue his case. In the end, he solemnly clasped his hands together and said, Namo Amitabha. You. Xianku's eyes widened in surprise, clearly not anticipating that Meng Qi would turn the tables on him with such pointed and reasonable retorts, leaving him at a loss for a counterargument. Alas, Xianku's master, Feng Zheng, has always been somewhat pedantic. He is destined to fall into the path of darkness in the future. Meng Qi silently relished his verbal victory, but Xianku was swift, having already vanished from the square. At that moment, Zhenhui tightly grasped her broom, looking at Meng Qi with confusion. Senior brother, are we heading to the warrior monastery? Of course, has it taken you this long to realize? Meng Qi stared at Zhenhui in astonishment. Having conversed with Xianqi and Xianku for quite a while, her delayed reaction was indeed astonishing. Zhenhui revealed a naive smile. We've moved one step closer to Tathagata's divine palm. Puffed. Meng Qi spat out in surprise, having to admit that he could not keep pace with the foolish train of thought. Nevertheless, he soon became invigorated, exclaiming to Zhenhui with enthusiasm, the Tathagata's divine palm is still a distant goal. Once we cultivate our energy to perfection at the warrior monastery, we will be able to explore the 72 ultimate techniques. By then, I must learn the flower-picking finger, formless robbery finger, and crossing the river on a reed among other exquisite skills. Why? Zhenhui asked, puzzled. unable to comprehend why he was so insistent on selecting these particular martial arts. Meng Qi, brimming with spirit, replied, because these techniques are stylish and graceful. In the future, he originally intended to express sentiments of ethereal elegance and swiftness akin to a sword flashing like lightning. But he quickly recalled that this was the Shaolin Temple. Thus, he made slight adjustments to his envisioned future. His enthusiasm grew as he spoke. Yet he was abruptly reminded of the iron cloth and the 5 tigers broadsword, causing his expression to dim and his excitement to wane. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that this was merely a temporary arrangement. The future would undoubtedly unfold differently. Meng Qi quietly comforted himself, his spirits rekindled. Just as he was about to continue his discourse, Zhun Yin unexpectedly interjected. Congratulations, junior brother Zhending. For junior brother Zhun Hui's escape from the boundless sea of toil in the miscellaneous affairs courtyard. However, I must caution you. The Martial Monk Institute is not a paradise either. Only those favored by various masters can acquire the 72 ultimate techniques after mastering their breathing. The other monks remain in the institute, relentlessly practicing the dragon subduing staff technique as members of the Arhut formation. Therefore, you must not let your guard down. He wore a smile. Yet Meng Qi perceived it to be rather forced, his words laced with a dampening bitterness. Grateful for his brother's warning, Meng Qi empathized with Zhun Yan's sentiments. Had he endured over 3 years of servitude, yearning day and night to enter the Martial Monk Institute, while witnessing his newly initiated brothers suddenly escape their plight, he would likely find it harder to smile than to weep. Meng Qi recognized that those around him were similarly unfortunate souls like Zhun Yin and Zhending, and he refrained from boasting to avoid provoking them. At dinner, Meng Qi specifically advised Zhen Hui to refrain from speaking carelessly, just as he savored his meat. A round of applause echoed from the entrance. Meng Qi turned to see Master Xuanxin entering with a radiant smile, clapping his hands joyously. It has not been easy for our miscellaneous monks' courtyard. Today, at long last, 2 disciples have been selected to join the Martial Monks Academy. The sound of wooden chopsticks clattering against the long table or the floor resonated continuously. All the miscellaneous monks, except for Meng Qi, Zhen Hui, and Jin Yan, stood frozen in time, enveloped in an eerie silence within the dining hall. Zhending, Zhen Hui, why do you not say a word? With Xuanqin's inquiry, the statue-like miscellaneous monks came to life, turning their gazes toward Meng Qi and Zhen Hui. The depth and complexity in their eyes sent a shiver down Meng Qi's spine. Thanks to Master Xuanqin for arranging the disciples to clean up the Changqing courtyard, Meng Qi remarked, fully aware that the truth could not escape Xuanqin's keen perception. Xuanqin chuckled. It is also due to your vigilance and eloquence. I know you relish tales from the martial world. Do not forget this place in the future. Oh, why are you all staring at Zhending and Zhen Hui? Do not forget to congratulate them. Gradually, one miscellaneous monk stood up, his smile more painful than sorrow, and said, congratulations to junior brother Zhending and junior brother Zhen Hui for becoming martial monks. Meng Qi sighed softly. It is merely that the Buddha has bestowed his blessings upon them. If all you senior brothers sincerely revere the Buddha, you too shall reap the rewards in due time. As long as everyone dedicates themselves to cleaning, dining, and resting earnestly, you will surely have the opportunity to enter the Martial Monks Academy. Zhen Hui, in a naive manner, added, indeed. Meng Qi recognized that this was indeed the true method. However, observing the expressions of the various temple attendants, he noted a mixture of scorn and hatred, but not a hint of belief. Were it not for their awareness of Zhen Hui's honest and somewhat naive nature, they might have thought that Zhen Hui was mocking them. With hands clasped together, he uttered a Buddhist incantation and then pulled Zhen Hui to sit down, both of them engrossed in their meal. Thus, the evening repast concluded amidst an atmosphere laden with unspoken tension, giving way to Xuanji's storytelling, which commenced in a similar ambience. Zhendong and Zhen Hui, my brothers, I have long known you are not mere ordinary beings. Once you arrive at the Martial Monk Academy, do remember to look after each other, said Jinyong, who had come to listen, with a cheerful grin. Meng Qi, having formed a certain familiarity with him, replied candidly, Brother Jinyong, I shall rely on your guidance. That is my forte, Jinyong responded. Meng Qi nodded lightly, while Zhen Hui vigorously agreed. I am also well versed in many stories. Do you know what has been the most sensational event in the martial world over the past decade? Xuanji, unfazed by their demeanor, continued with an air of pride. Decades ago, a peerless genius emerged from the demonic sect known as the Mietian Men. Before reaching 50, he had solidified his demonic form, rivaling even the mythic era's demonic sovereign. His surname was Han, given name Guang, and he styled himself as Demon Master, instilling fear throughout the martial realm, with no one daring to defy him. However, his malevolence eventually caught up with him. After barely a year of having formed his demonic body, his whereabouts were revealed, leading to an encounter with the abbot. That battle 9 years ago was catastrophic. Earthquakes shattered the ground, and darkness engulfed the sky, resulting in the formation of a vast lake in the heart of the Taiwan Mountains. Only the abbot emerged alive, and it is rumored that the demon master was either slain or subdued by him. After this battle, the illustrious reputation of Shaolin has completely overshadowed that of all other sects. Xuanxin continuously extolled the remarkable histories of the esteemed monks, stirring a fervent excitement within Meng Qi and his companions, who wished they could embody such prowess. They pondered when they might possess such extraordinary abilities to move mountains and traverse seas. Meng Qi practiced the iron cloth shirt technique, tossing and turning for a long while before managing to suppress his exhilaration and drift into slumber, feeling a twinge of envy for Zhiwei, whose thoughts were so uncomplicated and free of distractions. In the oppressive darkness, Meng Qi felt his breathing becoming increasingly labored, as if his body were weighed down by heavy earth. Was he experiencing sleep paralysis? In his dream, he gained a flicker of awareness and struggled to awaken, only to behold a contorted, menacing face. Zhenguan's hands were tightly gripping Meng Qi's neck, his body pinning him down, rendering him immobile. His gaze was fierce, yet his voice was eerily dreamlike. "I will kill you. I will kill you. You stole my chance to enter the Warrior Monk Academy. If I cannot enter, then no one shall." Chapter 23, Benevolence. Meng Qi was both terrified and enraged, straining against the grip, but Zhenguan possessed considerable strength. Although he managed to shift slightly, he remained firmly pinned down, and the pressure of Zhenguan's hands showed no sign of easing. After the initial panic subsided, Meng Qi suddenly realized that, despite his struggle for breath, he was far from suffocation. Zhenguan's hands seemed ensnared by his own muscle and skin, unable to effectively cut off his air supply. "Oh, of course. I know the iron cloth shirt technique." This thought flashed through Meng Qi's somewhat dazed mind. In the moment of peril, he had momentarily forgotten that he possessed the ability to perform the iron cloth shirt. The iron cloth shirt itself does not significantly amplify strength. Once he realized he was not in danger, Meng Qi gradually calmed his frantic emotions, focusing his energy to summon a warm current that slowly rose within him. As his internal power surged, Meng Qi exerted force with both his waist and hands, launching Zhenguan forcefully against the wall with a resounding crash. Zhenguan, though shaken, struggled to rise, his eyes aflame with fury, continuously growling threats about avenging his opportunity to enter the monastery of martial monks, and lunged frantically at Meng Qi. Driven mad. At this moment, Meng Qi had already flipped onto the cot, a tempest of rage and indignation swirling within him. He stood firm, unyielding, and unleashed a forward punch, instinctively delivering a fierce black tiger pouncing heart strike to Zhenguan's chest. Zhenguan's flailing hands merely tickled Meng Qi, having no effect. With another resounding thud, Zhenguan collided with the wall once more, producing a dull echo. Clutching his chest with his right hand, he struggled to rise. Yet Meng Qi's strike had nearly expended all his force. No matter how hard he tried, his body ached unbearably, rendered weak and feeble, unable to stand. "Kill. I'll kill you. You beasts, deceitful bald donkeys. I shall have my vengeance. I shall have my vengeance," he muttered in a frenzy, tears streaming down his face. At that moment, Zhan Ying and Zhen Hui had awakened, one bewildered and the other dazed as they beheld the scene before them. Suddenly, Meng Qi's fist did not connect with Zhenguan, but instead struck a yellow cloth that had appeared unexpectedly, yielding with a soft sound. "Stop," Xian Xian commanded, retracting his sleeves and issuing a sharp admonition. Meng Qi did not lose his composure upon seeing Xuanxin's arrival. He immediately exclaimed, "Master Xianxin, Zhenguan has gone mad. He seeks to kill me." Zhenguan, in turn, glared fiercely at both Meng Qi and Xianxin, incessantly muttering threats of murder. Xianxin, irked by Zhenguan's demeanor, scoffed. "Who do you think you can kill with such a display?" He then took a few swift steps forward and delivered a well-aimed kick that left Zhenguan momentarily breathless, unable to articulate a single word. "What a bunch of worthless fools," Xianxin muttered to himself, as the atmosphere around Zhan Ying grew increasingly ominous. After this exchange, Xianxin turned to Meng Qi, and in a miraculous transformation, his expression shifted from one of fury to a beaming smile in an instant. "Ah, Master Zhending, what do you believe should be done in this situation?" Meng Qi, seasoned in the ways of society and having vented most of his anger without sustaining any significant harm, glanced at Zhen Guan and replied, "I leave everything to your discretion, Master Xianxian, but he has indeed lost his senses. Had it been someone else, there might have already been a fatal incident." Xianxian cleared his throat and gestured for Zhen Hui to close the door to the meditation room. Zhen Hui, previously captivated by Xuanxian's confrontation with Zhen Guan, as if witnessing a tale from the martial world unfold before his eyes, was filled with excitement. He promptly acknowledged the request, leaped down from the platform, hurried to the door, and shut it tightly, then resumed his wide-eyed gaze towards Xianxian and Meng Qi. "This matter ultimately concerns our servants' hall. It would be quite unbecoming for it to become common knowledge. Therefore, I propose this. I shall find another reason tomorrow to expel Zhen Guan from Shaolin," Xianxian said with a broad smile. Meng Qi gradually comprehended the gravity of the situation, should it escalate and be taken over by the discipline court. As the supervising monk of the miscellaneous courtyard, he would undoubtedly share some responsibility. Just as he contemplated whether to seize this opportunity to cultivate a favorable rapport with Xuanqin for future endeavors, the door swung open abruptly, and a monk clad in yellow entered, his right hand adorned with a string of reddish-brown prayer beads. "Junior brother Xuanqin, were it not for my fortuitous patrol nearby, I fear this matter might have been concealed from me," the disciplinary monk remarked, his eyes, narrow and somewhat sinister, glinting with a forced smile as he addressed Xuanqin. Xuanqin's expression shifted several times before he hastily approached, his demeanor amiable as he replied, "I merely wish to spare senior brother Xiankong any inconvenience. Such trifles hardly necessitate your direct involvement." He discreetly produced an item from his robe and subtly placed it into Xuankong's hand. Xiankong weighed it in his palm, a warmth spreading across his smile. "No lives lost and no injuries sustained. Indeed, it is a trivial matter. However, this madman cannot be allowed to remain. Rest assured, I shall ensure it poses no burden to you, senior brother," Xuanqin pledged, patting his chest in assurance. Meng Qi observed, astonished. As it became evident that this monk's temple was not a sanctum of tranquility, at least the miscellaneous courtyard was rife with human affairs. Xiankong glanced at Zhen Guan, who was struggling to rise, then turned his attention to Meng Qi. "Esteemed junior, you possess quite an impressive set of martial skills. Fear not. We are all aware of your situation," Xiankong added with a hint of sarcasm. "Were it not for these connections, would the heirs of the sword-washing pavilion and the true martial sect deign to speak on your behalf? They are not easily swayed by mere eloquence. It turns out this is how they think." Meng Qi quietly breathed a sigh of relief. While it is not entirely out of the question that he may have spoken in a manner that truly satisfied his two disciples, this explanation was far more palatable, effectively concealing his true relationship with Zhang Yuanshan and Jiang Zhiwei. Xiankong's lips curled into a subtle smile as he remarked, "However, at Shaolin, we do not consider a disciple's background when accepting students. If you err and fall into the hands of my discipline court, we shall show no mercy. Hee. My camaraderie with Brother Xian Ku signifies that his stance is, indeed, my own." With that, he turned and strode out of the room, leaving behind a light remark, "Brother Xian Xian, do remember to handle matters appropriately. Damn it. Those old bastards in the discipline court can hardly tolerate anyone showing strength before them." Upon Xian Kong's departure, the rather coarse Xian Xian lamented bitterly, showing no awareness of his own breach of decorum. "Really, did you argue with them?" Meng Qi shrugged dismissively. "If I were upright in my actions and demeanor, would I fear them? TSK, it is precisely this attitude that they detest the most." Xian Xian scrutinized Meng Qi closely, realizing that only someone of his noble lineage, unafraid of having no way back, could exhibit such boldness. "Pray tell, to which family do you belong?" "How would I know?" Meng Qi feigned an enigmatic air, responding, "With troubles cast aside and the mundane world distanced, no family is of concern to this humble monk. It is indeed a pity for Zhen Guan. Born into a merchant family, accustomed to a life devoid of want, little did he know that during a business trip, his family would fall victim to the ruthless 72 bandits of Hellion Mountain, leaving no survivors. Thus, he transformed from a young master into an orphan. In his quest for vengeance, he sought refuge in Shaolin, yet his heart brimming with hatred could not escape the discerning eye of Xian Ku, who subsequently sent him to our miscellaneous department. Since this reason prevents the acceptance of Brother Zhenguan as a disciple, why offer him a glimmer of hope? Meng Qi inquired with a furrowed brow. Why does he not personally persuade those 72 bandits to abandon their murderous ways and attain enlightenment? Meng Qi retorted, a hint of anger in his voice. Xin clicked his tongue in response. That would require him to be capable of defeating them first. He then turned to Zhenguan, who was gradually calming down. Zhenguan, you should descend the mountain tomorrow. Seek another sect. Perhaps there remains a chance for you to cultivate profound martial skills. Upon hearing the term descend the mountain, Zhenguan abruptly awakened, covering his face with his hands as he lamented, Father, Mother, I am unfilial. 5 years have passed, yet he has not avenged a single bandit. Meng Qi sighed, refraining from stopping Xin from allowing Zhenguan to leave the mountain. His continued presence here held no promise of hope. This further solidified Meng Qi's resolve to master martial arts, lest he one day find himself powerless even to seek vengeance. You too? Zhendo and others, standing among the newly inducted monks, gazed in astonishment at the sight of Meng Qi and Zhen Hui at the front of the line. Was it not said that no one from the miscellaneous department had become a monk in ages? How could this cunning lad and this fool manage to become monks? This revelation instinctively generated a sense of exclusion among those who took pride in their monkhood. Xianqi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the martial monks who had recently joined the temple over the past year. He addressed Meng Qi and Zhen Hui, saying, from today onward, you shall learn martial arts from them, under the tutelage of Zhen Miao, clad in a yellow monk's robe. Zhen Miao appeared refined, yet exuded an aura of formidable presence as he stood there. With a nod devoid of a smile, he instructed, position yourselves at the back of the line. Meng Qi and Zhen Hui, having no objections, hurriedly found their places. Today, they would continue practicing the Luohan fist. And I shall demonstrate as well, so be sure to observe closely. After watching Xianqi depart, Zhen Miao raised his right hand to sweep aside the hem of his robe and settled into a horse stance, first demonstrating the ceremonial gesture of bowing to the mountain and paying homage to the Buddha. Let us begin with this form. The path of martial arts requires a solid foundation. Do not be overly ambitious, he instructed the assembly of monks as they practiced their punches. Having trained in Luohan fist for several months, Meng Qi and Zhen Hui managed to keep pace, repeating their movements from the first posture to the 18th, gradually drenched in sweat. Aware that their practice relied heavily on the punch manual and the occasional guidance from Jin Yong, Meng Qi sincerely remarked, as a novice, I have been following the manual. I kindly ask for your guidance, senior brother. Chapter 24. Partner practice. Upon hearing Zhen Miao's instruction, Zhendo was momentarily taken aback. Then his face broke into a broad grin as he stepped forward with purposeful strides, exclaiming, yes, senior brother Zhen Miao. The past 6 months of rigorous martial training and ample nourishment had significantly elevated his stature, and dark stubble adorned his chin, giving him a more robust appearance. He looked at Meng Qi, who was 2 years younger, with eyes gleaming with eager anticipation. Meng Qi bared his teeth in surprise, not expecting Zhen Miao to be so earnest. However, he did not shy away from the practice. Rather, he was fervently seeking any opportunity for combat to gradually master and integrate the iron cloth shirt, the 8 steps of divine movement, the Arhut fist, and the 5 tigers breakthrough blade technique into practical application. He humbly requested guidance from his senior brother, Zhenda, addressing him as per the Shaolin tradition due to their age difference. Standing firm in the initial posture of the Arhut fist, he spread his feet apart. Zhenda opened his mouth, seemingly about to say something, but in his excitement, he momentarily forgot his words, even neglecting to join his palms in reverence and chant a Buddhist phrase. Instead, he simply let out a customary hey ha and launched into action, performing the standard Arhut greeting. At the instant Zhenda made his move, it felt as though Meng Qi had submerged into water, becoming oblivious to all other sounds and sights. Drawing from his experience in combat with Chongyong, he sidestepped, raising one hand to intercept Zhenda's dual fists while striking assertively at Zhenda's abdomen with the other. Far from exhibiting any timidity or hesitation typical of a first encounter, he was remarkably proactive. As Zhenda prepared to execute his next technique, he was suddenly struck by a fierce gust of wind, feeling as though Meng Qi was lunging at him with full force. Faced with this formidable assault and seeing the unwavering battle intent etched on Meng Qi's face, Zhenda felt an inexplicable chill in his heart, sensing a terrifying aura reminiscent of one who has truly grappled with life and death. His movements instantly slowed, and with a resounding impact, Meng Qi struck him in the abdomen, causing unbearable pain that forced him to curl up on the ground, emitting a cry of anguish. Is this truly all you can muster? Meng Qi was momentarily taken aback. How could his opponent falter so swiftly after he had just initiated his assault? It seemed rather feeble, did it not? Not only was Meng Qi astonished, but the surrounding monks, including Jin Yong, also gazed in disbelief at the curled figure of Jin Da on the ground, unable to comprehend how someone who typically excelled in practice could succumb so rapidly and pathetically. Jin Miao's expression was as solemn as water as she observed this scene. She quickly approached Jin Da, crouching down to channel her inner energy into his abdomen, alleviating his pain. Supporting Jin Da to his feet, Jin Miao stated expressionlessly, "Jin He, you shall practice against Jin Ding." "Yes, senior brother Jin Miao," replied a robust youth who emerged from the monk team, standing tall like a column of black iron. Meng Qi sensed he was on the brink of grasping the pivotal moment from their earlier exchange and eagerly clasped his hands together, exclaiming, "I humbly request your guidance, senior brother Jin He." As Jin He returned the gesture, Meng Qi seized the initiative, launching himself forward like a ferocious tiger leaping from its lair. Jin He, known for his innate strength, was caught off guard by Meng Qi's relentless assault. His anticipated tactics faltered under such fervent aggression, forcing him to retreat clumsily while struggling to withstand the onslaught. Meng Qi, emboldened by his advantage, unleashed a powerful strike to his opponent's chest. Faced with such ferocity, Jin He felt his legs weaken, and his arms, which had assumed a defensive posture, were effortlessly pushed apart. Seizing the moment, Meng Qi pivoted, drawing close to Jin He and delivering an elbow strike to his right chest. Cough, cough. Although Meng Qi had tempered his force, confident of his victory, the impact still caused Jin He to gasp for breath, erupting into a fit of violent coughing. "Thank you for your guidance," Meng Qi said, exerting force beneath him as he turned and stepped back, hands clasped in a gesture of respect, smiling warmly. Such a contest is truly exhilarating. The observing monks, Jin Yong and Jin Da, were left speechless. Jin He, who usually resembled a bull in their practice sessions, was a nightmare for them, no matter how exquisite their responses. He would leave them with numb hands and weak legs, unable to withstand his onslaught. Yet just now, the child-sized Jin Ding had unleashed a ferocious assault upon Jin He, rendering him utterly defenseless. This, indeed, was how it ought to be. The monks gazed at Meng Qi's handsome visage, struggling to believe what they had just witnessed. Once Jin He regained his composure, he scratched his bald head in a naive manner and exclaimed, "Jin Ding, you are truly remarkable." Jin Miao let out a soft snort, his expression growing increasingly grim. After a prolonged silence, he finally remarked, "It appears that Jin Ding has a rich heritage. Your mastery of internal energy has significantly progressed. I fear that none of the younger monks present can match your prowess. Therefore, allow me, your senior brother, to engage in a sparring session with you." Having opened his spiritual eye, he discerned the signs of internal energy aiding Meng Qi's movements. "Oh, I see." Jin Yong and the other monks suddenly understood. Jin Ding had indeed opened his dantian and achieved a modest accumulation of energy. No wonder Jin Da and Jin He were unable to contend with him. However, was it not somewhat unfair for senior brother Jin Miao, a master in the opening phase, to directly spar with Jin Ding, who was still in his early stages? Meng Qi inhaled deeply. Although he recognized the vast disparity in their abilities, his fighting spirit remained undeterred. If he dared not engage in practice, how could he hope to face real combat? To be honest, having experienced life and death struggles, he did not fear Jin Miao. Losing would not matter as long as he could identify the gaps in his abilities and uncover his weaknesses. Such a defeat would hold intrinsic value. Moreover, he was not entirely devoid of chances for victory. "I humbly request your guidance, senior brother Jin Miao," Meng Qi said, his hands clasped together, brimming with combat fervor. "Very well." Seeing that Meng Qi was not timid, Jin Miao's expression softened considerably. "You may strike first," he said. Meng Qi, however, did not hold back. He positioned his right leg forward in a bow stance and launched a fierce assault with his fists like battering rams aimed at Jin Miao. Jin Miao responded with the techniques of the Luohan fist, firmly countering Meng Qi's aggressive onslaught. Unlike Jin Da and Jin He, he did not lose his momentum. After deftly evading Meng Qi's dual punches, he counterattacked with the unembellished yet effective Black Tiger Steel's Heart, landing a precise blow to Meng Qi's right chest. Meng Qi's eyes widened in surprise as he suddenly lunged forward, allowing Jin Miao's fist to strike him, while simultaneously delivering a double ear slap to Zhen Miao. With considerable practical experience, Zhen Miao sensed something amiss. However, as Meng Qi charged at him, he was unable to halt his momentum and could only increase the force of his punch in an attempt to repel Meng Qi. The impact of his right fist felt as though it had struck a thick fabric, dispersing its power in all directions, while Meng Qi's fists were perilously close to his temples. Huh! Zhen Miao let out a fierce roar, his ears reddening, temples swelling slightly as he leaned back. With a resounding smack, Meng Qi's fist grazed his temples and struck his cheeks, yet it felt as if a cushion had absorbed much of the force. Nonetheless, Zhen Miao staggered backward, his cheeks swollen and his head spinning. "You have mastered the iron cloth shirt," he exclaimed, a mix of astonishment and fury in his voice. Meng Qi smiled faintly. "It is a family legacy. Did you just utilize the strength of the enlightened stage?" He continued. For last night the existence of the iron cloth shirt had been revealed, and he felt no need to conceal it, attributing everything to a lineage he was still unaware of. In the earlier confrontation, Meng Qi adhered strictly to the strategies outlined by Zhang Yuanshan and Jiang Zhiwei. Despite the significant disparity in martial prowess, he exploited his opponent's ignorance of his iron cloth technique and suppressed his own strength, employing speed to counter slowness, and exchanging minor injuries for major ones. This tactic successfully cornered Zhen Miao, compelling him to unleash all his power for self-preservation. Meng Qi understood that Zhen Miao harbored no malice towards him. Rather, he merely disapproved of Meng Qi's unrefined Luohan fist. Acknowledging the flaws in his own technique, Meng Qi recognized the necessity for improvement. Zhen Miao's critique was valid, yet the exhilaration of triumph over him, witnessing his discomfiture, left Meng Qi unable to contain his inner joy. "I am indeed a narrow-minded individual," he mused to himself. After resuming his practice, Meng Qi joined Zhenda, Zhenhe, and others, diligently refining his martial skills. Observing this, Zhen Miao's expression softened slightly. Once they completed their training in both Luohan fist and Shaolin staff techniques, Zhen Miao solemnly provided feedback on each. As he turned to leave, he remarked, "Tomorrow, Zhen Ding will continue sparring with me. I shall once again restrain my strength to the level of minor energy accumulation." This indomitable competitive spirit is truly formidable, Meng Qi silently reflected. Feeling a slight tremor of excitement surge within him, he resolved to practice the divine movement 8 steps diligently tonight, for he was unwilling to taste defeat. Zhen Miao, typically so assured, was now faced with the embarrassment of being bested by a junior who had merely reached the stage of minor energy accumulation. How would he swallow such humiliation? Zhen Yong approached with a cheerful demeanor, exclaiming, "Zhen Ding, I had no idea you were this formidable, concealed yet profound. I shall require your guidance in the days to come, esteemed senior brother." Meng Qi smiled softly, remarking, "I merely triumphed through unexpected tactics. Tomorrow may prove challenging. Unless I can swiftly master the 8 steps of divine movement overnight and once again seize victory through surprise, though that is rather improbable." Beside Xian Qi stood a dull-eyed, expressionless monk, who was murmuring to himself, how might one counter this technique? Without introducing the young monk lost in thought, Xian Qi directly addressed Meng Qi and Jin Hui, stating, "After dinner, we shall convene at the martial arts hall, where I will impart the Shaolin heart method to you." Meng Qi recalled hearing from Xian Xian that the Shaolin heart method constituted the fundamental internal skill of the Shaolin Temple, characterized by its robust and masculine essence. Due to its straightforward operational route, it harmonized seamlessly with the majority of extraordinary techniques, allowing for a direct transition to other internal skills in the future. Among similar foundational practices, it ranked within the top 10. Thus, Meng Qi resolved to prioritize the Shaolin heart method henceforth, utilizing the rudimentary route of the iron cloth shirt solely during its application. After bidding farewell to Xian Qi, Zhen Yong chuckled softly. "Did you notice that senior brother accompanying Xian Qi? He is Zhen Bin, another teaching monk, a true martial arts enthusiast, brimming with amusing anecdotes." Amidst their banter, the three enjoyed their dinner, after which Meng Qi and Zhen Hui proceeded to the martial arts hall, with Zhen Yong following suit, intent on finding a partner for practice. Chapter 25. The dominator of the martial arts hall. As several weeks passed, Meng Qi gradually mastered the essential secrets of the Shaolin heart method. He inhaled deeply, allowing his breath to settle, and then opened his eyes. At that moment, the instructor of the heart method, Xian Qi, had vanished, and the sounds of fists striking flesh resonated from beyond the quiet room. Meng Qi felt a stir within him. rising to his feet as he prepared to leave the quiet chamber and enter the martial hall. "Little junior brother, shall we go out together?" He casually inquired upon noticing Zhenhui also opening his eyes. Zhenhui's cheeks were flushed, his gaze somewhat dazed as if he had just awakened. Embarrassed by Meng Qi's question, he replied, "Senior brother, that warm little mouse was quite amusing. I wish to practice the mental techniques a while longer." In a corner on the left side of the martial hall stood a weapons rack, primarily stocked with long staffs and sabers, interspersed with a few long swords. Two yellow-robed attendant monks stood guard at each side to prevent any accidental injuries during the sparring of the monks. Meng Qi scanned the area and spotted Jin Yong engaged in a vigorous practice of Luohan Quan with another. Choosing not to interrupt, he made his way directly to the weapons rack, selecting a blunt saber, weighing it in his hand, and assuming a stance. He began to practice the 5 tigers breaking the door saber technique, as instructed by Qi Xia, moving through the form slowly and clumsily. An attendant monk nearby instinctively squinted at Meng Qi's saber practice, his gaze sharp as a blade. After observing for a while and realizing Meng Qi was merely practicing the most fundamental and ordinary saber techniques, he shook his head and turned his attention back to the sparring monks. As Meng Qi executed each move, he gradually became oblivious to his surroundings, immersing himself in the realm of his saber technique, wielding it with fluidity and grace, continuously cross-referencing the manual to correct his mistakes. Time slipped away unnoticed, and before long, a light sheen of sweat had formed on Meng Qi's forehead. He sheathed the saber and reflected on his recent gains. If I could achieve such results with daily practice, I might master this saber technique in about a month. Meng Qi exhaled softly, secretly delighted, and then resumed his stance, wielding his saber once more. This time, his 5 tiger breaking door saber technique appeared rather chaotic, as his focus had shifted to his own footwork, using the blade merely to conceal his practice of the 8 steps of divine movement, lest he be discovered by the attending monk. After half an hour, with a keen memory, Meng Qi had roughly memorized the footwork of the 8 steps. Coupled with his internal energy, he found it not particularly difficult to circulate his qi. However, despite this progress, he felt far from mastering it. It was as if there lay a veil between him and true understanding, a haze he could not penetrate. At present, he could merely recall the intricate steps, which seemed of little practical use. It appeared that only through combining this practice with real combat could he uncover the essence of these movements. After practicing for an entire evening, Meng Qi, wearied and drained, sheathed his saber back onto the weapon rack and made his way towards Jin Yong. "Ah, Zhending, have you mastered the Shaolin heart method?" Jin Yong, bent slightly at the waist, rested his hands on his knees, breathing heavily from the exertion of their earlier sparring sessions. Meng Qi smiled and replied, "Brother Jin Yong, have you forgotten that I have already opened my dantian?" The monks' quarters were shared, with Meng Qi and Zhen Hui residing next to Zhen Yong. Meng Qi nodded, intending to call out to Zhen Hui when he suddenly noticed a burly, robust monk aggressively charging towards another monk. With a resounding thud, the more slender martial monk was knocked back several steps, astonished and enraged as he glared at his assailant. Yet, before he could utter a word, the towering monk snarled, "How dare you collide with me? Do you wish to engage in a sparring match with me? Very well, let us practice." The frail monk's complexion turned pale, and a clear expression of trepidation flickered across his face. Yet, astonishingly, he did not decline the challenge. He assumed a fighting stance and clashed with the towering, menacing monk. As anticipated, the frail monk's defenses were shattered within just a few punches, leaving him battered and bruised, with a swollen face and unsteady steps as he staggered towards the grand entrance of the training hall. Meanwhile, the brutish monk reveled in his victory, brandishing his fist triumphantly before his companions. 8 attendant monks nearby witnessed this brazen act of malicious provocation and violence against a fellow disciple. Strangely, the beaten monk made no plea for help. Where were the precepts of Shaolin? It is said that where there are people, there exists a world of conflicts, with both oppressors and the oppressed. Yet, Meng Qi pondered how, within Shaolin, there could be accomplished monks who had attained enlightenment, a sanctuary of tranquility within the Buddhist realm. Even amidst inevitable sordid affairs, such blatant displays should not be tolerated. Jin Yong quietly remarked, "My Dharma name is Zhen Liang. I entered the temple 3 years ago and have recently reached the initial stages of energy cultivation. I particularly enjoy exploiting the rules within the grand training hall to bully the weaker monks." "Rules?" Meng Qi asked, puzzled. Jin Yong chuckled. "These are the regulations of our monk academy. Anyone present in the grand training hall must not refuse any sparring request from fellow monks. After all, In the world of martial arts, if someone intends to attack you, you cannot simply say, "I do not wish to engage with you," can you? This serves to accustom us to the inevitability of forced combat. However, the Academy has made distinctions. Those nearing advanced levels of energy cultivation are prohibited from entering this hall and have their own dedicated training area. The essence of true skill lies in seizing the opportunity to spar with monks with whom one has had conflicts. As for collisions, they are merely reasonable provocations within the training hall, designed to help the monks acclimatize to similar situations and effectively manage their emotional fluctuations. Meng Qi nodded, seemingly grasping the rationale. Whether the sparring is malicious or benevolent should be evident to the attending masters and senior brothers. It is rumored that Jin Liang has an elder brother in the Discipline Academy. Jin Yong murmured, suggesting that as long as one does not violate the precepts, the attending masters and senior brothers would turn a blind eye. Indeed, Jin Liang has become somewhat of a tyrant in the training hall. Meng Qi recalled the struggling monks in the Servant Academy and scoffed. Such individuals are accepted into the Monk Academy. And I had thought that Master Xian Ku was a truly upright person. It is said that Master Xian Ku only oversaw the initial batches, with others selecting later candidates. Alas, when the masters come to choose their direct disciples in the future, they will certainly consider their usual performance. Jin Yong harbored no ill will towards Xian Ku. Meng Qi reflected on his own impulsiveness and squinted at Jin Liang, who was laughing boisterously with others. How fortunate! I am in dire need of practical sparring. And here is the perfect candidate. Suddenly, he strode over. Humph, he refuses to help me clean the courtyard. Jin Liang gazed toward the entrance of the hall. While a nearby monk chuckled softly, he simply does not realize your prowess, brother Jin Liang, who in this training hall can contend with you. Haha. Just because I appear amiable in daily life does not mean I am easily trifled with. Jin Liang burst into hearty laughter. At that moment, Meng Qi approached him, and with a slight shove of his shoulder, sent him stumbling backward with a resounding thud. Jin Liang staggered back a few steps, gazing at Meng Qi in disbelief. Typically, he was the one to provoke others, but today, who dared to collide with him? With a half-smirk, Meng Qi switched his fists between his hands, cracking his knuckles as he looked at Jin Liang, and said, "You actually dared to bump into me? Do you wish to engage in a sparring match? Very well. Let us practice." Jin Liang, taken aback by this reversal of fortune, stood frozen, while his companions looked on in astonishment at this young monk who had seemingly appeared from nowhere. He looked rather handsome, yet his audacity was bewildering. Was he not aware of the risks? Jin Yang's expression shifted, and he moved to intervene, but suddenly recalled that even the esteemed monk Shen Miao had been bested by Zhen Ding earlier that afternoon. Thus, he hesitated, watching the two with a bemused smile. The surrounding monks remained unfazed, as if no conflict were occurring at all. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jin Liang charged toward Meng Qi, launching a powerful strike. Moments later, with a series of resounding thuds, Meng Qi delivered several punches to the prostrate Jin Liang, rising gracefully while brushing off his monk's robe, saying, "I concede. Ah, junior brother, your martial skills require further refinement." In their earlier exchange, Meng Qi had initially struggled to familiarize himself with the 8 steps of divine movement and the Arhat fist, which exhilarated Jin Liang, who envisioned Meng Qi lamenting under his blows. However, as Meng Qi grew more adept, he swiftly shifted into a fierce offensive, bolstered by the momentum of Iron Shirt and the spirit of life and death combat, quickly toppling Jin Liang and delivering a thorough thrashing. "Junior brother." Jin Liang growled through clenched teeth, utterly incredulous that he could possibly lose. Just moments ago, he had held the upper hand, yet in an instant, this little monk had transformed into a formidable force, rendering Jin Liang's punches no more than mere tickles against him. Meng Qi's gaze shifted downward, observing Jin Liang. "Oh, junior brother, are you still unconvinced? Shall we continue?" Confronted by this individual who embodied the very essence of a bully, Jin Liang could only grit his teeth in silence and slowly rise. Meng Qi, having mastered the Luohan fist, had also begun to grasp the subtle essence of Xinxing Babu. In a moment of physical and mental ease, he glanced around, eager to find another opponent to spar with. With a sudden flurry, the surrounding monks scattered like startled birds. What a lack of respect! Meng Qi shook his head, turning his attention back to the bruised Jin Liang. Jin Liang inexplicably shivered. Without a second thought, he took to his heels. "Junior brother Zhending, your formidable skills in external training are truly remarkable," Jin Yong complimented as he approached, just as Zhen Hui emerged from the quiet chamber. The following day unfolded with the usual routine of fetching water, learning to read, and practicing martial arts. As the day drew to a close, Jin Miao approached Meng Qi. Hands clasped behind his back. Junior brother Jinding, are you prepared? Meng Qi was well aware of the considerable gap between himself and Jin Miao. He had long since steeled himself for defeat, yet when they actually engaged in combat, the disparity became glaringly apparent. Even when he restrained his strength to the level of minor energy accumulation and relied solely on the Luohan fist, the difference was staggering. Understanding the exquisite mastery of Meng Qi's iron shirt technique, his martial arts display a rigorous and formidable precision, with each strike aimed at critical points such as the temples and eyes. In the face of deliberately exposed weaknesses, he remains remarkably composed, refusing to grant even the slightest opportunity for a minor injury to exchange for a significant one. Even when presented with seemingly perfect chances, he ensures that at least half of his strength is reserved for defense, avoiding engagement with his vulnerable areas. Despite Meng Qi's considerable grasp of the Arhut fist through continuous practical combat, he finds himself challenged by the rapid and precise variations of Zhan Miao's techniques. He experiences a disconnect, where his mind perceives the movements quicker than his body can respond, or his eyes see the attack before his hands can react. Were it not for the resilience afforded by the iron shirt, he would have succumbed to defeat after enduring several blows. The sounds of impact echo, signifying the strikes that, while not fatal, accumulate to a sense of dull pain. Nevertheless, this confrontation proves to be immensely beneficial for Meng Qi. As he begins to internalize the fluidity of Arhut fist techniques, feeling them becoming instinctual, he silently expresses gratitude towards Jiang Zhiwei for her guidance. Had she not encouraged him to adopt iron shirt during his formative and inexperienced stages, it would have taken countless failed sparring sessions to master a singular martial art. Now, with the iron shirt as his foundation, each practice session equates to the experience of numerous failures, allowing him to gradually settle into a state where martial techniques become second nature. Jin Miao's fists whirl with vigor, adhering to a strict discipline, relentlessly cornering Meng Qi to the brink of despair, denying him even a chance to rely on his iron shirt for survival. Desperation wells within him. He must devise a strategy, for with just a few more strikes, he may no longer be able to withstand the onslaught. Yet, bolstered by the iron shirt and recognizing that this is not a fight to the death, Meng Qi remains unflustered, diligently seeking an opportunity to counterattack. Suddenly, he discerned a conspicuous gap on the left side amidst this brilliant offensive, granting him a momentary respite from the frontal confrontation. In that instant, Meng Qi, propelled by inspiration, feigned a maneuver and darted towards the left. Just as he moved, a foot, adorned with a white leg wrap, unexpectedly lunged towards him, striking directly at his abdomen. Alas! Meng Qi silently lamented his misfortune, hastily evading the kick. At that moment, a gust of wind rushed past his ear, and a fist came to a halt perilously close to his temple, the force of it causing a sharp pain in his head. As Meng Qi reflected upon his gains and losses, he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, senior brother Jin Miao, for your guidance. Regardless of Jin Miao's underlying intentions, such sparring sessions were indeed immensely beneficial to him. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him as he recalled the intentional opening Jin Miao had presented earlier. If he were to employ the technique from the 8th step of divine movement, he could effortlessly evade the leg strike, compelling Jin Miao to reveal a genuine vulnerability. As this thought crystallized, Meng Qi blurted out, "Senior brother Jin Miao, I implore you to continue your instruction tomorrow." Alas, he realized how unrefined he still was with the 8th step, only now recalling it. Huh? The assembled monks appeared to be taken aback, casting incredulous glances at Meng Qi, questioning his audacity to challenge senior brother Jin Miao. "If you cannot withstand 10 of my strikes tomorrow, you shall henceforth refrain from seeking guidance." Jin Miao paused momentarily, then nodded slowly. On their way to the dining hall, Jin Yong scrutinized Meng Qi as if he were a stranger, exclaiming, "Have you become addicted to receiving blows?" Jin Hui, puzzled, looked towards Jin Yong, "Senior brother Jin Yong, aren't heroes and champions supposed to embody such tenacity? They never concede defeat." Jin Yong cast a peculiar glance at Meng Qi, inquiring, "What peculiar tales have you been spinning for the junior disciple?" Meng Qi was acutely aware of his peculiar behavior and did not attempt to conceal it. "True Yong, I just happened to think of a unique technique that could be employed in such circumstances, which is why it slipped out," he confessed. "Are you not proficient in that technique? Did you only recall it after our sparring?" True Yong discerned the underlying implication in Meng Qi's words. Meng Qi nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "Wait a moment. I need to find someone to practice with in the martial arts hall." After dinner, Meng Qi sat in meditation. practicing the Shaolin heart method for a while before eagerly stepping into the martial arts hall. As he scanned the surroundings, a smile gradually spread across his face upon witnessing Tru Liang engaged in a sparring session with a monk. Tru Liang's expression was fierce, and his strikes were relentless, seemingly aimed at venting the frustration and anger pent up from the previous day. Meng Qi slowed his pace and circled around, noting that the monk, lacking in skill, was quickly overwhelmed by Tru Liang's imposing presence, suffering blow after blow until his face was bruised and swollen. "Haha!" Tru Liang exclaimed joyfully as he watched the monk stagger out of the hall. Just then, he felt a powerful force collide into him from behind, causing him to lose his balance and inadvertently knock over another monk. Well, junior brother, you are becoming increasingly audacious today, daring to charge into me from behind. Come, let us have a practice match." The obnoxious voice pierced the air. Tru Liang tensed up, slowly turning around, preparing to retort, but found himself involuntarily saying, "Senior brother, I have an opponent now. Is that so? I see he has just left. Very well, I shall grant you a stick of incense as time to catch your breath." Meng Qi replied with a beaming smile, his visage resembling a finely sculpted statue, handsome and charming. Yet, to Tru Liang's eyes, he appeared as a malevolent specter. Xinliang surveyed his surroundings, noticing that apart from a few martial monks with whom he had forged friendships, the others stood at a distance, demonstrating a sense of camaraderie. He was reluctant to drag his friends into trouble. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Brother, let us commence." Observing Xinliang's demeanor, reminiscent of one resigned to an early demise, Meng Qi chuckled softly, then with a serious countenance, bellowed an order to commence the assault. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick, Xinliang lay sprawled on the ground like a defeated dog, exclaiming, "I concede. Is that not enough?" Meng Qi, stroking the faint stubble on his chin, beamed and nodded. That suffices. At least he had truly mastered a step from the divine movement technique, as long as Xinliang refrained from employing any martial arts other than the Arhat fist. He was confident he could deliver a delightful surprise. Upon hearing Meng Qi's words, Xinliang felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and hastily scrambled to the door. After a few steps, he abruptly halted, feigning composure as he declared, "My elder brother is a monk of the Discipline Institute." "Ah, seeking parental guidance, are we?" Meng Qi replied with a smirk. The moment Xinliang heard this, he was so frightened that he stumbled away in a panic. Having dominated the martial arts hall for over a year, he had never encountered anyone so unafraid of the disciplinary monks. Xinliang, junior brother, are you unwell?" Xinliang inquired, his expression one of bewilderment. Why did he refer to himself as Xinliang? Meng Qi cast a glance at him, just a little jest. Our physical appearances differ significantly, so no one would mistake us. Ah, humor without an audience is truly dull. The following day, after the training session concluded, Meng Qi eagerly stepped forward and saluted. "I humbly request your guidance, brother." From the very beginning, Zhenda and the other martial monks had been anticipating this event. However, when it truly transpired, it still felt utterly astonishing. Had Zhending's mind been gnawed by a dog? How could he dare to challenge brother Zhen Miao consecutively? Did he believe that his previous victory, achieved through sheer luck while Zhen Miao was unaware of his true capabilities, placed him on equal footing with the formidable Zhen Miao? How utterly oblivious he was to the realities of his own limitations. Yesterday had starkly illustrated the disparity between them. Zhen Miao, with a stern expression, nodded slightly and assumed his stance, awaiting Meng Qi's move. This bout of practice bore a striking resemblance to the previous day. Although Meng Qi had deepened his understanding of the Arhat fist, the gap between him and Zhen Miao remained vast. He could only manage to evade a few blows. Gradually, he found himself ensnared in a similar predicament as before, being methodically cornered by the composed Zhen Miao. "I told you." Where did he find the audacity to challenge brother Zhen Miao? This unfolding battle brought great delight to Zhenda. Indeed, it was an egregious display of hubris. The other monks echoed his sentiment. They instinctively felt a sense of repulsion towards their audacious comrade. Surely, brother Zhen Miao would emerge victorious just as he did yesterday. Victory was a certainty, yet brother Zhen Miao, being inherently cautious, would undoubtedly refrain from employing the same tactic as before, Zhenda confidently asserted. Instead of waiting for Zhen Miao to present an opening, Meng Qi seized the moment when Zhen Miao's left shoulder dipped slightly, abruptly using his shoulder to absorb the force of the punch, launching an assault on Zhen Miao's right side. Zhen Miao, having conserved his strength, did not execute his moves lazily. Instead, he deftly evaded Meng Qi's fierce advance, countering with a dual strike aimed directly at the temples. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and he realized he had lost sight of Meng Qi. It was not that Meng Qi was too swift, rather, in the midst of his agile movements, he chose a direction and position that completely deviated from the exquisite predictions of Zhun Miao, creating an extraordinary illusion of disappearance. How unfortunate! Just as the thought crossed Zhun Miao's mind, Meng Qi had already slipped past him, their backs facing each other. Simultaneously, Meng Qi launched a powerful elbow strike towards Zhun Miao's back. Thud! As Meng Qi's elbow connected with Zhun Miao's back, he felt an unexpected lack of resistance. Turning his head slightly, he caught a glimpse of Zhun Miao's robes puffing out, having dissipated most of the force behind the blow. Such a feat could not be accomplished during a mere gathering of breath. An idea sparked in Meng Qi's mind. He instinctively withdrew his arm and smiled in acknowledgement. I concede, Brother Zhun Miao truly is formidable. Zhun Miao's face turned ashen, his anger evident at having lost once again. We shall duel again tomorrow. His words seemed to convey an unwillingness to accept Meng Qi as a genuine rival. The recent exchange between the two had transpired with such rapidity that it left onlookers, including Jinda and the other martial monks, momentarily stunned, as if entranced by a dream. Everything felt surreal. After a brief pause, their gazes towards Meng Qi transformed into expressions of respect and vigilance. Remarkable. I can hardly believe you have only recently begun practicing the Luoan fist. Once the training ended, Zhen Yong caught up with Meng Qi and Zhen Hui, his demeanor suggesting a newfound recognition of Meng Qi. A hint of pride flickered within Meng Qi as he unabashedly declared, I possess a modicum of talent for martial arts. Will you be attending the martial arts hall later? Zhen Yong inquired. Meng Qi nodded vigorously. Indeed, I must prepare for tomorrow's sparring session with Brother Zhen Miao. After dinner, having practiced his internal skills, Meng Qi entered the Grand Hall of Martial Arts with a disciplined routine. Upon his arrival, he noticed Zhen Liang's expression tighten as he pulled a nearby monk into a sparring match, their movements slow and deliberate, seemingly intent on training until the end of time. Other monks, who were close to Zhen Liang, also sought partners to practice with, leaving no opportunity for Meng Qi to be provoked. Why do I feel like a villain who bullies the weak? Meng Qi mused silently, then chuckled. Well, this feeling isn't too bad. Zhen Yang, surprisingly agreeable, laughed heartily. Truly a wicked monk. In the following month, Meng Qi spent his time amidst the continuous challenges and counter-challenges from Zhun Miao, experiencing more defeats than victories. Each evening, he practiced diligently in the Grand Hall of Martial Arts. By the latter half of the month, he found the monks here lacking in challenge. Thus, he ventured into the training arena, where he was soundly beaten, yet he was undeterred, as the progress in his internal skills, martial arts, and sword techniques was remarkably evident. Tonight, you will guard the rear mountain pass. At noon that day, Xianxi arrived to announce a task. Zhen Miao, noticing the confusion among the crowd, explained. The rear mountain houses the demons and monsters subdued by our Shaolin over the years, and it requires constant vigilance. Rest assured, the masters from the Dharma and Bodhi halls will be within the inner sanctum. You are merely to patrol the periphery and provide basic security. Demons and monsters? Meng Qi inhaled sharply. Chapter 27. Rewards and punishments. The biting cold wind whistled through the cliffs like a steel blade scraping bone. Even clad in thick monk robes and undergarments, Meng Qi shivered uncontrollably, compelled to circulate the Shaolin heart method, allowing his internal energy to flow gently within, dispelling the chill. The path leading to the rear mountain is guarded every 3 steps and watched over every 5. Even at the treacherous cliffs that seem impassable, vigilant monks stand watch. Meng Qi, Zhen Hui, and Zhen Ding have been assigned to a narrow path that directly leads to the rear mountain, flanked by steep cliffs, with dense, shadowy forests looming on either side. Brother, are there really bone spirits and spider spirits in the rear mountain? Zhen Hui, still unable to cultivate her dantian and progressing slowly in her internal martial arts, shivered slightly in the cold. Her keen gaze fixed on the darkness at the end of the path, where the rear mountain awaited. Bone spirits? Spider spirits? Zhen Yong paused for a moment, then turned his gaze to Meng Qi, his expression reflecting a mixture of curiosity and bemusement, as if questioning what peculiar tales Meng Qi had shared with his younger disciple. He was not well versed in this matter, so he deliberately posed the question, hoping Zhen Yong might shed some light. Zhen Yong, somewhat entranced, stared into the depths of the narrow path and mused, how many have truly encountered genuine monsters and demons? Since the era of the demon chaos, the demon clans have faded into obscurity, at least We ordinary folks seldom see them. Occasionally, there are tales of scholars encountering fox spirits or sages subduing snake demons, but as for me, I have never seen such things. Meng Qi nodded in agreement, refraining from further inquiries, as it was evident that Zhen Yong was not particularly knowledgeable on the subject. With the silence enveloping them and the presence of esteemed monks from the Dharma and Bodhi temples watching over them, Meng Qi gradually shifted his focus to contemplating the final step of the 8th step of divine movement. Suddenly, a bone-chilling gust of wind swept past, causing him to shudder, clearing his mind and illuminating his thoughts. Having grasped the essence of the last step of the 8th step of divine movement, Meng Qi felt a surge of eagerness, impatient to practice what he had learned. Although Zhen Yong was aware of his family's inherited martial arts, Meng Qi felt somewhat uncomfortable directly practicing his footwork unless he could disguise it with his swordplay. However, that would create too much commotion, risking discovery by the patrolling Jin Miao and others, leading to reprimands. Glancing around, Meng Qi, clutching his stomach, said to Zhen Yong, "Senior brother, I'm feeling unwell and need to relieve myself. I apologize for the trouble." Having encountered similar situations multiple times in the scripture pavilion, Zhen Yong, unfazed, chuckled and replied, "Go ahead. If Zhen Miao and the others come by, I will explain for you." Meng Qi, grasping his dagger, swiftly darted into the nearby forest. Careful not to venture too far, he positioned himself against the cliff and began to practice his footwork around the towering trees. The intricacies of the 8 steps of divine movement made him appear ghostly in the darkness, flickering in and out of sight. Just as he was about to take a step, he suddenly heard a faint rustling sound emanating from the cliff, instantly alerting him. With heightened senses, he silently glided behind a large tree. Surely, his luck couldn't be so dire. Weren't their senior uncles and brothers guarding the inner layer? Moreover, there was a thick cliff in between. Meng Qi's first instinct was that it might be some fiendish entity. Peeking cautiously, he saw a slightly reddish boulder beside which a large crack silently split open in the cliff, and a figure emerged, alert and cautious. The figure rummaged behind the boulder for a moment, and the rustling resumed as the stone wall gradually sealed shut. A secret escape passage dug by demonic creatures? Meng Qi bitterly speculated, regretting his decision to enter the forest. He initially believed that this place was merely inhabited by some wild beasts, and with the biting cold of winter, the creatures would remain inactive, rendering it a seemingly secure refuge. To his astonishment, however, he encountered such a predicament. As the figure turned to flee into the depths of the forest, Meng Qi, aided by the dim light of the moon, discerned the visage of this mysterious individual. It was he. Meng Qi was both startled and bewildered, nearly crying out in disbelief, but he managed to bite his lip and suppress the impulse. The person emerging from the rear mountain was none other than Jin Guan, the very one who had attacked him, consumed by a thirst for vengeance that seemed unattainable. Was he not already expelled from the mountain sect? Meng Qi pondered, convinced that Xian Xin had not deceived him. For the reliable Jin Yin of the servant quarters had mentioned that Jin Guan had not been seen since that fateful day. Choosing not to intervene, Meng Qi watched Jin Guan retreat, as he acknowledged his own inadequacy to engage in matters involving demons and monsters. One must possess a degree of self-awareness. Not everyone is the protagonist, he mused. If he were to rashly enter that secret passage, he feared that rather than stumbling upon treasures such as demon beast cores or mystical powers, he would be met with a swift demise. His flesh consumed, or his very essence transformed into a puppet. After all, such fortune was the privilege of true protagonists, and he felt devoid of such auspicious fate. Silently, he withdrew from the forest, resolving to seek out someone capable of addressing this matter. Although he had long since resolved to return to secular life, he remained within the confines of the Shaolin Temple. Should chaos erupt within Shaolin, he might find himself caught in the crossfire. "Zhending, have you eaten something that disagrees with you?" Zhen Yong teased as he observed Meng Qi's delayed return, amusement evident in his tone. Meng Qi's expression was grave as he said, "Brother Zhending, I encountered a peculiar incident while suffering from a bout of diarrhea. I fear it is necessary to report this to the esteemed elders of the inner circle." Then quickly set off the fireworks. Zhen Yong exclaimed, startled, his eyes darting about. Without inquiring about the nature of the matter, he urged Meng Qi to signal urgently. The corner of Meng Qi's mouth twitched. Brother Zhen Yong, usually warm-hearted, forthright, and generous, was surprisingly evasive at this critical moment, choosing to remain aloof and asking no questions. He chose to remain vigilant of Zhen Yong's subtle intentions. At that moment, Zhen Hui preempted him, retrieving a small bamboo tube from his robe and aiming it towards the sky as he removed the lid. With a whoosh, a red light shot into the heavens, bursting into a brilliant spectacle in midair. The younger disciple was indeed action-oriented, sending up the signal without a moment's hesitation. Meng Qi wiped the cold sweat from his brow and stood protectively in front of Zhenhui, on guard against any potential attacks. After a few breaths, Meng Qi's vision blurred, and he beheld a strikingly handsome yet profoundly melancholic middle-aged monk, clad in a yellow robe and draped in a red kasaya. He held a string of black beads intricately carved with images of the Buddha in his right hand. A yellow robe, a red kasaya. Could this be the head monk or an elder from a certain temple? As Meng Qi opened his mouth to address him, he was momentarily at a loss for words. Should he refer to him as Uncle Master, or perhaps Great Uncle Master? The hierarchy was quite perplexing, especially since he was unfamiliar with the man before him. Nonetheless, the arrival of such a high-ranking monk brought a sense of reassurance to Meng Qi's heart. When the middle-aged monk arrived, his countenance was grave. Yet upon witnessing the tranquil surroundings, his expression softened. Noticing Meng Qi's hesitation, he surmised his inner turmoil and offered a faint smile. I am known as Xian Bei. May I inquire why you set off the emergency fireworks? The name Xian often signifies a senior position or elder. Meng Qi was taken aback. Yet he managed to suppress his inner turmoil and articulated the thoughts he had mulled over earlier. Master Xian Bei. I ventured into the nearby forest for a brief respite and came across a concealed door upon the cliff. Xian Bei listened attentively to Meng Qi's account, his demeanor unruffled, and nodded slightly. You have done well, neither reckless nor secretive. Are you certain the figure you encountered was the true Guan, who was previously expelled from the mountain? Yes, Master Xian Bei. Meng Qi longed to depart from this place, as the lurking shadows filled him with apprehension of lurking demons and monsters. Xian Bei remained still, yet suddenly vanished from his spot, reappearing at the forest's edge. A faint sound of chanting surrounded him, accompanied by flickers of sacred light, exuding an air of solemnity and transcendence, as if an arhat or bodhisattva had descended. Is this the strength of one who approaches the pinnacle of the external realm? As he gazed in the direction where Xian Bei had disappeared, Zhenyong murmured to himself. Meng Qi turned in surprise. Brother Zhenyong, do you know this master? Xiaosang, the foremost among the 3 disciples of the Zhen lineage? Meng Qi was aware of Xiaosang, reputed to possess slightly greater prowess than Zhen Miao and Zhen Bin. Zhenyong continued. Master Xian Bei was once a peerless expert who roamed the world, famously known as the 7 Absolute Hands. However, he later suffered a calamity, resulting in the annihilation of his entire family. Although he ultimately avenged them, the adversaries possessed formidable backgrounds, with master-level figures sent to pursue him. Disheartened by these events, he sought refuge in our Shaolin Temple, dedicating himself to the Buddhist path, severing worldly ties, and embracing the tranquility of the ancient teachings. Due to his exceptional talent and unwavering devotion to Buddhism, the abbot esteemed him highly, allowing him to accept disciples and granting him the rare honor of becoming a direct successor. He mastered the moksha demon-subduing fist, and in a remarkably short span of time, he achieved a breakthrough, entering the ranks of the masters. He later became the first monk of the Xian lineage to ascend to the 8th heaven of the external realm. Standing just a step away from the pinnacle, such a figure is always steeped in legend. Meng Qi mused quietly, while Zhenhui listened with rapt attention. The following morning, just as Meng Qi was preparing to venture out to practice calligraphy and uncover the outcome of the previous day's events, having been spared the early chore of fetching water due to his watch over the back mountain, the door swung open abruptly. The rather grim-looking disciplined monk, Xian Kong, strode in, followed by the dejected Zhenyong. Your discovery yesterday thwarted a certain scheme of the demons in the back mountain, and the Bodhi courtyard will reward you, though it may take a few days. Xian Kong remarked with a smile that scarcely reached his eyes. However, Zhen Ding, during your watch, you abandoned your post, and the discipline courtyard must impose a penalty. Considering your recent achievements, you shall face the wall in the meditation room for 3 days. Just 3 days of facing the wall. Meng Qi responded with a note of surprise, unconcerned by the punishment, as it seemed rather lenient. It presented a perfect opportunity for him to calm his mind and refine his inner strength. He was filled with anticipation for the reward from the Bodhi courtyard. Would it be one of the 72 extraordinary skills? 3 days later, after finishing the evening meal that had been brought to him, Meng Qi completed his wall-facing meditation and joyfully pushed open the door. Zhenhui, with a hint of irritation, remarked, "Today, the masters and uncles are here to select disciples. Yet you have been punished with wall-facing and cannot come out. Meng Qi's expression darkened instantly. So that was the reason. Was it due to his prior disrespect? Or was it because of the elder brother in the discipline courtyard? He narrowed his eyes and calmly replied to Jiang Zhiwei, "Let us proceed to the martial arts hall." Although Meng Qi was not particularly eager to take on a master, as it would complicate his departure from Shaolin, he was still displeased by the situation. No sooner had he spoken than he suddenly noticed 2 lines of text appearing on the thin layer of snow in the courtyard. Please prepare yourself mentally. In the future, no notification will be given when it reopens. You will be drawn in directly. Chapter 28. A new task. You know me quite well. Meng Qi silently mused. His usually naive junior brother seemed remarkably astute at this moment. Junior brother, it is of no consequence. We must first ascertain the reason. As his breathing grew increasingly tranquil and steady, Meng Qi gradually subdued the fear and trepidation within him. Suddenly, the world before him went dark, only to brighten again, revealing the white jade square. Everything here remained unchanged. The sky was woven with clouds, and a mist enveloped the surroundings, with statues of divine birds and mythical beasts flickering in and out of sight. "Little monk, catch the knife." Jiang Zhi's voice rang out, clear and melodious like a golden aureole, as a ceremonial knife traced a beautiful arc toward Meng Qi. Meng Qi waved his right hand effortlessly to catch the ringed blade, then noticed Jiang Zhiwei standing gracefully not far away, her light yellow gown swaying gently with the breeze. Zhang Yuanshan and Qi Jingyan approached with their garments billowing elegantly. From Meng Qi's action of catching the sword, she could roughly gauge his current level of skill. Upon seeing these familiar faces, Meng Qi felt more at ease than he had at the Shaolin Temple. Chuckling, this monk has no desire to meet the Buddha while in the prime of youth. As he spoke, he caressed the finely crafted steel blade. "How rare to hear you speak so much like a monk," Jiang Zhiwei remarked, noticing Meng Qi's gesture, and with a slight nod added, "I know it was difficult for you to obtain a sharpened blade at Shaolin, so I prepared one for you." "Then I must express my gratitude to Miss Jiang," Meng Qi replied, deliberately using such formal address. He resolved to approach this matter with sincerity rather than beating around the bush, for it was of great significance. If he spoke unclearly, it could lead Zhang Yuanshan and the others to overlook vital clues. Moreover, with the little jade Buddha now shattered, it seemed to have lost its purpose. It would be unwise to jeopardize the trust of Zhang Yuanshan and Jiang Zhiwei over this. Jiang Zhiwei furrowed her delicate brows, pondering deeply before slowly shaking her head. "I have not encountered a similar situation. It appears that the breaking of my little jade Buddha was merely an accident." Meng Qi nodded lightly, though in his heart, he harbored a vague sense that matters were likely more complicated than they appeared, just that he had no immediate leads. By the way, there is another crucial detail regarding the events that transpired within the Great Hero Hall that I have yet to share with you. Zhang Yuanshan, similarly perplexed by the matters concerning Meng Qi and the small jade Buddha, began to narrate the enigmatic tales of the 2 mysterious organizations, the celestial traces and the mythical legends, while Jiang Zhiwei occasionally interjected with her insights. Meng Qi had long been curious about the great figures of the past. How could such formidable beings fade into the annals of time? Aware of Meng Qi's status as a novice in the realm, Jiang Zhiwei smiled, revealing a delicate dimple, and remarked, "It is said that some perished at the hands of other powerful beings, while others succumbed to the depletion of their lifespans." "Lifespan depletion?" Meng Qi inquired, astonished. In his mind, those who were esteemed as gods or saints should possess longevity beyond measure. With a wistful sigh, Jiang Zhiwei replied, "The decrees of heaven and earth are immutable. Even deities and saints are not exempt from the concerns of mortality. Although they may be granted thousands or even tens of thousands of years, ultimately, they cannot escape the fate of returning to dust." Countless brilliant figures throughout history have exhausted their intellect and energies, devising various ingenious methods, such as extending life, resurrection, and soul transference, as well as paths of the divine and the ghostly. Alas, all these were but fleeting solutions, failing to transcend the fixed order of heaven and earth. Thus, many of these illustrious beings either constructed mausoleums in hopes of preserving their legacy beyond death, or quietly vanished into the river of time. Perhaps only the legendary Taoist masters and Buddhas can transcend the confines of existence, achieving eternal immortality. Legendary figures? Meng Qi inquired keenly. Are they not indeed immortal? Jiang Zhiwei elaborated. Even before the mythic era, the Taoist masters and Buddhas were already seldom seen among the living. Had it not been for the intervention of the Buddha to quell the demonic forces seeking to annihilate the Buddhist lineage tens of thousands of years ago, the world might have believed that they too had succumbed to enlightenment. The shattering of such speculation has, however, instilled hope in the hearts of all formidable beings. Zhang Yuanshan, with a face full of emotion, mused about the rumored alternative path of cultivation within the Buddhist realm that coexists with the mundane world, yet lamented that it remained merely a rumor. Meng Qi exhaled softly, realizing that even deities and enlightened beings ultimately succumb to mortality. At his youthful age, contemplating the depletion of one's lifespan did not evoke profound feelings. It could not be deemed old. Those who attain the Tao body and the Dharma body are often said to decay only after death. Qi Jingyan's expression, devoid of overt emotion, held a subtle yearning. Decay only after death? What might be the lifespan of those who have achieved the golden body of an arhat? Meng Qi inquired with curiosity. Zhang Yuanshan shook his head with a smile, saying, "True and diligent junior, your concern for this matter seems premature. Generally speaking, for those at the Dharma body level, such as earthly immortals, a lifespan of 2 to 3 centuries is normal. However, it is said that during the mythical era, the lifespans of such distinguished figures were many times longer. Perhaps the heavens and earth have undergone changes. The texts remaining from the mythical age are exceedingly scarce, with only various unreliable tales circulating, leaving future generations to rely predominantly on speculation." As his words faded, it seemed as though a great sun had descended, radiating brilliant light that compelled both Zhang Yuanshan and Jiang Zhiwei, the awakened masters, to instinctively shut their eyes. Once normalcy returned, Meng Qi beheld 4 figures sprawled on the white jade tiles, 2 men and 2 women. By heavens, they truly dared to come. The first to awaken was a robust man, clad in a brown outfit stained with grease. He sprang up, cursing loudly, and brandished his long knife, charging directly at Meng Qi without regard for the surroundings, seemingly anticipating an enemy. Meanwhile, the other 2 women and 1 man had just stirred, catching the sound of his curses and witnessing the knife swing. Among them, a delicate young girl clad in a lotus-colored long dress shrieked in terror, her arms crossed tightly over her chest as she trembled uncontrollably. Beside her stood an alluring matron, who abruptly removed the hairpin from her head, her expression fraught with anxiety, as if fearing that the brutish man might turn his blade upon her. A middle-aged man, draped in wide sleeves, furrowed his brow, casting furtive glances around, his demeanor increasingly grave. Upon witnessing the burly man brandishing his knife, Meng Qi swiftly assessed the situation. With a sudden movement, he glided behind the brute like a wraith, striking the back of the man's blade, causing him to stumble unsteadily. "Halt!" As the man struggled to regain his balance, Meng Qi shook his head and called out. His strength was perhaps comparable to that of someone who had just begun to harness their energy, akin to a true master, yet he exuded an additional ferocity, a desperate fighting spirit that marked him as formidable. Had this encounter occurred a month prior, he would have been flustered in the face of such a foe, but now, after extensive training with Zhen Miao and various sparring sessions in the martial hall, dealing with this man was but a trifling matter. Relai's divine palm, the astonishing manuscript, the heavenly emperor's jade register? The hulking figure gasped, breathless with curiosity. Meng Qi, with a hint of indifference, gestured towards the beam of light. "You may observe for yourselves." Having finished his introductions, he was dismayed to find there were no rewards for virtuous deeds, vowing never to engage in such matters again. With a sigh, he pressed his palms together and murmured, "Ba, benefactor, do you think it possible?" The young girl, already teary-eyed, let her tears flow freely as she softly lamented, "Mother, mother, please save little Z." Meng Qi shook his head, indicating his inability to decipher the situation. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned to the weeping girl. Addressing Jiang Zhiwei, "Miss Jiang, have you made a breakthrough?" His inquiry was vague, given the presence of strangers. A breakthrough occurred. Jiang Zhiwei gently patted the shoulder of the young girl, Xiaosang, and offered her quiet comfort. "Master, the young one is named Xianghui. I kindly ask for your compassion and guidance." The burly man, having perused the exchange list of the central light column, discreetly approached Meng Qi, nodding and bowing in excessive deference. Meng Qi's earlier display of prowess had led him to believe that this young monk possessed unfathomable strength, likely surpassing that of the other 3. Meng Qi regarded the misguided Xianghui with a bemused expression, just as he was about to speak when the surrounding scene abruptly transformed. Mountains and waters overlapped, light and darkness wove together. The northern barbarians had seized control of the central plains, perpetrating heinous acts against the populace, prompting the monks of Shaolin to join various local militias in rebellion. General Duoercha of the northern barbarians, determined to extinguish this threat, prepared to lead a multitude of skilled warriors and troops to Shaowan Mountain to eradicate Shaolin. Duoercha had preemptively bribed many monks within Shaolin, making success almost assured, yet a valiant soul sacrificed their life to convey this news. Main Quest 2. This will be issued upon the completion of Main Quest 1. Chapter 29. Encirclement. As the scene gradually clarified, trees obscured the sunlight, casting patches of golden light. Aware and prepared, Meng Qi vigilantly surveyed his surroundings, yet found no signs of an impending attack. Upon further observation, he furrowed his brow in mild surprise, for he noted that only 3 individuals stood nearby: the perpetually solemn Qi Jingyan, the gangly man Xiang Hui, and the delicate young girl Xiaozi, who appeared utterly helpless. Miss Jiang, where are Brother Zhang and the others? Meng Qi felt a profound sense of helplessness, as he recalled the main quest's indication of their division into 2 paths. However, Meng Qi did not waver. In the past, he might have felt fear and trepidation, but now he possessed a fundamental ability to protect himself. If he were still to cower and tremble in fear, it would hardly befit a man. Senior Brother Qi, we must first ascertain the way to Shaolin. He disregarded the sobbing and trembling Xiaozi and the anxious Xiang Hui, exchanging a brief, yet meaningful glance with Qi Jingyan. He realized he was utterly oblivious to their current location and the direction of Shaolin. Qi Jingyan gazed up at the sky, then surveyed the surrounding trees. Pondering for a moment before stating, I observe that the forest is not densely populated, and I can hear the distant sounds of carriages, suggesting we are not far from the main road. Let us first venture forth and inquire the way from passers-by. Meng Qi turned to Xiaozi and Xiang Hui, asking, will you two make your way to Shaolin on your own, or accompany us? A mischievous thought crossed Meng Qi's mind. Without these 2 burdens, he and Qi Zhengyan would find their journey considerably easier. Master, I shall follow you. Xiaozi, seemingly struck by lightning, trembled and hurried to Meng Qi's side. Grasping his sleeve tightly, Xiang Hui, with a beaming smile, bowed and said, revered monk, I shall follow your lead. Seeing their eagerness to please him, Meng Qi could surmise their sentiments. Firstly, as a monk, he naturally exuded an aura of compassion. Secondly, his frequent smiles made him more approachable than the solemn and serious Qi Jingyan. Lastly, he had demonstrated his martial prowess, leaving a profound impression on them. Xiang, I did not expect you to be well-read, Meng Qi remarked with a cheerful smile. Xiang Hui hurriedly smiled and said, the esteemed monk overpraises me. I merely learned under the guidance of the White Paper Fan faction. Initially, he had perceived this fellow as a reckless and boisterous character akin to Lu Zhishan. Yet it became apparent that he was a sycophantic type, adept at ingratiating himself. Meng Qi mused silently and turned to the young lady, Xiaozi, who was tugging at his sleeve, saying, Miss Xiaozi, if you wish to accompany us, please refrain from doing so. It may hinder our actions. Xiaozi released her grip and stepped back, standing shoulder to shoulder with Qi Hui. She then stifled her tears and obediently followed Meng Qi and Qi Jingyan as they made their way out of the forest. The ground within the woods was uneven, interwoven with protruding roots and decaying leaves. Xiaozi stumbled along, yet she did not utter a word of complaint, gritting her teeth and striving not to be left behind. Her exterior was soft, yet she possessed an inner strength. Meng Qi, observing her discreetly, nodded gently. Had she continued to weep and lament, unwilling to endure hardship, accustomed to a life of luxury, he might indeed have been compelled to abandon her. A burdensome companion could only serve to impede one's own progress. Turning back, Meng Qi caught sight of Qi Jingyan's unyielding countenance ahead. A thought suddenly struck him. In this venture, their party had divided into 2 groups, and the strongest among his companions was Qi Jingyan. Though he harbored no fear of him, it was far more advantageous to foster cooperation than to engage in solitary endeavors. Thus, he resolved to cultivate rapport and strengthen their bond. With a smile, he inquired, Brother Qi, how has your swordsmanship progressed? A month is but a fleeting moment. Surely you have grasped the fundamentals? Qi Jingyan nodded slightly, maintaining his solemn demeanor. Meng Qi, still smiling, continued, that is well, combined with the long river sword technique. Your prowess must have significantly improved. In that fleeting moment, Meng Qi felt as if he were engaged in psychological counseling. The words of the monk resonated profoundly. Xiang Hui endeavored to muster a smile in agreement, while Qi Jingyan remained silent. Could it be that senior brother Qi has endured some trauma in his youth? Or perhaps the environment was stifling at that time? Meng Qi inquired casually. With a dry chuckle, Meng Qi attempted to alleviate the embarrassment and awkwardness, sincerely expressing, "This humble monk's experience in the world is limited. I am grateful for your guidance, senior brother Qi." Noticing that Meng Qi did not succumb to anger or shame, Qi Jingyan paused momentarily, then nodded slowly. One must exercise caution in all matters. The exchange between the two left Xiang Hui in a state of bewilderment. The man who appeared to believe the entire world owed him 5 taels of silver seemed even more formidable than the monk himself. As they proceeded, Meng Qi and his companions came upon a compact earthen road, well trodden by carts and horses, stirring up considerable dust. Alongside the path stood a tea shop, shaded by a canopy, also offering some light meals. It was just before noon, and there were few patrons taking a break. Meng Qi gazed over and observed that the proprietor of the tea shop was an elderly man, with 4 tables occupied inside, one by a weary couple, another by a traveling peddler, a third by an elderly man playing the huqin, and the last by a wealthy young master embracing a charming maidservant, accompanied by his bodyguard. "Senior brother Qi, I shall go inquire for news and procure some provisions. Please keep an eye on the surroundings for me." Upon seeing the deeply troubled expression on Qi Jingyan's face, Meng Qi resolved to venture forth alone, reassured that with Qi Jingyan lurking behind, he would have a warning and potential rescue should an ambush arise. Qi Jingyan studied the tea shop's patrons and the nearby environment with great care. And after a prolonged silence, he remarked with a composed demeanor, "I find the peddler appears too pristine. He does not resemble one accustomed to wandering the countryside for long. Exercise caution." He actually possessed little experience in the world and lacked confidence. Upon hearing his words, Meng Qi gazed intently and noticed that the peddler indeed lacked the weary burden of labor, particularly in the way he held the teacup. Devoid of any cracks from years spent under the sun, Meng Qi ambled closer. As he approached the tea shop, he suddenly heard the neigh of a horse. Instinctively, he turned to see 4 brown horses, accompanied by an ornate carriage. If one were to ride, it would certainly be swifter than relying on lightness of foot. A realization struck Meng Qi. He was acutely aware that his current agility could rival that of a steed over short distances, yet over longer stretches he would surely be outpaced. Moreover, riding would require less exertion, and in the face of danger, it would offer ample opportunity for a counterattack. As for the owner of the horses, Meng Qi could easily surmise that it was undoubtedly the wealthy young master adorned in brocade and jewels for his maid, with her delicate appearance, would never have arrived here without a carriage. Thus, Meng Qi instinctively moved towards the tea shop near the affluent young master, casting a sweeping glance to appraise them. "What are you staring at?" One of the guards, arms crossed, approached with heavy steps, amused by his imposing demeanor. Meng Qi mimicked the impression of a rogue monk, bringing his hands together in prayer. "Amitabha, this humble monk perceives a connection with all esteemed benefactors here." "Haha, you bald donkey, what connection could there be? You merely seek to collect some wealth." The wealthy young master laughed heartily, while caressing the maid's cheek, his expression darkening as he commanded, "Scram. I have always despised you charlatan monks." The maid chimed in cheerfully, "Last time, my lady was swindled out of 300 taels by one of those deceitful monks. Henceforth, any malevolent monk or sorcerer who dares to approach our doorstep shall have their legs broken." The young master signaled to the 2 guards to expel Meng Qi. Unperturbed, Meng Qi decided to wait and confront this wealthy young master later. He navigated around several tables and approached the proprietor of the tea shop. "Good sir," Meng Qi said, his palms pressed together in a gesture of respect, "I have a query." The elderly shopkeeper, hunched with age and adorned with sparse white hair, returned the greeting with a warm smile. "I have always been a devout follower of the Buddha. Please, inquire freely." In a lowered voice to avoid being overheard by the peddler, Meng Qi asked, "I wish to journey to Mount Shaohua. Could you kindly direct me on the proper path?" Meanwhile, much of Meng Qi's attention was focused on the peddler. The old man cheerfully replied, "Follow this official road straight ahead for 3 days." Before he could finish, his expression shifted to one of astonishment as he gazed behind Meng Qi. The peddler had drawn a long sword from his burden and lunged towards Meng Qi. Was he truly attacking? Did he possess hearing beyond the ordinary? While surprised, Meng Qi remained composed and swiftly turned, swinging his long knife to intercept the peddler. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced Meng Qi's waist, unbeknownst to him. The old man had produced 2 daggers and lunged at his side. Meng Qi stepped forward to evade the daggers, only to find a weary couple, also armed. Charging at him, one aimed for his throat while the other swept low with a blade towards his legs. A nearby elderly man, playing the aerial, let out a soft sigh as he drew a slender short sword from his instrument. In a swift motion, he positioned himself behind Meng Qi, thrusting towards his back. Chapter 30. Begging for alms surrounded by foes on all sides. Meng Qi remained unperturbed. With a deft motion, he parried the vendor's long sword with his own blade. Then, lowering his body, he allowed the old man's dagger to pierce his back, while the Huqin elder's slender sword missed its lethal target, striking slightly above. The woman among the couple lost her throat in the fray, and the blade struck Meng Qi's chin, yet the ground-sweeping knife was unimpeded, landing a direct blow to his legs. Although the vendor failed to land a hit, a smug smile involuntarily crept across his face, for he had intentionally revealed flaws in his disguise, orchestrating this ambush. A series of muffled thuds echoed, as if striking a leather bag, freezing the grin on the vendor's face. He witnessed his comrade's weapons penetrate only slightly, as if striking iron, oozing mere droplets of blood. Meanwhile, the little monk withdrew his long knife and executed a sweeping strike. A head flew from its body, blood gushing like a waterfall, enveloping the vendor in crimson. The headless form of the woman trembled momentarily before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. How could he possess such formidable internal strength? The vendor regretted his underestimation, never anticipating that a monk so young could master such profound martial arts. Meng Qi paid no heed to the Huqin elder or the tea shop proprietor behind him. Suddenly, he stepped diagonally forward, perfectly positioning himself in the retreating path of the ground-sweeping knife wielder. With a downward sweep of his blade, blood spurted forth, staining his white leg bindings. As a head flew, blood erupted, yet Meng Qi bore only a shallow wound upon his chest. Witnessing this scene, the vendor's heart quaked in terror, losing his usual composure. He turned and fled in a panic, as if escaping from a malevolent spirit. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and he found a handsome young monk blocking his path. To hell with it. In a panic, he thrust towards Meng Qi's brow, unwilling to engage further. With a wounded jaw, Meng Qi grinned, a ghastly expression on his face. He raised his left hand to grasp the merchant's long sword, disregarding the blade that cut into his palm, blood streaming forth. With a forceful pull, he swung the blade. A scream escaped the merchant, abruptly silenced, as blood sprayed Meng Qi, drenching him in crimson. Meanwhile, the elderly Huqin player trembled violently, uttering a strange cry before fleeing, leaving Meng Qi in futile pursuit. Was this the price of exchanging minor wounds for grievous ones? After the battle concluded, Meng Qi exhaled a deep breath, wiping the blood from his face as he approached the remaining survivors in the tea shop. Master, I have always been devout in my reverence. I beseech you to spare my wretched life, implored the wealthy young master, tears streaming down his face. The humble monk merely wishes to inquire about the way to Shaohuan Mountain. How might one reach it? Meng Qi replied with a faint smile. Yet under the grimy fade of blood and dirt, the wealthy young master's companions perceived this grin as terrifying and monstrous. One of the guards struggled to suppress his trembling and dutifully conveyed the information to Meng Qi. Nodding slightly, Meng Qi's dark humor surfaced. It appears that you are fated to encounter the Buddha. Please, master, I do not wish to meet the Buddha yet. I have an elderly grandmother of 80 and a 3-year-old child. Whatever you desire, I shall provide. The wealthy young master began to weep in fright. Casting a glance at the bloody visage of Meng Qi, he dared not refuse. If the master seeks to forge a good relationship, I am more than willing. Take my horse without hesitation. I am no bandit, replied the monk, and this jade pendant shall serve as collateral for borrowing the horse. As Meng Qi perceived that the time was not on their side, he ceased to instill fear in them. The young heir of a wealthy family, his face awash with tears, exclaimed, Master, I willingly offer this. This is a tribute to the Buddha. How could I possibly use your collateral? He fervently gestured, resolutely refusing to accept the jade pendant, suspecting it to be a test from the monk. Should he indeed take the pendant, he feared for his very life. Meng Qi paused momentarily and said, Amitabha, I thank you for your kind intentions, benefactor. The young heir let out a sigh of relief, remarking, It is I who should express gratitude for your guidance, master. Suddenly, Meng Qi recalled a famous saying and, with a half-smile, gazed at the young heir's belongings. It seems that your possessions are also connected to the Buddha. The young heir, with a mournful expression, endeavored to appear devout as he handed over a bag of silver to Meng Qi, saying, "I humbly request that the master use this to sculpt the golden body and enlighten the world." To his astonishment, the offering was genuine. "Is this the essence of almsgiving?" Meng Qi smirked slightly, refraining from further comment. He beckoned Qi Zhengyan and the others to approach, instructing them to inspect the bodies in search of provisions and fresh water. After a brief interlude, Xiang Hui led over 4 horses, securing the gathered provisions and water to the sides of the saddles. With a beaming smile, he inquired of the freshly bandaged Meng Qi, "Revered monk, when shall we set forth?" "We have but 3 days. We must not delay." Meng Qi nodded gently. "We shall depart at once." To be candid, Meng Qi had assumed that after witnessing the recent battle, Xiang Hui's demeanor towards him would undergo a significant transformation. After all, this encounter had fully showcased his prowess. He was merely a practitioner of external martial arts, having achieved a modest level of mastery, yet sharing the same realm as Xiang Hui. To his surprise, Xiang Hui continued to ingratiate himself. Perhaps he felt uncertain about overcoming Meng Qi. Meng Qi gazed at the horses before him, feeling a twinge of apprehension, for he had never ridden before. Yet, possessing formidable martial skills and agility, he was not particularly fearful of merely traveling without engaging in battle. "Master." Suddenly, the timid young girl, Xiaozi, spoke up. Meng Qi and Qi Jingyan turned to look at her, remaining silent. Xiaozi, on the verge of tears, lamented, "Master, I do not know how to ride a horse." This indeed posed a dilemma. Meng Qi furrowed his brow slightly as he assessed Xiaozi. She was but an ordinary girl, and in her anxious state, it seemed unlikely she could learn to ride swiftly. At that moment, he recalled the words of Jiang Zhiwei, who had advised him to first master lightness skills, finding profound wisdom in her counsel. If one could not keep pace with others, how could they expect protection in times of crisis, even from those with the most benevolent intentions? Noticing the concerned silence shared between him and Qi Jingyan, Xiaozi grew increasingly anxious and trembled as she implored, "Master, I can learn to ride. Please do not leave me behind in this unfamiliar place." She could only cling tightly to Meng Qi, who seemed to possess a kind and compassionate heart, despite their brief acquaintance. The thought of being abandoned here filled her with dread, for it would not be long before she fell prey to unscrupulous captors, powerless to resist. Meng Qi scrutinized her attire, noting the numerous bloodstains upon her collar, realizing they were remnants from her recent task of inspecting the corpses as instructed. Remembering how, despite her fear, Xiaozi had gritted her teeth and fulfilled her duty, he sighed inwardly, recognizing that heaven aids those who help themselves. Learning to ride on short notice seemed implausible. "Young lady Xiaozi," he said gently, "if you do not mind, let us share a mount." Meng Qi intentionally recited a Buddhist chant, signifying his identity as a monk to alleviate any lingering hesitation in Xiaozi regarding the boundaries between men and women. Xiaozi paused for a moment, her dark, lacquer-like eyes veiled with a delicate mist, and she clasped her hands together, saying, "Master," with a heart of compassion, "I express my gratitude in advance." Behind Meng Qi, Xiang Hui instinctively curled his lip. In his opinion, such a seemingly delicate girl should not be included in their company. Instead, he believed they should simply find a place to enjoy themselves and leave her behind. Qi Jingyan did not contest Meng Qi's decision, maintaining his customary stern expression, though he subtly nodded in acknowledgement of Meng Qi's choice. "Miss Xiaozi, please take a seat at the back and remember to hold on to my monk's robe tightly." Meng Qi offered a hand to assist her onto the horse. Before he finished speaking, an unsettling thought crossed his mind. Having someone he was not well acquainted with positioned behind him seemed rather presumptuous. Thus, he amended his words, "Miss Xiaozi, it would be better for you to sit in front. I am concerned you might be thrown off." Xiaozi had no objections and shifted to the front of the saddle. Meng Qi mounted the horse, wrapping his arms around her waist to grasp the reins. Xiaozi's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, yet she did not appear overly bashful, considering that Meng Qi was merely a boy of 12 or 13 years. Qi Jingyan, riding one horse and leading another, gave a slight nod. "True ding. I was worried that your experience in the Jianghu might be insufficient." Meng Qi understood that he was referring to his decision to let Xiaozi sit in front of him rather than behind. He awkwardly admitted, "Indeed, it was far too little. I was deceived by that vendor before." However, the greater mistake was in asking for directions at the tea house. Had we merely stopped passers-by on the road to inquire, we would likely not have encountered any pursuers. Meng Qi was acutely aware that his talents could not compare to those of Jiang Zhiwei, Zhang Yuanshan, and others. if he did not engage in daily self-reflection and improvement. His future prospects appeared bleak. After quietly listening to Meng Qi's words, Qi Jingyan turned his head, gazing ahead, and softly remarked, "I too have been neglectful." With a suppressed chuckle, Meng Qi chose not to elaborate further. He removed the jade pendant from around his neck and tossed it behind him, landing it directly into the arms of the wealthy youth. He then spurred his horse onward, laughing heartily amidst the rhythmic sound of hooves, proclaiming, "This is the payment for your horse's keep." The affluent youth stood in a daze, catching the jade pendant and watching as Meng Qi, clad in a gray monk's robe, disappeared into the distance, enveloped in dust. After a prolonged moment, he murmured to himself, "He actually paid me." The jade pendant, translucent and warm, was clearly of considerable value. He had never anticipated that in such circumstances, a monk who could take a life without a second thought would engage in fair trade, offering money without deceit. Not to mention, a mendicant monk, even an ordinary person, would likely feel the stirrings of greed in such a scenario. "Young master," he thought, "he seems more like a monk than the esteemed monks who often visit, as bewildered as a beautiful maid." Regardless, no one here recognized them, and they would depart once their task was complete. He did not possess particularly profound or comprehensive thoughts. He merely felt it essential to maintain his own integrity, lest he become someone he would loathe to the point of wishing his own demise. Moreover, due to the presence of the small jade Buddha, he was reluctant to carry the jade pendant with him. The sound of hoofbeats echoed, and dust swirled in the air as Meng Qi and Qi Jingyan fell into a renewed silence, focusing intently on their journey. 2 days later, the four of them were already within close proximity to Shaolin. Due to their disregard for the horse's endurance, they seemed to have evaded their pursuers, encountering no skirmishes. Ahead at the crossroads, they dismounted and ventured into the mountains. Crossing this woodland would lead them to their destination. Meng Qi conveyed the decision he and Qi Zhengyan had made to Xiang Hui and Xiaozi. As they traversed the hills and valleys, countless paths unfurled before them. Even if Daorca had numerous skilled subordinates, complete blockade was impossible, and the same held true even if his army arrived. Xiaozi and Xiang Hui had no objections to their resolution. At that moment, the sky darkened towards evening, and torrential rain fell like a celestial waterfall, obscuring the path ahead. Suddenly, Meng Qi felt his steed stumble upon something, launching him and Xiaozi into the air. In the next instant, dozens of white-feathered arrows emitted a peculiar whistling sound, slicing through the curtain of rain, aimed directly at Meng Qi, Qi Jingyan, and their companions. Chapter 31. Blood Battle. The rain poured down heavily, as if the Milky Way had inverted, cascading like a celestial waterfall, creating an isolation from the surroundings, accentuating the tumultuous silence and inducing a disorienting darkness. In such a rainy night, the white-feathered arrows pierced through the deluge, seemingly originating from the depths of the abyss, their cold gleam striking fear into the heart. Xiaozi, suspended in midair as if riding the clouds, found herself devoid of any means of support. Confronted by the soul-harvesting arrows, she could only widen her terrified eyes, utterly powerless to act. Suddenly, in her despair, she felt a heavy push that propelled her downward, narrowly evading the long arrow. The flung Meng Qi found it difficult to change his posture, gritting his teeth. He shoved Xiaozi away with his left hand, while drawing his blade with his right to defend himself. With a sharp clang, the arrow aimed straight at Meng Qi's throat was deflected by his weapon. However, he was powerless against another arrow, forcing him to hunch his shoulders and contract his abdomen to evade a fatal strike. Thud! The long arrow struck Meng Qi's right shoulder, producing a sound as it pierced through layers of thick fabric with immense force. Fortunately, amidst the rain-soaked night, not only was it difficult for Meng Qi and his companions to see, rendering them oblivious to the concealed horse snare on the path, but their assailants also suffered the same fate. Most arrows veered off course. Otherwise, even with his ironclad armor, Meng Qi would have been unable to evade the multitude of lethal blows. With a thud, Meng Qi fell to the ground, then executed a roll to evade the subsequent rain of arrows, simultaneously extending his left hand to pull the arrow from his right shoulder. Blood gushed forth. Fortunately, due to the partial strengthening of his iron armor, the wound was not deep and did not hinder his ability to wield his blade. At that moment, silhouettes emerged from the dense curtain of rain, some wielding long knives, others grasping thick swords, encircling Meng Qi, Qi Jingyan, and their companions. The ambushers also recognized the challenging environment, realizing that their long-range attacks were unlikely to hit their targets effectively. With a sudden burst of energy, Meng Qi rose like a carp, swinging his sword at the enemy, only to find the figures around him flickering indistinctly, making it impossible to discern the number of foes. It felt as if attacks could erupt from the rain at any moment. In the darkness, every corner seemed to conceal an adversary. A chaotic battle ensued. Gritting his teeth, Meng Qi strode forward, surprisingly opting to launch an assault rather than attempting to flee. At that moment, a singular thought crystallized in his mind. If he could not discern the whereabouts of his adversaries, then surely they were equally blind to his presence. The only viable strategy was to plunge into their ranks, sowing further chaos, thereby leveraging the effects of his swift movement and ironclad defense to ensure his own survival. Although fleeing would not be a formidable challenge given his agility, Meng Qi was apprehensive that hidden masters awaited in ambush should he vacate the tumultuous scene. They would seize the opportunity to strike. In such a scenario, he would find himself beset by ferocious beasts in front and ravenous wolves behind. With his life hanging in the balance, in just a few strides, Meng Qi thrust himself into the throng of enemies, his feet a blur, elusive as a specter. With a flash of his blade, blood spurted forth, and adversaries fell lifeless to the ground. Amidst the tumult, the chaos rendered it impossible for Meng Qi to evade every attack entirely, but he adeptly avoided lethal strikes, relying on his ironclad defense to absorb the blows. After a brief yet intense skirmish, he bore numerous cuts and gashes, yet remarkably remained unscathed enough to retain his combat efficacy. The assailants grew increasingly alarmed. Before them, Meng Qi appeared as a wraith in the darkness, each of his reappearances heralding the demise or grievous injury of a comrade. Their own attacks frequently misfired, striking their allies instead, forcing them to exercise caution. Even when they managed to land a blow on him, they found their blades thwarted, unable to penetrate his defenses. He was, in truth, a monster. They were aware of the prowess of external martial arts, yet in this fray, augmented by his swift movements. The ironclad technique imparted an overwhelming sense of inhumanity. Nevertheless, even in such dire circumstances, Meng Qi found himself struggling, as if besieged by an unending tide of foes and weapons that seemed to descend from all directions, mounting an immense pressure upon him. In a moment of carelessness, he feared he might be struck at his vulnerable points. The relentless rain poured down, mingling with the splatter of blood, filling the air with a salty tang. Meng Qi fought valiantly through the night, straining to maintain his stance, while around him, bodies fell one after another, yet shadows of even more adversaries encircled him. Xiaozi lay in the mire, summoning her strength in a desperate attempt to rise, but her body was too feeble to comply, leaving her to watch helplessly as the lurking enemies closed in. Xiaosang, Xiaosang, she murmured in a state of fearful despair, her words a mere whisper against the chaos. In her moment of panic, she suddenly froze, for the encroaching foes did not approach her. Instead, they joined the fierce skirmish ahead. The torrential downpour and flickering lightning cast a fleeting glimpse of a figure weaving through the fray, the glint of blades captivating the nearby adversaries. Though diminutive in stature, this figure exuded an aura of unwavering reliability in that moment. Time and again, it suffered wounds, yet remained silent, contrasting starkly with the cacophony of cries that filled the air. Xiaozi ceased her murmurs, her expression transforming from terror to a tentative calm. Amidst the ferocious battle, Meng Qi lost track of time. Just as he felt on the brink of collapse, the enemies before him suddenly cried out and fled. Though they were valiant warriors, they recognized their dwindling numbers, faced with nearly 50% casualties. They could no longer suppress their innate fear and ultimately crumbled. After all, they were not truly fearless. With the first to flee, soon followed the second, and rapidly. Meng Qi's burdens lightened, allowing him to maneuver with newfound ease as his foes fell or retreated one by one. As he prepared to survey his surroundings and assist Qi Jingyan, he suddenly caught sight of a tall figure darting out from the nearby woods, swift as a galloping steed, wielding a long blade. A master of profound energy, Meng Qi realized that the reduction of enemies around him had rendered him vulnerable to the hidden expert's focused gaze. Yet, he felt no fear. This was not a time for panicked retreat. He had no leisure to observe and could only passively endure the assault. Since he had already detected the threat in advance, a suggestion from Zhang Yuanshan flashed through his mind. When confronted with an opponent of profound energy, one must strike swiftly to counter slowness, trading minor injuries for significant ones. The thought crossed his mind, and after a moment of trepidation, a surge of courage welled within him. He evaded one adversary and charged toward the foe. As they drew closer, Meng Qi discerned a stern-faced man. As the blade swung towards him, poised to collide with the long knife, Meng Qi executed the 8 steps of divine movement. sliding and pivoting like a wraith to appear behind the master, aiming a strike at the back of his head. The expert remained unfazed, his agility allowing him to sidestep, while simultaneously sweeping his long knife back toward Meng Qi's chest and abdomen, attempting to force him to abandon his attack. This was a display of seasoned composure. Clenching his teeth, Meng Qi unexpectedly lunged forward, facing the long knife head-on, refusing to evade. The blade carved a deep gash across his chest and abdomen, blood gushing forth, painting the scene a vivid crimson before the eyes of the master. Disastrously, as the blade truly met flesh. The expert experienced an ominous premonition and sought to roll aside to evade the blow. However, the recoil from the impact momentarily hindered his movements. A flash of steel sparkled, and the astonished expression of the master became frozen upon his face as his head separated from his body, watching his own headless corpse slowly descend. Meng Qi had no time to assess the aftermath of the battle. He braced his back against a blow from a remaining foe, feeling a searing pain in his chest and abdomen. His legs weakened, and a wave of dizziness washed over him. This was no trivial injury. He couldn't help but mock himself internally. The opponent's prowess was indeed formidable, and that strike had nearly cleaved him open, leaving him significantly wounded. Yet, he harbored no regrets. Had the adversary discerned his weaknesses and employed a targeted strategy, his life would have been in grave peril. This confrontation imparted a vital lesson to Meng Qi: martial prowess, while a crucial determinant of the outcome, is not the sole factor. The opponent may have surpassed him in strength, yet it was the adversary's corpse that now lay upon the ground, not his own. The few remaining foes were undaunted by death. Upon witnessing the demise of their leader, they did not contemplate retreat, but rather advanced, seeking to exploit Meng Qi's injury and fatigue to claim his life. Having expended considerable energy throughout the fight, Meng Qi indeed felt a sense of weakness. However, he remained composed. After eliminating a skilled adversary who had reached the pinnacle of their mastery, he found an unusual confidence in confronting the remaining attackers. At that moment, a glimmer of sword light emerged, ethereal and elusive, akin to smoke and mist. A few chilling stars flickered amidst the haze, and the enemies before Meng Qi fell one by one. "Are you all right?" Qi Jingyan appeared, drenched in blood, uncertain whether it was his own or that of others. Meng Qi shook his head, tearing off part of his monk's robe to hastily bandage his chest and abdomen. "No serious harm, but I have lost a fair amount of blood and my energy is greatly depleted. What about you?" "About the same. I just encountered a swordsman at the peak of his mastery and took a hit." Qi Jingyan maintained his usual stoic demeanor, though his complexion had notably paled. Despite his superior strength compared to Meng Qi, the chaotic situation proved less favorable for him than for Meng Qi's martial prowess, leaving him somewhat injured. Had it not been for his mastery of the elusive and unpredictable cloud and Mist 13 techniques, his survival would have been uncertain. "We must hasten into the mountains. We have evaded numerous foes, yet fear that assistance may soon arrive." Meng Qi surveyed the surroundings, sighed, and resolved to seek out their companions, intending to bury their remains on the spot. He felt that, under these circumstances, Xiang Hui and Xiaozi would struggle to survive. "Master, are you unscathed?" Just as the words left his lips, Xiaozi unsteadily rose and approached, inspecting the wounds on Meng Qi's body. Meng Qi was momentarily taken aback. "Miss Xiaozi, are you well?" Xiaozi smiled subtly, a hint of allure evident, seemingly more beautiful than usual. "They all came to besiege you, Master." I lay on the ground, unnoticed. At that moment, Xiang Hui stumbled over, shielding his face with a hand. "Divine Monk, Hero Qi, are you well? Are you unhurt as well?" Meng Qi's surprise deepened. Xiang Hui lowered his hand to reveal a deep gash across his face, stretching from his left temple to his right cheek, a grotesque sight. "I was struck and fell unconscious. They paid me no heed, perhaps considering me dead. Yet, it is thanks to you, Divine Monk, that the enemies were drawn away." Meng Qi pursed his lips, murmuring under his breath, "Had I known, I would have feigned death too." Nevertheless, he understood well that without himself and Qi Zhengyan diverting the enemy's attention, any act of pretense would have been futile. Xiaozi searched the nearby corpse for a cleaner strip of cloth, tearing off all that she could find and cradling it in her arms, intending to bandage Meng Qi. Meanwhile, Xiang Hui searched the body with a bitter expression, looking for valuables, but the victim had exited to commit murder and was unlikely to carry treasures or secrets, ultimately uncovering only a few concealed weapons. After several hours, as dawn's light began to break, Meng Qi slowly regained consciousness. The four of them had traveled through the night, Having already crossed the mountain ridges, upon descending, they would find themselves at the gates of Shaolin. However, both Meng Qi and Qi Jingyan had sustained serious injuries and, by midnight, found it difficult to continue. Thus, they sought refuge in a cave to rest and recover until daybreak. After a brief meditative respite, Meng Qi noticed his wounds had begun to close, and his energy had notably replenished. He rose to stretch his limbs, observing Qi Jingyan keeping watch outside the cave, while Xiang Hui concealed his face and muttered softly. Xiaozi remained curled up, still in slumber. Xiaosang, don't come near Xiaosang. Stay away from me, Xiaozi murmured incoherently in her sleep, suddenly jolting awake, confusion evident on her face as she looked at Meng Qi, seemingly disoriented from her dreams. Meng Qi smiled gently. We must prepare to descend the mountain. Shaolin lies just at the foot of the neighboring hill. The bewilderment faded from Xiaozi's expression as she nodded lightly, but then a hint of unease crossed her features. Master, did I say anything in my sleep? Was I calling for Xiaosang? Meng Qi deliberately clarified. Indeed, you mentioned Xiaosang. Xiaozi gasped, her complexion shifting as she whispered, Master, you must be wary of a girl named Gu Xiaosang. She is the most wicked villain in the world. Why is that? Meng Qi maintained her smile, yet deep within, she suspected that this seemingly powerless ordinary girl harbored some secrets. After all, who among us is without secrets? It remained uncertain whether she would survive until the conclusion of this mission. In any case, it was quite dreadful. Killing without a flicker of an eye. Xiaozi emphasized with determination. At that moment, Qi Jingyan entered, his attire stained with dark red blood. Let us depart. We must strive to reach Shaolin before noon. Chapter 32. Reunions beneath the blazing sun. The gentle murmur of flowing water accompanied a group of yellow-clad monks guarding the entrance to the mountain path. Nearby, a humble inn and marketplace contributed to the bustling atmosphere. This place bears a striking resemblance to your sect's mountain gate, Qi Jingyan remarked with a slight frown, addressing Meng Qi. Having never descended the mountain, Meng Qi was unaware of the appearance of her own sect's base and could only shake her head, stating, I lost consciousness midway and was carried up the mountain by an old servant. I have never seen the mountain gate. This was indeed the truth. It was precisely due to the original host's fainting that she had been able to traverse into this realm. I have seen it when accompanying the elders of my sect to Shaolin. The terrain and layout are fundamentally similar. Although Qi Jingyan said little more, a hint of perplexity crossed his face. Given that they inhabited two distinct worlds, why did they appear so alike? Furthermore, the Shaolin Temple in his world resided on Liantai Mountain, whereas this was Shaohua Mountain, entirely part of a different mountain range. Behind them, Xiaozi listened with a somewhat listless demeanor, while Xiang Hui, his face marred by a knife wound that had injured his nose and muscles, grimaced in pain whenever he spoke, no longer the flattering companion he had been in previous days, covering his face with one hand and occasionally emitting groans of discomfort. Unable to comprehend the situation, Qi Jingyan nodded and, alongside Meng Qi, approached the mountain guardian monk. With a composed demeanor, he addressed the monks, esteemed masters. We bear significant news to convey to your sect's abbot. What news might that be? In these tumultuous times, we cannot permit just anyone to ascend the mountain. The leading monk inquired with hands clasped in a respectful, yet firm manner. Meng Qi solemnly replied, May I inquire about the name of the master? I am known as De Guang. The leading monk responded, a faint smile gracing his lips. May I ask for your esteemed name, junior brother? After Meng Qi revealed his name, he succinctly continued, General Duo Chao intends to lead his formidable troops to annihilate your esteemed sect. We have received assistance from righteous individuals and discovered the identities of your sect's traitors. This matter is of great import and cannot be disclosed in full. I kindly request that you inform your abbot of this grave news. De Guang furrowed his brow. Junior brother Jinding, are you indeed splitting your forces? Indeed, senior brother. Has the other group arrived? Meng Qi inquired eagerly. Yes, there are 2 female benefactors and 2 male benefactors, De Guang replied without reservation. The news has spread, and practitioners from nearby sects have gathered to offer their assistance, currently congregating at a nearby inn. With hands joined in prayer, De Guang intoned, Namo Amitba. At this moment, our sect faces a critical juncture of life and death, and we cannot afford to allow anyone to enter the mountain indiscriminately, fearing the infiltration of spies. I kindly ask you to take refuge at the nearby inn while I consult with the abbot before extending an invitation to you. Hearing his sincere and candid words, Meng Qi and Qi Jingyan had no objections. After exchanging pleasantries, they proceeded towards the nearby inn. The Shaolin monks were numerous. and many travelers and vegetable vendors frequented the foot of the mountain, which had naturally formed a resting place, a phenomenon not uncommon among various sections. With Miss Jiang and Brother Zhang already present, our significance had greatly diminished. It was no wonder they did not regard us with much importance, Meng Qi lamented. Qi Jingyan did not echo Meng Qi's sentiment, but instead gazed at the sky, noting that there was still half a day until the deadline, and they should have ample time to enter the temple. Surely, nothing unexpected would arise. Before Meng Qi could finish his thought, he silenced himself, wary of tempting fate with his words. "Ah, are you also here to assist Shaolin?" At that moment, a robust man approached from the vicinity of the inn, his hearty laughter ringing out as he inquired of Meng Qi and his companions. Meng Qi replied with a smile, "Indeed, we are. Ever since we learned of the barbarian cannibals' intent to besiege Shaolin, righteous heroes from all quarters have hastened to provide aid." The man gestured to himself. "I am Wei Wuji of Halua. I have yet to inquire about the names of my esteemed friends." As he mentioned his name, Wei Wuji straightened his back, seemingly bracing himself for the astonished admiration of those around him, evidently a figure of some renown. Meng Qi discreetly rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, "How am I supposed to know who you are? There is no need for such a grand display of 'I am famous, come worship me,' aside from Duor." Meng Qi truly had no knowledge of these individuals, so he intentionally overlooked Wei Wuji's gaze and cheerfully introduced the others. Wei Wuji's expression turned slightly awkward but quickly returned to normal as he cheerfully remarked, "My friends, it seems you have fought valiantly to break through your encirclement." The young woman appears to lack martial prowess, which is a perfectly reasonable doubt. Meng Qi does not take offense. Were he in the same position, he too would harbor similar queries, though he might refrain from voicing them. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded. "During our journey here, we encountered several formidable barbarian warriors, and it was no easy feat to break free." He gestured towards Xiaozi, saying, "This is the fiancée of Brother Qi. Although she may not possess the strength to bind a chicken, her spirit in adversity is commendable. She forsook her comfortable life at home to accompany us, committed to sharing life and death with Brother Qi." At that moment, Qi Jingyan's sword fell to the ground, and he cast a glance at Meng Qi that was rife with complexity, an amalgamation of reproach and anger, while Xiaozi remained oblivious, her expression one of innocent bewilderment. Meng Qi discreetly shrugged his shoulders. Surely, he could not reveal that this was his fiancée, could he? In terms of fabricating melodramatic tales, who in this world could rival my prowess? Wei Wuji nodded in approval. "It truly fills me with envy that Brother Qi has captured the heart of such a devoted and righteous lady. Since I have become acquainted with several of you, allow me to host a gathering with wine and a change of clean garments. Is this how gallant heroes of the martial world conduct themselves?" Meng Qi mused silently. However, given that they were near Shaolin, the danger should be minimal. He pointed his hand and replied, "Then, it would be my honor to comply." Truly, Master Zhun is a magnanimous individual," Wei Wuji exclaimed with a hearty laugh, gesturing an invitation. As they made their way toward the inn, Meng Qi seized the opportunity to inquire of Wei Wuji about the local happenings, in hopes of locating Jiang Zhiwei and the others. The news had just broken, and the entire Halua martial arts community was abuzz. Under the rallying call of esteemed heroes, numerous allies flocked to Shaolin to lend their assistance, including Lin Bieshue, the young master of the Luo sect. Wei Wuji spoke with an air of exuberance, as if the formidable experts and armies of the opposing faction were on the verge of annihilation. Meng Qi chuckled lightly, suggesting that among these venerable heroes, perhaps it was none other than Wei the Great himself. Wei Wuji, with a hint of self-deprecation, smiled modestly, stating, "I am unworthy of such praise. I merely ride on the coattails of my predecessors. Alas, after 3 decades of martial training, I have barely grazed the threshold of innate mastery. Compared to the prodigious Lin, who has transcended this realm before 30, I am but a mere novice." Innate mastery? Meng Qi and Qi Jingyan exchanged glances, pondering whether the classification of realms here differed from that of their own world. However, Wei Wuji's expression suddenly shifted to one of confusion, as if recalling something utterly astonishing. Meng Qi cast a curious glance at him as they both stepped through the door of a humble inn. Inside, the place was teeming with people. Not only were all the tables occupied, but many stood in various corners as well. Was it truly this lively? Wei Wuji pulled over a youthful and beautiful maiden, inquiring with intrigue. The heroine pointed to a corner, speaking with a mix of reverence and admiration. Young Master Zhang has descended and is currently engaged in a discussion over tea and wine with young Master Lin. Young Master Zhang? Wei Wuji's expression changed. now filled with both respect and trepidation. Following the maiden's gesture, Meng Qi glanced over and beheld a rare oasis of tranquility within the bustling inn. In the corner, a square table was set, where two gentlemen sat facing each other, with cups and teapots placed before them. One of the men exuded a mature elegance, a gentle smile gracing his lips, while the other was clad in a robe of the true martial way, his nose prominent, radiating vitality and masculine charm. Indeed, it was Zhang Yuanshan, a familiar acquaintance of Meng Qi. Around the two, the passing guests instinctively cleared a space, creating an atmosphere of remarkable tranquility. Young Master Zhang? Meng Qi echoed Wei Wuji's inquiry, albeit with a distinctly different connotation. Wei Wuji turned to Meng Qi, nodding slightly as he remarked, "Young Master Zhang is a disciple of a reclusive master. It is quite normal for you to be unaware of him during his first foray into the martial world." Oh. Seizing the opportunity, Meng Qi feigned curiosity to inquire about Zhang Yuanshan and his companion's experiences, lest he find himself in a predicament without knowledge of the circumstances. Wei Wuji, casting another respectful glance at Zhang Yuanshan, continued, "Young Master Zhang possesses a chivalrous spirit and an unwavering sense of justice, standing apart from the mundane. Not only has he transcended to the innate realm before reaching the age of 20, but he also braved countless perils under the stars to deliver a crucial message regarding Shaolin. The innate realm refers to enlightenment, does it not?" Meng Qi nodded slightly, contemplating the possibility. According to the occasional remarks of Jiang Zhiwei and others, after achieving a state of ultimate energy cultivation, one could exhale a breath of turbid air, returning to the innocence of infancy, thereby nurturing the inner landscape and unlocking the divine apertures of heaven. Among the experts who sought to intercept them was Guan Haoran, known as Jinhe Luo, who had been in the innate realm for 2 decades and was among the world's pinnacle martial artists. Regrettably, in his old age, he became muddled, betraying his kin and country, ultimately becoming a lackey for the barbarian tribes, and was slain by young Master Zhang. The female warrior nearby nodded emphatically. Her cheeks flushed as she remarked, "This incident occurred at the entrance of Guanha town, witnessed by many fellow practitioners of the martial arts. All astonished by young Master Zhang's prowess, his reputation has already spread throughout Heluo. Although Guan Haoran is aged and frail, he remains a natural master," which highlights the terrifying prowess of young Master Zhang. Even more astonishing is that he is merely 19 years old. "Alas, I feel as though I have squandered the first half of my life," Wei Wuji self-deprecatingly remarked, a hint of despondency evident in his tone. Indeed, it seems that only exceptional talents like Master Lin can engage in discourse with young Master Zhang. Those who dwell beyond the world are truly extraordinary. The passing wanderers of the martial world echoed this sentiment with a sigh. Wei Wuji stroked his chin, suppressing his other emotions, and with a mixture of respect and trepidation, suggested, "Let us retreat to another corner to avoid disturbing young Master Zhang and Master Lin." He pondered, isn't he being a tad too rash? Even with the desire to befriend a master, such boldness may provoke disdain. At the square table, Lin Bieshue lifted his cup and savored a sip of the 30-year-old low wine, rich and fragrant. Alas, our days of peacefully enjoying tea and wine are dwindling. The world is in turmoil, and even Shaolin must face a trial by fire. Who knows when we shall find tranquility again? Lin Bieshue sighed softly. Zhang Yuanshan smiled as he savored his tea, stating, "The cycle of the world is one of prosperity leading to decline. Life springs from death. Though the barbarian tribes are formidable, their day of downfall will inevitably come. We must maintain our usefulness to serve as seeds for restoration." Lin Bieshue paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. "Truly, you are worthy of being an esteemed disciple of the reclusive Taoist sect." Suddenly, his laughter faded, replaced by an imposing presence, as he noticed a filthy little monk meandering towards them. "Who are you?" he inquired slowly, his commanding aura deterring ordinary martial wanderers from approaching and causing Wei Wuji to feel a tinge of unease, for this was someone he had brought along. However, he observed the young monk sitting down indifferently, unceremoniously taking a cup from Zhang Yuanshan's presence, and casually proclaiming, "Let us drink to honor." Zhang Yuanshan chuckled, refraining from objection, and instead lifted another cup to pour himself a cup of clear tea. Witnessing Zhang Yuanshan's demeanor, Wei Wuji and the nearby heroine were momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this seemingly disheveled young monk was an old acquaintance of young Master Zhang? Was he also a distinguished disciple of a secluded sect? Lin Bieshue, initially poised to express anger, paused in surprise, a smile resurfacing on her face as she raised her cup to clink with Meng Qi's. The surrounding members of the martial world, bewildered by the scene, exchanged glances, their expressions transforming into a tableau of intrigue as they speculated about the identity of this renowned master. Cough, cough, cough. After downing the strong liquor, Meng Qi felt a searing line of fire coursing from his throat to his stomach, unable to suppress a fit of coughs. Alas, he had forgotten that this was no longer the body accustomed to alcohol. At that moment, a cup of clear tea appeared before him, and without a second thought, he lifted it to his lips, finally easing the turmoil in his stomach. Indeed, my junior brother, without discussing the matters of discipline, one should not be so reckless on their first encounter with alcohol, Zhang Yuanshan remarked gently, clearly having anticipated that Meng Qi's current form lacked experience with drinking. It was not difficult to surmise that those from prominent families were often raised under strict tutelage and, at a tender age, were sent to the mountains, leaving them little opportunity to indulge in liquor. Once Meng Qi stifled his cough, he smiled as he toyed with the wine cup, stating, "How can a mere monk comprehend the value and inevitability of discipline without first experiencing the taste of strong liquor? Indeed, one must break before they can establish." Zhang Yuanshan replied nonchalantly. "And what of Miss Jiang?" Meng Qi inquired, his demeanor exuding an air of solemnity. Zhang Yuanshan chuckled wryly. "Sister Jiang is too impatient for socializing and is resting upstairs." "And who might this be?" Lin Bieshue could not help but inquire. Chapter 33, Master Xinji. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yuanshan replied with a hint of a smile. "Zhending Shidi is a disciple of my esteemed master's friend, known by the moniker the Blade of the Buddha of Severing Karma." "The Blade of the Buddha of Severing Karma," Lin Bieshue softly echoed, then laughed lightly. "So, Master Zhending is indeed a person of extraordinary repute. The Blade of the Buddha of Severing Karma." Meng Qi's lips twitched slightly, feeling less than pleased with the nickname Zhang Yuanshan had bestowed upon him. "Do I even wield a blade?" He smiled, raising his teacup to savor a sip of the fragrant tea, delivering a clever retort. "All are submerged in the sea of suffering. How can one speak of the world beyond?" At that moment, Meng Qi felt a pang of regret, lamenting the fact that he was clad in tattered gray robes stained with blood, unable to convey the ethereal grace of an enlightened monk. How intriguing, how amusing. Lin Bieshue laughed, lifting her cup and downing the strong liquor. "The Blade of the Buddha of Severing Karma?" Within the inn, Wei Wuji and others murmured to themselves, pondering the unfamiliar nickname. Nevertheless, since it was spoken by young Master Zhang, it was evident that Master Zhending was indeed remarkable. They had been somewhat ignorant and lacked knowledge beyond the realm of Helua's martial arts. After bidding farewell to Lin Bieshue, Zhang Yuanshan led Meng Qi and others to the third floor of the inn, casually remarking, "Zhending Shidi, Qi Shidi, seeing you both covered in blood and tattered clothing. This journey must have been arduous. However, the fact that none have perished is truly commendable. We did not encounter any enemies in the insight stage." Qi Jingyan succinctly explained the reason. "Perhaps they were unable to catch up with you. I have inquired and learned that under Duercha's command, there are 4 formidable innate masters: Zhan Heluguan Haoran, Bian Bian Shushin Quang Chunwang, Bai Mai Elaine Borhin, Anzhong Shang Qingquan Tangshan. You must exercise caution with the remaining 3. Zhang Yuanshan paused before a door and gently knocked. "Come in." A melodious voice akin to a yellow oriole emerging from the valley resonated from within. Upon opening the door, Meng Qi beheld Jiang Zhiwei seated in a meditative posture, the white rainbow sword resting horizontally across her knees, reflecting the sunlight like a sparkling azure spring. Meanwhile, the enchanting lady languidly sat at the table, toying with the teacup before her. "Little monk, your lives are indeed splendid," Jiang Zhiwei remarked as she sheathed her sword, smiling in greeting. "I, on the other hand, find myself rather dull." The rare opportunity to face a worthy opponent was snatched away by Brother Zhang. In light of the absence of casualties, her spirits were buoyant, and she jested merrily. "Ba, our Buddha is compassionate. The poor monk is reluctant to take life. Yet to preserve life, one must sometimes sever karmic ties rather than human lives. If I do not descend into hell, who will?" Meng Qi whimsically recited some profound phrases he had previously heard. "Ha, you are quite the eloquent monk, spinning a tale that seems rather reasonable." "I nearly fell for your words," Jiang Zhiwei said, her amusement unrestrained. Zhang Yuanshan chuckled and shook his head, evidently unfamiliar with such fallacious reasoning. Then, Jiang Zhiwei gestured toward the captivating lady. "This esteemed woman is Ku Bijuan, She has made significant progress in her cultivation and contributed greatly during the interception. Meng Qi expressed keen interest in the main quest. Have you completed the first main quest? What is the second main quest? Last night, we visited the abbot in the temple and successfully completed our first main quest, earning a reward of merit points. However, due to our unclear origins, they were reluctant to allow us to stay within the temple and send us back down the mountain, stating they would deliberate after interrogating the traitor. Jiang Zhiwei succinctly recounted the events of yesterday, indicating that the second main quest was to defend Shaolin until the very last moment. With a reward of 100 merit points, failure to do so would result in a deduction. After a brief pause, she continued, reassuring us not to worry excessively, as they would surely seek us out for verification to avoid being deceived by us. Upon hearing Jiang Zhiwei's words, Meng Qi felt a sense of calm wash over him. And with a cheerful demeanor, he asked, Zhang Xiaosang, do you have any spare clothes I could borrow? This outfit is quite uncomfortable. Zhang Yuanshan chuckled. I've already prepared clothing for you. Zhending Shidi, Qi Shidi, and Xiang Hui, follow me next door for a bath and a change of clothes. After bathing and donning fresh garments, just as Meng Qi began to feel invigorated, they were met by De Guang, who informed them that Master Xing would personally meet with them to inquire about the breakout and the traitor. The winding mountain path, lush with greenery, became increasingly familiar to Meng Qi. Isn't this the path I usually take to fetch water? He suddenly realized, glancing back at Jiang Zhiwei, Zhang Yuanshan, and Qi Jingyan, who nodded in affirmation. Could it be that this place truly resembled their own Shaolin, save for the inhabitants? Master Xing was a transcendent being at the pinnacle of innate mastery, just a step away from entering the realm of Xianjin, where the inner and outer worlds converge. Do not forget your manners, Zhang Yuanshan added, unexpectedly introducing the abbot to Meng Qi and the others. Zhang, you flatter me, he replied, but within the Buddhist realm, we do not refer to it as the immortal true state, but rather as the Zen state. The monk, De Guang, explained with a serene demeanor. As the melodious and profound chime resonated, it roused Meng Qi from his daze, soothing the myriad of anxieties and uncertainties within him. Upon entering the grand hall, he beheld several monks clad in yellow robes, draped in crimson kasayas. At the forefront stood an elder with sparse white brows, loose skin etched with wrinkles, yet his eyes radiated kindness, devoid of any murkiness. A few devotees risked their lives to deliver news, for which the old monk was immensely grateful. With hands clasped in prayer, he uttered a single chant of the Buddha's name. The monk, Xing, nodded slightly and beckoned. A thin sheet of paper fluttered down into his hands like willow catkins carried by the wind. Suddenly, a vision flashed before Meng Qi. He saw the golden Buddha statue in the center of the hall, smiling as it held a flower. Below, the flickering candlelight intertwined to form characters. The list of traitors was delivered to Shaolin. Upon the completion of the main quest, each entrant would be rewarded with 50 merits. The second main quest commenced, to steadfastly defend Shaolin until the final moment, without fleeing prematurely. A successful endeavor would yield a reward of 100 merits, while failure would incur a deduction of 100 merits. As the sparks faded and the characters vanished, Meng Qi felt a significant weight lift from his heart. Lowering his eyelids, he quietly awaited Xing's inquiry. Observing and nodding, Xing finally sighed. In the face of worldly tribulations, even monks are not entirely exempt. This time, we owe our gratitude to the devotees who braved peril to bring us this list. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Xing shook his head gently, stating that a monk must not speak falsehoods. If an internal traitor were to strike, the mountain path's defenses would be rendered futile, making it nearly impossible to thwart the advancing army of Duochacha. Furthermore, as one who is nearing the end of his days, my martial prowess has long since waned. Duochacha, reputed as the foremost master of the barbarian tribes, wields his power with tempestuous force, leaving me without confidence to confront him. I can only relinquish this frail body and seek an opportunity to suppress him. Abbot, you must not, urged the elders in unison. Preserve your invaluable life for the future. Master, you have instilled fear in the martial world for decades. You are the very symbol of Shaolin. Even if the mountain gates were to fall, Shaolin would remain unscathed with you still among us. Raising his right palm to silence the clamor, Xing intoned, Amitabha, as monks. Why can you not see through this decaying vessel? With that, he turned to Meng Qi with a smile. I harbor a keen interest in the pursuers you have encountered. Might you enlighten me on this matter? Meng Qi understood that this was pivotal to earning trust and nodded slightly. Please, Abbot, feel free to inquire. Ah, age brings its peculiarities. I appreciate your willingness to satisfy my curiosity, Xing replied with a beaming smile, before turning to instruct a nearby monk to arrange for the esteemed guests. Before his words could fully escape his lips, a figure darted forth from among Meng Qi and his companions, moving with the swiftness of a specter. With a single palm strike aimed at Xing's chest, the monk's robe billowed outward, propelling the assailant away. Blood erupted from Xing's mouth, splattering like iron sand upon the intruder, who stumbled back in disarray. Xiang Hui? At that moment, Meng Qi realized in shock that the one who had attacked the abbot was none other than his own comrade, Xiang Hui. Haha. The great general entrusted me to convey his regards to the abbot. With a hearty laugh, Xiang Hui swiftly glided out of the hall, choosing the path toward the relatively weaker Kebijuan. With a swift strike, he sent Kebijuan flying, and before him lay the vast, empty gates. Success, he thought, exhilarated. Suddenly, a ray of sword light illuminated the air, chilling him to the core and halting his steps, compelling him to change direction. Yet this sword light clung to him like a relentless shadow. No matter how he dodged, he could always sense a piercing pain at his brow. What kind of sword technique is this? He was filled with both astonishment and fear. At that moment, a nearby elder exclaimed in shock, the shape-shifting scholar. Meng Qi suddenly realized that Xiang Hui had been dead since the second attack, replaced by the shape-shifting scholar. The thought that he had spent an entire day in the presence of such a terrifying adversary sent a chill down Meng Qi's spine. Fortunately, his target was not himself. Chapter 34. Side quest. The shape-shifting scholar was renowned for his mastery of disguise, deception, and lightness of foot. In the blink of an eye, he maneuvered within the confined space, desperately attempting to evade the relentless sword light aimed at his brow. However, he was horrified to discover that no matter what changes he made, his opponent seemed to perceive his every move in advance, tracking him with precision. The icy chill at his brow intensified, growing deeper and more profound. How could there be such an extraordinary swordsman? Upon his arrival at the inn, he discreetly inquired about the formidable prowess of Zhang Yuanshan in the town of Hala. Aware that Zhang's martial skills were transcendent, surpassing his own, he opted to evade Zhang's path after delivering a sudden and severe blow to Master Xinji. He refrained from attempting to escape through the defenseless Xiaoji, who, unbeknownst to him, was an exceptionally fearsome swordswoman, far superior to the revered young Master Zhang indeed. Regret gnawed at the heart of the ever-changing scholar, yet he recognized the urgency of his situation. Whether or not he could evade the impending strike, the arrival of the eminent elders from Shaolin would render any escape impossible. Thus, with a firm resolve and a flush of crimson crossing his visage, he surged forward only to abruptly retreat in a peculiar maneuver, positioning himself between Meng Qi and Qi Jingyan. His intention was to utilize them as shields against Jiang Zhiwei's lethal sword strike. Meng Qi, observing the agility and elusiveness of the ever-changing scholar, like a wraith or a fox, suddenly felt an inkling of recognition, recalling his own divine movement 8 steps. As if a revelation had dawned, though shrouded in ambiguity. The scholar executed a deceptive pivot, his left foot hovering while the right served as a fulcrum, attempting to slip behind Meng Qi to evade Jiang Zhiwei's relentless sword. At that moment, Meng Qi sensed an uncanny familiarity in the scholar's movements, reminiscent of a step from the divine movement 8 steps. Instinctively, he glided and turned, mirroring the scholar's trajectory to slip behind him. The space before him lay vacant, leaving the ever-changing scholar astonished and bewildered, the chill of dread intensifying upon his brow. He was compelled to alter his steps once more, while Meng Qi, guided by this unexpected lead, executed the finest step of his divine movement 8 steps since its inception. The two individuals moved like dance partners, gracefully shifting directions yet remaining in opposition, an elegant enigma. That wretched monk. The ever-changing scholar seethed inwardly, vowing that if granted but a moment's respite, he could assuredly dispatch this young monk. However, after this brief obstruction, he had already caught sight of the sharp tip of the sword. Nearby, Qi Jingyan unsheathed his long sword, and shimmering stars fell like drifting petals, enveloping the ever-changing scholar. By the time Zhang Yuanshan and the Shaolin monks arrived, the scholar had already succumbed to his fate. Meng Qi, lacking in martial prowess, feared being taken hostage by the ever-changing scholar. Thus, he executed the divine movement of 8 steps, seizing the opportunity to slip out of the encirclement. Armed with he prepared to strike a blow, intending to deliver a sudden attack upon the scholar. The thought of having unwittingly coexisted with this foe for an entire day, deceived and teetering on the brink of death, ignited a quiet fury within Meng Qi, fueling his desire for vengeance. The ever-changing scholar, despite his myriad transformations, proved futile against the onslaught. He suffered a blow from the head of the discipline court, was struck by Jiang Zhiwei, and received a sword thrust from both Zhang Yuanshan and Qi Jingyan. With disheveled hair and blood streaming, he staggered forth, though his movements had slowed, leaving him incapable of escape. Observing this, Meng Qi stepped forward, delivering a decisive strike to the scholar's back, inflicting a deep wound. Humph, I am indeed that petty. The ever-changing scholar could no longer sustain himself and collapsed to the ground, his body brushed by the crimson robe, sealing his meridians. Homage to Amitabha. Master Kwong, how have you fared? It had been a decade since their last meeting, and the old monk had failed to recognize the master. His heart was tranquil, his face pallid. Yet he approached unaided. After the versatile scholar was captured, realizing that pleading for mercy would be futile, he held his head high and laughed loudly, proclaiming, "Ha ha, Master Abbot, your eyesight has faded, no longer the splendor of your youth. However, the general holds you in high regard. If you were to lead Shaolin to submission, he would certainly petition the emperor to bestow upon you the title of national master, allowing Shaolin to become the foremost temple of Buddhism, flourishing with offerings and vast fields of fertile land, to lead beasts to devour men, as the Asuras do. I, a humble monk, would be ashamed to associate with such." The monk, Xiang, spoke with a hint of grandiosity. "Humph, the general's concerns rest solely upon you, Master Abbot. Now that you are wounded by my hand, who can stand against him? The treacherous mountain paths may hinder ordinary masters and soldiers, but to the general, they will be as smooth as a flat road, rendering the passes utterly insignificant." Having failed to bribe the versatile scholar, he resorted to intimidation. "Master Abbot, do not allow the millennia-old foundation of Shaolin to be destroyed by your hands." Amitabha, there is no need for further words. The legacy of Shaolin lies solely in the principles of Buddhism and Zen. Xiang raised his sleeve and, with a withered hand, swept towards the head of the versatile scholar. With the impending battle, the monk could no longer hold back. You actually intend to kill me?" the versatile scholar exclaimed, both astonished and frightened. He had envisioned that Jiang Zhiwei and Zhang Yuanshan would come to his aid against the Shaolin monks, but instead, they merely stripped him of his martial arts. "What of your precepts? What of your Buddha? The general is on his way. You shall have no place to bury your remains." Amitabha, the Buddha possesses both a compassionate heart and a fierce wrath. Xiang replied with an unperturbed tone, gently sweeping his palm above the versatile scholar's head. In an instant, the scholar's eyes widened in disbelief, and he fell limply to the ground. Meng Qi suddenly found the old monk quite to his liking. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed the golden Buddha statue once again smiling enigmatically, flames flickering and weaving into words that continually transformed. Side Quest 1. Eliminate the metamorphosing scholar, one of the 4 innate masters of the opposing faction. Jiang Zhiwei rewards 30 merits, while Zhang Yuanshan and Zhending each reward 20 merits, and Qi Jingyan and Wang Jin each reward 10 merits. Quest description. To slay one of the 4 innate masters from the opposing faction, participants will receive merit rewards commensurate with the task's difficulty, their comparative strength, and the extent of their contributions. Side Quest 2 has commenced. Eliminate the Grand General Duerka, with participants receiving merit rewards ranging from 50 to 200 based on their contributions. Is this truly a side quest? Meng Qi felt a twinge of disbelief. At that moment, Zhang Yuanshan communicated privately with him and Qi Jingyan, saying, "I didn't have time to elaborate earlier when I executed Guan Haoran. This side quest was triggered. Since I was the only one who took action, I received 50 merits based on the strength comparison. If you, Zhending, were to complete this task independently, I fear the reward would exceed 100. Meng Qi nodded in acknowledgement. In such an environment, there was little room for further inquiry. So he awaited Xiang's words. As Xiang gazed at the corpse of the metamorphosing scholar, he was about to speak when suddenly, an old monk with white eyebrows emerged from behind, indignantly pointing at Meng Qi and the others, exclaiming, "You treacherous lot! How dare you bring the metamorphosing scholar into the temple, endangering the abbot? What other schemes do you possess?" One by one, the senior elders advanced, seemingly intent on apprehending Meng Qi and his companions. Before Zhang Yuanshan could begin his defense, Xiang waved his sleeve and said, "There is no need for such agitation. The esteemed gentlemen here are not spies. They have merely been deceived by the cunning scholar. If they were indeed spies during the earlier ambush on this humble monk, Had both Jiang and Zhang acted simultaneously, given their prowess, I fear this monk would have already attained enlightenment. This reasoning held considerable weight, and the fervor among the crowd began to subside. However, the elder monk with white brows maintained a solemn expression and remarked, "The origins of these gentlemen remain unclear. While many may indeed be righteous heroes, who can guarantee that individuals like the cunning scholar are not among them? Their earlier discretion may merely indicate a deeper conspiracy. Until we ascertain their true intentions, it would be unwise to allow them to linger within the temple. Such actions may dishearten the heroes who have come to assist." A middle-aged monk hesitated to add, "The abbot has been ambushed and injured. We cannot afford further risks. Moreover, with so many eyes watching, it is likely that among those righteous heroes, there are numerous barbarian spies. It would be preferable for them to return to their homes." Xing sighed and addressed Zhang Yuanshan, saying, "There are certain disputes and discussions occurring within the temple that may not be suitable for your ears. I kindly ask that you depart for now, and we shall inform you of our conclusions once they are reached. If we cannot enter the temple, how can we hold our ground until the very end?" Wang Jin, who had been silent during their trek along the mountain path, suddenly interjected. Zhang Yuanshan pondered for a moment and replied, "I hope that the outcome of our discussions will be favorable. Furthermore, maintaining our position at the foot of the mountain is also a defense of Shaolin, though it is fraught with danger. Indeed, Master Zhending, are you aware of the secret passages leading into Shaolin?" He did not wish to adhere strictly to convention. Instead, he contemplated infiltrating Shaolin through a secret passage, and this place bore a striking resemblance to the Shaolin of the primary world. Consulting Meng Qi seemed a prudent choice. Suddenly, Qi Jingyan spoke up in a low voice. "We could take advantage of the barbarian army breaching the pass to blend into Shaolin, but we must exercise caution beforehand." Zhang Yuanshan sighed. "Master Xinji has sustained grave injuries, and I harbor doubts about Shaolin's resolve to hold their ground. They might arrange for promising disciples to discreetly depart with scriptures, relics, and other valuables, rendering our status as spies inconsequential. We would undoubtedly be admitted into the temple. I hope that what Brother Zhang says proves true." Qi Jingyan nodded. Breaking the silence, Jiang Zhiwei suddenly interjected, "If we cannot enter the temple to complete the main quest, we should strive to eliminate duoerka. This way, each of us would earn at least 50 merits, which, combined with our previous accumulations, would be sufficient for our needs." This truly exemplified Jiang Zhiwei's typical line of thinking. Meng Qi mused inwardly. At this juncture, the ever-changing scholar was no more, and although they had yet to be erased, they could only interpret the situation in this manner. "Hero Wei, what has transpired?" Meng Qi called out to Wei Wuji, who was not far off. Wei Wuji hurried over, glancing at Zhang Yuanshan, and with a mix of astonishment and fear, he exclaimed, "Young Master Zhang, the leader of the Lin sect has been murdered." "What?" Even Zhang Yuanshan, usually composed, could not suppress his shock. Lin Bieshue, who had just shared tea and discourse with him, had met such a fate? Indeed, the young sect leader's attendant, upon noticing that his meditation had exceeded the allotted time, entered to tidy up, only to find him lying on the bed in a most peculiar state of death. Wei Wuji recounted, trembling with dread. "Take us there to see," Zhang Yuanshan commanded in a solemn tone. Meng Qi also found this matter exceedingly strange and did not oppose, following them up to the second floor and entering Lin Bieshue's room. Inside, Lin Bieshue lay silently on the bed, a smile gracing his face, serene and tranquil, as if he had attained liberation and rebirth, devoid of any pain. However, the skin and muscles below his neck had turned yellow and contracted, resembling a long dead corpse. An exceedingly bizarre sight. This manner of death felt somewhat familiar, yet distinctly different. Zhang Yuanshan looked at Jiang Zhiwei in confusion. Jiang Zhiwei nodded, indicating that she shared a similar sentiment. Suddenly, a loud sound emanated from the door. Xiaosang had also arrived. She shook her head as if in a dream. Chapter 35, The Sound of Wind and Rain at Shaolin Temple, within the Mahavira Hall. "Abbot, how's your injury?" After Meng Qi and the others departed, the white-browed old monk inquired with concern. A flush unexpectedly appeared on his usually pallid face, and as he opened his mouth, a spray of fresh blood fell like rain, staining his chest robe crimson. "Abbot! Master!" the monks exclaimed in unison, instantly realizing that the abbot had merely suppressed his injuries. Concealing his weakness before the mysterious group, the abbot waved his hand, taking a breath before saying, "It is of no concern. This old monk is temporarily unharmed, though my abilities can only be exerted to 50%. The monks fell silent, for the abbot was already aged and frail, likely not a match for General Duochacha. With only 50% of his strength remaining, hope seemed even more distant. As for other innate masters, there were but 2 within the entire temple, both still at the initial stages of their innate abilities. Not to mention General Duochacha, even his subordinates, the white-browed evil wolf and the master of the universe, might not be easily surpassed. The elder monk with white eyebrows sighed deeply. Abbot, given the circumstances, we must prioritize the preservation of our temple's incense offerings. Should Shaolin face complete destruction, we might momentarily deter Duochacha, but it seems even that hope is fading. My previous words were not a reflection of indifference towards our incense offerings, but rather an intention to sacrifice this frail body to hold Duochacha at bay, thus granting the monks an opportunity to escape. After all, if I remain alive, Duochacha will relentlessly pursue, leaving no room for you to focus on the transfer of scriptures and relics. Duochacha commands 300 Iron Wolf soldiers, said to be trained through secret methods, each possessing immense strength, devoid of pain, and utterly fearless of death. The elder monks fell into a heavy silence. Fully aware that Duochacha regarded the abbot as a thorn in his side, intent on exterminating the pinnacle of our martial prowess. Should he fail to achieve this objective, even if our sect relinquishes its heritage, the brutal pursuit will not cease. However, if the abbot were to attain nirvana, the ensuing chase would undoubtedly ease, for Duochacha, a master of unparalleled skill, would not personally pursue. At that juncture, we could disperse, evade, and ensure the continuation of our incense offerings. Master, I shall remain here to safeguard Shaolin alongside you. A middle-aged monk, his face etched with sorrow, knelt before Xinjing. Xinjing sighed. Why cling so desperately? He did not acquiesce to his disciple's plea but instead surveyed the room, saying, Our temple possesses a secret passage known only to the abbots of generations past. Quickly arrange for the disciples to gather the scriptures and prepare for the night. As for the other ordinary disciples, when you depart, leave a note instructing them to descend the mountain on their own. How about the benefactor at the foot of the mountain? Should we inform them? Inquired another monk, whose jovial demeanor resembled that of Maitreya Buddha. The elder monk by May, with a composed expression, replied, Inform them? Among them are surely lurking numerous barbarian spies, much like that shape-shifting scholar from earlier. If Duochacha catches wind of this, Shaolin will be in imminent peril. Once the ordinary disciples descend the mountain, they will learn of it and disperse on their own. Xing, reluctant to risk the leakage of information, added, Master, since Duochacha has arranged for the shape-shifting scholar to launch an attack, I believe he must be nearby. We cannot afford to delay until nightfall. The kneeling middle-aged monk rose, stating, The benefactors at the foot of the mountain, should they witness Duochacha's Iron Wolf soldiers advancing and find the mountain gate barred, will not fight desperately. They will simply depart. Xing nodded solemnly, acknowledging, Your reasoning is sound. At the foot of the mountain, in the inn, Xiaosang has arrived. Xiaozi's nightmarish mumblings sent shivers down the spines of the observing heroes, causing goosebumps to rise. Who is Xiaosang? That sounds rather terrifying. Jiang Zhiwei and Zhang Yuanshan exchanged bewildered glances, exclaiming in unison, Xiaosang? Gu Xiaosang. Who is she? Meng Qi recalled Xiaozi's previous mention of Gu Xiaosang, but was astonished by the notoriety associated with the name. Even Jiang Zhiwei and Zhang Yuanshan appeared as if they were already well acquainted with her fame. Yes, Gu Xiaosang. She has come. She intends to kill me, woo-woo. Xiaozi lamented, feeling on the verge of collapse. Observing the serious expressions on Jiang Zhiwei and Zhang Yuanshan's faces, Meng Qi surmised. Is Gu Xiaosang a renowned figure in the main world? Otherwise, they would have no reason to recognize her. As several individuals exchanged glances. Just as Jiang Zhiwei was about to convey a secret message to Meng Qi about Gu Xiaosang's identity, a sudden blast of a horn echoed from outside, startling everyone. The prolonged, mournful sound of the horn resonated with both depth and intensity, soon followed by the thunderous clatter of hooves, rapidly approaching like tumultuous waves crashing against the shore. Iron Wolf Legion! Iron Wolf Legion! Wei Wuji's expression shifted dramatically, his hands trembling involuntarily, for the arrival of the Iron Wolf Legion signified that General Duochacha was nearby. He called out with fervor, Esteemed heroes, the Iron Wolf Legion is upon us. We must retreat to Shaolin and secure our position in the mountain pass. The terrain at the foot of the mountain was too open, and he doubted they could withstand such a formidable force. Wise words from Sir Wei. Let us hasten to the mountain gate. The assembled knights and heroes, seeing the distant clouds of dust rising ominously, recalled the fearsome reputation of the Iron Wolf Legion. which instilled a sense of dread within them, prompting a rush towards the mountain gate. Meng Qi, Jiang Zhiwei, and their companions also peered out from the inn's window towards the horizon, where the cavalry emerged, shrouded in a thick veil of dust, advancing with great momentum. The riders were clad in deep black armor, with only their piercing eyes visible. "Kneel and spare your lives." Suddenly, a commanding yet chilling voice reverberated among the cavalry, clear even from a great distance, resonating in the ears of those at the mountainous base. "Duochacha, General Duochacha." Wei Wuji's face turned ashen, and he exclaimed in alarm. "Quickly open the gate. General Duochacha is here." De Guang, equally pale, replied, "Master Wei, without the abbot's command, I cannot open the gate." "Ungrateful, utterly ungrateful. We ventured forth at the peril of our lives to offer assistance, yet you regard our existence with indifference." Wei Wuji's face flushed with anger. The surrounding knights erupted in a cacophony, the scene descending into utter chaos. Humph, bold in internal discord, yet timid in external conflict. The denizens of the Central Plains are inherently ignoble. Duochacha's voice resonated like thunderclaps. He emerged before the iron cavalry, tall and imposing. Wielding a bronze figure with a single leg, though unmounted, he towered above the iron wolf soldiers. He advanced, covering vast distances in mere breaths. As he approached, the sky darkened abruptly, a fierce wind howled, ominous clouds gathered, and distant thunder rumbled. Meng Qi was engulfed by the scent of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, an overwhelming dread pressing upon his heart. Half step into the external realm. Half step into the external realm. Zhang Yuanshan unsheathed his long sword, flicked it with his fingers, the sound akin to a dragon's roar. Awakening Meng Qi and Qi Jingyin from their trance, banishing the vision of the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood. Jiang Zhiwei, with a hint of eagerness, remarked, "Duochacha indeed surpasses Master Xinji. Not only are all 9 orifices open, but he has also begun to touch upon the external realm, merely a step away from the convergence of the internal and external. Even if I were to unleash sword beyond self, I fear I would be unable to contend with him." Half step into the external realm. Meng Qi, the ignorant one, instinctively inquired. Jiang Zhiwei raised her delicate head slightly. The convergence of the internal and external realms allows one to invoke the transformation of the cosmos with every gesture. This is what is termed the external realm. Within this realm, every move possesses boundless power, concealing profound mysteries, capable of toppling mountains and obliterating cities. Duochacha's ability to alter the heavens even in his nascent state indicates he is merely half a step away. The adversary this time is formidable indeed. Just from Jiang Zhiwei's description, Meng Qi discerned that Duochacha far surpassed the previous lord of the Hidden Emperor's fortress by an immeasurable margin, not to mention the tumultuous phenomena of swirling winds and thunderous rains before them, which exceeded the limits of their capabilities. Meng Qi speculated that Jiang Zhiwei, having already opened 4 acupoints, 2 for each sense, might wield her sword with fervor to vanquish even a master of 7 or 8 acupoints, and could potentially harm one of 9. However, such a formidable being, who had merely grazed the mysteries of heaven and earth, could not be bested solely by extraordinary techniques. The difficulty of this task was evidently beyond imagination, yet it was not entirely hopeless. If Master Xiang remains safe, and Sister Jiang cooperates with him, there may yet be a chance to slay Duochacha, Zhang Yuanshan lamented. He had only opened his eye acupoint, and facing Duochacha, he feared he could only fend off a few strikes, with little hope for joint combat. Though he possessed his own exceptional techniques, the disparity in realms was insurmountable. Meng Qi pondered. After all, our mission this time is to defend Shaolin until the very last moment. We need not necessarily confront Duochacha head-on. Boom. A colossal thunderclap echoed in their ears. The mountains of corpses and seas of blood, along with the boundless malevolent spirits, seemed to grow ever more vivid. These martial artists, affected by the celestial upheavals and mental strain wrought by Duochacha, suddenly crumbled. Some fled to the sides while others shouted, "These bald fiends possess wicked hearts. Let us charge in." Rumble. The guards at the mountain gate, including De Guang, were momentarily stunned by the thunder, seemingly paralyzed. Attempting to leverage the terrain to withstand the frenzied mob, they found themselves powerless to act, forced to watch helplessly as the intruders breached the mountain gate, becoming the vanguard for the demonic onslaught. Wei Shi, De Guang observed the fierce countenance of Wei Wuji as he struck a powerful blow upon his head. At long last, heavy rain cascaded from the heavens, transforming the ground into a pool of blood. Duochacha halted at the mountain gate. tilting his head to coldly regard the nearby inn, issuing a calm command to the Iron Wolf soldiers trailing behind him. 50 shall remain here. Leave no one alive. The rest shall accompany me up the mountain. His face bore countless scars, rendering his original features nearly unrecognizable. The Iron Wolf soldiers split into 2 groups of 50, charging forth with iron armor encasing their bodies, save for their eyes, which glowed a crimson hue. Within a single T-session, they must enter the mountain gate, or the primary quest would fail. Such words emerged upon the muddy ground. In this moment, it was astonishing that they were still compelled to follow into the temple, exemplifying the quintessential spirit of chivalry and valor. Chapter 36. Duo Air Cha. Each of the 50 Iron Wolf soldiers wielded a long blade, as tall as a man. With the gallop of their steeds, a single swipe could cleave a human form in twain, akin to fragile parchment, blood splattering in the wake. The band of righteous heroes possessed their own martial skills, yet they found themselves outpaced by the charging horses. Overwhelmed by the imposing presence and extraordinary aura of Duo Air Cha, their resolve faltered, and a cacophony of screams ensued, leading to grievous casualties. Had it not been for their sheer numbers, the 50 Iron Wolf soldiers could have annihilated them all in a single sweep. The slaughter instilled profound terror within the hearts of the righteous, awakening them to the dire situation as they fled towards the rugged terrain at the mountain's base. Seeking refuge in the landscape, the one-sided massacre began to subside, transitioning into a more calculated pursuit. Approximately a dozen Iron Wolves charged toward the inn, coincidentally encountering Meng Qi and his companions who intended to stealthily enter the temple. As the cold gleam of blades flashed before him, Meng Qi found himself confronted by a sweeping longsword, propelled by the force of its rider, a formidable strike that instilled in him a sense of vulnerability. As if relying on his iron cloth shirt would be insufficient. Even if he were not cleaved in two like others, he would surely suffer grievous wounds. With a swift crouch and roll, Meng Qi adeptly evaded the longsword, landing before the steed. Drawing his guard blade, he aimed for the horse's hooves. The spirited horse reared, flinging its rider, the Iron Wolf, from its back. Seizing the moment, Meng Qi lunged forward, striking with the precision of a master. Clang! The blade met the helmet with a resounding chime. Yet the Iron Wolf's armor seemed forged of indomitable steel, and Meng Qi's weapon, though formidable, was not razor-sharp. With all his might, he merely inflicted a shallow gash. The Iron Wolf shook its head, momentarily dazed, yet its crimson eyes betrayed no flicker of emotion as it advanced, mechanically swinging its sword downward. Employing the technique of the 8 steps of divine movement, Meng Qi sidestepped to the right. The Iron Wolf, sluggish in its movements, failed to evade and was struck in the chest, yet the sound that resonated was still that of metal clashing. It felt as though he was more adept at the iron cloth shirt technique than Meng Qi himself. In a flash, Meng Qi assessed the situation, recalling the strategic choices made during his training sessions with Xin Miao. Thus, he resolved to maintain a steady approach, fully utilizing the advantages of his 8 steps of divine movement, seeking to exploit the sole vulnerable point, the Iron Wolf's exposed eye. Consequently, the Iron Wolf found it nearly impossible to land a blow on Meng Qi, letting out a furious roar to summon nearby companions to form a battle formation. They underwent rigorous secret training, acquiring immense strength capable of wielding heavy, refined steel armor. With the absence of pain and fear, they naturally became formidable weapons of destruction. However, their sluggish movements proved to be a fatal flaw. Thus, Duo devised a battle formation comprising 3 to 5 individuals, leveraging their collective power to compensate for this deficiency, yielding remarkably effective results. Numerous renowned masters of light agility met their demise ensnared by this formation, falling victim to a cacophony of blades. Yet this time, the comrades of the Iron Wolf soldiers could not advance, for Jiang Zhiwei moved gracefully within their ranks. With each elegant sweep of her longsword, another Iron Wolf soldier fell to the ground, clutching their eyes. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuanshan stood resolute as a rock, occasionally countering, ensuring that Iron Wolf soldiers silently succumbed. Qi Zhengyan fully harnessed the essence of the 13 forms of cloud and mist, his sword dancing like a mirage, stars glimmering coldly. Iron Wolf soldiers frequently fell from their mounts, blindly rolling on the ground. The Iron Wolf soldiers had yet another vulnerability, their eyes. Meng Qi was acutely aware of this, but his saber lacked the piercing capabilities of a longsword. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. He reversed his saber, striking with the back edge, producing a series of resonant clangs against the helmets of the Iron Wolf soldiers before him. After a dozen strikes, one Iron Wolf soldier stood dazed, his longsword slipping from his grasp, blood seeping from his eyes and the crevices of his helmet, before he crumpled weakly to the ground. While he may not be adept in piercing techniques, the art of shock strikes was within his mastery. Meng Qi reveled in his cleverness. The quartet descended upon their foes like tigers from the mountains, swiftly dispatching every Iron Wolf soldier heading toward the inn. But wait, where was Xiaozi? And where was the valiant Wang? In the midst of chaos, Meng Qi failed to notice the absence of Wang Jin and Xiaozi. Jiang Zhiwei, with unceasing steps, remarked, Wang Jin has taken advantage of our distraction to enter the mountain gate, while Xiaozi, after leaving the inn, has vanished without a trace. It matters not. Qi Jingyan replied with an impassive expression. Meng Qi did not object. He simply lacked the time and capability to search for Xiaozi and needed to proceed immediately through the mountain gate. In his current approach to safeguarding others, Meng Qi adhered to a singular philosophy, to strive for tranquility, particularly as Xiaozi's erratic behavior was the primary concern. This understanding resonated among them, and none spoke further as they slipped into the mountain gate. Moving along the path towards the temple while the Iron Wolf soldiers pursued the chivalrous heroes of the martial world. Upon entering the confines of Shaolin, they resolved to hold their ground until the last moment, unwilling to stray beyond the sacred realm of Shaolin, seeking refuge in the depths of the mountains and hastening their entrance into the temple. Along the roadside, fallen leaves danced, forming words as they swirled. Observing this, Meng Qi quietly exhaled. The urgency of their earlier haste had conjured a palpable sense of life and death. Ascending the mountain path, they encountered numerous corpses strewn about, some belonging to the martial heroes, others to the Shaolin monks, with the bodies of Iron Wolf soldiers being exceedingly rare. The four did not linger, soon spotting the opposite hillside shrouded in dark clouds, where fierce winds howled. The Iron Wolf soldiers encircled Duo Cha, mercilessly slaughtering the Shaolin monks who defended the area, while the previously chaotic heroes of the martial world had dwindled significantly, now mingling with the Iron Wolf soldiers. Among them Wei Wuji. They seem like spies. Meng Qi murmured, his gaze fixed intently, before adding, there are innate fighters among them. His voice was grave, as the howling wind resonated clearly around them. Jiang Zhiwei gripped her long sword tightly, feeling a mixture of trepidation, vigilance, and a hint of concealed excitement. Just as Duo Ercha turned to take a step, a figure suddenly descended from the heavens, a frail hand clutching a string of prayer beads, aimed directly at Duo Ercha. The hand, though small, shimmered with a golden hue, creating an overwhelming sense of presence in Meng Qi's sight. Layers of golden light emanated from the prayer beads, accompanied by faint echoes of Zen resonating within. As dark clouds parted and the fierce wind subsided, the 10 or so Iron Wolf soldiers before Duo Ercha let out anguished cries, collapsing to the ground. Stripped of sensation, they still managed to emit sounds of suffering. With a cold snort, Duo Ercha swung the one-legged copper figure in his grasp like a tempest. A crack of lightning split the sky, illuminating a corner where Meng Qi beheld the frail hand striking the copper figure. Following the dull thud, dark clouds began to converge once more, the winds howled, and raindrops fell relentlessly. Is this the clash at the pinnacle of enlightenment? Meng Qi mused inwardly. Your mighty Vidrapam is indeed extraordinary. Duo Ercha's voice resonated amidst the swirling tempest. Yet regrettably, you have aged. Ba, why not lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha here and now? The voice of Xiang was ancient and somber. Where the two engaged in combat, a fierce wind erupted, causing the surrounding armored soldiers to sway perilously. Too fearful to approach, the closest armored soldiers had all succumbed, their bodies reduced to a mire of blood and flesh within their armor. Jiang Zhiwei bit her lip, suddenly exclaiming, I shall assist Master Xiang. If we can slay Duo Ercha, the main quest will undoubtedly be accomplished. This is an opportunity that must not be missed. If Dorchika were to kill Xinjia, it is highly likely that he would then set his sights on us, leaving us with no chance of survival. This truth was understood by all, which is why no one attempted to halt Jiang Zhiwei. Instead, they followed her, aiding and intercepting the armored soldiers along their path. Meng Qi, skilled in his craft, continually employed the shock technique against the armored warriors, ensuring that even if his accumulated force was insufficient, it would still leave them disoriented and unable to fight effectively. Qi Jingyan, on the other hand, unleashed the ever-changing cloud in Mist 13 forms, weaving through the throng with an ethereal grace. Upon witnessing Jiang Zhiwei joining the fray alongside Xinjia to confront Dorchika, Zhang Yuanshan hesitated momentarily before moving closer, skirting the edges of the battle while waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Suddenly, Meng Qi spotted Wang Jin amidst the chaos. He was engaged with the armored soldiers, seeking a chance to slip into the temple. With a resounding clang, Jiang Zhiwei's sword transformed into a white rainbow, her moves exquisite and sharp. Yet, Dorchika triumphed through brute strength, as the immense, one-legged bronze figure completely obstructed her path. Each time her sword struck the bronze figure, Jiang Zhiwei's form wavered, clearly indicating a disparity in power. Were it not for Xinjie blocking the majority of Dorchika's relentless assaults, she would have long succumbed to the tempestuous onslaught of the merciless bronze figure. Most crucially, with each of Dorchika's attacks, a fierce wind surged, severely disrupting the vision and hearing of both Jiang Zhiwei and Xinjie, leaving them at a significant disadvantage despite the 2-against-1. Xinjie's face suddenly flushed, as if he could no longer suppress his internal injuries. With a soft sigh, the prayer beads in his palm unexpectedly shattered, each bead bursting forth to transform into ethereal representations of Buddha. All phenomena are but illusions. All sentient beings are beyond mere existence. The myriad illusory Buddha figures chant in unison, drowning out the thunderous roars and overpowering the howling winds, seemingly conjuring a realm of tranquility. The serene right palm transforms entirely into a lustrous gold, akin to finely forged metal. With a gentle strike, it pierces through the bronze figure. Duo Chacha's expression grows solemn for the first time, discarding the copper figure to unleash a single punch. With a resounding crack, a bolt of lightning descends from the heavens, entwining around his fist. The external spectacle transcends the realm of ordinary martial prowess, approaching that of celestial beings. Meng Qi, taken aback by this occurrence, envisions a day when he too might attain such heights, igniting a fervor within his heart. The dark clouds disperse, the tempest subsides, and the rain ceases. As the two combatants' fists and palms collide, it is as though time itself has come to a standstill, with only the flicker of lightning dancing in the air. Then, powerful gusts of wind surge forth like dragons, as Meng Qi, with a bleeding heart and charred palm, is sent flying, while Duo Chacha's complexion pales, retreating 2 steps. At that moment, a flash of sword light bursts forth, akin to the azure void beyond the heavens, appearing and vanishing without a trace, a beauty beyond description. The sword is wielded without ego. Meng Qi finds himself momentarily dazed, while all present, including the armored soldiers, are left momentarily stunned. This is a sword technique of the Dharmakaya level, intertwining with the very laws of the cosmos, even if Jiang Zhiwei has merely scratched the surface. The profound and awe-inspiring transformation of the world is palpable. At this level, footwork and bodily movements become irrelevant. It is the understanding of the Tao that matters. The cutting through of principles. Thus, only those of exceptionally high comprehension can grasp even a fragment at a lower realm. Duo Chacha's anguished scream resonates, echoing like distant thunder. With a piercing scream, a tempest arose, swirling around Dorka, whose left hand firmly clutched Jiang Zhiwei's white rainbow sword, blood gushing forth. Yet he remained as steadfast as iron, unmoving as a mountain, for the sword's tip had embedded itself in his eye, leaving no room for retreat. Damn it! With a swift motion of his right palm, he struck the side of the white rainbow sword, causing the blade to bend and crack, dislodging it from its socket. Jiang Zhiwei's hands were torn. Yet she gripped the longsword tightly, refusing to let go, though blood trickled from the corner of her mouth and her complexion turned as pale as snow, clearly gravely injured. Dark red blood mixed with a strange fluid oozed from Dorka's eye socket, and he appeared to be possessed by madness. With a single stride, he aimed to crush Jiang Zhiwei beneath his palm. Although the technique of sword comes without me was of profound mastery, Jiang Zhiwei had only scratched the surface and could not defeat the far more powerful Dorka. Suddenly, another beam of sword light flickered to life, akin to dim stars in the night, ethereal yet imbued with lethal intent, revealing Zhang Yuanshan, who had been waiting for the opportune moment. Dorka let out another monstrous howl, already pierced under his ribcage by Zhang Yuanshan's strike. Summoning his remaining strength, he waved his sleeve, sending Zhang Yuanshan hurtling away. Blood spurted from Zhang Yuanshan's mouth, and his chest caved in. It took great effort for him to rise, seemingly devoid of combat capability. Assessing his injuries, he chose without hesitation to turn and retreat, the ironclad soldiers withdrawing like a receding tide. His wounds were not too severe, and once stabilized, he would undoubtedly return. Best for everyone to disperse now, he declared in a somber tone. Chapter 37. Benevolence as vast as the sky belongs to little Meng. Disperse? What a jest! Meng Qi silently scoffed. Stepping forward with righteous indignation, Master Abbot, do you take us for cowards who fear for our lives? Bah, The old monk did not intend it this way. Each of you bears wounds. Though my heart is at peace, I must still urge everyone to depart. However, it is not possible to openly declare that Shaolin has resolved to relinquish this foundation. Defending it further would be futile. Such an admission could easily reach Duerka. And forcing ourselves to fight while injured would prevent the monks from retreating in time. Master Abbot, do you disdain us for being wounded and seemingly useless? Meng Qi exclaimed with righteous indignation, skillfully misinterpreting the monk's intent. At this moment, the senior elders of Shaolin had gathered behind Xinji to thwart any sudden attacks from Meng Qi and his companions. The old monk was gravely injured, as were Jiang and Zhang. While Duerka remained unscathed, the prospects of victory in this battle were indeed bleak. Why should you, who are not disciples of Shaolin, squander your lives in this futile endeavor? Remaining here to face destruction alongside us? Even within Shaolin, such resolute monks are exceedingly rare, for it holds little significance. Only those like the old monk, nearing their own end, would willingly forsake their mortal vessels. Why not preserve your lives for a future opportunity? Xinji nearly articulated that only the old monk would steadfastly defend Shaolin, while others might flee. What heroics are you? A group of unrelated strangers, attempting to display. Meng Qi stepped forward, hands clasped together, and solemnly proclaimed a Buddhist invocation. Amitabha, death can be lighter than a feather or heavier than a mountain. We choose to sacrifice ourselves for righteousness today. Including Xinji, all the monks were left speechless. They had never witnessed such selflessness. With someone willing to sacrifice their life for the sake of rescuing others. Moreover, the most crucial point was that we had no desire for your salvation. After Meng Qi finished speaking, he suddenly felt a dissonance between the fervent words of Amitabha and his own impassioned rhetoric. However, he quickly reassured himself that, in this era, such incongruities were quite fashionable. Noticing the bewildered expressions of the monks, Meng Qi lifted his head high. Embodying the spirit of chivalry, today's matter is not merely about whether Shaolin should intervene, but rather a declaration to the world that there still exist those willing to sacrifice themselves for a noble cause. Jiang Zhiwei raised her hand to cover her mouth, struggling to stifle her laughter, a faint blush blooming on her pale face. Qi Jingyan's lips twitched slightly, secretly thankful for his limited conversation with Meng Qi. After a moment of contemplative silence, he glanced at Zhang Yuanshan, who was hurriedly consuming medicinal pills to stabilize his injuries, and at Jiang Zhiwei, who stood alone, her garments billowing gracefully. With a sigh, he remarked, "Zhang and Jiang, your injuries are grave. Descending the mountain now would make it difficult to breach the blockade of the armored soldiers. It would be wiser to remain in the temple and await a more opportune moment. Dikong, swiftly fetch the small returning elixir for our esteemed guests." Esteemed guests. Once inside the temple, I kindly request you to guard the rear mountain to prevent any skilled marauders from scaling the cliffs. He arranged for Meng Qi and the others to be stationed in the tranquil rear mountain, a place unlikely to face an assault, while steering clear of the temple's evacuation passages. Thank you, Master Abbot. Meng Qi exhaled softly, for this was the most favorable outcome imaginable. Xinjing had intended to speak, but suddenly turned ashen, his complexion shifting several times before he managed to stabilize, appearing as though he had aged 20 years in an instant. Master, are you all right? His disciple inquired with concern. I am far from dead, Xinjing replied flatly, relieved that they had managed to repel the Dorchak earlier. Granting him a moment to catch his breath, his injuries appeared to have worsened. He tilted his head to look at Xian Chan and said, Master Jiang. During the confrontation with Zhang and Duoer, they indeed fought with all their might. They are not spies. However, I observe their steadfast resolve. If we do not permit them to enter the temple, they might stubbornly guard the mountain path. Thus, I allowed them to watch over the rear mountain to repay this kindness and settle the matter. Xing spoke with uncertainty, still deeply impressed by Meng Qi's earlier fervor. Xian Chan, with a serious expression, remarked, a wooden-headed fool, perhaps there is no solution. Abbot, the essential scriptures, elixirs, and other valuables have been carefully packed. Should we now arrange for the disciples to evacuate? At last, they had entered the temple. As they walked towards the rear mountain, Meng Qi sighed deeply, relieved at his commendable acting skills. Jiang Zhiwei moved slowly, yet her face bore no trace of confusion or sorrow. She chuckled lightly. I wonder how Master Xing and the other esteemed monks will perceive you, this little monk? Meng Qi silently scolded himself, thinking, if it weren't for the pressure of the task, would I relish this? He then replied earnestly, surely it must be my chivalrous spirit that has moved them. They are almost ready to bow down in reverence. In truth, witnessing the little monk speak so seriously and passionately about those distorted words made him want to laugh. And he couldn't help but chuckle. Jiang Zhiwei could no longer contain her laughter, but as she laughed, her voice suddenly faltered, and a hint of pain crossed her face. "Miss Jiang, how is your injury?" Meng Qi asked with concern. Jiang Zhiwei took a few breaths and remarked, "Even with the opening of the 4 channels, given my current realm, executing the sword without self remains a formidable challenge. After a single strike, while I am not completely exhausted, I am left with merely 30% of my strength. Furthermore, having been injured by Doer's probing force, I barely have any energy left to sustain myself over 10 stops. Within half a day, I will likely have to rely solely on my sword techniques to confront the armored soldiers." She articulated her situation with great clarity. For should her companions misjudge her capabilities, it could lead to strategic complications in the event of an enemy assault. "What of Brother Zhang?" Qi Jingyan inquired, glancing at Zhang Yuanshan, whose chest appeared slightly concave. Zhang Yuanshan replied with a wry smile, "Fortunately, I brought along some medicinal herbs this time. And with the assistance of the Shaolin small elixir, otherwise, I would find even walking a challenge. Now even dealing with the armored soldiers has become strenuous." Wang Jin accompanied the group but remained silent, his gaze wandering as he assessed the temple's Buddha hall and the path they traversed. As they continued walking, Meng Qi suddenly halted, struck by the astonishing resemblance of the rear mountain before him to that of his own Shaolins. Even the stupa was identical. Could it be true? To such an extent. An unshakable sense of trepidation washed over Meng Qi. Identical? Jiang Zhiwei noticed Meng Qi's unusual demeanor. Meng Qi nodded, his tone grave as he stated, "Though I have only been to the rear mountain once, it is indeed a perfect replica of this place. Surely there cannot be any suppressed demons or monsters here." He pondered aloud. "No, that is unlikely. Given the power hierarchy of this world, if there were such beings, they would have long since dominated the realm." Their voices were lowered to a whisper, careful not to alert the young monk leading the way ahead. After walking for a while, the young monk came to a halt, hands clasped with utmost seriousness. "Esteemed benefactors, let us stand guard here. Beyond this path lies the stupa of sacred relics on the back mountain, which is not suitable for outsiders to enter." At this moment, Meng Qi experienced a surreal sensation. For this very spot was where he had stood watch just a few days prior. 2 towering cliffs loomed opposite each other, framing a narrow passageway, while dense forests flanked both sides ahead. Was this mere coincidence, or was there some hidden connection lurking within? Now, Meng Qi understood without even glancing that although the woods to the left and right appeared boundless, a few more steps would reveal the precipice beyond. He pondered in astonishment and doubt, while the others listened intently as the young monk elaborated on the surrounding terrain for their eventual retreat. It seemed that he had received directives from higher authorities, as his description of the landscape was exceedingly detailed. But he did not mention the secret path through the cliff? No, I am overthinking it. This world is devoid of demons and monsters. Who would carve out such a hidden route? The 2 Shaolin temples of different realms must indeed differ in essence. After all, this was Mount Xiaohua, not Lotus Platform Mountain. As Meng Qi absorbed the information, the image of the secret path that Zheng Guan had emerged from suddenly flashed in his mind. Zhang Yuanshan, gravely injured, disregarded Wang Jin's presence and seated himself directly to regulate his vital energy. Wang Jin observed them in silence for a considerable time, then glanced at the vigilant Meng Qi before stepping aside to close his eyes in meditation, seemingly seeking to restore his spirit. Meng Qi and Qi Jingyan took turns maintaining their watch, and after approximately half an hour, faint sounds of commotion echoed from afar. Was it duo air returning once more? Meng Qi raised his gaze towards the temple, and indeed beheld a sky thick with dark clouds, where silver serpents danced wildly, and flames erupted in certain areas, accompanied by billowing smoke. He instinctively tightened his grip on the blade, awaiting the commencement of the final battle. At that moment, Wang Jin abruptly stood up, disregarding any greetings to Meng Qi and the others, and sprinted directly towards the Shaolin direction. What could he possibly intend? Meng Qi exclaimed in astonishment. Qi Jingyan, with an expression devoid of emotion, replied, "Pay him no mind. Remaining here would only feel like a thorn in our sides." Although this Shaolin was far inferior to the true one, the martial prowess exhibited by Master Xing Feng was evident, as they demonstrated skills directed towards external forms, lacking not in the refinement of acupoints and the steps to open the 9 orifices of heaven. Now, amidst the chaos of Shaolin, seizing a high-ranking monk or elder to interrogate for their secrets would go unnoticed, it would merely be assumed that they perished at the hands of duo heir. After all, the mission only required the defense of Shaolin, with no stipulation against harming its monks. Perhaps he seeks to take advantage of the turmoil, Meng Qi mused as he watched Wang Jin's retreating figure. Suddenly, from the depths of the nearby forest, silver rays shot forth with unimaginable speed, striking Wang Jin directly. The cacophony of raindrops pelting the banana leaves filled the air as Wang Jin erupted in small spurts of blood, akin to a punctured water pouch, before he fell backward, his face bearing a hint of joy. What a waste of my stormy pear blossom needles. But who commanded me not to let a single one escape? Huh? How dare you blind the general in one eye? A young man with sharp brows and bright eyes emerged from the forest, with a smile gracing his lips. He tossed a black tube onto the ground and politely clasped his hands together, introducing himself as Tang Shun, nicknamed the Master of the Universe. Come to escort them to meet the Buddha in the West. Namalamitba. Chapter 38. The Master of the Universe. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Shun's pace accelerated abruptly, charging towards the remaining standing figures of Qi Jingyan and Meng Qi like a mad bull. Though he ranked lowest among the four great masters, he was nonetheless a formidable warrior at the enlightenment stage. Qi Jingyan, wary of the confrontation, spun his sword in a graceful arc, resembling the setting sun descending with a melancholic glow, establishing a flawless defense. His intent was to stabilize the situation and buy time for Jiang Zhiwei and Zhang Yuanshan to conclude their healing and rise to join him. He was not inexperienced in dueling opponents at the enlightenment level, having faced numerous adversaries who had merely awakened their spiritual eyes during both training sessions within the sect and missions at the hidden sovereign fortress. Thus, he held considerable confidence in his meticulous and steady river flow sword technique. Even if victory seemed elusive, he believed he could delay the inevitable for a moment. Moreover, having recently mastered aspects of the elusive Cloud Mist 13 styles, which he had seamlessly integrated into his own swordplay, he hoped to confound Tang Shun, potentially wounding him and diminishing his strength. At that point, even if Jiang Zhiwei and Zhang Yuanshan could only muster 2 or 3/10 of their usual prowess, their refined sword techniques and sheer numbers might still enable them to repel Tang Shun, or at least hold until the main mission reached its climax. Meng Qi, perhaps intuiting Qi Jingyan's strategy, initiated the 8 steps of divine movement, darting to the side and launching a decisive strike, their collaboration exhibiting remarkable synergy. Just as Qi Jingyan and Meng Qi's maneuvers reached their zenith, Tang Shun unexpectedly lunged forward, deliberately impaling himself on the tip of the sword, akin to a self-sacrifice. Alas, with a dull thud akin to the sound of a blade striking hardened leather, Meng Qi's sword descended. However, due to Tang Shun's sudden lunge forward, he could only slash at the man's back, tearing through his garment and revealing dark skin beneath, leaving behind a stark white gash. The force of the blow was fierce. Qi Jingyan's sword slipped from his grasp, and he was launched backward, blood spilling from his mouth as he crashed heavily to the ground. Was it the result of rigorous training? The perfected iron cloth shirt? Meng Qi instinctively recoiled, and then, with an uncanny agility, darted to the left, narrowly evading Tang Shun's indiscriminate strike aimed at him after the latter had sent Qi Jingyan flying. His heart raced with astonishment. For days, he had relied on the iron cloth shirt to seize the offensive, outpacing his opponents with speed and trading minor injuries for significant blows, sailing smoothly through encounters. Yet now, he found himself confronted by a terrifying adversary whose mastery of the iron cloth shirt surpassed his own, and whose martial prowess was even greater. Jiang Zhiwei and Zhang Yuanshan exchanged glances, their faces flushing with resolve. They forcibly interrupted their healing, grasped their swords, and prepared to join the fray. After landing, Qi Jingyan struggled momentarily before managing to rise, having narrowly avoided a fatal blow, but Tang Shun's overwhelming strength had nonetheless inflicted considerable harm upon him. In the face of this formidable foe, Meng Qi found himself evading in a desperate dance, relying on his 8 steps of divine movement to sustain himself. The disparity between them was immense. Otherwise, Meng Qi would undoubtedly have opted for the truly ingenious strategies he had employed against earlier foes. Yet now, despite his erratic footwork, the space within which he could maneuver was gradually constricting under Tang Shun's relentless pressure. It would not be long before there would be nowhere left to escape. Miss Jiang, Brother Zhang will arrive shortly. Meng Qi gritted his teeth, focusing intently on evasion. Under such immense pressure and peril, he felt as though he had gained a deeper understanding of the essence of the 8 steps of divine movement. At that moment, Tang Shun suddenly unleashed a breath. resonating like the harmonious chime of bells and drums. The sound reverberated, causing Meng Qi to feel an overwhelming buzz in his ears, his heart racing, and his vision blurring, rendering his limbs weak and his steps faltering. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Shun advanced swiftly, his right palm sweeping through the air and striking Meng Qi's back with precision. Darkness engulfed Meng Qi's vision, his back went numb, and he was propelled into the air, producing a series of crackling sounds akin to popping beans, while blood spurted uncontrollably from his mouth. The intense pain jolted Meng Qi back to awareness as he observed Jiang Zhiwei and Zhang Yuanshan, one attacking and the other defending, successfully intercepting Tang Shun. Struggling against the urge to succumb to unconsciousness, Meng Qi took a few measured breaths, allowing the profound internal energy of Shaolin to circulate within him like a clear spring, alleviating much discomfort and stabilizing his injuries. Although his wounds were not severe, he noted that his iron cloth was completely compromised. Due to Tang Shun's strike being partially deflected by Jiang Zhiwei and Zhang Yuanshan, its full force was not realized. And with Meng Qi's minor mastery of iron cloth providing some protection, he sustained only light injuries and the loss of his iron cloth's efficacy. However, without the iron cloth, his strength had diminished by at least 70%. In a state of tranquil meditation, he sat cross-legged before the golden Buddha statue, his demeanor calm and serene as he struck the aged wooden fish in front of him, seemingly undisturbed by the impending threat, as if engaged in his daily practice. The monk, Xing, had indeed attained a semblance of Zen. Outside, the sky loomed dark, heavy clouds hung low, silver flashes of lightning danced, and torrential rain cascaded down. As a figure slowly traversed the curtain of water formed by the eaves, stepping into the grand hall, none other than the great general, Duo. He donned a barbaric black robe, and his left eye, which Jiang Zhiwei had pierced, remained defiantly wide open, revealing a disquieting darkness and emptiness. Regrettably, he could not persuade the master to relinquish the slaughter. Xing momentarily paused his wooden fish and spoke with an air of tranquility. Duo interjected with a fervent declaration, "To annihilate all beings is to become Buddha." As the words left his lips, a tempest surged within the great hero hall, extinguishing the flickering candles one by one. Xing, unperturbed, resumed striking the wooden fish, solemnly intoning, "Shariputra, all phenomena are empty in nature, neither arising nor ceasing." Suddenly, a radiant light of the Buddha emanated from his left palm, accompanied by the harmonious sounds of Zen, neither tainted nor pure, neither increasing nor decreasing. The Buddha light converged upon Xing, transforming him into a majestic figure reminiscent of a dignified statue, juxtaposed with the golden effigy behind him, one small, one large, one ethereal, one corporeal, one dynamic, one still, creating an ineffable spectacle. Duo Urcha's expression turned grave. "You are willing to part with so many Sharira." He unleashed his right fist, and the tempest coalesced into a colossal dragon, as lightning struck the temple's roof. No suffering, no gathering, no cessation, no path, no wisdom, nor attainment. Xing thrust forth his left palm, the Buddha light surging forth, his gaze fierce as a diamond. Meng Qi leapt into action, searching for the that had slipped from his grasp, intently observing the clash between Jiang Zhiwei and Zhang Yuanshan, while from the corner of his eye, he noticed Qi Jingyan hesitatingly retrieving his longsword. Zhang Yuanshan adopted a defensive stance, while Jiang Zhiwei's swordplay was unparalleled in its ferocity. The two momentarily stalling Tang Shun in a delicate balance of defense and offense. Given their current circumstances, Tang Shun could have easily breached Zhang Yuanshan's defenses with a few aggressive maneuvers. However, at every critical moment, Jiang Zhiwei's white rainbow sword would strike like a venomous serpent, agile and fearsome, targeting his vulnerabilities and forcing him to abandon his offensive stance in favor of defense, thereby granting Zhang Yuanshan a moment to recuperate. Yet, if he wished to defeat Jiang Zhiwei first, he found himself unable to penetrate Zhang Yuanshan's sword momentum. Observing this situation, Meng Qi felt a surge of elation. Qi Jingyan should be resolute now, and with both their assistance, Jiang Zhiwei and Zhang Yuanshan would undoubtedly be able to stall Tang Shun until the mission concluded. Just as Meng Qi located his dagger, preparing to join the fray, Zhang Yuanshan's body suddenly trembled, the force of his sword abruptly diminishing. This is bad. His injuries could no longer be suppressed. This thought barely crossed Meng Qi's mind when he witnessed Tang Shun seizing the opportunity, effortlessly swatting Zhang Yuanshan's long sword aside and delivering a powerful kick to his side, sending him careening through the air. The audible crack of Zhang Yuanshan's ribs echoed clearly, and upon hitting the ground, blood gushed forth uncontrollably. He struggled to rise, but found himself in a critical state, gravely injured and on the brink of death. With his defenses shattered, Jiang Zhiwei was left to confront Tang Shun directly. In just a few exchanges, due to her instability from injuries and diminished strength, her movements lacked the agility of her prime, allowing Tang Shun to exploit the opening. He absorbed a sword strike with his left palm, closed in, and thrust his right shoulder, propelling her away. Jiang Zhiwei's garments billowed as she gritted her teeth, blood oozing from the corner of her mouth like a torrent. Yet she steadfastly clutched her long sword. Upon landing, she barely managed to plant the sword into the ground, using it to support herself and preventing her collapse. A remarkably deft display of martial prowess. Tang Shun paused momentarily, a note of admiration escaping his lips. He had initially believed that this strike would vanquish Jiang Zhiwei outright, yet it merely left her gravely injured. Alas, alas, now you cannot even best a mere child. He surveyed his surroundings, observing the wounded and the weak, and a sense of secret triumph began to swell within him. He laughed heartily, proclaiming, "Your martial skills are extraordinarily refined, clearly a testament to an exceptional lineage. Why not impart your knowledge to me? I promise to grant you a more merciful demise." He then turned his gaze toward Jiang Zhiwei. "You, my dear young lady, are strikingly beautiful, a rarity in my life. Were it not for the late general's edict, I might have been tempted to show you some tenderness. I have a particular fondness for fierce heroines like yourself. Imagine the pleas for mercy should I take you to my bed." Jiang Zhiwei's expression was one of profound anger, yet her injuries rendered speech a strenuous endeavor. She could only gasp for breath. As Tang Shun continued to speak, he advanced toward Jiang Zhiwei and Zhang Yuanshan, positioning himself sideways to Meng Qi and Qi Zhengyan, intending to exert psychological pressure upon them through his words and demeanor to extract the secrets of their martial arts. In truth, he possessed a particularly cruel method of interrogation. Yet given the grave state of Jiang Zhiwei and Zhang Yuanshan, who hovered on the brink of death, employing such tactics might yield no answers before their demise. "What are you staring at, little monk? Your skills are mediocre, your strength lacking. Perhaps it would be prudent to eliminate you first." Tang Shun resolved to make an example of Meng Qi, who held no interrogation value. Though Meng Qi hurled profanities in anger, an unusual calm enveloped him as he contemplated his course of action. Although he was acutely aware of the stark disparity in strength and circumstances between the two parties, rendering hope almost non-existent, he did not succumb to despair. Instead, he endeavored to seize that slender thread of chance. With a swift movement, he arrived at the critical point, poised to strike at the enemy's vital area. Meng Qi observed as Tang Shun approached step by step, preparing for a desperate gamble. If he did not take the risk, death was certain. Thus, it was better to throw caution to the wind. Tang Shun approached Meng Qi with a grin. Yet his gaze was fixed on Jiang Zhiwei and Zhang Yuanshan, awaiting their capitulation. "Little monk, shall I first sever your left hand or your right leg? Or would you prefer to be rendered a eunuch?" Tang Shun chuckled menacingly. No sooner had he spoken than his expression froze. A brilliant white light erupted from Qi Zhengyan's hand, growing brighter and more intense, illuminating everyone present and striking Tang Shun, who was caught completely off guard. Amidst Tang Shun's roar of fury, the sound of thick fabric being torn echoed, and at that moment, another radiant beam shot forth from Qi Zhengyan's hand, dazzling and fierce. It sliced through Tang Shun's feeble attempt to block with his right palm, piercing directly into his chest. The mother and child soul-severing dart? Meng Qi vaguely recognized it, recalling the profound impression it had left on him from the novels he had read in the past. However, he had no time to ponder further. The initial plan of attack transformed into instinct. He darted forward, crouched low, and rolled beneath Tang Shun, thrusting his long knife into the adversary's lower abdomen with precision. With a forceful twist, blood cascaded down, and the heat surged within him. He could not afford to apply further pressure. Instead, he discarded the knife and rolled away to evade Tang Shun's dying counterattack. The screams gradually subsided as Tang Shun's eyes widened in shock, collapsing softly. A peculiar dart lodged in his chest, his lower body a grotesque sight of blood and flesh. After unleashing the dual-soul dart, Qi Zhengyan appeared as if he could scarcely maintain his footing, collapsing to the ground and gasping for breath. When had he exchanged for the dual-soul dart? From whence did this merit originate? Meng Qi wiped the blood from his face, pondering whether he had entirely exchanged his own Hua sword sect martial arts. Chapter 39. Unexpected wealth. The blood-soaked ground writhed beneath him, inscribing a large blood-red character. Side quest 1. Eliminate Zhang Shangqian Kuan, one of the 4 innate masters of the opposing faction. Qi Jingyan would receive 80 merits. Zhen Ding would grant 50, while Jiang Zhiwei and Zhang Yuanshan would each obtain 20 merits. With the task completion notification, Meng Qi felt an immense sense of relief. Yet he instinctively approached Tang Shun's lifeless form, prodding it a few times to guard against any possibility of resurrection. It seemed the rewards for this side quest were primarily calculated based on the comparative strengths of both parties. Meng Qi casually remarked to Qi Jingyan before hastening to Jiang Zhiwei, inquiring with genuine concern if she possessed any healing elixirs. Previously, during the ambush of the ever-changing scholar in the Great Sacred Hall, Jiang Zhiwei and Zhang Yuanshan had emerged unscathed, far surpassing their adversaries, resulting in relatively modest rewards. This time, however, Jiang Zhiwei and Zhang Yuanshan not only lacked more than 70% of their strength but had also forcibly interrupted their recuperation, leaving their injuries precarious. The disparity in power between themselves, Qi Jingyan and Tang Shun, had rendered the merits remarkably abundant. Jiang Zhiwei spoke with difficulty, giving a slight nod and indicating her waist with her left hand. Meng Qi reached out and felt a small, bottle-shaped object. It was a thumb-sized white jade bottle, and upon opening it, a fragrant aroma wafted forth, revealing a dark red elixir resting quietly within. Meng Qi poured the medicinal elixir into Jiang Zhiwei's mouth, watching her struggle to swallow as he settled cross-legged and closed his eyes to meditate. Without delay, he approached Zhang Yuanshan, inquiring if he possessed any healing potions. Zhang Yuanshan's injuries were more severe than Jiang Zhiwei's. His eyes were devoid of spirit, his breath faint, and he lay immobile, managing to rasp out 2 words: chest pain. Meng Qi extended his hand, searching through his garments, and indeed found a white jade porcelain bottle containing 5 or 6 azure pills, their fragrance delightful, reminiscent of fresh bamboo after rain. At that moment, Qi Jingyan, having consumed his own medicinal pills, regained a modicum of vitality and staggered over, observing Meng Qi as he administered the elixir to Zhang Yuanshan. Meng Qi felt a twinge of envy, as he had only recently embarked on his martial arts journey and had yet to acquire knowledge on treating various injuries. Panting, Qi Jingyan spoke to himself. You must be quite astonished by my possession of the mother-child soul-severing dart. You may not even know what that entails. The Tonghua that Miss Qi exchanged perfectly met my requirements, yet the cost of the finished product was exorbitant, and I lacked the time to delve into it. Subsequently, I considered the bittersweet breeze, but its application was too restricted, and it was costly. A mere small vial of antidote demanded 200 merit points. After much deliberation, I settled on the mother-child soul-severing dart, valued at 130 merit points, capable of slaying those adept at the aperture opening stage. Who would have thought it would prove useful? Truly astonishing, isn't it, junior brother? Meng Qi gazed at the loquacious Qi Jingyan, a twitch at the corner of his mouth as he replied, Senior brother Qi. My astonishment does not stem from that. What has astonished you? The maternal and filial soul-separating dart is not as easily wielded as it appears, originally. Only those with profound understanding could utilize it. Yet, through a unique technique and at the cost of significant self-harm, even a practitioner with substantial energy could unleash it. Qi Jingyan paused momentarily and began to elucidate the intricacies of the maternal and filial soul-separating dart. He did not conceal the matter of his self-inflicted injuries, for anyone with eyes could discern his current state. Meng Qi suddenly chuckled. Senior brother Qi, what surprises me is that after your grievous injuries, you seem transformed. No longer the taciturn figure, but rather chatty like an old wife. I had already surmised the nature of the maternal and filial soul-separating dart. Qi Jingyan silently turned his gaze towards Zhang Yuanshan, who was recuperating, and then seated himself cross-legged in an attempt to restore a modicum of his power. After a brief interval, Zhang Yuanshan's breathing shifted from faint to steady, and Meng Qi felt a wave of relief. He had managed to preserve his life. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhiwei, whose face was ashen and devoid of color, began to regain a glimmer of vitality. Once Zhang Yuanshan had stabilized his injuries, he slowly opened his eyes and gestured towards the jade porcelain vial. Herbal life rejuvenating pill. You should take one as well. He spoke with brevity, mindful of his wounds. Meng Qi had only sustained minor injuries, and this elixir was incapable of restoring his iron cloth technique, so he had previously paid it little heed. However, since Zhang Yuanshan mentioned it, he accepted without hesitation, retrieving a pill and swallowing it. A refreshing sensation spread through his chest and abdomen as Meng Qi's internal energy began to circulate. Suddenly, his mind cleared, and he recalled something. He hastily dashed over to the vicinity of Wang Jin's corpse and picked up the round, black tube. This is the rainflower needle, an assassination tool more precious than the tang flower. Meng Qi, filled with excitement, repeatedly examined the needle cylinder of the rainflower needle, caressing its intricate mechanism. According to the exchange ledger, a single use of the rainflower needle renders it worthless, valued at 400 merits. Thus, this one in his possession should be usable 2 or 3 times. The silver needles for loading, which he had not scrutinized closely before, were estimated to cost no more than 100 merits. In a state of relentless poverty, Meng Qi suddenly felt the thrill of impending prosperity. The grand hall lay in ruins, its crumbled walls and collapsed beams ablaze, with torrential rain dousing the flames, occasionally producing wisps of white smoke. The sky was pitch black. Lightning ceased, and the surroundings resembled a ghostly realm. 2 figures darted through the shadows, one in pursuit and the other fleeing, swift as birds in flight. The former hunched over, the aura of Buddhist light dissipating, while the latter was enveloped by a tempest, exuding an otherworldly presence. Atop the highest cliff of the back mountain stood a small tower entirely cloaked in glass, radiating an air of tranquility and solemnity under the starlit sky. As dark clouds gathered, obscuring the stars, the glass dimmed. Xiang, having fled here, suddenly halted, sitting cross-legged before the tower, a serene smile gracing his face. Did he realize he could not escape? On Duo Air's torn chest garment was a distinct handprint, seemingly forged in gold. Correspondingly, Xiang bore a fist injury that pierced through his body. At that moment, darkness enveloped him as the ominous clouds obscured the starry sky. The clouds converged, and the wind began to howl fiercely. Just as he was about to speak, he caught sight of the distant glazed pagoda glowing softly, and thus, with a sense of understanding, remarked, Duo Cha must have followed Master Shinji here. It would be prudent for us to seek refuge for a while, lest he eliminate Master Shinji and subsequently dispose of us without a second thought. After all, his left eye was lost, a fate bestowed upon him by Jiang Zhiwei, and he harbors a deep-seated animosity towards her. It is likely he would not hesitate to eliminate us, his accomplices, in the process. Zhang Yuanshan, at a critical juncture in his recuperation, managed a reluctant nod in agreement with Meng Qi's counsel, permitting him to take the lead. They were in a precarious state. Should they interrupt their healing, their capacity for action would be severely compromised. Thus, whether to continue or cease was inconsequential. Qi Jingyan, having suffered a backlash yet retaining the barest semblance of strength, flushed, and, upon halting his recuperation, posed the question directly, where shall we hide? Meng Qi surveyed the surrounding forest and instinctively pointed towards the familiar thicket on his right. Let us take refuge within the woods. Given Duo Cha's level of prowess, such foliage would pose little obstruction to his senses. Qi Jingyan hesitated momentarily. However, after having employed the poison needle once, its potency had significantly waned, rendering it a lesser threat to Duo Cha. In light of the urgency, Qi Jingyan refrained from further discussion and chose to trust the Shaolin monk Ding. He turned and hoisted Zhang Yuanshan onto his back, joining Meng Qi, who carried Jiang Zhiwei, as they dashed into the woods. Was there truly a stone in this place? Could there be a hidden passage here as well? Meng Qi felt a surge of astonishment and disbelief, his emotions tumultuous and unresolved. Thunder roared as lightning struck, and rain cascaded down. Duo Cha. Meng Qi fell silent for a moment, suddenly realizing that if they could find refuge within a secret passage, they might evade Duo Cha's pursuit. This world seemed devoid of malevolent spirits. Thus, the perils within the hidden passage would likely be minimal. Are we merely to hide here? Qi Jingyan inquired, casting a glance at Meng Qi. If only I had prepared more hidden weapons and poisons. Their efficacy is remarkable when one's strength is feeble. Unperturbed by Qi Jingyan's incessant prattle, Meng Qi took a few steps forward, carrying Jiang Zhiwei, and approached the crimson giant stone. Imitating the mannerisms of Zhengguan, he began to explore. Is there truly a mechanism? Suddenly, his fingers encountered a movable protrusion. Drawing a deep breath, he gently tugged at it, and a faint sound echoed, revealing an entrance upon the cliffside. It truly exists. A tempest of astonishment surged within Meng Qi. Qi Jingyan, perplexed, glanced at him. Then at the dark, unilluminated entrance, unable to fathom how he had acquired knowledge of this secret passage from Shaolin. Chapter 40. The Stone Chamber Beneath the Glazed Pagoda. The serene smile of XNG radiated tranquility as he gazed at the seemingly demonic Duo Cha. Benefactor, your injuries are not trivial. And what of it? I possess ample power to slay you. Duo Cha retorted coldly, launching himself forward, fists swirling with tempestuous fury, illuminating the skies with electric strikes, embodying ferocity that was unassailable. Xing's smile grew ever more placid, his voice ethereal and harmonious. All conditioned phenomena are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, and shadows. They are as fleeting as dew and lightning. Thus, one should perceive them as such. Behind him, the glazed Buddha pagoda shimmered with resplendence, rays of Buddha light cascading forth. Accompanied by the ethereal sounds of Zen, all conditioned phenomena are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, and shadows. They are as fleeting as dew and lightning. Thus, one should perceive them as such. The scattered Buddha light resembled numerous arhats, vajras, and bodhisattvas collectively emanating a solemn, yet transcendent resonance of Zen. Duochacha's gaze sharpened, and for the first time, astonishment flickered across his countenance. You are capable of sacrificing yourself? The old monk has only recently gained a modicum of understanding. The tranquil silhouette of his heart gradually fades, merging little by little into the radiance of the Buddha, dissipating amidst the cosmos. Alas, the figure of Duochacha, clad in a black robe, swells as gusts of wind swirl around him, rendering him akin to a human tempest, encircled by flickers of lightning. The corporeal form of his heart has entirely disintegrated, leaving only a faint silhouette. His right hand, poised in a gesture of flower picking, gently sweeps outward, smiling with an untainted purity, untouched by any speck of dust. All conditioned phenomena are akin to dreams, illusions, bubbles, and shadows, as fleeting as dew and as ephemeral as lightning. Thus should one contemplate. Zha, Meng Qi, and Qi Zhengyan entered the secret passage, feeling along the inner walls for a while, and finally located the mechanism to close it. Now Duochacha should be unable to detect our presence. Meng Qi masked the tumultuous storm within his heart with trivial chatter. Qi Zhengyan produced flint and a fire starter from his bosom, dispelling the darkness and illuminating their surroundings. The passage was 2 people wide, with uneven stone blocks overhead and rough, undulating stone walls on either side, covered in moss. It did not appear to be purely man-made. Rather, it seemed to be a natural passage that had been modified. Qi Zhengyan scrutinized the area carefully, quickening his steps to a spacious, level section ahead where he set down Zhang Yuanshan. Meng Qi restrained his inner emotions, mimicking Qi Zhengyan by selecting a gentle patch of ground to lay down Jiang Zhiwei, and then solemnly stated, Senior Brother Qi, I shall venture ahead to scout the path, lest we be unaware of hidden foes within. Even a mere novice monk could traverse the back mountains, and Meng Qi held firm in his belief that only the stupa of relics resided here, devoid of any malevolent spirits. Thus, emboldened, he resolved to explore this hidden passage. Given the striking similarity in terrain between the 2 Shaolin temples, it was conceivable that the passage's terminus might unveil the secrets of his own temple's concealed pathways, potentially bestowing upon him considerable rewards. With an impassive expression, Qi Zhengyan cast a glance at Meng Qi, producing another fire starter from his robe. After igniting it, he extended it towards Meng Qi, saying, Junior Brother Zhending, I must trouble you. I shall remain here to guard against any venomous insects or serpents that may disturb Brother Zhang and the others. Surprised, Meng Qi had prepared an array of arguments to dissuade Qi Zhengyan from accompanying him, for the unknowns within the passage were formidable. Should greed take root in his heart, complications would surely arise. However, he was taken aback by Qi Zhengyan's perceptive understanding. Before he could utter a single word, Qi Zhengyan had voluntarily chosen to remain behind as a sentinel. Your assistance is greatly appreciated, Brother Qi, Meng Qi acknowledged without further hesitation. After lighting the fire starter, he ventured deeper into the passage, remaining vigilant against potential foes lurking in the darkness ahead, while also guarding against possible ambushes from behind. As Meng Qi's figure vanished around the bend, his footsteps receding into the distance, Zhang Yuanshan suddenly opened his eyes. Weak yet steady, he remarked, Brother Qi. I did not expect you would choose to stay behind. Zhang Yuanshan nodded gently and then, with a sudden smile, added, Indeed, after your grievous injury, you have become quite loquacious. Qi Zhengyan's countenance darkened immediately as he turned his gaze away. Zhang Yuanshan smiled faintly, then closed his eyes once more to continue his healing. Jiang Zhiwei remained utterly absorbed, seemingly oblivious to the world around her. As Meng Qi ventured along the secret passage, he sensed he had delved deep into the rear mountains. The flickering flames cast a dim, yellow hue that shrouded the path in an oppressive gloom, instilling in him an ineffable pressure. As if the torch could extinguish at any moment, plunging the world back into darkness, from which malevolent creatures would emerge to consume him whole. Before him lay a decaying mat, along with a stone bed and stone table. Was this a hermit's secluded abode? Meng Qi speculated silently, scanning his surroundings with renewed vigilance before stepping closer. As he approached, the firelight illuminated the rock wall, revealing faint inscriptions. Ah, Sanskrit. Meng Qi, a top student at the Sutra study hall, was not unfamiliar with the language. He squinted, striving to decipher the text. If one does not enter the mundane world, does not traverse the sea of suffering, and does not uphold the precepts, how can one grasp the true essence of the rules? How can one pierce through the illusions of worldly affairs, reflect upon one's own Buddha nature, and attain the sublime void that is simultaneously filled with essence? Meng Qi's understanding of Sanskrit was not profound. He struggled to connect the phrases, uncertain of any errors or omissions, yet he had grasped the overarching meaning. The words indeed bore a certain profundity. Meng Qi murmured to himself, lowering the torch to illuminate the signature. Ah, Nan. Ananda? Meng Qi's jaw dropped in astonishment. Was this not the revered figure seated before the Buddha? Wait, it seemed there was a tale of his transgressions within the Buddhist scriptures. The name of Ananda, inscribed in Sanskrit, flows with a graceful elegance, sharp as if carved by a masterful blade, yet imbued with a subtle tranquility reminiscent of Zen. Meng Qi, captivated by its allure, extended his right hand in an attempt to caress it. However, the moment his palm made contact, he was abruptly engulfed by an icy chill that pierced to the bone. A flash of light, akin to a blade, erupted before him, reminiscent of a true dragon plunging into the sea or a fierce tiger returning to its mountain lair. All obstacles were effortlessly severed beneath its stroke. The brilliance of the blade was overwhelming, leaving Meng Qi utterly unresponsive, as he could only watch in astonishment as the light morphed into a myriad of forms, transforming into the burdens of the mortal realm. The living suffer, the aged endure, the ill lament, and the deceased grieve. The blade's radiance unveiled boundless profundities, ultimately converging into a single stroke that shattered the shackles binding him. Amidst the luminous haze, Meng Qi faintly discerned a monk, his age and appearance indistinguishable. Yet he could sense a profound sorrow etched upon his features and a weighty resolve in his demeanor. The flickering flames cast a dim light, as the Sanskrit inscriptions upon the mountainside surrendered to the dust, which settled and formed words. The true essence of the Ananda breaking of precepts sword technique had been imparted. Revealing the first stroke, severing purity, Meng Qi's mouth remained agape for an extended moment as he grasped the significance of his encounter. According to Jiang Zhiwei's prior words, both the Dharma body and certain pinnacle external forms of divine power and techniques do not rely on written words. The transmission of true essence is merely entrusted to tangible forms. Some can only be experienced once, while others may endure for years. Ultimately, the depth of understanding derived from true essence is contingent upon the individual's own capabilities, and mastering these divine powers and techniques inherently preserves the transmission of true essence. Thus, Jiang Zhiwei could only grasp the rudiments of the sword's essence, and should her insights be transcribed into a secret manual, they would scarcely hold the value of 800 or 900 merits, a mere fraction of their original worth. I recall that the Ananda's breaking of precepts sword technique within the temple does not constitute a true inheritance. Meng Qi pondered, perplexed. Due to the prowess of the Vajra temple in swordsmanship, Xiaosang had specifically mentioned that Shaolin possesses a technique that could rival theirs, the Ananda's breaking of precepts sword technique, an external peak-level skill. At its zenith, it could touch upon the laws of heaven and earth. Furthermore, he recalled that a revered monk of your had borrowed the manual, mastering this technique and becoming a luminary in the realm of swordsmanship. Hence, Meng Qi understood that this sword technique is indeed a treasured inheritance within Shaolin. It is noteworthy that the exchange price for the Ananda's breaking of precepts sword technique is a staggering 9,000 merits, with the foundational essence priced at 3,000, and each individual form at 1,200. To forget it would indeed be a grave loss. Acquiring the essence of true understanding is akin to possessing the foundational essence, albeit it requires gradual contemplation and profound insight, and, compared to the foundational essence, true understanding allows one to directly comprehend 5 forms of sword techniques. Naturally, this demands an exceptionally high level of comprehension. For instance, Meng Qi, having just received the inheritance, could only grasp the remnants of the first strike. How unfortunate that it is merely a remnant. Meng Qi opened his eyes, slightly disheartened. For a remnant implies an inability to practice. Although unlocking the full potential of the Ananda's breaking of precepts sword technique necessitates entering the external realm and invoking the transformations of heaven and earth, Mastering even the rudiments would provide him with a formidable advantage. Even without the formidable prowess of Jiang Zhiwei's sword, he would undoubtedly attract terrifyingly intricate evaluations. Taking a deep breath, Meng Qi momentarily set aside this matter and continued his search within the stone chamber, seeking any other remnants of interest. As Meng Qi circled the stone chamber, illuminated by the flickering flames, he discerned an object that resembled a stone door. Its faint traces lingered upon the mountain wall, surrounded by familiar inscriptions. Affection and benevolence, do not enter this door. Reciting these words, Meng Qi instinctively placed his right hand gently upon the stone door, intending merely to feel its texture, with no intention of pushing it open. However, as soon as his hand made contact, an indescribable chill and terror engulfed his spirit, revealing visions of decaying corpses and malevolent spirits before his eyes. Then, a flame ignited amidst the oppressive darkness, consuming all it touched, and aimed directly at Meng Qi. His complexion paled as he stumbled backward, retreating from the stone door, while the horrific visions gradually faded from view. After catching his breath for a moment, he realized a thick layer of cold sweat had formed on his back. His body felt weak and battered, as if grievously injured. This is truly bizarre. Meng Qi took a moment to regain his composure, resolutely refraining from touching the stone door again. At that moment, he noticed a deep, unfathomable hole at the base of the door, within which an indescribable flame seemed to burn, accompanied by a few hastily scribbled words. Heartless and ungrateful, kill. What on earth is this? Meng Qi pondered helplessly. At the edge of the forest, Duoer stood silently, gazing at the remnants. His left shoulder and hand had entirely vanished, yet he trembled uncontrollably, maintaining a resolute posture. His heart was heavy, yearning for recognition. Chapter 41. The Yellow Sparrow Lurks Behind. After meticulously searching the stone chamber with a fire stick, Meng Qi found nothing further. However, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. To receive the true essence of an external scenery-level sword technique and comprehend the remnants of the first strike was indeed a momentous fortune. However, should any of them betray in the future, all of one's martial prowess would be laid bare before the enemy, leaving no hidden cards to play. Has junior brother Zhending discerned the presence of adversaries? Inquiring after Meng Qi's return, Qi Jingyan, who had remained silent for quite some time, finally spoke. While Zhang Yuanshan and Jiang Zhiwei continued to meditate, seemingly indifferent to the matter. After a moment of contemplation, Meng Qi made a resolute decision. There are no foes. But I did discover the remnants of the first strike from the Ananda Breaking Precepts Blade technique on the mountainside. Ananda Breaking Precepts Blade technique? Jiang Zhiwei exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment, clearly indicating that her previous disinterest was mere pretense. She had adhered to her own habits and the conventions of the martial world, refraining from inquiring about the gains of others during their solitary endeavors to avoid provoking conflict. Yet, Meng Qi's candor left her utterly shocked. Likewise, Zhang Yuanshan and Qi Zhengyan found it difficult to maintain their composure, looking at Meng Qi with evident surprise. Indeed, it was merely the remnants of the first strike. Observing their astonished expressions, Meng Qi inwardly nodded, having achieved the desired effect. The remnants are inconsequential. I recall that the exchange catalog contains an entry for completing the remnants. The fewer the deficiencies, the lesser the merit required, perhaps not even 1/10 of the original. Jiang Zhiwei remarked with a gentle smile, Little monk, such fortuitous encounters need not be disclosed to us. Everyone harbors their own secrets. Myself, senior brother Zhang, and senior brother Qi undoubtedly share this sentiment. Can the remnants be completed? Meng Qi suddenly felt exhilarated, realizing that the incompleteness he comprehended was minimal, likely requiring little merit. This filled his heart with immense joy, and he chuckled, saying, We have all shared life and death together, and in the days to come, we shall undoubtedly collaborate. If I conceal the intricacies of my swordsmanship, it may lead to miscalculations in the future when strategizing, given that it is merely a single remnant technique. He elucidated from both the perspective of camaraderie and practical necessity, emphasizing the importance of acknowledging their bond. The young monk interjected, There is truly no need for that. When planning ahead, you only need to indicate the approximate level of adversaries I can contend with. There is no necessity to disclose every hidden technique. Jiang Zhi smiled radiantly. And although she believed it was unnecessary, Meng Qi's candor delighted her, as it affirmed that he indeed regarded them as true companions in adversity. Meng Qi was momentarily taken aback. I hadn't considered it that way, he mused. Haha, Jiang Zhi laughed, her joy evident. While Zhang Yuanshan couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Ah, Dear junior brother, it is fortunate that it is us. Were it someone with ulterior motives, your Ananda breaking the precept's sword technique would lose its element of surprise. You are still quite young and lack experience in the martial world. His gaze was gentle, and his smile sincere, clearly reflecting a newfound respect for Meng Qi. Qi Jingyan, having previously shared his own inner journey, nodded in acknowledgement of Meng Qi's forthrightness. Sometimes, when companions are aware of your trump card, it alleviates panic and fosters composure, which in turn may cause the enemy to become wary, thus diminishing the element of surprise. Therefore, as long as your intentions are noble, we do not mind your prudent concealment. He effectively clarified his earlier reticence regarding the mother and child soul-dividing dart. After an open and sincere discussion, it seemed that everyone's relationships had indeed grown closer. Brother Qi, ever since your injury, you have become quite the chatterbox. Meng Qi teased lightly, swiftly diverting the conversation before Qi Jingyan's expression darkened. Additionally, there was a stone door embedded in the mountainside, inscribed with the words loyalty and benevolence. Do not enter this door. He recounted his findings in detail, observing whether Zhang Yuanshan, Jiang Zhiwei, and the others had any clues. Duo glanced down, noticing the hurried traces left behind in the forest, and let out a soft scoff. Indeed, they were inexperienced novices, following the remnants left by Meng Qi and the others. Duo proceeded cautiously, soon arriving near the colossal red stone. To his surprise, he found that the traces disappeared at this point, prompting him to scan the surroundings warily. His body continued to tremble, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead, indicating his unease. Once assured of solitude, Duo furrowed his brow in confusion. It was inconceivable that they possessed the ability to vanish into thin air. Could it be that upon discovering the remaining traces, they deliberately erased their clues? He pondered silently for a moment. Then, with an impassive expression, moved behind the giant stone and extended his right hand, searching for any hidden mechanisms. Such a situation could be concealed from others, but certainly not from someone seasoned in the ways of the world like himself. Was this not just a secret passage? The traces they left were far too conspicuous, hardly befitting disciples of a prestigious sect permitted to descend the mountain, and instead reminiscent of mere novices in the martial world. Yet, these novices appeared to possess an extraordinary strength, loyalty, and benevolence. Do not enter this door. I have never heard of it. Zhang Yuanshan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. As the words fell, a sudden sound of rustling echoed, causing the four to turn in astonishment. They beheld the scarred visage of Duozacha standing silently outside, awaiting the complete opening of the secret passage. How could he have discovered us? Meng Qi was struck with shock. Filled with regret and self-recrimination, Qi Jingyan spoke up, lamenting, "We forgot to erase our traces." Amidst the thunder and lightning, both he and Meng Qi had been in a frenzy to evade detection, and in their haste, they neglected to conceal their signs. Upon hearing Qi Jingyan's words, Meng Qi felt his heart sink. Was this his own undoing? No, he could not resign himself to despair. Seizing the moment before the entrance fully opened, Meng Qi lunged forward, attempting to manipulate the mechanism within to seal the entrance once more, while keenly observing Duozacha and contemplating how to respond should he prove unstoppable. Having lost his left hand, arm, and shoulder, with exposed bones trembling, Duozacha appeared gravely injured, his strength waning. As Meng Qi's right hand reached for the mechanism, his mind formed a preliminary assessment of Duozacha. With a gentle wave of his right hand, Duozacha summoned a fierce wind that sent the unsteady Meng Qi reeling back several steps, thwarting his attempt to close the entrance. Pain surged through Meng Qi's chest and abdomen, constricting his breath, while his thoughts raced, even if Duozacha were weakened. He was still beyond the capabilities of me and senior brother Qi. What should I do? My most formidable technique is the Ananda breaking the precept's blade technique. Yet it is incomplete. The incomplete form means the latter part is flawed, but the initial part remains whole, allowing for the formation of a complete intent before the strike. Should I feign bravado to deter him? Yes, he bore grave injuries. And when confronted with uncertain adversaries and techniques, he would undoubtedly opt for a retreat, at which point the main quest would be fulfilled. In a fleeting moment, myriad thoughts traversed Meng Qi's mind, leading him swiftly to a resolution. He steadied his stance, firmly grasping his dagger with his right hand. The entrance gaped wide, yet Duo refrained from launching a direct assault, silently advancing towards the mountain wall. His silence and lack of action imposed immense pressure on Meng Qi and his companions. Jiang Zhiwei and Zhang Yuanshan halted their healing, forcing themselves to rise, prepared to fight to the death. "You shall meet your demise," Duo Ercha declared with authority, raising his right fist. However, at that moment, he was unexpectedly propelled backward, his fist striking a colossal tree. Amidst the howling winds, a melodious laughter rang out, and a white figure darted forth from behind the tree, ethereal and enchanting, skillfully evading the blow. With a resounding crack, the giant tree splintered in two, toppling backward with a heavy thud. The white figure paused a short distance away, revealing a breathtaking maiden clad in a simple white dress. Upon witnessing the secret passage, she expressed mild surprise, exclaiming, "I did not expect you to discover it so soon. I had intended to wait until you dealt with them before intervening." Upon seeing her, Meng Qi gasped in astonishment. "Xiaozi?" The maiden's countenance was unmistakably that of Xiaozi. Indeed, the previous Xiaozi could be described as merely delicate, but she now seemed to have blossomed, her features imbued with an ethereal charm that rendered her extraordinarily captivating, rivaling even Jiang Zhiwei. "Xiaozi? Do not mention that fool," the maiden replied, her beautiful eyes glinting with a knowing smile. "I am Gu Xiaosang." Gu Xiaosang? The name Meng Qi had been mentioned by Xiaozi, and now, gazing upon the almost identical visage, it felt particularly eerie. Throughout the conversation, Duo Ercha launched relentless assaults, yet they lacked the ominous clouds, torrential rain, and thunderous lightning. Only a howling wind remained. However, Gu Xiaosang remained unruffled, her garments billowing as if dancing in the breeze, and she even found moments to converse with Meng Qi. Indeed, Gu Xiaosang was she. Zhang Yuanshan's expression turned grave as he whispered, while Jiang Zhiwei pressed her lips together. And Qi Jingyan instinctively took a step back. Gu Xiaosang's reputation was evidently formidable. After a brief respite, Gu Xiaosang smiled and declared, "General, should you continue your assault, I shall not hold back any longer. Why not wait until you have vanquished them, and then I shall eliminate you instead? How does that sound? With your capabilities?" Duo Ercha scoffed, intensifying his attack. "In your prime, even two of me might not be your match. Yet now, with one eye blinded, your mind plagued by sword energy, and having endured the formidable strikes of both the heart-quiet monk's mighty golden palm and the flower-picking finger, how much strength do you truly possess? 3/10, 2/10, or perhaps merely 1/10? Gu Xiaosang chuckled lightly, effortlessly evading Duo Ercha's lethal strike with a graceful backflip. "Nevertheless, killing you would be akin to slaying a chicken." Duo Ercha maintained his imposing demeanor, yet his figure abruptly shifted direction, fleeing towards the forest's edge. Such an escape was indeed befitting of a barbaric chieftain. Gu Xiaosang's form appeared like a specter, ethereal as a fairy, inexplicably positioning herself before Duo Ercha. With a delicate hand extended, her index and middle fingers aligned, as if forming a diminutive sword, she leisurely pointed towards the center of Duo Ercha's forehead. Simultaneously, her lips parted slightly, reciting incantations, as an ethereal voice enveloped the surroundings. "Mother of no birth, home of the void." Chapter 42, The Finger of Non-Being, the Mother of Non-Being, the true home of emptiness. He sensed the impending danger and swiftly transformed his form, attempting to evade the impending finger. However, the surrounding air suddenly turned oppressive, collapsing in layers toward the adversary, as if a colossal vortex lay concealed within. Consequently, he was irresistibly drawn toward the whirlpool, as if he were welcoming that very finger. After Gu Xiaosang pointed, Meng Qi and the others could only watch in astonishment as Duo Ercha appeared to lose her spirit, relinquishing all resistance and avoidance, and willingly advancing as though she were an eager traveler returning home. "Is this sorcery?" Meng Qi gazed at the bizarre scene in disbelief. As her fingertip brushed against Duo Ercha's brow, Gu Xiaosang, with a countenance of solemn dignity, spoke in a voice as melodious as silver bells. Crisp and ethereal, the mother of non-being, the true home of emptiness. What transpired next was chilling. Duo Ercha unexpectedly displayed a serene and joyful smile, softly echoing, "The mother of non-being, the true home of emptiness." Suddenly, her body beneath the head swelled, and then rapidly contracted, skin withering, muscles sinking. As streams of crimson light coalesced, converging at her brow and surging into Gu Xiaosang's index and middle fingers, Gu Xiaosang's alabaster visage shone ever more brilliantly, seemingly capable of yielding droplets of water. "The mother of non-being, the true home of emptiness." Duo Ercha softly collapsed to the ground, peacefully and joyfully reciting the incantation like scripture, her voice dwindling. With her left index finger resting upon her chin, her delicate brows furrowed deeply, as if the matter at hand were too vexing. Such a captivating scene, should a rogue be present, would likely inspire him to bravely step forth and alleviate the maiden's sorrow. Meng Qi and his companions, having opened their hearts and deepened their bonds, remained vigilant, their minds racing with strategies to counter the insidious ploy. Xiaosang, her eyes shimmering with mischief, remarked with a playful smile, "You find yourselves in quite the predicament, do you not? Let me ponder this carefully. The ordinary disciples of the Huanhua sword sect hold no value. To slay them would only tarnish my hands and squander my virtuous deeds." Qi Jingyan's expression darkened, knowing full well that Xiaosang was attempting to sow discord. Yet he could not shake off the feelings of indignation and humiliation. Why should he be deemed inferior? His gaze shifted to Zhang Yuanshan, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Among the lay disciples of the Jinwu sect, the Zhang family is one of the 3 pillars. Should you be slain here? And if the methods of the Jinwu sect were to be forged, it would not be difficult to incite internal strife. Zhang Yuanshan's eyes narrowed as he calmly replied, "Demoness, are the elders of my sect so reckless and ignorant?" "Indeed," Xiaosang cheerfully nodded in agreement. "I am not versed in divination and did not foresee this situation arising. Hence I did not exchange for the secrets of the Jinwu sect. To frame someone is rather challenging. However, if internal strife does not ensue and I were to simply eliminate you, I would be loath to squander my virtuous deeds. Within the Jinwu sect, this generation, whether it be Yang Tai, Yang He, or the Yao brothers, all possess far greater martial talent and strength than you. You, who have yet to comprehend the true essence of either the Jinwu 7-cut scripture or the Taiji divine skills, might only excel in your steadiness and competence, winning the favor of the elders." Her smile was radiant as she spoke these subtly provocative words. Zhang Yuanshan suddenly smiled and remarked, "My martial arts talent may not be as exceptional as that of my peers, but such is the nature of fate. Why should I feel disheartened? The universe seeks balance, and diligence can compensate for deficiencies. What is there to despair about? Since Xiaosang wishes to sow discord and wield her words as weapons, I find amusement in engaging her in idle chatter. As long as I can delay until Duo is no longer among us, everything will be fine." Xiaosang paused momentarily, biting her lower lip with her pearly teeth, and with a smile that danced on the edge of menace, she said, "Hearing you say that makes me somewhat inclined to take your life." She forced herself to turn her gaze and smiled at Jiang Zhiwei, saying, "I recently heard rumors that Miss Jiang is among the most promising figures of the younger generation, destined to become a sword deity akin to Senior Su, capable of suppressing the 9 sects of the left path. This fills me with a restless yearning to meet you, to eliminate you swiftly. And it appears that I now have that opportunity." Jiang Zhiwei showed neither anger nor fear, calmly responding, "Whether such an opportunity exists depends on my sword." Observing Jiang Zhiwei's composure, reminiscent of Su Wuming, Xiaosang furrowed her brow slightly and queried, "Do you still possess the strength to fight back? Can you still invoke the sword as devoid of self? Your injuries are so severe, it seems illogical. Have you perhaps exchanged your life for some perilous technique, such as the heavenly demon disintegration method?" She boldly voiced the doubts that lingered in her heart. "We'll find out by trying," Jiang Zhiwei replied with a serene smile, her fair complexion lending her an alluring charm. Xiaosang pondered for a moment, then turned to Meng Qi with a playful smile, saying, "Master, in truth, the one I most wish to kill is you." Meng Qi felt utterly bewildered. He believed he and Qi Jingyan were of comparable standing, if not inferior, at least for the time being. Xiaosang lowered her head slightly, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. "It is because Xiaozi seems to harbor a bit of affection for you." "What kind of reasoning is this?" Meng Qi found amusement in her playful banter, seeking to delay time. Xiaosang lifted her head, grinning like a cunning fox. "This is the most compelling reason. Anything she cherishes or desires, I shall obliterate." Meng Qi was consumed by a singular thought. "Thus, Master, may you rest in peace, Amit Ba." Xiaosang discarded the twig, her delicate hands coming together in prayer. Meng Qi inhaled deeply. The surrounding clamor gradually faded, leaving only Xiaosang in his sight, his mind becoming tranquil. He then raised his blade, directing it towards the ethereal void. Xiaosang, her face adorned with a smile, approached Meng Qi with lightness in her step, oblivious to Jiang Zhiwei and the others. Suddenly, she sensed the complete withdrawal of surrounding sounds. The whispers of wind and rain ceased, and the rustle of snakes and insects faded away, leaving an atmosphere of serene tranquility. Her smile faltered as she witnessed Meng Qi raise his blade, its glimmer slicing through the air, a phantom-shattering sound abruptly resonating. Her expression shifted dramatically, and she instinctively retreated several paces, escaping the blade's menacing intent. When did this monk acquire such remarkable swordsmanship? Observing Gu Xiaosang's hasty retreat, Meng Qi disregarded his waning strength and fatigue, lunging towards the mechanism to activate it. The blade struck a hidden protrusion behind a nearby crimson boulder, and within the secret passage, Meng Qi gritted his teeth, delivering a powerful blow to dismantle the inner mechanism as well. "What are you doing?" Qi Jingyan inquired, astonished. "Destroying the mechanism. We cannot escape, and she shall not enter." Meng Qi leaned against the stone wall, collapsing onto the ground, feeling his limbs tremble. "What a clever strategy," Zhang Yuanshan remarked, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Qi Jingyan, sword in hand, stood near the entrance, his heart heavy with the fear that the traps outside had not been thoroughly dismantled. Jiang Zhiwei, with a gentle smile, gazed at Meng Qi and remarked, "I did not expect you to have grasped the essence of Duan Qing Jing in your swordplay." She discerned that Meng Qi was merely putting on a brave front, using only a fragment of his sword intent to deter Gu Xiaosang, thus buying precious time to close the entrance. This technique was not fundamentally flawed, as long as one possessed understanding and prepared in accordance with the heart's method. The sword intent would naturally flourish. Meng Qi had likely regained some strength. Qi Jingyan, not well versed in such advanced techniques, refrained from inquiries, while Zhang Yuanshan, having only gleaned insights from the introductory sections of the Zhenwu 7 Cuts and Taiji Divine Skill, could only practice the manual rewritten based on the experiences of predecessors, remaining somewhat oblivious to the intricacies of sword intent. Only Jiang Zhiwei, with a knowing smile, cast a glance at Meng Qi, and when the other two were distracted, she subtly parted her lips, forming words without sound. Meng Qi, who had previously collaborated closely with her, instantly comprehended her meaning. Sparring. Before the mountainside, Gu Xiaosang stared blankly at the sealed entrance, and suddenly a sly smile crept across her face. She then turned and walked towards the forest, and as she passed by Duoer, she waved her sleeve, eternally closing his eyes. Uncertain of Gu Xiaosang's identity, Meng Qi hastily shifted the topic. His curiosity about her background piqued. Zhang Yuanshan solemnly inquired, "Are you aware of the 9 paths of evil?" "I am," Meng Qi responded, having heard the term from Xuanqin. Zhang Yuanshan nodded, stating that Gu Xiaosang is the saintess of the Luo sect within the realm of demonic paths. This sect, dominated by the formidable Wuxing Laomu, once reigned supreme during the era of divine legends, enticing the populace to return to their true homeland of emptiness. According to the rumors propagated by the Luo sect, Gu Xiaosang is said to be the reincarnation of Wuxing Laomu. Our awareness of her stems from her having intervened on 3 occasions, each time surpassing her adversary's ranks, and having opened the 8 acupoints, which earned her the distinguished position of 4th on the Renbang, a title of considerable renown. Jiang Zhiwei chimed in, inquiring about the nature of the Renbang, and whether there also existed a Dibang and Tianbang. Meng Qi had longed to comprehend this, but found no opportunity to do so. Zhang Yuanshan chuckled softly, explaining that this ranking was established by the royal family of the Great Jin, intended to order the masters of the world, igniting a spirit of competition among them, leading to mutual slaughter and diminishment. The original ranking resides within the headquarters of the 6 gates in the divine capital. Although all were aware of the Zhao family's intentions, those who traverse the rivers and lakes vary in their desires. Some may not covet wealth, others may not yearn for power, and some may not indulge in wine or gambling. Yet, apart from the enlightened beings who possess humility, who does not desire fame. Thus, the majority tacitly accepted the rankings, which in turn bred a multitude of clandestine conflicts. Jiang Zhiwei nodded, elaborating that the Tianbang ranks those of profound spiritual attainment. Since its inception, the highest number recorded has been no more than 14 or 15, while at times it has dwindled to a mere 7 or 8 individuals. Currently, there are 10 listed, with your master, the abbot, holding the esteemed 3rd position. The Dibang, on the other hand, features renowned masters beyond the earthly immortals, listing only the top 200, primarily consisting of those who have attained the pinnacle of the 7th heaven. My master currently holds the 1st rank on the Dibang. Speaking of this, she could not help but feel a sense of pride. Meng Qi was on the verge of inquiring whether Jiang Zhiwei had made it onto the leaderboard when a series of gray characters abruptly materialized on the wall. The great General Duorca has perished. Side quest 2 completed. Rewards. Gu Xiaosang 200 merits, Jiang Zhiwei 100 merits, Zhang Yuanshan 50 merits. Duorca's demise, the fall of Shaolin. Main quest 2 has been completed ahead of schedule. Each receives a reward of 100 merits. Chapter 43. The sign tube as these gray words appeared. The torches flickering in the secret passage extinguished without a breeze, plunging the area back into profound darkness. At that moment, Meng Qi's senses failed him. He could neither hear a sound nor see his own hand. Suddenly, a radiant light emerged, unveiling a jade square reminiscent of a celestial paradise before the gathered crowd. The completion of the main quest heralded the commencement of free healing. His wounds writhed, a coolness enveloping his lungs. Meng Qi witnessed his injuries, accrued through the exchange of pain, healing at a visibly rapid pace. The iron cloth shirt, disrupted by Tang Shun's strike, swiftly regained its integrity, and his skin and muscles regained their robust and taut sensation. The reason lay in the fact that the external martial arts he practiced lacked profound techniques for nurturing one's body. In combat, he would invariably opt to exchange minor injuries for significant ones, though the minor injuries were not severe and could be swiftly healed. Posing no threat to his life and not even diminishing his prowess, the human body is invaluable and at times exceedingly fragile. If one were to engage in battle before achieving complete recovery, the accumulation of minor wounds could ultimately result in hidden injuries, which, over the years, could transform into irreversible hazards and lingering consequences. Among the four, Meng Qi bore the least injury. After completing his martial exercises, he noticed that Jiang Zhiwei, Zhang Yuanshan, and others were still enveloped in a soft, milky glow. His thoughts drifted to the peculiar stone door at the end of the secret passage. Bonds of loyalty and kindness. Do not enter this door. It certainly did not sound like an inviting place. The secret path in the main world was likely a conduit to subdue demons and malevolent spirits. What could this place hold? Surely, this realm harbored no such entities. Meng Qi understood that with his current capabilities, he should not attempt to push open that stone door. Merely touching it with his right hand had already instilled within him an unsettling sensation of being ensnared in a hell of despair. As for the task evaluation, Zhang Yuanshan, Jiang Zhiwei, and Qi Jingyan received a rating of moderate, each rewarded with 20 merits, while Meng Qi achieved a good rating, earning 30 merits along with the chance to draw a lot. The drawing encompassed all entities beneath the external scenery. Meng Qi raised an eyebrow, confirming his suspicion that uncovering hidden aspects was indeed a crucial criterion for task evaluation. The prospect of drawing lots intrigued Jiang Zhiwei, prompting her to approach Meng Qi with enthusiasm. Feeling a surge of excitement, Meng Qi rubbed his hands together, pondering the vast scope of possibilities below the external realm. If he were to draw something like the Arhut fist or a mere iron sword, it would render his joy futile. Noticing the swirling white mist before Meng Qi, Jiang Zhiwei playfully lifted a dusty lock container, chuckling, "What is there to fear? After all, it is unexpected fortune." The interior of the lock container was dark and profound, obscuring any visibility. Zhang Yuanshan and Qi Jingyan also drew closer, watching Meng Qi shake the fortune sticks with keen interest. Zhang Yuanshan, with a jovial demeanor, encouraged him, saying, "True ding, as a monk. Shaking the fortune sticks is your forte. You should be able to draw something auspicious." Meng Qi's expression twitched slightly. "You overestimate me. Throughout my life, I have never once drawn a prize, not even a consolation. The only luck I've had was scratching off a few 5 yuan wins on lottery tickets." He grasped the fortune stick container and shook it vigorously. A shimmering veil enveloped the opening, and various phantoms flickered and transformed, making it challenging for Meng Qi to discern any clarity. After a while, seeing Jiang Zhiwei shake her head in confusion, he gave it another vigorous shake and placed the container before him, atop a cloud of white mist. The light and shadow danced, gradually slowing down. First, he glimpsed a long sword gleaming with a chilling light, causing a surge of joy in his heart. This must be a weapon of exceptional caliber. However, it slowly faded away, revealing a dusty tome inscribed with the 13 deadly swords. What a treasure! Meng Qi rejoiced. Yet the 13 deadly swords manuscript eventually vanished at a snail's pace from the opening, giving way to 3 pale blue porcelain vials. Lingji Qi supplement pills. Qi Zhengyan instantly recognized these as the elixirs he had previously exchanged for. Therefore, prior to refining his dantian anew, Meng Qi chose to resort to these pills to aid his swift ascension into the realm of qi accumulation. The Lingji Qi supplement pills are among the finest elixirs for the qi accumulation phase, capable of transforming the essence of meat, fruits, and vegetables into true qi, while minimizing postnatal contamination, making them exceptionally easy to absorb and circulate, thus facilitating the rapid enhancement of internal strength. The sign tube vanished, and the white mist dissipated, leaving behind 3 pale blue porcelain vials. Meng Qi bent down to pick one up and, upon opening it, discovered 12 pills resembling pure lotuses. A refreshing fragrance wafted forth, invigorating his spirit and lending buoyancy to his body. Truly, these were remarkable elixirs. Meng Qi exclaimed in admiration, sealing the vial and tucking it into his bosom. Resolving to consume one every 5 days to hasten his progress toward mastery. Observing this, Jiang Zhiwei smiled and remarked, "Little monk, you have saved 30 merits." Becoming even more prosperous. She surmised that Meng Qi had initially intended to exchange his merits for a ginseng energy pill. Of course, if you borrow more merits, you won't need to return 9 for 13. Rather, it would be 10 for 12, Meng Qi jested in return. Jiang Zhiwei chuckled softly. "I have accrued more merits than you. If anyone is borrowing, it should be you from me." She had acquired 50 merits from her main quest. 30 for participating in the defeat of the ever-changing scholar, 20 for aiding in the defeat of the master of the universe, and 100 for assisting in the defeat of the general duoarca, along with 100 merits as a reward for her second main quest, and an additional 20 for the task evaluation, totaling 320 merits. He turned to Zhang Yuanshan and Qi Jingyan, smiling broadly, "Brother Zhang, Brother Qi, your merits must surely exceed mine." After recovering from his injuries, Qi Jingyan had resumed his usual demeanor, nodding slightly. "I have obtained 260 merits. Adding the remaining from before, it totals 280. After redeeming the soul-returning dart, he was left with 20 merits. In this instance, for the main quest, he earned 50 merits. Participated in the slaying of the shape-shifting scholar for 10 merits, assisted in defeating the Grand General Duoarca for 80 merits, gained 100 merits from the second main quest, and received an evaluation reward of 20 merits. I dare say I possess the most merits, for there are still 20 merits from junior sister Jiang. Zhang Yuanshan remarked humorously. I currently hold 310 merits. In total, he accumulated 150 merits from the main quests, earned 50 merits for defeating the formidable Haoran at Jinhe Luguan, gained another 50 for his involvement in vanquishing Grand General Doerka, received 20 for participating in the defeat of the shape-shifting scholar, and 20 more for aiding in the downfall of the Grand Master of the universe. The evaluation reward was also 20. After an open exchange of their respective merits, Zhang Yuanshan's smile faded, and he spoke with gravity. We must deliberate on what to redeem. The next mission may not afford us the assistance of Master Xinji, nor will we likely encounter someone as unexpectedly helpful as Gu Xiaosang. Thus, we must rely on our own capabilities. I must first repair the white rainbow piercing the sun's sword, for I cannot leave it in disrepair, Jiang Zhiwei said, gently caressing her beloved sword. It had suffered numerous fine cracks from a strike by Grand General Duoarca. Meng Qi and the others nodded in agreement, showing no inclination to interfere with Jiang Zhiwei's decision. Although they termed it a collective discussion, it was merely an exchange of opinions without any coercion. Moreover, Jiang Zhiwei was a naturally gifted swordswoman. A fine sword would undoubtedly enhance her prowess, making her priority to restore her weapon entirely justifiable. Jiang Zhiwei's delicate face seemed to be enveloped in a radiant glow. Last time, I briefly perused the sword techniques listed in the exchange chart. Excluding those that are unattainable for a long time, there exists a particularly intriguing sword technique. The first 22 swords belong to the enlightenment level, and the emotional sword technique portion is valued at merely 200 merits, while the emotionless sword technique portion is only 600. As she spoke of the sword techniques, her beauty became almost unbearable to behold. Miss Jiang, which sword technique are you referring to? Upon hearing the mention of sword 23, Meng Qi was struck by a sudden realization, his expression reflecting shock and astonishment. Noticing Meng Qi's reaction, Jiang Zhiwei understood that he had encountered the introduction of this sword technique before. She nodded gently, her smile radiant. As you surmise, it is the Holy Spirit sword technique. Chapter 44. Individual Choices. Sword 23 originates from the Holy Spirit sword technique featured in the Finyan comic. It is a technique that can only be executed by sacrificing one's life, embodying the sword of the heart, the sword of the soul, and the sword of spirit. Under its might, senses are suspended, all things are frozen, and evasion becomes impossible. This is an extraordinarily formidable sword move. However, the sole drawback lies in the necessity of death for its manifestation, a notion that Meng Qi found rather unsettling. Amidst the vast expanse of items in the exchange chart, Zhang Yuanshan and Qi Jingyan had overlooked the Holy Spirit sword technique, gazing at Meng Qi and Jiang Zhiwei with confusion. Jiang Zhi smiled gently and said, "Who would have thought that we both share an affinity for the same sword technique? Little monk, rest assured, My intention in exchanging for the sword manual is to delve into the nuances of the sword moves and the essence of sword intent. I aim to learn from the stones of other mountains to refine my own jade of swordsmanship. I will not allow the sacred spirit sword technique to lead me astray. Should I one day master the 23rd sword, it will solely be to comprehend its principles and truths, to understand the origins of the heart sword, the soul sword, the stasis of perception, and the anomalies of time, rather than merely practicing and imitating. Miss Jiang, since you have made your decision, then proceed with the exchange. Jiang Zhi's words were indeed quite sensible, and Meng Qi nodded thoughtfully. After all, there was still ample time before the exchange of the 23rd sword. A decision made by a born swordsman is certainly not one to be swayed. Zhang Yuanshan produced a jade volume, glanced at the introduction of the sacred spirit sword technique, furrowed his brow slightly, and then relaxed. This is indeed an excellent sword technique. There are not many divine skills that can achieve the effects of the 23rd sword. Jiang Zhi caressed the white rainbow, piercing the sun's sword, and chuckled softly. However, those divine skills do not possess such stringent requirements. Well, I would like to first exchange for the first 18 forms of the sacred spirit sword technique to explore the essence of the emotional sword technique, and later, I will continue to deepen my understanding. She rose, took the jade volume, returned 20 merits to Zhang Yuanshan, and then approached the central light pillar, placing the white rainbow piercing the sun sword within. Strangely, upon its insertion into the light pillar, the sword did not fall but rather floated in midair, enveloped by a misty aura. As the radiance faded and the cracks disappeared, the white rainbow piercing the sun sword shone with its former brilliance. The spirit swordsmanship can only be exchanged in forms such as the emotional and non-emotional segments, the 23 swords, and the 6 annihilation swords, and cannot be entirely dismantled into sword 1, sword 2, sword 3, and so forth. Among the 108 swords of the Cangjin Pavilion, the heaven and earth share a grudge is the most representative, valued at 60 merits. Jiang Zhiwei has long been interested in the sword techniques of the rival sections. Meng Qi, filled with curiosity, inquired, Miss Jiang, do you only wish to exchange for sword techniques? Do you not require any divine pills or medicinal elixirs? Our Xiaosang sword classic cultivates differently from others. It necessitates observing the sword techniques of various schools, only to subsequently forget them, thereby strengthening the sword intent within one's heart. The greater the sword intent, the more rapidly one's internal strength grows, and the refinement of acupoints becomes as effortless as breaking bamboo. Thus, exchanging for sword techniques is also a form of cultivation, swifter and devoid of the risks associated with consuming pills. Jiang Zhiwei replied with composure. This is well known among those familiar with the Shijin Pavilion. With that, she reached into the luminous column and retrieved a gray tome along with several thin sheets of paper. Who shall discuss their exchange next? She asked, her eyes sparkling as she perused the sword technique manual. With 10 merits remaining, she intended to reserve them for future needs, such as unforeseen circumstances like an incomplete main quest requiring healing. Brother Zhang, what do you plan to exchange for? Meng Qi, having a clear idea of what he wished to obtain, was not particularly anxious. Zhang Yuanshan pondered for a moment and replied, to be honest, I have always adhered to the path of concentration. If the martial arts I exchange for are too eclectic, it would lack beauty. After all, my current sword techniques are sufficient, so apart from the Xiaosang pill, I truly do not know what else to exchange for. He had already refined the relevant acupoints in his ears and was preparing to open the dual ear acupoints. The path of concentration? A flicker of inspiration ignited within Meng Qi as he recalled Gu Xiaosang's words. Brother Zhang, why not fortify your own foundation? He mused. Zhang Yuanshan, puzzled, inquired. What do you mean? Gu Xiaosang had previously mentioned that Zhang Yuanshan had failed to grasp the profound essence of the foundational teachings of the Jinwu sect's 2 paramount martial arts. From this, Meng Qi derived a revelation. Techniques such as the Tathagata's palm and the 7 swords of heaven do not possess distinct chapters on energy accumulation or enlightenment, as their essence is inherently embedded within each strike and every movement. Furthermore, they can be seamlessly transmuted from any martial art, devoid of any hindrance, ultimately enhancing one's intrinsic foundation. His fervor prompted Jiang Zhiwei to lift her gaze from the sacred scripture of the Holy Spirit swordplay. After a brief moment, he composed himself and solemnly clasped his hands in gratitude. I am indebted to you, Brother Zhending. Your counsel has illuminated the path toward resolving my pressing concerns. It was merely a fleeting thought, a casual remark, and not worthy of such reverence from Brother Zhang. Meng Qi replied with a smile. The energy accumulation chapter demands 100 merits. The enlightenment chapter requires 1,000. The external manifestation chapter necessitates 20,000, and the demands 200,000. In essence, should he choose to exchange directly for cultivation, Zhang Yuanshan would need to invest at least 200 merits. As the radiant light enveloped him, Zhang Yuanshan ascended to a realm akin to that of celestial beings, surrounded by shimmering orbs reminiscent of dancing fireflies. Moments later, as the luminescence faded, he emerged from the column of light, his countenance radiant and invigorated. It appears that I have strayed further from the path over these past years, and it has been a subtle divergence indeed. 200 merits are immensely worthwhile. In his hand, he still clutched a Xiaosang pill, reserving the remaining 20 merits for unforeseen circumstances. Brother Zhang has mastered the Zhenwu 7-cut scripture, excelling in the art of Tai Chi and maintaining a defensive stance. Miss Jiang wields her sword with compelling intent and a fierce technique, and their skills complement each other beautifully. This exchange serves to fortify their respective strengths. Hence they strive to avoid redundancy. Meng Qi articulated his thoughts to Qi Jingyan, clarifying his role as akin to that of a tank in the realm of online gaming, adept at drawing attacks to create opportunities for others. In contrast, Qi Jingyan's role appeared somewhat nebulous. This ambiguity posed a challenge, for their current team lacked a ranged attacker and expertise in concealed weaponry, among other essential talents. However, their team comprised only 4 members, rendering it rather fragile. Thus, distractions were unwelcome, as the path of martial arts necessitated unwavering focus. Qi Jingyan nodded in acknowledgement. Brother Zhending, do you intend to enhance your horizontal training? He proceeded to disclose the rewards concerning the secret passages of the Zhenguan and Bodhi courtyard, feeling no need for further concealment. To think that 2 worlds possess identical secret passages, Zhang Yuanshan remarked, his incredulity palpable. No wonder you were able to locate that secret passage. Qi Zhengyan echoed, equally astonished. Jiang Zhiwei furrowed her delicate brows in contemplation, pondering, perhaps there is indeed a connection. We simply possess too little knowledge at present to uncover the truth. After much contemplation, the group found themselves at an impasse, unable to discern a coherent rationale, and thus shifted the conversation. Zhang Yuanshan remarked with a chuckle, according to Shaolin tradition, the reward from the Bodhi monastery will surely allow you to select from the non-move related techniques among the 72 ultimate skills. You may directly choose either the Golden Bell Shield or the Indestructible Vajra skill, thus negating the need to exchange for other forms of martial cultivation. Meng Qi interjected, indeed. I must complete the first move of the Ananda breaking the precept sword technique and to fully equip the poisonous needles of the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle. Furthermore, I feel that the godly steps are no longer sufficient. I shall endeavor to utilize my merits to elevate it to transformative godly steps. Should I have any merits left, I will select a commendable sword technique as well. Qi Jingyan glanced at the syringe he had picked up, deeming it unnecessary to conceal. Your considerations are thorough and indeed the most fitting exchanges. If your merits for the sword technique fall short, I could lend you 10 merits. With a return of 9 out of 13, he quipped, eliciting a light-hearted response from Jiang Zhiwei. Zhang Yuanshan nodded gently, adding, I too can offer assistance. After all, the remaining merits are reserved for unforeseen circumstances. At worst, I could gather some inconsequential manuals and artifacts to carry with me. Qi Jingyan pondered for a moment, his expression unyielding. 10 out of 12 returns. Meng Qi feigned indignation and strode toward the central pillar of light, stepping into it. Completing the first move of the Ananda breaking the precept sword technique, cutting purity, requires 110 merits. Upon completion, it equates to an exchangeable item, rendering it ineligible for further merit exchanges. Completing the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle requires 50 merits. The technique of Xinxing Bubba may be elevated to Xinxing Baibian, and with a certain understanding. It requires merely 40 virtuous merits for the exchange. Without hesitation, Meng Qi found joy in the fact that it was less than he had anticipated, especially since the elevation of Xinxing Bubba needed only 40 virtuous merits due to his insight. Thus, he chose to proceed with the exchange without delay. In the 45th chapter, titled The Selection of Sword Techniques, shadows danced and ethereal mists floated as a beam of light, akin to a fingertip, touched Meng Qi's brow. The sorrowful monk reappeared in Meng Qi's mind, his steps heavy and his back slightly bent, as if bound by oppressive chains, yet the tranquility surrounding him remained undisturbed. In a fleeting flash of sword light, myriad transformations unfolded before him. Greed, anger, ignorance, love, hatred, and unfulfilled desires all manifested, transmuting that tranquil space into a realm of worldly turmoil. With a crack, the invisible chains shattered and formidable obstacles crumbled as an ocean of suffering surged forth. Meng Qi found himself adrift, enduring torment and undergoing purification. Yet amidst the anguish, there emerged joy. His heart revived with vivacity, recognizing the joys of familial bonds. The sweetness of love, the righteousness of friendship, and the delight of renown. Though the trials remained unrelenting, he found himself entrapped in their embrace. As the illusion dissipated, the complete form of the Duanqing sword technique was indelibly etched in Meng Qi's memory. However, while he retained knowledge of the sword's transformations, truly mastering it, integrating body and spirit, and wielding it effortlessly at any time and place, would demand arduous practice. It is essential to understand that within the realm of martial arts, the techniques contained in the secret manuals are meticulously detailed. Disciples, while diligently studying, benefit from demonstrations provided by their instructors, which, though slightly inferior to the transmission of true essence, still facilitates learning. Nonetheless, only a scant few disciples can genuinely grasp the quintessence of these techniques. The convergence of knowledge and action often proves elusive. Meng Qi felt that, although he had gleaned a superficial understanding of the essence through his insights, it would still take him at least a year and a half to initially execute this particular sword technique. Even this realization could be deemed a reward for his unwavering diligence. After mentally rehearsing the technique and committing it to memory, Meng Qi opened his eyes and, as anticipated, discovered that the rainstorm pear blossom needles before him had been fully loaded. Additionally, he found a page detailing how to activate the mechanism after firing and instructions for using the poison needles, accompanied by the significantly thickened manual, now titled Transcendent Steps of Transformation. The first form of Anunda's blade technique, cleaving purity, was completed, consuming 110 merits. The completion of the poison needles for the rainstorm pear blossom needles consumed 50 merits, with a special reminder that this particular set of needles had already been used once and could be utilized a maximum of 2 additional times. To repair them, 400 merits would be required, while the current exchange would yield 300 merits. Upon completion of the repairs, an additional 500 merits could be obtained. The Transcendent Steps of 8 was elevated to Transcendent Steps of Transformation, consuming 40 merits. The Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle, which can be utilized once, requires 400 merits. It can be employed 3 times at a value of 800 merits, while a version that can be used multiple times exceeds 2,000 merits. However, its efficacy is limited against powerful foes of the external realm. Even if it could be repeatedly employed, its value diminishes significantly. Therefore, the most prudent choice is to exchange for the schematics and conduct independent research and manufacturing. For instance, the blueprint for the 2000-level Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle requires merely 500 merits. After the exchange, Meng Qi found himself with only 50 merits remaining. He had no choice but to emerge and peruse the Jade Tome in search of an appropriate sword technique. Unfortunately, even the 5 tigers breaking the door technique is valued at 30 merits, and one can easily imagine the caliber of sword techniques available at the 50 merits level. They offer no substantial improvement. It would be far more beneficial to calm his mind and meticulously contemplate the 5 tigers breaking the door technique. In truth, the 5 tigers breaking the door technique is not lacking. Its moves are simple yet effective, exuding a bold spirit of swordsmanship within its grandiose transitions. Mastering it would not be inferior to many intricate techniques. At this juncture, Zhang Yuanshan jested, suggesting that if indeed junior brother Ding possesses a natural talent for swordsmanship, he might discern the true essence of swordplay from fundamental techniques. It is not impossible for him to dominate the world with just the 5 tigers breaking the door. Much like Mr. Liu from Huamei Mountain Villa, who spent his lifetime practicing a single set of 6 harmonies sword techniques yet managed to earn the title of the first sword under heaven. This is not a mantle to be taken lightly. When speaking of the unparalleled sword of the world, Jiang Zhiwei naturally expressed a keen interest. Mr. Liu, a descendant of an obscure courier from the northern Zhou dynasty, inherited the unremarkable 6 harmony sword technique and the Metal Heart Sutra. Yet, for decades, he remained steadfast, never diverting his attention to other martial arts. Through countless trials and tribulations, he ultimately grasped the profound truths of the sword path, transforming these 2 techniques into an extraordinary martial art, attaining the indestructible metal body, and founding the Huamei Mountain Villa lineage. Due to this remarkable journey, he earned the well-deserved moniker of One-Minded Sword. My master, who seldom acknowledged others, often spoke highly of Mr. Liu, praising his unwavering dedication and deep understanding of the essence of swordsmanship, wishing only to attain enlightenment soon and engage in a fair discussion of sword techniques with him. Perverse. Monstrous. As Meng Qi listened to Jiang Zhiwei's description, those two words flashed through his mind, unable to articulate the shock that consumed him. His experiences are likely beyond imitation, and he certainly lacked the resolve to tread such a path. What is Mr. Lu's ranking on the heavenly list? Having just acquired knowledge of the three realms, Meng Qi instinctively inquired. Jiang Zhiwei's eyes gleamed with aspiration as she replied, "Fourth. This does not imply he is inferior to masters like Kongwen, but rather that he has refrained from the martial world for 13 years with few accomplishments to his name." 13 years without stepping into the martial world? Meng Qi questioned. Bewildered, Zhang Yuanshan nodded gently, his face reflecting deep admiration as he remarked, "Mr. Lu, deeply bonded with his wife, has devoted himself to his dwelling at her grave since Lady Ye's untimely passing, immersing himself in art and literature, completely detached from worldly affairs. Thus, rumors suggest that Mr. Lu's strength has greatly diminished, and his ranking may have fallen as well. Alas, Qi Jingyan, hailing from a sword sect, harbored a certain admiration for such a figure of swordsmanship." Meng Qi grinned. "But how can I possibly compare to Mr. Lu? I shall stick to the fine art of blade techniques." Zhang Yuanshan nodded in agreement. The 5 tigers breaking the door blade is indeed grand and majestic, aligning with the principles of righteousness. If you wish to exchange, then opt for the more intricate and cunning blade techniques to seize victory through the unconventional. Brother Zhang's words rang true, and Jiang Zhiwei shared the same sentiment. Upon hearing of the peculiar blade techniques, Meng Qi's interest was piqued, prompting him to peruse the jade volume until he stumbled upon a familiar blade method, the blood blade technique. This was the technique of the blood blade sect from the Lianqingju, infamous for its eccentricity, with each strike delivered from unfathomable angles. 80 units of merit. Meng Qi recited the required merit, contemplating what he might exchange for it. Jiang Zhiwei leaned in to examine the description in Meng Qi's jade volume. Her smile radiant as she remarked, "This technique indeed suits you, little monk. Would you require a loan of merit? We are good people, and I shall not demand excessive returns. Just remember to spar with me using the Ananda breaking precepts blade technique next time." "Of course," Meng Qi unhesitatingly replied, for he realized that unless he exchanged for the rainstorm pear blossom needle, he would be unable to gather enough merit. Moreover, lending and returning would bolster the cohesion of their group, provided there were no defaults. "Junior brother Zhending, your earlier suggestion was invaluable to me. I will not impose upon you excessively. I shall lend you 20 units of merit, just enough to tide you over until after the next mission," Zhang Yuanshan said with a smile. Qi Jingyan, with an impassive expression, stated, "For a return of 12 units for every 10 borrowed, I can directly lend you 30. Due to the sufficient resources offered by Jiang Zhiwei and Zhang Yuanshan, he spoke thusly. Meng Qi felt a profound sense of gratitude towards the goodwill of the three, yet outwardly exaggeratedly remarked, "Brother Qi, when did you become so generous? In the next mission, should you perish due to your lack of skill with the blade, the rainfall pear blossom needle may very well fall into the hands of the enemy, posing a grave danger." Qi Jingyan replied earnestly, "This time, you should be able to overcome the opening of the aperture hurdle, right?" Zhang Yuanshan suddenly inquired. Qi Jingyan nodded. "If I exchange for another bottle of Ganoderma spirit-nourishing pills, I should be able to attempt a breakthrough with the Tiansong pills in half a month's time. At that point, I will seek an opportunity to accompany the elders of our sect on an outing, then fabricate a tale of an unexpected encounter along the way." He had contemplated this thoroughly. After all, as an exceedingly ordinary disciple of the Huanhua sword sect, he had never exhibited any exceptional talents. A sudden breakthrough to the opening of the aperture without relying on external aids would easily arouse suspicion, such as being secretly bribed by enemies who provided him with breakthrough elixirs. Thus, he intended to concoct a tale of fortuitous discovery, for in such a grand sect, a mere Tiansong pill encounter would hardly raise an eyebrow. Should you successfully open your apertures, you would likely be taught the falling sunset and autumn water sword, correct? In that case, there would be no need to exchange for any other sword techniques. Zhang Yuanshan nodded slightly. As a prominent sword sect, the Huanhua sword sect's majority of sword techniques are inherently linked to their cultivation methods. For instance, the falling sunset and autumn water sword encompasses both the falling sunset technique and the autumn water swordplay, while the long river swordplay includes the setting sun mind method. Jiang Zhiwei and Zhang Yuanshan each held their own principles, but had not considered imposing upon others, and since the Huanhua sword sect was not their own sect, As long as Qi Jingyan did not betray his companions, all would be well. Chapter 46. The way to depart from Shaolin upon hearing Meng Qi's inquiry. Qi Jingyan responded candidly, I wish to change my fundamental cultivation method as soon as possible. Brother Qi, are you dissatisfied with the Chang'e sword technique and the Luoxia Qiushui sword? Jiang Zhiwei's question cut straight to the heart of the matter, implying that the Chang'e sword technique and the Luoxia Qiushui sword at the opening Qi stage are rather rudimentary. The Chang'e sword technique is a practice designated for ordinary disciples of the Huanhua sword sect, from the accumulation stage to the opening Qi stage, while the Luoxia Qiushui sword, though decent within the opening Qi stage, merely paves the way to the external realm. In the major sects, perhaps only those prodigious disciples who have distinguished themselves early on and are highly anticipated can hope to grasp the true essence of the fundamental teachings before reaching the opening Qi stage. The remaining disciples must wait until they exhibit corresponding merit in the future to earn the qualification to switch to the fundamental teachings. Yet by that time, their foundations would have already solidified, and transitioning to a new method often proves unstable, making further advancements arduous. Only a select few manage to surmount this challenge and achieve breakthroughs. Considering the long term, changing methods now is indeed a wise strategy. Zhang Yuanshan pondered deeply and surprisingly concurred with Qi Jingyan's decision. What do you wish to exchange for? Qi Jingyan pressed his lips together, his features sharpening with a hint of nervousness and excitement. I have my sights set on a divine skill that comprises 10 tiers, 2 for accumulation, 3 for opening Qi, 3 for the external realm, and 2 for the Dharma body, each of which can be exchanged independently. Furthermore, unlike other divine skills, it emphasizes the connection between the individual and the cosmos during the accumulation stage, facilitating a smoother breakthrough to the external realm in the future. Since a change in fundamental techniques is necessary, it is only fitting to select one with grand prospects and boundless power. I have perused this divine skill on the exchange list, for it has the potential to evolve into an exceptionally formidable swordsmanship. Jiang Zhiwei lightly tapped her sword at her waist, pondering with a mix of surprise and delight. It is called Hunshin Baojian. Uft. Meng Qi nearly spewed out his drink, and after a couple of coughs, he inquired, Senior Brother Qi, is it truly Hunshin Baojian? By heavens, had I not strayed from the path, I too would wish to exchange for it. Compared to other esoteric techniques at the embodiment level, it is relatively detailed and easier to exchange layer by layer. Huntian Baojian is an unparalleled martial art from Tianzi Chuanqi, created by the goddess Enhua. When mastered to perfection, it can devour all things, annihilating heaven and earth. Have you also taken an interest in Hunshin Baojian? Qi Jingyan casually asked. The first layer, Baiyun Yan, and the second layer, Meixia Dang, are both considered to be in the energy accumulation phase, requiring 40 and 80 merits respectively, which are not exorbitant. The third layer, Tukinlan, belongs to the enlightenment phase and requires merely 200 merits. Thus, you shall have 30 merits remaining to guard against unforeseen circumstances. Zhang Yuanshan refrained from elaborating further. Qi Jingyan nodded gently. Indeed, when one's strength is feeble, it is advisable to exchange for some defensive techniques or concealed weapons. But since junior brother Zhun has the rain pear blossom needles, I can confidently proceed with the exchange for the third layer of Hunshin Baojian. Senior brother Qi, do you not fear being discovered while practicing the techniques of another sect? Meng Qi noticed that Qi Jingyan had made up his mind and turned to express his own concerns, which mirrored that of his senior. Qi Jingyan spoke somewhat dejectedly. If there were any other alternatives, I would not choose to take such risks. However, as an ordinary disciple, I can easily blend in. Once I attain enlightenment, I can apply for excursions or to guard the sect's external interests. At that point, the vast sea will allow fish to leap freely, and the sky will permit birds to soar high. I will not fear cultivating the Hunshin treasure mirror if I encounter fellow disciples. As long as we do not engage in frequent sparring, they will not discern my internal skills and foundation. He needed to learn the autumn water sword technique and the moves from the falling sunset decision, and with the roots of the setting sun mentality. He would not expose much while wielding his sword. You can travel down the mountain, but I have no idea when that will be for me. Alas, I truly wish to leave Shaolin now to avoid this constant anxiety. Meng Qi added quietly to himself. It would be best to first master the Golden Bell Shield or the indestructible Vajra technique. Yet, he felt that leaving Shaolin would become even more challenging under such circumstances. Jiang Zhiwei chuckled softly as she looked at Meng Qi. Leave Shaolin? Have you not studied the Shaolin precepts? The precepts do not mention how to leave Shaolin. They only outline the various penalties for violating them. the severest being the loss of martial arts and expulsion from the sect. This method, Meng Qi dared not consider. Jiang Zhiwei continued with a light laugh. The reason the precepts do not instruct on how to leave Shaolin is simply that it is utterly impossible to do so. What? Meng Qi exclaimed in astonishment. Jiang Zhiwei sobered. Entering the sect is a serious commitment. The heavens bear witness, if one wishes to depart. There is only one way, to grievously violate the precepts, resulting in the loss of martial arts and expulsion from the sect. I believe you would not be willing to pay such a price, would you? Before Meng Qi could pose her question, she continued, of course, I am referring to formally leaving Shaolin. If it is merely descending the mountain under some pretext, there are alternative methods. One option is to undertake tasks under the guidance of a senior monk, seizing opportunities to escape along the way. However, generally speaking, only disciples with considerable mastery are likely to be selected, and with a senior monk overseeing, escaping would undoubtedly be arduous. Another method is to contribute meaningfully, seeking a chance to transition to a lay disciple, and upon completing training, one could return home. Listening to Jiang Zhiwei enumerate these three possibilities, Meng Qi furrowed her brow, realizing that, in the short term, none seemed feasible. The transition to a lay disciple appeared the most achievable. Yet the crux of the matter lay in the fact that she had been forcibly sent to Shaolin, under the watchful eye of Xiaosang. Would he consent to her becoming a lay disciple and returning home? Zhang Yuanshan listened quietly for a moment, then suddenly sighed. If indeed Ding Shidi remains merely a servant monk, he could directly leave the temple upon the completion of his term. We seem to have erred, he added. It matters not. While others may depart, I find myself unable to. Meng Qi understood all too well that Xiaosang would not permit her to leave upon fulfilling her term. Thus, the only course of action now was to remain discreet. Taking each step as it came, she would seize any opportunity to learn the 72 ultimate skills without hesitation. After a brief silence, Qi Jingyan approached the beam of light, exchanging for a Tiansong pill, a bottle of Lingzhi restoring pills, and 2 pieces of Tianjin containing the first 2 layers of the Hunyang Baojian, one within which white clouds swirled, and the other suffused with a blood-like glow. Captivating the gaze. Crystals bearing the essence of true teachings? Indeed, they point directly to the unparalleled divine skills of the Dharma body, Zhang Yuanshan remarked in admiration. Gazing at the celestial crystal in his palm, Qi Jingyan inhaled deeply several times, his body trembling slightly, for today marked the dawn of a new future for him. Once everyone had completed their exchanges, Meng Qi recalled previous events and inquired, Miss Jiang, have you entered the human rankings yet? Jiang Zhi smiled radiantly and replied, I have yet to formally descend the mountain to traverse the martial world. However, due to my prior participation in the martial discourse and the subsequent progress made in opening my 4 acupoints, I have been granted a modest position on the rankings. As she spoke of the rankings, a slight frown creased her delicate brows. If my intuition serves me correctly, Xiao Zi and Gu Xiaosang are likely the same individual. Yet I distinctly recall her lacking any martial prowess initially. This is something I cannot misinterpret. A split personality? No, perhaps a dual soul within a single body. Meng Qi exclaimed in astonishment. Jiangji pressed her lips together thoughtfully. I cannot say, even if it were a dual soul. The foundation of her physical body would remain intact. I should have been able to discern her martial abilities. I find this oversight quite vexing. The teachings of the Luo sect scripture of the lifeless mother are renowned for their enigmas. Perhaps this is a manifestation of some arcane technique, Zhang Yuanshan speculated. Jiangji puffed her cheeks in contemplation. Perhaps, or it might relate to the earlier incident she mentioned. The blacklist? Meng Qi felt as though he were a rustic simpleton. Jiangji smiled gently and explained. This is a compilation established by the major sects to identify those of malevolent intent, listing only the top 100. In essence, it serves to instruct disciples that if they encounter anyone on the list without the requisite strength, they should immediately take a detour. After pondering for a moment, Meng Qi decided to leave the rainstorm pear blossom needle in his own quarters. As darkness receded and light emerged, Meng Qi opened his eyes to behold Zhenhui, who was deeply engrossed in meditation, a mist of white vapor rising from the crown of his head. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. Accompanied by a loud call, Zhending, Zhenhui, Master Wuxi requests your presence at the Bodhi courtyard. Chapter 47. Unexpected joy. Within an ordinary courtyard stood a cluster of robust and majestic Bodhi trees, their canopies gracefully arching and providing a lush shade. This was the Bodhi courtyard of Shaolin Temple, dedicated to the study of Buddhist teachings and the cultivation of Zen understanding, renowned alongside the martial-focused Dharma courtyard. The elders within this precinct were formidable in their martial prowess, transcending the mundane realm, rivaling even the monks of the Dharma courtyard, and could be likened to living arhats. The reason for this distinction lies in the fact that Shaolin is a branch of Buddhism, where most profound skills demand a clear and tranquil Zen heart. The deeper the understanding of Buddhist principles, and the more one perceives the transient nature of the world, the closer one comes to enlightenment and rapid progression in their practice. In a Zen chamber containing only a dozen or so meditation cushions, an elderly monk, resembling withered wood with his eyebrows and beard fallen away, struck the wooden fish before him and spoke in a hollow tone. "Xianbei, my disciple, why are you so insistent on taking Zhending as your student?" The handsome yet troubled Xianbei had yet to respond when a kindly-faced elder monk interjected calmly, "Xianbei, I do not oppose your desire to take Shenhui as your disciple. The duties of the service and martial monks alike have noted his unwavering focus, aligning with the true essence of Buddhist teachings, indicating his innate wisdom. However, Zhending, during his time in the service courtyard, exhibited a capricious nature, burdened with cunning. Upon his arrival at the martial monk's courtyard, he displayed a propensity for bullying the weak, contradicting the essence of compassion. With such a disposition, how can he possibly inherit the true legacy of Shaolin? The first to speak was the emaciated, browless old monk, who remarked, "Zhending has indeed made great contributions. Yet the matter of direct transmission must prioritize one's disposition. While it is not necessary to possess exceptional wisdom or simplicity devoid of ulterior motives, at the very least, one should not be arrogant or oppressive, using strength to bully the weak. In my humble opinion, it would be more prudent to allow him to select a foundational technique as a reward. We shall quietly observe the monks of the Zhang and Wusang institutions, as well as the elders of the Bodhi and Dharma halls, and make judgments in conjunction with the evaluations provided by the supervising monks to prevent the entrusted from falling into the wrong hands. Of course, this can only mitigate the likelihood of betrayal against the temple and the Buddha. Throughout history, there have always been monks who, after wandering through the mortal realm, succumbed to downfall, as well as those who, while appearing to have superficial skills, possess poor dispositions. For instance, within the Dharma hall, there are several monks of obstinate character. However, for those who have received direct transmission, Shaolin strives to guide and correct them through Buddhist teachings to rescue those who have lost their way. He, having taken vows midway, is accustomed to terminology more akin to that of martial chivalry. Meanwhile, the monks present are all of the Wu generation. Thus he refers to the living monks of the Kong generation within the temple, who number less than a handful, to respond to violence with violence. Is that truly the intention of our Buddha? The kind-eyed old monk shook his head. Xianbei turned to gaze at this venerable monk, respectfully joining his hands in prayer. Zhending is still young and susceptible to influence. Coupled with a rather impulsive nature, we cannot solely focus on tempering him. Amitabha, our Buddha is compassionate. I beseech you, Master Wu Si, to grant the disciple's request. The emaciated, browless old monk is indeed Wu Si, the abbot of the Bodhi Hall, and the foremost disciple of the abbot Kongwen. Xianbei, in a formal manner, refers to him as his uncle master, while his own master, Wukong, had passed away due to injuries inflicted by a demonic entity prior to his entry into the temple. The kindly old monk furrowed his brow and remarked, "How can one engage in the study of Buddhism if one cannot endure the trials of refinement? Xianbei, my dear nephew, why are you so insistent on taking him as your disciple?" This was yet another recurring issue. Wu Si tapped the wooden fish and interjected, "Wuxiang, the matter of accepting disciples is a personal affair. We need not dwell on it. Xianbei, you must bear this responsibility in the future." The implication was clear. Should your disciple commit grave errors, you, as the one who forcibly accepted him, shall also face the consequences. Xianbei nodded slowly, acknowledging, "I understand, Master." Under normal circumstances, whether it be the stormy rain of the pear flower needles, the bloody blade techniques, the spirit herb energy replenishing pills, or the first form of Ananda's breaking of precepts, these should all be prioritized after the main cultivation techniques. Were it not for the foundational rewards from the Bodhi Institute, Meng Qi would likely choose to focus on his primary cultivation along with the first form of Ananda's technique, perhaps enlisting the help of friends like Jiang Zhiwei to gather some ordinary poison needles and figuring out the filling process on his own. Glancing at the Bodhi tree and then at the earnest and focused Jinhui walking beside him, Meng Qi felt a flicker of confusion. If the purpose was to claim rewards, why bring along the junior disciple? This perplexity was the source of his unease. "Junior disciple, have you been up to anything recently?" Meng Qi could not help but inquire. Zhenhui, with utmost sincerity, listed his daily activities: morning lessons, fetching water, breakfast, literacy, lunch, martial arts practice, dinner, meditation, listening to stories, and sleeping. Brother, I have done all these things, and yes, also scolded the Discipline Institute. That is not what I meant, Meng Qi sighed, gazing skyward. Do you know why you were brought to the Bodhi Institute? Zhenhui looked intently at Meng Qi and asked, Brother, do you know? He appeared equally eager to uncover the answer. Well, I am at a loss as well, Meng Qi remarked, covering his face. Upon pushing open the courtyard door, the two followed the guiding novice into a meditation room, where two monks adorned in yellow robes and red kasais awaited them. One of the monks, elegant and handsome, yet imbued with an air of melancholy, was none other than Xianbei, whom Meng Qi had previously encountered. The other, resembling a gnarled tree, bore a face etched with wrinkles, his brows and beard sparse. Master Ancestor, Uncle Master, Jinding and Zhenhui have arrived, the novice announced before bowing and retreating. The elder monk, known as Wu Si, the abbot of the Bodhi monastery, spoke with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing the frail monk's words, Meng Qi promptly bowed respectfully alongside Zhenhui. Wu Si then addressed Zhenhui. Zhenhui, Xianbei wishes to take you as his disciple. Do you accept? Meng Qi gasped in surprise, only to feel a wave of relief wash over him. It turned out that Zhenhui was summoned due to Xianbei's interest in him, unrelated to any reward for himself. Sighing, he reflected on how this seemingly simple-minded fellow always garnered the attention of esteemed monks. A twinge of envy and admiration stirred within Meng Qi, though it soon subsided, for he cherished his close bond with Zhenhui and genuinely felt happy for him. Moreover, as one harboring great secrets, he deemed himself unfit for apprenticeship, preferring to master a unique skill and blend in among the monks. Awaiting the opportune moment to depart from Shaolin, Zhenhui's expression shifted from one of confusion to joy mixed with hesitation as he knelt and declared, I am willing. But I have one request. Unlike others who expressed gratitude profusely, seldom did one dare to make demands upon their master. Wu Si, amused rather than offended by Zhenhui's innocent nature, chuckled playfully. Xianbei, displaying no trace of anger, gently nodded and inquired about the nature of the request. You are indeed honest and sincere. What is it that you seek? Zhenhui, without raising his head, spoke in a somewhat somber tone. A faint smile graced the corners of Xianbei's lips, and his melancholic demeanor lightened a fraction. You exhibit a commendable brotherly affection. He glanced at Zhenhui and then turned his earnest gaze back to Xianbei, silently pleading, Please do not acquiesce. I implore you. Jinding, I perceive your yearning. Since Zhenhui has made such a fervent appeal, I shall reluctantly acquiesce, Xianbei conceded, his smile subtle yet devoid of any shadow of doubt. Wu Si remained silent, merely observing Xianbei's expression with a soft sigh. It had been a rarity to witness such a smile from him since entering Shaolin. There is no need for reluctance. Meng Qi thought he might as well gouge out his own eyes in despair. However, under the present circumstances, he could hardly refuse. After all, anything out of the ordinary must be extraordinary. Among 100 monks, perhaps only one could resist the allure of an elder taking on disciples, and that would be contingent on possessing a superior alternative. Whatever the case, I shall find an opportunity to depart from the mountain, with a master to guide me. Perhaps my journey will be hastened. Meng Qi mused, adopting a mindset of reckless abandon. Thus, he knelt in reverence, proclaiming, Disciple pays homage to the master. After certain preparations, within the Bodhi courtyard, Meng Qi and Zhenhui formally became disciples, witnessed by numerous elders and monks from the Bodhi and Dharma halls, as well as clerical monks from the Discipline Hall and Sundry Affairs Hall, who registered to affirm the transformation of Meng Qi and Zhenhui's identities. As Xiaosang, representing the Discipline Institute, entered the Bodhi Institute, he was taken aback by the sight of Meng Qi and Zhenhui kneeling before Xiaosang. His countenance darkened, as though it could rain, and with a slight tremor in his voice, he inquired of the other monks, Are they seeking to become disciples? Observing Xuankong's reaction, Meng Qi felt an unexpected surge of elation, rendering him less averse to the notion of apprenticeship. Indeed, I can be rather petty. Following a ceremony of considerable significance, Meng Qi and Zhenhui were formally acknowledged as direct disciples of Shaolin, specifically from the abbot's lineage. Now that they were disciples, they were permitted to select a unique skill as their primary focus. Should their minds attain enlightenment and grasp the true essence of Buddhist teachings, they might even transition to the moksha subduing demon fist in the Great Dream Scripture. Additionally, They would have the opportunity to cultivate the I Ching Jing and comprehend the profound legacy of the third stance of the Tathagata Divine Palm. After their initiation, it was customary for Xiaosang to unveil a promising future for Meng Qi and Zhiwei. However, the reality of attaining the Divine Palm or mastering the I Ching Jing was exceedingly rare among the direct disciples, 1 in 100 at best. Meng Qi felt a flicker of excitement. Yet being a man who had faced death on numerous occasions, he recognized that such prospects were merely fanciful illusions. What truly mattered was the selection of a foundational skill from the 72 ultimate techniques. A person of my unique aptitude will surely be deemed suitable for the graceful and ethereal arts, such as the formless finger or the flower-picking finger. Alas, I must disappoint him, for my heart is steadfastly set on the golden bell shield or the indestructible Vajra technique. Meng Qi mused, finding solace in his own humor. Zhending, you should choose the golden bell shield, Xiaosang gently advised. Chapter 48. The reason behind Xianbei. Meng Qi's facial muscles twitched, acknowledging the inescapable fate that loomed over him. Having made his choice, he resolved to cast aside complaints and lethargy, committing himself earnestly to the path ahead. Furthermore, this journey may not necessarily lead him away from his ideals. While a complete immersion in the Buddhist teachings was not Meng Qi's aspiration, he redirected his focus towards mastering the esoteric martial arts that harmoniously blended techniques such as the iron cloth and the golden bell shield. Despite senior brother Qi's premature acquisition of the Hunyuan treasure mirror, Meng Qi's true ambition lay in the pursuit of the 8-9 profound arts. Observing the fluctuating expressions on Meng Qi's face, Xianbei smiled gently and shook his head, remarking, "You are not comparable to Zhiwei. His intent is singular, steady, and focused, resonating with the true essence of Buddhist teachings, which is why I have permitted him to study the flower-picking finger technique." Beside them, Zhiwei remained blissfully unaware of his master's comments, gazing at Meng Qi with a puzzled expression. Previously, he had expressed admiration for techniques such as the moke finger, flower-picking finger, and the wuxiangjie finger, as well as the one reed crossing the river, thus it was no wonder he felt a tinge of discontent. In contrast, your spirited nature suggests that you will inevitably encounter peril while traversing the martial world. Given your foundation in the iron cloth technique, cultivating the golden bell shield and indestructible Vajra technique is the most prudent choice. Without a hint of the master's sternness, Xianbei elucidated with paternal warmth that among these two esteemed techniques, the indestructible Vajra technique, which grants access to the unmoving King's Dharmakaya, is the superior option. However, your disposition remains unsettled, restless, and lacking in comprehension of Buddhist doctrine. Should you recklessly pursue the indestructible Vajra technique and tread the path of the king, you may easily succumb to uncontrollable rage, plunging into the abyss of Azura's torment. Thus, one must first cultivate the golden bell shield to temper the restlessness and impulsiveness within one's nature. Once mastery is achieved, one may then proceed to practice the indestructible Vajra art without delay. Meng Qi, perceiving that Xianbei's concerns were entirely for his own sake, lowered his guard somewhat and inquired curiously, "Master, why is it not too late?" Senior brother Qi feared that only upon reaching the external realm would he have the opportunity to transition to a different martial art, with an unstable foundation. Progress would be arduous, hence the change in his primary focus. Xianbei shook his head with a smile once more, stating, "Your understanding of Buddhist teachings seems rather superficial. The immovable king, also known as the immovable Vajra, is an elevation of the Vajra body achieved through the completion of the golden bell shield. They are intrinsically linked. Thus it is never too late." Meng Qi experienced a moment of enlightenment and, filled with excitement, asked, "Master, when may I begin to cultivate the golden bell shield?" "I have already prepared the manuscripts for these two exceptional arts. You shall commence your practice tomorrow," Xianbei indicated towards the two thick stacks of papers on the table. "However, prior to opening the orifices, you may only access the content regarding the first 4 stages of the golden bell shield. In most sects, the transmission of martial arts and esoteric knowledge is approached with utmost caution, allowing disciples to receive teachings of the next level only upon reaching the appropriate stage, to prevent betrayal or moral decline." Meng Qi nodded solemnly, affirming, "Disciple will obey." Having clarified his own circumstances, Meng Qi then expressed concern for his junior brother. "Master, what kind of divine body can be attained through the flower-picking finger?" In a moment of profound melancholy, Xianbei unexpectedly let out a soft chuckle, as if gazing upon a beloved child at his feet, and remarked, Nianhua Finger is the pinnacle of the 72 unique skills of Shaolin. Directly derived from the third stance of Rulai Divine Palm, it was through this that the esteemed Bodhidharma attained the great Arhat fruit position, embodying the Dharma of Kasayapa. This technique is notoriously demanding. The practitioner must maintain a singular focus, free from distractions of other skills. Despite this, achieving mastery remains a formidable challenge, leading to its rarity among monks throughout the ages. However, I believe that Zhenhui possesses an innate disposition that is particularly suited for it. Pursuing alternative practices may not be advisable. Zhenhui, what are your thoughts? Should you disagree, I will not insist. Before Meng Qi could respond, Zhenhui's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she declared, "Disciple is willing." Xian Xian, the master, commented. Both great Arhat and great Bodhisattva are esteemed embodiments, second only to the Buddha. Meng Qi observed with resignation, glancing at the beams of the room. Xianbei shook his head with a smile. You must prepare for decades of unwavering dedication. He felt a sense of reassurance regarding Zhenhui. Once they had confirmed their primary practice, Meng Qi felt a weight lifted from his shoulders and curiously inquired, Master, many of the 72 skills were created by Bodhidharma. So how was he able to master the Nianhua Finger, which demands such singular focus? Now it made sense. Meng Qi recognized that he and Zhenhui shared a fondness for tales of the martial world, brimming with various secrets. Wait, wasn't he Bodhidharma also known for his mastery of the Yijing Jing? Xianbei exhibited not a trace of impatience, stating, the Yijing Jing is an extraordinary skill, capable of transforming decay into the miraculous. When practiced in conjunction with the vast majority of other techniques, it can enhance their quality, ultimately surpassing their inherent limitations. Moreover, it can exponentially accelerate the cultivation speed of these methods. However, the solitary practice of Yi Jing Jing itself does not yield any golden body or enable the mastery of palm techniques or lightness skills. Its nature dictates that it can be cultivated alongside the Nianhua Finger. It is no wonder Meng Qi's astonishment stemmed from the realization that among the numerous entries of Yi Jing Jing on the exchange list, there were none, unlike the other Shaolin secrets, that indicated a corresponding martial art capable of elevating one to the realm of their own world. Thus, the essence was fundamentally different. At that moment, the still innocent Zhenhui, who had yet to reach the age of voice change, asked, Master, can the Nianhua Finger ultimately transform into the Rulai Divine Palm? Meng Qi lowered his gaze to the ground. Feeling embarrassed to stand beside this individual, Xianbei, unperturbed and smiling, replied, any Buddhist secret skill, provided it perceives the true meaning of Bodhi, can be elevated to the Rulai Divine Palm. Master, previously, when Uncle Xuanxin recounted tales from the martial world, he mentioned the golden body of the great compassionate Avalokitesvara at the Shaolin Temple, stating that it belongs to the great Bodhisattva Dharmakaya, second only to the Rulai golden body and the Bodhi golden body. I have been pondering what our Shaolin possesses that can rival it. Today, I have finally resolved my doubts. By the way, are there other secret techniques within the temple that directly point to the realm of Dharmakaya? Xianbei pondered for a moment and remarked, when it comes to the Dharma body, the foremost technique is undoubtedly the third form of Buddha's divine palm, known as a smile upon picking a flower. Alas, the 9 forms of the divine palm are incomplete, and the overarching principles are dispersed, rendering it impossible to attain the Buddha's golden body through this method. The technique I have cultivated, Moksha's demon-subduing fist, delves deeply into the cycle of life and death, directly pointing towards the Ksitigarbha's golden body, which also belongs to the realm of the great Bodhisattva. Unfortunately, lacking the assistance of the Ksitigarbha Transmigration Sutra, I can only reach the threshold of the Dharma body. The Ksitigarbha Transmigration Sutra? Meng Qi vaguely recalled having seen it on the exchange list. A text that is not in deficit. Xianbei continued, the Great Dream Sutra is similarly hindered, missing its latter sections. It can only lead to the attainment of the sleeping Arhat's golden body, should the missing parts be restored. I suspect it to be one of the supreme teachings of our Buddhist school, known as the Great Method of Enlightenment in Dreams, which could enable one to attain the Amitabha's golden body. Among the 72 extraordinary techniques, only 18 can directly point to the realm of the Dharma body, referred to as the inner 18. The remaining 54 consist either of mere techniques or skills, or belong to a lower tier, all of which can be elevated to correspond with the respective techniques among the inner 18. After savoring the introduction of the inner 18 techniques from his master, Meng Qi contemplated his own situation and casually inquired, Master, is the Anunda's blade technique purely a sword technique? Xianbei gazed at Meng Qi in perplexity, wondering why he had raised this question. Meng Qi had long since devised a reason, smilingly stating, "Master, your disciple has always harbored a fondness for swordsmanship. I have previously learned several techniques, and upon hearing my esteemed uncle Xuanxin mention this extraordinary skill, I became irresistibly curious and thus inquired. In the future, I shall inevitably practice the art of the blade, and surely I cannot conceal this from my master, who is nearing the pinnacle of the external realm. Therefore, it seems prudent to elucidate my intentions. However, when I speak of my long-standing passion for swordsmanship, it truly pains my heart. I have strayed further down a misguided path." Xianbei gently nodded, explaining that the Ananda breaking the precepts sword technique conflicts with the principles of Buddhism, making it exceedingly challenging for the monks of this temple to practice. The higher one's cultivation, the more arduous it becomes. Consequently, throughout the generations, only a handful have genuinely mastered this technique. Most of the time, it serves merely as a temporary utility during the enlightenment phase. If you are interested, once you achieve enlightenment and can freely access the third and fourth levels of the sutra repository, feel free to borrow it at your leisure. When practicing swordsmanship, should you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to consult me. Although I may not be particularly adept in this area, the principles of martial arts are interconnected. According to the precepts of Shaolin, prior to enlightenment, a disciple is permitted to cultivate only one extraordinary skill. After reaching enlightenment, most monks, focused on their primary cultivation, do not often choose many extraordinary techniques. Historically, aside from those who have approached the realm of profound understanding, the monk Baihui has practiced the most, mastering 37 techniques. However, due to the complexity of his studies, he ultimately failed to attain the golden body. After sincerely expressing gratitude to his master, Meng Qi feigned curiosity and asked, "Master, were you able to capture Jingguan later? Where does that secret passage lead? What are the similarities and differences between the hidden paths of the two worlds?" He was a step ahead, having descended the cliff and been taken away by concealed accomplices. Should you encounter him in the future, exercise caution. His physical form may possess half-demon traits. Xianbei did not conceal the truth, revealing that the secret passage led to the base of the relic tower that suppresses demons, from which several had already escaped, fortunately discovered in time. It was astonishing that they could secretly carve out a passage right under the vigilant eyes of the guarding monks. Meng Qi intentionally steered the conversation in that direction. Xianbei, without suspicion, shook his head. "It is not as you think. They merely exploited an ancient relic passage." "An ancient relic passage?" Meng Qi's heart raced suddenly. With Xianbei's prowess, he certainly sensed the change in his heartbeat and gravely stated, "This is not a place for your fortuitous encounters. If you lack external strength, do not approach it. Now, regarding this matter of confidentiality, refrain from asking further. You may discuss it in the future when you are qualified." Meng Qi suppressed his urge to inquire further. "Master, do you have any other instructions?" Chapter 49. A unique training ground. Junior brother, thank you for persuading Master to take me as his disciple. After a moment of silence, Meng Qi spoke. Though this was not his true desire, he felt it was still worth expressing gratitude for the junior brother's goodwill. Zhenhui walked with a light step, appearing quite pleased, nonchalantly replying, "It has nothing to do with me. Master has long wished to take senior brother as a disciple." "Ah, how do you know?" Meng Qi asked in astonishment. Zhenhui turned his head, regarding him with a curious glance. "The two sets of scriptures have long been copied." "Indeed. How did I not think of that?" Meng Qi realized suddenly, scrutinizing Zhenhui from head to toe, wondering if this fellow was perhaps a sage disguised as a fool. Zhenhui felt a twinge of anxiety under the gaze of Meng Qi, retracting her neck slightly as she said, "Senior brother, I did not pilfer your meal." Meng Qi squinted his eyes, exclaiming, "I knew it. The past few days of wall-sitting have left me feeling rather unsated. I thought the punishment of wall-sitting meant enduring such hunger." During the wall-sitting, meals were delivered to one's quarters. As Zhenhui took a few steps back, Meng Qi gritted his teeth and added, "Well, it matters not. You are at a critical juncture in cultivating your dantian and require ample nourishment." "Indeed." Zhenhui nodded earnestly, showing no hesitation. "Junior brother Zhenjing, junior brother Zhenhui, you are indeed blessed by the Buddha to be chosen as disciples by Master Xianbei," he began, his words laced with a hint of envy. Meng Qi chuckled. "I too was taken aback. I had thought the reward would be one of the 72 ultimate techniques. Alas, I was indeed frightened at that moment, or else." Sigh. Jinyong sighed deeply, regretting his choice of maintaining a low profile rather than seeking prominence. following the events in the back mountain. Meng Qi and he no longer shared the same camaraderie, yet he still offered a few words of comfort. My selection was due to the reward. While junior brother Jiang Zhiwei excelled in both the warrior monastery and the servants' courtyard. Junior brother Jiang, you too may have your chance. Let us hope so. Amitabha, may the celestial Buddhas and Bodhisattvas open their eyes to us. Jiang sighed, suppressing his feelings of envy and jealousy, and with renewed vigor, he said, once I become a disciple of Master Xianbei, I shall surely learn the 72 ultimate techniques. I wonder what techniques you two have chosen. Jiang paused for a moment, then exclaimed, the flower-picking finger. Junior brother Jiang Zhiwei, you have chosen the flower-picking finger? His tone was somewhat peculiar. Meng Qi raised his head and inquired, Brother Jiang, is there something amiss? Jiang shook his head, a smile gracing his lips. No, I was merely reflecting on the arduous nature of cultivating the Nianhua finger, which requires undivided attention, and I found myself a bit concerned for Brother Jiang Zhiwei. However, Brother Jiang Zhiwei is typically a person of unwavering focus, so I am not overly worried. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Jiang Zhiwei, a look of envy crossing his face. Brother Jiang Zhiwei, the Nianhua finger is directly derived from the Rilai divine palm, and it stands as the pinnacle among the 72 extraordinary skills of our Shaolin. You must diligently hone your craft, and in the future, I hope you will offer me guidance in martial arts. Indeed, Jiang Zhiwei replied, diligently arranging his garments. Understanding his temperament, Jiang bore no ill will and turned to Meng Qi. Brother Jinding, you possess a foundation in iron cloth. The golden bell shield is an excellent choice for you. But why not opt for the indestructible Vajra skill? It surpasses the former and poses no conflict. Meng Qi, naturally, would not echo Xianbei's words to undermine himself. He chuckled softly and replied, my master instructed me to choose this. I am uncertain of the reasons. Master Xianbei is a person of great wisdom. There must be profound significance behind his words. Jiang nodded in agreement, his smile returning. Brothers, do look after me in the days to come. Certainly, Meng Qi replied, reluctant to linger on the topic. He glanced out into the night and asked, Brother Jiang, during my days of meditation, has there been any significant occurrence? Jiang pondered for a moment before responding. The major event concerning us is that our elders have come to select disciples. You need not concern yourselves with that. Oh, and another noteworthy event. Brother Jianchang has ventured through the Copperman Alley and has descended the mountain to wander the world. Jianchang, the monk of the Zhen lineage, emerged vividly in Meng Qi's mind, a tall, slender young monk, one of the three most formidable practitioners of the Zhen generation. He served concurrently as a teaching monk at the Martial Monk Academy, instructing those practicing the Arhat formation. Upon their first encounter, Meng Qi thought to himself that this individual would be well suited to portray Tang's son, with his rosy lips, white teeth, and a delicate physique. He embodied the type favored by female demons. However, after hearing Jianyang's introduction, he learned that Jianchang was the foremost martial artist among the Zhen disciples. Jianyang glanced out the window and lowered his voice, saying, I have heard from others that Brother Jianchang's journey through the Copperman Alley was fraught with peril. He nearly failed and only succeeded by a stroke of luck. Is that so? Meng Qi pondered thoughtfully. Jianyang continued, moreover, Brother Jianchang is the first monk of our Zhen generation to enter the enlightenment stage, already capable of opening his ear orifices. His strength far surpasses that of brothers Zhen Ben and Zhen Miao. He delayed his retreat to focus on martial matters, only to be defeated beneath the blade of Jiang Zhiwei from the sword-washing pavilion. It is only natural that he would seek to break through again, especially after navigating the Copperman Alley. According to the rules of Shaolin, the first to enter the enlightenment stage, Jianchang, is regarded as the senior brother of the Zhen lineage. Meng Qi feigned curiosity and meticulously inquired about the Copperman Alley before departing the Zen room, satisfied with his belongings in hand. Master, where are you taking me? He asked the next day after morning lessons, as Xianbei led him towards the back mountain. Could it be that the special training site lay within a certain cave on the back mountain? Yes, master, he affirmed. Meng Qi surveyed the increasingly familiar landscape and pondered. Is it here on the back mountain that I shall cultivate the golden bell shield? Not long ago, he had braved perilous challenges in this very place, engaging in a fierce contest with the master of Qian Kuantang, and had also acquired the profound essence of the Ananda-breaking precept sword technique within the secret passage. Xianbei nodded gently. Yes, you shall understand upon arrival. Did you thoroughly study the golden bell shield manual last night? Without wasting a moment, He immersed himself in the first stage of the Golden Bell Shield, diligently refining his dantian. Xianbei fell silent, continuing his journey ahead, while Meng Qi closely followed. Traversing the narrow path between two cliffs, finally stepping into the back mountain in a true sense for the first time. The mountains rose in layers, occasionally revealing extraordinary peaks. Yet as far as the eye could see, not a blade of grass grew. The soil was a deep crimson, as if nourished by blood. It is said that years before the nirvana of the patriarch Bodhidharma, he fought a great demon here, and the pure land he had manifested was destroyed, with various barriers shattered, resulting in the present desolation. Sensing Meng Qi's perplexed gaze, Xianbei spoke slowly. In later generations, revered monks concealed relics within the stupa here, transforming this cursed land through Buddhist teachings, thereby permitting disciples to traverse beneath the surface. As Meng Qi set foot on the blood-soaked earth, an icy chill surged from beneath him, and visions of mountains of corpses, seas of blood, and malevolent spirits seemed to materialize before his eyes. Umitba, the solemn chant resounded, causing the phantoms to dissipate, yet the sunlight remained bright, devoid of greenery. It is common for first-time visitors to the back mountain to experience such haunting illusions. Once they steady their hearts, all shall be well, Xianbei kindly remarked. Meng Qi nodded, yet his heart was filled with astonishment and doubt. This sensation bore a resemblance to his previous encounter with the stone door, which he had been advised to avoid, though it lacked the vividness and terror that had previously caused him to break out in a cold sweat. Was there a connection? As they navigated around several peaks and passed through checkpoints guarded by monks clad in yellow robes and venerable elders, Xianbei led Meng Qi to the highest summit of the back mountains. Gradually, a hint of green began to emerge in Meng Qi's eyes. Streams cascaded down from lofty heights, pooling into serene basins adorned with peculiar golden lotuses, which continued to bloom even in the winter chill. Walking amidst these mountains, Meng Qi felt a profound sense of tranquility, as if all worries had been forgotten. After traversing several more barriers, Meng Qi beheld a resplendent glass pagoda, its 7 layers shimmering with ethereal light, though it was not particularly tall. Umitba intoned the elder stationed at the entrance, his robe draping elegantly over him. After a brief recitation of the Buddha's name and a verification of Xianbei's token, he posed no further inquiries, allowing them both to enter. The sanctum for cultivation lay within the stupa. Meng Qi mused silently, refraining from uttering a word as he followed Xianbei deeper into the pagoda. The upper 7 levels of the pagoda housed the sacred relics, while the subterranean levels served as a prison for malevolent spirits and demons. With an unruffled demeanor, Xianbei spoke as he pushed open the stone door, inscribed with myriad characters. As the door creaked open, an intense and peculiar aura surged forth, overwhelming Meng Qi, causing his body and mind to tremble as the breath of this energy became laborious, leaving him in discomfort. This is the aura of malevolence. Xianbei dutifully fulfilled his role as a disciple, imparting teachings from his master. Despite his unease, Meng Qi stifled his tremors and steadied his steps, resolutely following Xianbei onward. Xianbei nodded slightly and, after navigating several corners, halted beside a cell where a magnificent bird with fiery red plumage lay. Just standing adjacent to the cell, Meng Qi felt as though he were engulfed in flames. A glance revealed the air shimmering ominously, as if the very space around him were quaking. In stark contrast, the cell emanated a chilling aura, with a layer of pale blue ice crystals forming upon the ground. This was the fire crane, a creature of ancient lineage, infused with the blood of the true phoenix. Here, you shall harness the essence it radiates to cultivate the first level of the Golden Bell Shield. Xianbei instructed Meng Qi to practice outside the cell. Gritting his teeth, Meng Qi removed the robe from his waist and seated himself cross-legged before the iron bars adorned with faint golden symbols, bearing his upper body. He felt the intense heat envelop him as he commenced the mental exercise for the first level of the Golden Bell Shield. Chapter 50. The grueling training outside the cell. The essence permeated the air. Though not actual flames searing his flesh, the heat was oppressive. Meng Qi's skin felt as if it were on fire. Sweat pouring uncontrollably from his brow, coursing down his face and merging with the perspiration cascading from his torso. Dizziness engulfed him, his head throbbing painfully. Yet, he strained to concentrate, maintaining the flow of energy for the first level of the Golden Bell Shield, feeling immensely grateful for the iron shirt beneath. Otherwise, his skin would surely have been scorched, and he would have suffered severe dehydration, rendering him incapable of persevering. This experience was incomparably more terrifying than a sauna. His internal energy surged relentlessly, and Meng Qi sensed his muscles gradually dissolving, reconstituting from within, harmonizing with the transformation wrought by the golden bell shield. In his dantian, the process of refinement commenced anew. As sweat evaporated, Meng Qi's vision became blurred, and he felt the surroundings sway before him. This was the trial of the golden bell shield, specifically targeting the eyes during each level of training. In the context of the first level, one merely needed to keep their eyes open for 10 breaths in such an environment. The unprecedented torment and anguish prompted Meng Qi to subconsciously glance towards the cage, seemingly yearning for the fiery bird to shift slightly inward, away from him, to alleviate the oppressive heat just a little. The completely crimson-feathered bird appeared to sense Meng Qi's gaze. It blinked and edged closer to him, intensifying the heat. "Curse this wretched creature," Meng Qi silently chastised, daring not to glance at the fiery bird again for fear of its further approach. As the 10 breaths elapsed, Meng Qi closed his eyes, striving to forget the torment of the heat, the discomfort in his skin and muscles, and the myriad distractions surrounding him, immersing himself wholly in the practice of the golden bell shield. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the sound of Ba resonated in Meng Qi's ears, marking the completion of a full cycle. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Bi standing before him. Bi nodded gently. "It is sufficient. Today's training ends here. Your ability to endure for an entire day has surpassed my expectations." "A day?" Meng Qi rasped, his voice hoarse, astonished within. He had managed to last an entire day? As he concluded his breathing exercises, he slowly rose, acutely aware of the pain coursing through his body, his legs trembling, longing desperately for a cool place to recline and sleep. A faint smile emerged on Xianbei's typically melancholic visage. "I initially believed you could endure no more than 2 hours, yet you persevered for a full 5. Your tenacity is commendable, revealing a depth beyond mere impulsiveness. At times, I merely sought solace amidst the suffering, a way to ease my spirit." Though I was fully aware of the reality, Meng Qi silently defended himself, but as he took a step forward, he nearly collapsed from the overwhelming heat, dizziness, and weakness. With a graceful sweep of his sleeve, Xianbei summoned a gentle breeze from an unknown source, which securely supported Meng Qi, preventing his fall and guiding him beyond the confines of the fiery prison. The coolness washed over him, clearing his mind, and he felt as if he had been reborn. Yet, one must not overexert oneself, for such actions could jeopardize one's health. 5 hours was sufficient. Xianbei, leading the way, casually remarked to Meng Qi, in this manner, "You will likely master the first stage of the Golden Bell Shield within half a month. The combined duration for the first 3 stages should not exceed 3 months. Fortunately, the Rainfall Pear Blossom Needle serves as a safeguard for life." Meng Qi could only think this, as the Golden Bell Shield is a profound skill requiring a solid foundation and gradual progress. Under normal circumstances, the first 3 stages would take at least a year. Even with his modest achievement in energy cultivation, it would likely take 6 to 7 months. Yet now, the prospect of mastering it within 3 months left no room for complaints. Upon entering the meditation chamber, Meng Qi observed Zhen Hui in deep meditation, a serene smile gracing his countenance, exuding an air of tranquility. Could it be that he is truly suited for the cultivation of the flower-picking finger? Meng Qi pondered momentarily before retrieving a Lingzhi Qi supplement pill, swallowing it, and then settling into a cross-legged position to regulate his body and replenish his internal energy. During dinner, Meng Qi unleashed an unprecedented level of combat prowess, astonishing even himself with the sheer volume of food he consumed. After satisfying his hunger, the exhaustion from a day of rigorous training weighed heavily upon him, leaving him with a desire to lie down on the communal bedding. The Shaolin Temple venerates arduous cultivation, and even the exclusive courtyard of Elder Xianbei bore no substantial distinction from the servant quarters or the martial monk dormitories. Had it not been for the need for discretion and the convenience of his own practice, even the solitary courtyard would likely not exist. With a sigh, Meng Qi turned and stepped into the courtyard, where he retrieved a dagger and, illuminated by the cool moonlight, commenced practicing the blood blade technique. This technique places great emphasis on footwork and the angles of attack, advocating for a forward-looking perspective while remaining elusive, which renders the blade movements extraordinarily peculiar, allowing each strike to emerge from seemingly impossible positions. This harmonized beautifully with Meng Qi's own transformative agility, fostering mutual enhancement during practice. After several rounds of executing the technique, fatigue overtook him, and he paused to catch his breath, contemplating a moment of rest. At that instant, his peripheral vision caught sight of Xianbei standing at the door of the meditation room, seemingly there for an indeterminate length of time. "Master," Meng Qi exclaimed, quickly bringing his hands together in a gesture of respect. Xianbei nodded, a rare expression of satisfaction gracing his features. "Very well." With that, he turned and entered his meditation room. Feeling a quiet sense of pride, Meng Qi took a moment to regulate his breathing before resuming his practice. Day after day, he adhered to the monotonous routine of alternating between the fiery confines of the prison and the secluded courtyard of Xianbei. He sensed the increasing fluidity of his golden bell shield technique, and his body began to undergo subtle yet peculiar transformations. On the 13th day, he successfully mastered the first level of his training. On this day, Meng Qi sat cross-legged before the fiery prison, with only a few beads of sweat glistening on his skin, reflecting a hint of golden hue. Although the sweltering heat persisted, Meng Qi's discomfort had significantly alleviated. His mind was no longer clouded, and the burning sensation on his skin had subsided, bringing a sense of tranquility within. Suddenly, a layer of golden light emanated from his dantian, accompanied by a faint sound. Following this auditory phenomenon, the golden hue faded, and Meng Qi opened his eyes, contentedly stretching his neck. On the 29th day, he had successfully mastered the second stage of the golden bell shield. His dantian had been thoroughly refined anew. Xianbei, who had seemingly remained by his side all along, nodded slightly in approval. "Well done. Tomorrow, we shall commence the training for the third stage." "Master, will the third stage be here as well?" Meng Qi inquired with genuine concern as he stood up. By now, the exhaustion he felt after each training session had improved considerably. He was no longer so weak that he would stumble while walking. Xianbei gestured with his eyes toward the prison ahead. Following his gaze, Meng Qi looked over and recognized the very cell he had previously noted. A chilling aura enveloped the space, with a layer of ice crystals blanketing the ground. It was heat before, and now it is cold? Xianbei began to explain. "Within lies the cold turtle. You must harness its emanating icy breath to cultivate the third stage." "Yes, master." Meng Qi scrutinized the cell and beheld a colossal turtle adorned with a pale blue shell, surrounded by swirling snowflakes and strewn with ice crystals, starkly contrasting the fiery prison just a wall away. Upon returning to the courtyard, Xianbei handed a command token to Meng Qi. "You should be well acquainted with the comings and goings by now. In the future, proceed to your training independently, and inform me once you have attained mastery of the third stage." Meng nodded in agreement. After all, for the past month, his master had been by his side during his training, consuming a considerable amount of his time. Now that he had successfully mastered the second stage of the Golden Bell Shield and had grown accustomed to the environment, it was time for him to become self-reliant. The next day, Meng held the token in hand and smoothly entered the relic tower, arriving at the first level where the cold turtle was confined. As soon as he stepped inside, he was met with a bone-chilling coldness, more frigid than any winter he had previously endured, as if his very marrow were on the verge of freezing. True to form, he sat cross-legged with his bare torso, trembling uncontrollably while channeling the third stage of the Golden Bell Shield to counter the cold. This time, Meng refrained from glancing at the cold turtle, imploring it to withdraw slightly to avoid adverse repercussions. However, as he continued his practice, he felt increasingly colder, as though all his efforts in mastering the third stage were in vain. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that, unbeknownst to him, the cold turtle had stealthily moved closer to the iron bars. "Damn this creature," Meng cursed under his breath, gritting his teeth. "Huh, foolish humans. Do you not know that this wretched turtle harbors the deepest vendetta?" It seemed to mock. "It merely submerged a city and has been imprisoned here for decades. How could it possibly look upon you humans favorably?" A cacophony of noise echoed from across the way. Just as Meng was refining his vision, he peered through the chilling atmosphere and spotted a small bird perched on the cage. It was rather unattractive, with a rotund body resembling a sphere, short wings cloaked in black feathers, and instead of a beak, it possessed a fish-like mouth. "What are you staring at? I shall not change my name nor my lineage. I am known as Drooping Winged One, a descendant of the Kunping clan." The little bird chirped joyfully. "You must be wondering why I didn't speak to you the other day. Is it common for a proud Kunping like me to converse with mere humans?" Meng Qi, unfazed, closed his eyes and devoted himself to his cultivation. "TSK, little monk. What good is it to cultivate with the cold aura of a dead turtle? You ought to seek the cold chi of a cold dragon. Haha. At that point, you will be frozen to shards of ice, utterly lifeless." The bird, with its wings drooping, showed no sign of Meng Qi's focused training and continued its incessant chatter. Your posture is quite unattractive. Humans truly lack taste. It scrutinized Meng Qi from head to toe, chattering for a full hour. Little monk, what use is it to practice the golden bell shield, such a tortoiseshell technique? Why not release me? I have my own advantages to offer you. Meng Qi felt the noise grate on his ears, making his heart restless. And he was tempted to jump up and find something to silence this incessant chatterbox, so loud, so loquacious. Do you not understand the need for tranquility during cultivation? The bird, undeterred, continued, as for benefits, our Kunping lineage has been passed down for countless millennia. My grandfather's grandfather's grandfather once. The little bird launched into an elaborate tale, one that could easily last 3 months. Haha, just listen to me. Chapter 51. The triple torment, however, this time, Meng Qi tore off 2 strips from his clothing and stuffed them into his ears. How naive. Do you think this will prevent me from hearing you? Where was I? The grandfather's grandfather's grandfather? When it comes to my grandfather's grandfather's grandfather, one must begin with my grandfather's 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 grandfather. Meng Qi inhaled deeply, whispering to himself, let it be mute, let it be mute. Under the dual assault of chilling air and cacophony, Meng Qi nearly faltered, barely enduring the 5 hours. His complexion turning a pallid hue, his body trembling. The cold has seeped into my being. If I do not warm myself soon, I shall inevitably be confined to a sickbed in the days to come. The little bird, known as Chui Yitzi, had not ceased its incessant chatter since the beginning. Struggling to shift outside, Meng Qi spoke in a hoarse voice. Your choice of words hardly suggests you are a monster. He intended to lure this creature near the cell, bind it, and silence it once and for all. Meng Qi discerned that this little bird possessed limited strength, having not even disturbed the myriad symbols. Naturally, as a Kunping, one must acquire vast knowledge to traverse the heavens and the earth. The little bird shamelessly retorted. How can you, a foolish human, comprehend our grand aspirations? How can a sparrow understand the ambitions of a swan? I am the swan. The fiery swan interjected dismissively. Is that so? What grand aspirations do you possess? Meng Qi inquired gently. Suddenly, Chui Yitzi burst into laughter. You merely wish to draw close and then silence us, do you not? We are Kunping. How could we be so easily deceived? You bald-headed ones have merely captured us after we feasted on a few humans, yet the tigers of the mountains have devoured countless beings. And you have not sought to subdue them. Is it natural for beasts to devour humans, yet not for monsters? Once it began speaking, it could not cease. Meng Qi was deeply vexed, regretting that he had engaged in conversation with this incessant chatterbox. As he donned his monk's robe, he furrowed his brow and glanced at the incessantly babbling creature, quietly muttering to himself. Could the cacophony of this grotesque bird be considered a form of tempering? A means to refine one's character? Alas, I cannot help but wish to stuff a rag into its beak. His grandfather's grandfather had once discovered a relic beneath the sea. But alas, it had long been looted, leaving only a floor covered in bird droppings. Strange, isn't it? A submerged relic with bird excrement. Hey, little monk, don't leave. All right, we shall converse again tomorrow. Meng Qi paused, his teeth clenched tightly. He felt no surprise at the intrusion of his disciple. He had sensed him from a considerable distance away. It was not that he was lacking in curiosity or that he did not wish to secretly emulate his master's swordplay. But he was acutely aware that the techniques practiced at his master's level were profoundly intricate. Without a reference text, merely observing would yield no results. Thus, his master practiced openly in the courtyard, unperturbed by the gaze of onlookers. Yet, at that moment, Meng Qi found his feet glued to the ground, unable to move. For he had just witnessed the first stance of the Ananda breakthrough sword technique, severing purity. So, this was the way of it. As he observed his master's execution, the myriad doubts that had plagued his thoughts regarding swordplay dissipated significantly, leaving him with an epiphany. Zhending. Have you achieved the 3rd level? Xianbei inquired gently, noticing that Meng Qi had not departed. You may appear frivolous in demeanor and conduct, yet your tenacity is profound and your composure deeply rooted. The results you have attained today are indeed commendable. Xianbei nodded in approval, stating, beginning tomorrow, you shall cultivate the 4th level in the space between the fire hu and the cold turtle. Yes, I shall accompany you to the relic tower. After all, it is quite challenging for you to grasp the balance of cold and heat, yin and yang. Yes, master, Meng Qi replied, his curiosity piqued. What sword technique did you practice just now? It appeared profoundly esoteric, far surpassing the techniques I have been training in. Xianbei patted the saying. It is the Ananda breaking the precepts sword technique. It was your mention of it that ignited my interest. In the future, once you reach the enlightenment stage, should you wish to learn this sword technique, I shall instruct you directly. Ah, junior brother, did you not train today? Meng Qi inquired, sensing something amiss. Zhenhui, beaming with delight, replied, Senior brother, I have opened my dantian at noon, a reward from master. He presented a delicacy to Meng Qi, glistening with saliva. You have already opened your dantian? Meng Qi thought to himself, astonished. While it typically takes 2 to 6 months to accomplish this feat, Zhenhui's 3.5 months were not particularly remarkable. Some individuals completed in just over a month. However, it is worth noting that Zhenhui had transitioned to the Nianhua finger, the most challenging skill of Shaolin. It would not be unexpected for him to take 3 years to open his dantian, yet here he was, achieving it with such swiftness. Zhenhui nodded earnestly, then asked, Senior brother, it seemed you had something to inquire of me? Meng Qi decided to disregard whether this fellow had any affinity for the Nianhua finger and replied, I wish to know, when did master begin practicing the Ananda breaking the precepts sword technique? Why did he choose to pursue swordsmanship? 1.5 months ago, Zhenhui responded. Zhenhui possessed an exceptional memory and regarded Meng Qi with a puzzled expression. Senior brother, did master not cultivate the swordsmanship solely to teach you? What? Meng Qi was taken aback. Zhenhui, unable to fathom why his senior would pose such a question, replied earnestly, It is because you wish to practice the swordsmanship, senior brother. That might be true, Meng Qi conceded, acknowledging the validity of Zhenhui's statement, yet unease washed over him. It felt peculiar that master, who was not of their bloodline, would extend such kindness towards them. Zhenhui, with an air of certainty, remarked, What do you mean not of blood? He is our master. But master would not be so benevolent without reason, Meng Qi insisted, furrowing his brow. Zhenhui cast a bewildered glance at Meng Qi and said, Senior brother, you are kind to me as well. What is wrong with that? Meng Qi merely pursed his lips, realizing that he could not articulate his thoughts to this fellow. He then retrieved a Lingzhiqi supplement pill and resumed his training. In the sacred relic tower, Xianbei stood at the periphery where the chambers of the fire phoenix and the cold turtle converged, gesturing towards the vacant ground before him. Meng Qi nodded in response and settled down in a cross-legged position. Instantly, he felt as though his left side was ablaze while his right side was frozen. A tumultuous clash of heat and cold, subjecting him to unprecedented torment and suffering. Clenching his jaw, Meng Qi refrained from uttering a single sound of pain as he began to circulate the 4th level of the Golden Bell Shield's mental technique. As for the matter of the drooping wings, he chose not to mention it to master. For the very act of being instructed to cultivate here implied a deliberate intention for him to endure trials. If he could not even withstand the distractions of idle chatter, it would be best for him to abandon the endeavor altogether. The cold turtle and the fiery crane gradually approached the iron bars, intent on subjecting Meng Qi to the utmost torment. The simultaneous extremes of heat and cold pierced through him as if countless steel needles were stabbing at his dantian, inflicting excruciating pain. Channeling his internal energy, he slowly tempered his body by harnessing the transformative effects of the contrasting sensations. With each inch, his physique evolved. His dantian expanded step by step, and his meridians widened gradually. Despite enduring tremendous suffering, Meng Qi could distinctly perceive his own progress. Standing beside him, Xianbei nodded gently and smiled, saying, Zhenhui's cultivation of the finger of flower picking is even more aligned with my expectations than I had anticipated. He opened his dantian yesterday, and the accumulation of true energy will soon reach a minor achievement. It may not be long before he catches up to you. After opening the dantian, reaching this minor achievement in energy accumulation was merely a matter of gathering true energy, which is why Xianbei believed that Zhenhui would attain it swiftly, thus matching Meng Qi's capabilities. His intention in conveying this was to instill a sense of urgency in Meng Qi, yet this urgency was counterproductive to his current cultivation, merely adding a mental burden, thereby better tempering Meng Qi's character. However, Zhending, you have also exceeded my expectations. The resilience hidden within you is truly astonishing. If you proceed step by step, even if the initial pace is slow, there will come a time when you soar to great heights. While others may require a year to achieve the 4th level, you might only need half a year, and by then, you will surely outpace Zhenhui once again. After instilling this sense of urgency, he began to encourage Meng Qi, ensuring that he would not be overwhelmed by mental obstacles. Once the 4th level of the Golden Bell Shield is perfected, signifying great accomplishment in energy accumulation, He will be poised to refine his acupoints in preparation for enlightenment. For the finger of flower picking, this could take a year, 2 years, or even 8 to 10 years. Having spoken, Xianbei turned away, leaving Meng Qi to endure the torment of contrasting extremes. Do you think that by summoning a formidable monk we would be intimidated? No sooner had Xianbei departed than Shui Ez began to prattle once more. What significance does Shaolin martial arts hold? We are aware of the whereabouts of the Demon Emperor's classic. That is the unparalleled, supreme treasure left behind by the Demon Emperor. One that exists both in heaven and on earth. What say you? Release us, and we shall guide you to the Demon Emperor's palace. For reasons unknown. Shui Ez's voice resonated deeply within Meng Qi, an unsettling sound that could only be described as the most fearsome noise in the world. A form of psychological torment that intertwined with the physical extremes he experienced, amplifying their effects. The tribulations of the mortal realm severed his tranquility. Amidst the chilling cold, the searing heat, and the cacophony, a sudden epiphany struck Meng Qi. The intent of his blade crystallized in clarity. As if he beheld the weary monk, his face etched with suffering, forging ahead with unwavering resolve. Breaking the precepts, the mortal realm resembles a furnace, tempering my Buddha heart. Breaking the precepts, the mortal realm resembles a furnace, tempering my Buddha heart. At this moment, the various torments inflicted upon my body and spirit are akin to a crucible, refining my inner and outer self. Boom. The intent of the blade surged forth, consciousness elevated. Clearly perceiving the subtle tortures of body and mind, recognizing that they were honing his essence, compressing and transforming him inch by inch. The external demons serve as the furnace, while the inner demons act as the carbon. Meng Qi remained steadfast in the center, allowing the purifying intent of the blade to fill his being. Amidst this dual assault, Meng Qi, with his heart attuned to the blade's intent, remained unaware that a layer of dark yellow began to manifest upon his exterior. The intent of the blade surged forth, and under the pressure of both cold and heat, it cleaved through numerous obstacles with the swiftness of autumn winds scattering fallen leaves, rapidly renewing itself to withstand the external demons. The sound of popping resonated throughout Meng Qi's being, akin to the crackling of roasted beans. The dark yellow hue growing ever brighter, transforming him into a figure reminiscent of a brass Buddha. This marked the completion of the 4th stage of the Golden Bell Shield. Chapter 52. The arrival in the cell. Upon hearing the sound, the winged figure, clutching the iron bars, murmured in astonishment, how could he suddenly falter? Is the human spirit truly so fragile? It cannot even manage a pleasant conversation. Such sounds manifest during both the breakthrough and failure of the Golden Bell Shield. The sole distinction lies in the former's dark golden glow intensifying, while the latter gradually dims until it vanishes. The winged figure, fully aware that Meng Qi had only mastered the 3rd stage the previous day, instinctively dismissed the notion of a breakthrough. Instead, assuming that he was unable to endure the ordeal, stubbornly refusing to cease, which led to his failure. Before the last words escaped his lips, he was taken aback to see a dark golden figure darting towards him, seizing him unexpectedly. He struggled desperately, but under the oppressive force of the cell, he could barely exert 1/10 of his strength, and his demonic power was entirely sealed. Ultimately, he could not escape Meng Qi's grasp, who deftly removed his belt and secured him firmly to the iron bars. Release me at once. Do you not understand the value of respecting the elderly and the wise? The winged figure shouted. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he noticed a peculiar piece of white fabric in Meng Qi's hand. What is that? To Meng Qi's surprise, he had unexpectedly achieved the 4th stage of the Golden Bell Shield in a single day, and, in a moment of unexpected triumph, he had captured this loquacious creature. Feeling a surge of satisfaction, he replied with a hint of pride, "It's my sock. Perfect for gagging you." No, mmm. The creature, with drooping wings, shook its head in agony, yet was compelled by Meng Qi to have its mouth tightly stuffed. At last, the world had fallen into a tranquil silence. Meng Qi closed his eyes, savoring the hard-won peace. It was truly a delightful indulgence. He settled into a cross-legged position once more, the contrasting sensations of warmth and cold no longer tormenting him as they once did. The slight discomfort merely served as a reminder of the bitterness of worldly affairs. The universe akin to a furnace. Unexpectedly, the Ananda breaking the precept blade technique not only possessed the power to sever life, but could also be intriguingly applied to oneself, harmoniously blending with the cultivation of the Golden Bell Shield. Meng Qi contemplated his recent breakthrough, gaining a deeper understanding of the Ananda technique. The essence lay in breaking the precepts and refining the heart. It appeared that the esoteric practices of Buddhism emphasized the importance of a serene mind and sudden enlightenment. Should one achieve clarity of mind, comprehending the true essence, the effects of cultivation would be astonishing, possibly allowing for rapid advancement. Conversely, if one failed to attain enlightenment and allowed their mind to be clouded, they must painstakingly refine themselves step by step, progressing gradually. Through this experience, Meng Qi gained a renewed insight into the nature of enlightenment within the Buddhist tradition. It was not merely a matter of verbal acknowledgement, but required a profound alignment of body and mind, a genuine understanding of the principles, and the capacity to ground oneself in future practice. This, indeed, constituted true enlightenment. Now, he would hasten to utilize the Lingji Qi supplement pill to cultivate his energy to fruition, and subsequently attempt to refine the relevant acupoints for his vision. Meng Qi pondered his next course of action. The fiery creature cast a glance at Meng Qi before slowly turning away, presenting its back to him, while the cold aura emitted by the frost turtle intensified. At present, Meng Qi remains indifferent to the distractions around him. He simultaneously focuses on the foundational practices of the fourth level while contemplating the newly grasped essence of the blade and the variations demonstrated by his master the previous day. In this serene environment, he finds a sanctuary for deep reflection, shielding himself from distractions and preventing a restless mind. Indeed, it was a wise decision to silence that loathsome creature. The tranquility is truly sublime. Meng Qi muses inwardly as his mind revisits the concept of severing tranquility, gradually becoming absorbed in his thoughts, transcending the material world. Just as he begins to master the nuances of the blade techniques, a cacophonous voice abruptly shatters the stillness. Ha! Do you think silencing us means we cannot speak? How naive. Foolish. We are the Kunping. What cannot we consume? To stuff things into our mouths is to seek one's own demise. The precious tranquility is abruptly disrupted, and the contemplative state he had achieved is lost. Yet, in the face of this renewed clamor, Meng Qi remains unperturbed. He lifts his gaze towards the winged creature, experiencing a moment of epiphany. The tranquility has been shattered. Severing tranquility. So this is the sensation. He squints, remaining still, his body unwavering, as his right hand forms a blade with 4 fingers, slicing through the air in an enigmatic manner. Guided by his inner insights and the variations he had just pondered, a sudden gust of wind rushes down the corridor, as if the tumult of the world has swept in. The winged creature, having bitten through its belt, is momentarily elated in its speech, only to be struck by an inexplicable sorrow, akin to the feeling of failing at its first attempt to fly, mocked by a nearby sparrow. Anger surges within. A desire for vengeance rises, and its spirit momentarily falters, only to then see its palm halted in the distance. It shuddered, retreating abruptly to the corner, its wings shielding its head as if intimidated by the piercing intent of the severing blade. Within the confines of the cell behind Meng Qi, the firebird flapped its wings a few times before darting towards the corner, while the cold turtle silently moved several steps away from him. Meng Qi remained oblivious to their movements, lost in a state of restlessness following the release of his blade, consumed by thoughts of his family. The anguish of being a stranger in a foreign land, and the pressures of life and death, all rising within him with unprecedented clarity. Severing purity, severing the purity of others, and also severing one's own purity. After a considerable time, Meng Qi managed to conquer these tumultuous emotions, calming his inner turmoil. Feeling drenched as if he had endured a fierce battle, half scorched and half frozen into shards of ice. Each strike was a tempering of his character. This was the essence of the Ananda blade technique. Meng Qi exhaled, realizing that had he not directly received the transmission of true meaning, the path to comprehend the essence of the blade would have necessitated countless tribulations and hardships. It was no wonder that among the monks of Shaolin, where the scriptures are scarcely passed down, few have truly mastered the Ananda blade technique. Of course, Meng Qi was acutely aware that he had merely scratched the surface of its profound meaning, with an insurmountable distance yet to traverse before full mastery. He pondered the subsequent 4 techniques, wondering about their mysterious and wondrous nature. Absorbed in concentration, Meng Qi suddenly heard faint footsteps, prompting him to cautiously cease his practice and direct his gaze towards the source. Only then did Xian Ku, the ascetic monk, approach with another monk familiar to him, escorting 2 elegantly dressed gentlemen. The monk was tall and slender, possessing a strikingly handsome visage, exuding a certain scholarly fragility reminiscent of Tang Sung. and he bore an uncanny resemblance to his senior disciple, Xiaosang, who had descended from the Copperman Alley over 2 months prior. The two gentlemen accompanying Xian Ku and Xiaosang included one with a long beard, an erudite middle-aged man who carried himself with an air of dignity, and a youthful individual with sharp brows and bright eyes, still bearing a hint of boyishness, akin to one just stepping into adulthood, closely resembling the middle-aged gentleman. They appeared to be signs of nobility. Meng Qi assessed their attire, accessories, and demeanor, discerning that while it was not uncommon for children of affluent families to be debauched, they nonetheless placed significant emphasis on their appearance and poise, rarely exhibiting any lack of external charm. The quartet's destination was the doorway leading to the second layer underground, and they paid little heed to Meng Qi. However, as they swiftly passed by, the cultured middle-aged gentleman cast a curious glance at him and remarked to Xian Ku and Xiaosang, "Is this young master utilizing the ambience here to cultivate the Golden Bell Shield, or perhaps the indestructible Vajra technique?" Yet, at this moment, both the novice Xian Ku and Xiaosang were distracted by the malevolent aura and various dissipating energies, only then noticing Meng Qi in the shadows. They could not help but emit a soft exclamation. It was indeed rare for disciples to harness the surroundings here for cultivation, as not everyone possessed the foundational strength of the iron cloth shirt to understand the external practice of martial arts. The iron cloth technique primarily relies on external pounding for cultivation. To achieve a modest level of proficiency, one must endure a rigorous 3-year regimen. Of course, there exist expedited methods. However, such shortcuts would forever hinder further advancement in the iron cloth technique. They all regarded Meng Qi as one of those seeking a quick mastery, especially since he had no intention of prioritizing iron cloth as his main cultivation method. Observing Meng Qi, whose body was half dry and half encrusted with frost, Xian Ku was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, he slowly nodded in apparent approval, clearly surprised that Meng Qi could withstand the hardships of this place. Xiaosang, not one to be dazed, smiled at the guests upon seeing Meng Qi's state, saying, "Chui, indeed it is so. At such a young age, to endure such torment. Quite impressive. May I ask which esteemed monk you are under?" A middle-aged man chuckled, and the young man behind him, who had recently donned his cap, eagerly scrutinized Meng Qi. After all, the stark contrast between a young novice and the formidable creatures like the fire crane and the cold turtle behind him was quite pronounced. This is not a visit to a zoo. Meng Qi chose to close his eyes, disregarding them. Although Xian Bei possessed extraordinary martial prowess and held the esteemed title of elder, he had ultimately taken up the monastic life midway, allowing Xian Ku to address him as junior brother. "Xian Bei, the esteemed monk." The middle-aged man nodded thoughtfully, refraining from inquiring about Meng Qi's Dharma name as he strolled past. The young man accompanying him, however, remained keenly interested, continuing to observe the fire crane, cold turtle, and other creatures with evident curiosity, seemingly eager to reach out and touch them. "Father, I never expected Shaolin to have subdued so many monsters, especially ones that have revealed their true forms. Although my family also has monstrous servants, they are all tamed. Aside from their combat skills, they hardly resemble monsters at all." As they rounded the corner, Meng Qi finally opened his eyes and muttered a curse under his breath. Who among the practitioners enjoys having others watch during their cultivation? Such a lack of decorum. At that moment, voices echoed through the tranquil cell. The abbot's decree permitted the people of the Chui family from Pingjin to take away their treacherous beast. This refined accent belonged to Xiaosang. The Chui family of Pingjin? Meng Qi silently repeated the name. So, these were indeed members of the esteemed Chui clan. The Chui family of Pingjin, the most formidable lineage in the Great Jin. Particularly after their patriarch, Chui Qinghe, attained the purple young body, had managed to suppress the royal family to the point of breathlessness. Chapter 53, Perception shaking his head. Meng Qi resolved to ignore them and continue his practice of the Golden Bell Shield, as it bore no relevance to him. Time passed, and he soon heard footsteps approaching. Understanding that Xiaosang and the others were returning, out of curiosity regarding the appearance of the traitorous beast from the Chui family, he opened his eyes to look. Following the 4 individuals was a large man, staggering in his gait, with long hair cascading over his face, devoid of any discernible trace related to beasts. The transformation of a beast could obscure any flaws, he pondered with a hint of concern, but soon dismissed such thoughts. One must remember that the demon race boasts a long history and formidable power, yet they are now overshadowed by humanity. Surely, the ancestors left behind ample experience in dealing with them. As the group passed Meng Qi once more, Xianku, Zhenchang. And the middle-aged man from the Chui family paid him no further heed, for he was merely practicing an unremarkable technique. A youthful man, still possessing a trace of innocence, deliberately slowed his pace as he approached the cell of the cold tortoise, eager to scrutinize the untransformed creature within. His curiosity was piqued, and throughout his journey, he had been seeking an opportunity. However, he was acutely aware that the majority of the suppressed beings within were formidable. To approach recklessly would likely result in injury from their overwhelming auras. Thus, he ultimately chose to engage with the fire swan and the cold tortoise. The fact that even a young, less powerful monk could cultivate outside their cell indicated that they were not particularly fearsome or dangerous entities. The young man's skin shimmered with a purplish hue, dispelling the chill as he drew nearer to the cold tortoise. Suddenly, in response to the human's approach and an inexplicable disturbance, the cold tortoise erupted, lunging toward the iron bars, its mouth agape as it let out a thunderous roar, exhaling a blast of icy air. Surrounding the cage, myriad symbols illuminated one after another, and the resonant chants of Buddhist mantras filled the air, effectively countering the frigid aura and malevolent energy, although some still managed to seep through. In response to this commotion, the fire swan flapped its wings and emerged from the corner, enveloped in swirling flames, its demonic energy soaring into the sky. Despite the barrier of the cage, the escaping malevolence and the intense cold and heat intensified, causing Meng Qi to experience a profound sense of torment. The fourth level of the golden bell shield activated instinctively, manifesting a dark golden hue. Unaccustomed to the demonic energy, the young man was momentarily overwhelmed, his legs weakening as the purple hue of his skin gradually froze. Xianku and Zhenchang, who had never encountered such a scenario, were similarly affected by the overwhelming malevolence and the biting cold, momentarily rendered dazed. The creature, adorned with flowing hair, remained bowed, as if oblivious to the events that had transpired. The middle-aged man from the Chui family gazed at it with a peculiar smile, his right hand enveloped in a purple aura, reaching out towards his child. In agony, Meng Qi lifted his head, slowly surveying the cold turtle and the fiery crane, the true instigators of his plight. To his own surprise, he found himself taken aback by his reaction. "However, let us depart," the middle-aged man spoke in a grave tone. And now that the danger had passed, he returned his right hand behind him. The young man, still gripped by fear, said little, closely trailing behind. The bewildered Xianku and Zhenchang opened their mouths in astonishment, yet found themselves at a loss for words, proceeding forward in silence. The creature was not under their command. The middle-aged man sighed. "However, do you not perceive that the creature's subsequent retreat was born not of submission, but of fear?" "Fear?" The young man retorted incredulously. How could such a formidable beast fear a mere novice monk? The middle-aged man scrutinized him closely. "However, were you not intending to seize this opportunity for travel during your outing?" "Indeed," the young man responded, perplexed by his father's sudden shift in conversation. "Father," he exclaimed, struck by the grim news as if struck by lightning. "Rest assured, I shall speak with your uncle Qingyu," the middle-aged man asserted, leaving no room for rebuttal. Could it be that while I was immersed in that profound state of comprehension, the Aeon-breaking precepts blade technique I had unleashed instilled such dread that they had yet to free themselves from its grasp? Ming contemplated the reasons behind this. Had it been other adept beings of equal caliber as these two formidable entities, even if subjected to his blade's intent, it would likely be a fleeting moment, leaving no lasting shadow or fear. However, these creatures, bound and suppressed in this place, unable to unleash their true power, were constantly tormented in mind. Sooner or later, they would be influenced by the sacred light and chants emanating from the relic tower above, creating significant spiritual vulnerabilities. As the firebird, cold tortoise, and descending winged one distanced themselves from him, the efficacy of his refining diminished greatly. Moreover, lacking the Lingji vitality pills, Meng simply rose, stretched his limbs, donned his monk's robe, and exited the relic tower. The sun shone brilliantly, and the essence of spring enveloped him. He had not truly seen the sun for nearly 3 months, and its radiance was unexpectedly pleasing. Meng chuckled softly, squinted against the light, and inhaled deeply a few times, suddenly feeling that life was remarkably beautiful. Of course, this was also due to the brief daylight that lingered at the tail end of winter and the onset of spring. With a light-hearted gait, Meng made his way toward the mountainside beyond. The patrolling monks he encountered along the path regarded him with astonished eyes. How could he be out so early today? Had he finally grown complacent? Although they took turns on watch, Meng had been here for almost 3 months. and they were well acquainted with the small novice who practiced diligently within the relic tower, emerging only as dusk approached. Unfazed by their scrutiny, Meng reveled in the splendid spring day, the red earth beneath his feet no longer affecting him in the slightest. Though he was still uncertain of the intrinsic connections, it was precisely by guarding this place and discovering the true view that his strength had experienced a remarkable enhancement. Thus, he strolled into the forest, intending to observe the condition of the hidden paths and whether they were under guard. Indeed, beside the crimson stone, two monks clad in yellow were vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Meng Qi, fearing detection, dared not approach and turned to leave, making his way out of the woods. Although he could temporarily roam the back mountain freely, he had no right to scrutinize the guards stationed at various points. As he walked, Meng Qi suddenly spotted a familiar figure approaching him. "Brother Jinyong?" he inquired, slightly astonished. Jinyong was taken aback, retreating several steps before recognizing Meng Qi and exclaiming, "Junior brother Jinding, you startled me. What brings you here?" "I was passing by, intrigued by the hidden paths, so I quietly came to take a look," Meng Qi replied, unwilling to conjure other excuses, as it was not a significant matter, and he had not been caught by the guarding monks. "What about you, brother Jinyong?" Holding his stomach, Jinyong chuckled. "One has urgent needs, after all. I am stationed at the front today." "Oh." Meng Qi thought of the excuse he had once used to practice his swordplay and found it somewhat peculiar, but chose not to elaborate further and bid farewell. Upon returning to the small courtyard, as anticipated, Meng Qi once again saw his master, Xianbei, practicing his sword techniques. "Why the early start today? Surely you haven't succumbed to the dual onslaught of heat and cold?" Xianbei inquired, sheathing his sword, his expression devoid of reproach. Once back in the temple, Meng Qi grappled with whether to confide in his master and how to articulate it. He recalled Xian Ku and Jin Chang had already witnessed his manifestation of dark gold, a sign of his resilience against temperature extremes, and resolved that this was indeed an external manifestation after mastering the fourth stage of the Golden Bell Shield. Xianbei observed Meng Qi's hesitation and offered a reassuring smile, saying, "Haste makes waste. Your master has perhaps instilled too much urgency within you. Do not lose heart." Chapter 54. The Troubles of True Wisdom. What? Even Xianbei, with his profound composure, was taken aback, his expression a portrait of disbelief. Clang. Meng Qi exerted all his strength to activate the fourth level of the Golden Bell Shield technique, his skin shimmering with a dark golden hue, reiterating his earlier words, "Master, I have successfully mastered the fourth level of the Golden Bell Shield. What trials have you faced?" Xianbei regained his composure, though traces of astonishment lingered in his eyes. Just yesterday, his disciple had only broken through to the third level, and now, astonishingly, he claimed to have accomplished the fourth level. Such rapid progress seemed almost mythical. Before entering, Meng Qi had prepared his explanation and, keeping his gaze lowered, spoke in a muffled tone. "Yesterday, while observing Master practice his swordplay, I vaguely sensed a notion of the mundane world as a furnace, disrupting my tranquility. Today, while cultivating the fourth level, I was besieged by both heat and cold, accompanied by the incessant chirping of nearby birds. The trifecta of torment was particularly excruciating, nearly overwhelming my resolve. In that moment, I inexplicably recalled that sentiment. The world as a furnace, the heavens and earth as a forge. Was not the suffering I endured precisely the flames of the furnace, tempering my body, tainting my spirit, and shattering my purity? Later, in a state of confusion, I inadvertently mastered the fourth level. All the feelings and insights Meng Qi recounted were genuine, save for the source of that sword intent, which, though elusive, could not be doubted. However, he was acutely aware that his master was an extraordinary figure, adept at perceiving even the subtlest shifts in his demeanor and expression. Thus, he controlled his heartbeat, keeping his head down, concealing his true emotions from his master. Upon hearing Meng Qi's explanation, Xuanbei's expression of surprise and skepticism faded considerably. For such insights, if they were not genuine, could not be articulated with such finesse, and would undoubtedly contain flaws. He pondered for a moment, a look of comfort crossing his aged face as he smiled. "You truly have an affinity with this sword technique. To grasp its essence during your first observation is indeed remarkable, and it has led you to enlightenment. I am grateful to you, Master, for demonstrating the sword technique." Meng Qi deftly redirected his focus to his master's practice of the Ananda breaking the precepts sword technique. Xianbei furrowed his brow slightly and spoke solemnly. "This matter must not be divulged. You are still in the enlightenment stage, according to the precepts. You are not permitted to observe my practice of another unique skill, even with my permission. Although you have merely grasped the essence and not the transformations or true meanings of the technique, your enlightenment from this is substantial. The Precepts Academy would hardly believe that your observation was merely accidental and singular. Ordinarily, one must observe many times with intent to lay the groundwork for such enlightenment. Xianbei nodded kindly. It matters not. There are precedents of achieving the first 4 levels of the Golden Bell Shield within 3 months, particularly among monks with a solid foundation. As long as Xianku and Zhenchang are unaware that you only mastered the 3rd level yesterday, they will likely commend you for being suited to cultivate the Golden Bell Shield. Then I shall rest easy. Meng Qi sighed deeply, a genuine reflection of his emotions. Please, continue your meditation to consolidate your progress, Xianbei said with a gentle demeanor. I have already mastered the 4th level of the Golden Bell Shield. In the presence of his familiar junior brother, Meng Qi unabashedly proclaimed, eager for their astonishment and disbelief. Zhenhui let out a sound of understanding, seemingly deeming it a commonplace matter, and with a smile remarked, Senior brother, you have always aspired to master the exquisite techniques of the finger of the flower and the inexhaustible finger. However, it appears that the Golden Bell Shield is indeed the most suitable for you. What a naive fellow. Moreover, is this not a veiled insinuation that while I may verbally reject it, my body remains unequivocally honest? Meng Qi silently chastised Zhenhui. Perhaps I could attain proficiency in other extraordinary techniques even more swiftly? Clearing his throat, Meng Qi declared, of course. Should I achieve mastery of the 4th level of the Golden Bell Shield in a single day, I would undoubtedly be unparalleled, with future aspirants appearing as mere shadows. Senior brother, you are truly remarkable. Such a description bore resemblance to tales of chivalry and martial legends, which instantly ignited Zhenhui's excitement. Meng Qi sighed softly, covering his face. Indeed, this fellow could only comprehend the most overt of implications, and any subtler meanings were beyond hope. More than half a year later, it was once again late autumn, with leaves swirling gently in the crisp air. On a night caressed by the cool moonlight, Meng Qi and Zhenhui strolled through the temple, lanterns in hand, as it was their turn to patrol, assigned a relatively obscure route. What a splendid life this is. Meng Qi inhaled the refreshing air deeply, exclaiming in satisfaction. Since mastering the 4th level of the Golden Bell Shield, he had resumed his morning and evening lessons, returning to the studies at the Scripture Academy. Yet each afternoon, he continued to visit the Relic Tower, utilizing the harsh environment for meditation and energy cultivation. Due to the gradual accumulation of true energy and the meticulous refining of meridians, his progress had inevitably slowed. Beside him, Zhenhui had long since grown accustomed to his senior brother's occasional eccentric antics, and his admiration was devoid of surprise. Instead, he chimed in, indeed. Such a life is splendid, being able to eat, sleep, and practice. His youthful visage beamed with genuine sincerity. Eating and sleeping come first. Are you a pig? Meng Qi glanced at Zhenhui. After 10 months, he had also experienced a significant growth spurt, no longer resembling a child, but rather embodying the aura of adolescence. Fine. Delicate fuzz had begun to sprout above his lips, and his appearance had remained untouched by time, exuding an elegant charm when seated quietly. The only aspect Meng Qi found somewhat unsatisfactory was the slightly elongated shape of his eyes, which bestowed a touch of handsomeness while diminishing his masculine vigor. As they strolled, Zhenhui suddenly spoke, Senior brother, I find Jinyong a bit strange. What is it? Meng Qi inquired, puzzled. The surrounding trees loomed eerily in the night, resembling specters. Zhenhui lamented. Jinyong often seeks me out to regale me with tales, but his stories are far from engaging. He always inquires about my progress with the finger of flower plucking, expressing a keen interest in this most challenging technique. Upon hearing the initial part, Meng Qi thought Zhenhui was overthinking it. However, as Zhenhui continued, his expression grew serious. He has been asking you about the finger of flower plucking? Was he thorough in his inquiries? Thorough indeed. He constantly asks about any obstacles I encounter during my practice, the paths I take, and why my cultivation seems to advance so swiftly. Zhenhui chattered on, not perceiving the gravity of the situation, merely confiding in his trusted senior brother. The master instructed not to speak of it to outsiders, yet the persistent inquiries of brother Jinyong proved quite vexing. His constant requests to venture outside were a considerable hindrance to my cultivation. Meng Qi harbored suspicions that Jinyong sought to clandestinely learn the elusive Nianhua finger technique. As a budding monk within the martial monastery, such aspirations were not uncommon. However, It was perplexing that he would aim for such a challenging skill. Have you divulged the secrets of the Nianhua finger to him? Meng Qi felt it imperative to ascertain this first. Jiang Zhiwei shook his head, replying, "The master instructed me not to disclose anything." "Excellent. At dawn tomorrow, we shall report this matter to the master." Meng Qi had no desire to investigate this himself. The prospect of inadvertently uncovering a formidable adversary was indeed alarming. Furthermore, there was the risk of being unjustly accused of slander. So it was prudent to entrust this inquiry to the master, the elder, who would handle it appropriately. Jiang Zhiwei had no doubts about his brother's suggestion and nodded in agreement, feeling quite pleased. At that moment, his gaze shifted to a cluster of towering trees nearby, and he remarked, "Brother Jianyong once slipped behind those trees." "What? How do you know?" Meng Qi was both startled and intrigued. Jiang Zhiwei candidly replied, "After we parted ways, I suddenly recalled an aspect of the story that remained unclear. So I turned to pursue Brother Jianyong and happened to see him vanish behind the trees." "And then?" Meng Qi's lips twitched slightly with curiosity. He inclined his head slightly, and drawn by intrigue, he grasped a lantern and approached the trees to peer inside. The dense thicket of trees obscured his view, rendering it difficult to discern what lay beyond. Meng Qi listened intently for a moment, detecting no sound. He then stealthily maneuvered between several trees, leaving no trace of his passage. Jiang Zhiwei, brimming with enthusiasm, mimicked his senior's posture and actions, following closely behind. After walking a short distance, Meng Qi's eyes lit up. The trees no longer obscured his view. Before him lay a jutting cliff, shrouded in thick mist below, obscuring the depths. The Shaolin Temple, built against the mountainside, featured numerous cliffs rather than mere outer walls. Meng Qi, perplexed, surveyed his surroundings, questioning what Jianyong intended to do here. After a brief observation, he suddenly froze, an idea sparking in his mind. He leaned in to listen more closely, then swiftly pulled Jiang Zhiwei aside, extinguishing the lantern and hiding behind a large tree. Faint footsteps approached, and a shadowy figure clad in a gray monk's robe stealthily entered. Chapter 55, a collision under the sparse moonlight, casting a solitary glow upon the cliff. Meng Qi instantly recognized the figure lurking in the shadows. Jianyong. What could he possibly be doing here at such an hour? Did he harbor some monumental secret? Meng Qi, feeling a twinge of irritation, pondered this. Aware that he harbored a significant secret of his own and was reluctant to become embroiled in other matters that might reveal his peculiarities. Within the confines of Shaolin Temple, he merely wished to remain an inconspicuous novice. Holding his breath and regulating his heartbeat, Meng Qi endeavored not to attract Jianyong's attention, hoping he would depart swiftly so that he could resume his patrol unnoticed. Tomorrow, Jiang Zhiwei would report the previous events to their master, and Jianyong's secret would inevitably be uncovered. This secluded and hidden place was known to few. After a habitual inspection, Jianyong retrieved a book from his robe and began to peruse it with a smile. The profile of his face illuminated in the dim light. The cold moonlight cascaded down, and Meng Qi, having already refined 6 acupoints related to the eyes, discovered the tome in Jianyong's possession. The pages appeared pale, unlike the precious wuhua paper typically used for writing secret texts, resembling instead the inferior paper employed by novices in the scripture hall for practicing their calligraphy. Could it be that this book was transcribed on ordinary paper? Meng Qi instinctively pondered. Jianyong was utterly absorbed, murmuring incantations, momentarily forgetting the instinct to leave the scene promptly, which caused Meng Qi to feel a twinge of anxiety. His concern was not for his own patience, but for his junior disciple, who had never encountered such a situation. As time passed, the latter might become increasingly restless, making it all too easy for an inadvertent noise to escape. Meng Qi slightly turned his head to observe Jianyong, the shadows casting a dim light on his face, which bore a hint of curiosity as he focused intently on Jianyong. It was commendable that his intent remained unwavering. Meng Qi silently praised. Startled by the commotion, Jianyong reluctantly closed the book in his hands. He dared not linger for too long, extending his hand to probe beyond the cliff's edge. It appeared there were crevices suitable for hiding objects, quite well concealed. Meng Qi nodded thoughtfully. Jianyong unwrapped the oiled paper, revealing several tomes of varying thickness. He placed the book he held into the bundle and secured it tightly once more. At that moment, a brazen mouse scurried out from a hole, causing Jiang Zhiwei to instinctively retreat. The sound of a snapping twig resonated sharply in the tranquil night. Simultaneously, Jianyong's left hand instinctively reached toward the cliff's edge. Who goes there? Jin Yong inquired in a low voice, seemingly unaware of Meng Qi and Jin Hui's presence. As the words fell, before Meng Qi could devise a countermeasure, Jin Yong lunged forward with ferocity, his left hand gripping a razor-sharp dagger. His exclamation was, in fact, a ruse. Having amassed his energy, he successfully concealed his true strength. Observing Jin Yong's movements, Meng Qi let out a sigh. His left shoulder dropped, and without flinching, he charged towards the blade's edge. Jin Yong, feigning a deceptive tactic, anticipated that the hidden enemy in the forest would have no time to evade and hoped to eliminate him with a single strike. To his astonishment, he beheld a figure that neither dodged nor retreated, boldly colliding with the dagger's blade. The clang of the dagger striking like metal on stone jolted Jin Yong, who, realizing the gravity of the situation, hastily withdrew. At that moment, a flash of light from a blade sliced through from an unforeseen angle, its trajectory cunning and position peculiar, rendering evasion nearly impossible. Gritting his teeth, Jin Yong let his dagger fall, moving with the blade, narrowly evading Meng Qi's lethal strike. A flicker of confusion crossed Meng Qi's mind. Jin Yong had unexpectedly eluded his bloodied blade, showcasing a technique that was nothing short of extraordinary. With steps that were profound and not of mundane caliber, Jin Hui stepped forward, a serene smile upon her face, exuding tranquility. Her right hand formed a gesture reminiscent of a flower's bloom, embodying an ethereal grace. Jin Yong, forewarned of another adversary, was not taken aback by Jin Hui's intervention. His expression hardened as he gathered the blade's light, skillfully parrying her delicate finger technique. Subsequently, he propelled his right leg, delivering a kick towards Jin Hui. The dagger angled with poise, descending leisurely, aimed directly at Meng Qi. This strike was intricate and profound, evoking a sensation akin to the weight of 3,000 sorrows falling upon Meng Qi. This was undoubtedly a formidable style of swordsmanship. Meng Qi dared not delay. He unleashed his agility, moving like a specter, each strike emerging from the most inconceivable of angles. The true mastery of the blade is often practiced in secrecy, with rare opportunities to demonstrate one's skills. Without the crucible of life and death to temper them, Meng Qi found himself flustered, struggling against the onslaught of his opponent. Each strike left him with the unsettling anticipation that the next blow could come from any direction, wearing down both body and spirit. Meanwhile, Jin Hui, lacking practical experience, faltered while evading Jin Yong's swift kicks. He lost his balance and stumbled precariously towards the edge of a cliff, nearly plummeting into the abyss. A gasp escaped his lips as he realized he had inadvertently knocked the oiled paper package over the precipice, watching it vanish into the swirling mist below. Observing the narrowness of the cliff, Meng Qi realized that executing his movements fully would be challenging, and he did not wish to linger too long for fear of unforeseen complications. Seizing the moment, he delivered a decisive strike, and, taking advantage of Jin Yong's momentary disarray, lunged forward, pressing his chest against Jin Yong's guard blade. The clash resounded with a sharp metallic ring as the guard blade sliced through the monk's robe, leaving a stark white mark against the fabric. Under the luminous full moon, Jin Yong recognized his opponent as Jin Ding and understood the formidable nature of his golden bell shield. Thus, he had aimed each of his previous strikes at vital points. However, he could not have anticipated the peculiar and ferocious style of Jin Ding's swordsmanship, nor that Jin Ding would withstand his guard blade with such audacity. Caught off guard, Jin Yong found himself lacking the opportunity to change his tactics. With a forceful breakthrough, Meng Qi extended the guard blade, resting it against Jin Yong's neck. In that instant, Jin Yong relinquished his weapon, signaling his surrender. Jin Hui stepped forward once more, deftly using his fingers to seal several vital points on Jin Yong's body. Meng Qi remained vigilant, nonetheless placing the dagger against his throat, signaling Jin Hui to extract his belt and bind his hands behind him. Jin Ding, Jin Hui. Are you now at ease? Jin Yong's pallid countenance bore a forced smile. Meng Qi, nonchalantly, remarked, "Why, dear brother, engage in such underhanded deeds?" After being struck in a vital point, Jin Yong found it arduous to stand and thus seated himself cross-legged. With a pained and desolate expression, he lamented, "I do not possess the innate talent of Jin Hui, nor do I have the prowess of Jin Ding to achieve great deeds. To master the ultimate techniques, I must tread this path. I refuse to let my life languish in Shaolin, forever surrounded by flickering lamps and ancient Buddhas, unable to savor the wonders of the martial world. Jin Ding, Jin Hui, for the sake of our camaraderie, spare me. From this day forth, I shall reform my ways and never again engage in such actions." I will allow you both to peruse any acquired secrets. Tears welled in his eyes as he implored desperately. Indeed, secrets, Meng Qi replied with a smirk that danced between amusement and skepticism. Jinyong, I am curious how a mere monk such as yourself could possibly acquire such profound knowledge. Thus, do not attempt to dismiss my inquiries with talk of not wishing to squander your life. Jinyong's expression shifted, and he sighed heavily. It is because Master Kongwei, the guardian of the Sutra repository, suffers from a hidden ailment that flares at noon each day. Upon discovering this, I seized the opportunity to ascend and document the scriptures. Though I could only reach the 3rd or 4th level, unable to glimpse the inner 18 ultimate techniques. Ah, now it makes sense. No wonder you sought to befriend Zhenhui and me. Meng Qi chuckled softly. Jinyong furrowed his brow, not foreseeing that his explanation would inadvertently offend Zhending and Zhenhui. Moreover, from whence did you hear such clandestine tidings? Just as Jinyong was engulfed in unease, Meng Qi suddenly exclaimed with a sharp voice. Jinyong shivered, sealing his lips and shaking his head in silence. Fearing the depths of inquiry could lead to trouble, Meng Qi instructed Zhenhui, Junior brother, go forth to the nearby courtyard and call out loudly for assistance. Remember, your cries must be heard by all, not merely one. During the inspection of the temple, no signals were to be dispatched. Zhenhui nodded and made to exit. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, Jinyong spoke gravely. Do you both know what secret manual I just placed within the oiled paper package? Upon noticing the attentive gazes of Meng Qi and Zhenhui, he took pride in announcing, the I Ching Jing. What? Meng Qi gasped in astonishment, realizing it was the I Ching Jing, the treasured gem of the Shaolin Temple, capable of transforming decay into marvel. As it was neither an esoteric skill nor an outward manifestation of supreme mastery, the I Ching Jing had always been a closely guarded secret, meticulously preserved. How could an ordinary monk like Jinyong manage to transcribe it? There must be someone orchestrating events from behind the scenes, someone beyond his imagination. What say you? Forget this matter, and I shall share the I Ching Jing with you. Jinyong's voice dripped with a sinister allure, reminiscent of a beguiling sprite. Meng Qi was reluctant to become entangled with such a terrifying prospect, yet the allure of the I Ching Jing, a treasure of equal merit to the highest esoteric arts, stirred a fierce internal conflict, leaving him in a state of indecision. Senior brother, the oiled paper package has fallen off the cliff. Zhenhui uttered weakly. Meng Qi suddenly awakened with a start, realizing that he had been blinded by avarice. If he were to choose the I Ching Jing and release Jinyong, those behind him would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to silence him. And he had no means to ascertain their identity in order to preemptively guard against them. Alas, gazing into the misty depths of the abyss, Meng Qi sighed. Below lay a treacherous miasma, a product of countless millennia, where only a few formidable beings could survive, all of which were lethal toxins. It seemed only those with extraordinary capabilities could dare to explore it. Thud, he fell. Jinyong became utterly despondent. Meng Qi gestured for Zhenhui to promptly alert others, lest unforeseen changes occur that he could not manage. The emergence of the I Ching Jing was truly alarming. After a while, Zhenhui's distant cries reached him, and only then did Meng Qi feel a sense of relief. After another pause, Jinyong gathered his composure and made one last effort. Junior brother Zhending, although the I Ching Jing has fallen into the abyss, I have just glimpsed a portion of it. I recall the initial teachings of the practice. Should you release me, I will recount it to you, and in the future, you shall surely have another opportunity to behold the I Ching Jing. As for my departure, I will ensure that no one is aware, and I will inform you of whom to seek for the I Ching Jing when I leave. Meng Qi smirked, about to respond, when suddenly a shadow darted from the forest and struck Jinyong's back with a fierce palm. Caught off guard by his momentary lapse, Meng Qi was unable to intervene in time. Chapter 56. The assailant. The shadow surged forth from the woods, moving with an almost instantaneous speed, delivering a blow to Jinyong's back before Meng Qi could react. This seemingly unremarkable strike, executed with casual ease, belied the profound techniques behind it. With the true Yang's vital points sealed and his hands bound, there was neither time nor opportunity for any effective response. His eyes widened in shock, and as he gasped, a mist of blood escaped his lips, causing him to collapse to the ground, his face frozen in astonishment. This was undoubtedly the work of a master at the opening stage. Meng Qi's pupils contracted as he discerned this fact from the black-clad figure's movements. In that moment, he drew his blade horizontally, adopting a desperate stance. Defense was futile. He needed to make the cloaked assailant aware that he was not an easy opponent. Only by daring to fight for his life and resolving the situation with urgency would the attacker hesitate, considering the other monks summoned by Zhen Hui, and ultimately retreat. The figure, clad in night attire with only nostrils and a pair of eyes exposed, continued its relentless advance after dispatching Jinyong. Without a moment's pause, it charged towards Meng Qi, raising its right palm in a sweeping motion, the technique ancient and the aura solemn, evoking a sense of encompassing the heavens and the earth. Meng Qi felt as if, regardless of the changes he attempted or the steps he took from the art of transformation, he was ensnared by the force of that palm strike. There was no escape, no refuge. What formidable palm technique was this? It was wise, serene, and dignified, embodying the essence of the universe. Meng Qi recognized it as a divine palm of the Buddhist sect, one that, when mastered deeply, could potentially manifest a realm of enlightenment within the palm, subduing all things. Thus, despite its apparent simplicity, it effectively sealed off all avenues for his subsequent maneuvers. Confronted by the forceful strike, Meng Qi was acutely aware that, lacking a profound understanding of the true essence of the blade, neither his blood blade technique nor the 5 tigers breaking the door technique held any promise of penetrating such an impenetrable barrier. Even his elusive movement, devoid of the intrinsic principles and laws, could not transcend the celestial web of constraints. He surmised that even the 4th level of the Golden Bell shield might only withstand a single blow. As the cloaked figure unleashed his palm, there was no doubt in his mind that he would strike the novice monk before him, who had yet to awaken to his potential. This confidence stemmed from his mastery of the divine palm technique and his martial prowess. With wisdom in hand and enlightenment in heart, he sought to navigate the tumultuous sea of suffering towards a tranquil shore. Between life and death lies a realm of terror. Yet, Meng Qi suddenly squinted his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips, as if savoring the solemnity and serenity that accompanied the impending blow. Then, a glimmer of blade light erupted, as the chaos of the world seemed to transform into a vibrant tapestry. Moments later, a flicker of pain crossed his gaze, tinged with guilt and self-reproach, yet devoid of any regret. With clarity severed, how could wisdom endure? The encompassing force of the black-clad assailant's palm reverted to an ordinary strike. In alarm, the black-clad man awoke from his reverie, only to find the blade's light bearing down upon him. His pupils dilated in shock. He had never anticipated that the seemingly feeble novice could unleash such a breathtaking strike. As the light faded and the figures withdrew, Meng Qi bore a deep imprint on his left shoulder, his body shimmering with a faint golden hue resembling cracked skin, its luster dimmed. Conversely, the black-clad man suffered a grievous wound to his abdomen, exposing the writhing of his insides. He clutched his belly with his left hand, a protective aura enveloping him to prevent the blood from spilling, while his right hand rose, as if poised to mount another offensive. Meng Qi, with shoulders lowered and blade held horizontally, adopted a stance of desperation once more. The figure in black took a step forward, his body bending even more profoundly. After casting a deep glance at Meng Qi, he suddenly performed a somersault and darted into the forest. After 7 or 8 breaths, the distant sound of footsteps grew raucous. "Senior brother, are you all right?" Zhen Hui rushed in, and upon seeing Zhen Yong lifeless and Meng Qi standing rigidly, he inquired with concern. Noticing the numerous monks in yellow and gray robes behind Zhen Hui, Meng Qi felt a surge of reassurance and hoarsely replied, "Come here and help me. I can barely stand." The assailant could not have been a novice, for such a devastating blow could not have been delivered without considerable mastery. Meng Qi assessed the black-clad man's prowess internally. He had mastered the 4th level of the Golden Bell shield, which had mitigated much of the force from the attack, thus sparing him from severe injury. However, after unleashing the severing of tranquility, he felt somewhat drained, as it was a pinnacle technique of external martial arts. Albeit he had only exhibited a level equivalent to having opened 4 or 5 meridians. Zhen Hui hurried to Meng Qi's side and supported him, while among the accompanying monks, one rather unremarkable-looking acolyte meticulously examined Jinyang's cause of death before approaching Meng Qi to assess his injuries. The remaining monks dispersed to search the vicinity. The power of the strike was formidable. The assailant was undoubtedly a skilled practitioner in the realm of enlightenment. The acolyte nodded gently, yet regrettably. The strike had been deliberately concealed, making it difficult to discern its origins. "Esteemed uncle, this matter is of utmost importance. I wonder if Zhen Hui has conveyed the details to you." Jin Yong conspired with that assailant to transcribe the Yi Jing. Meng Qi stated bluntly, "The figure in black has fled, with the enemies concealed in shadows. Meng Qi felt a gnawing unease, prompting him to emphasize the gravity of the situation to elicit the necessary attention, thereby facilitating the swift identification of the puppet masters behind the scenes. As for the fallen oiled paper package, the possibility of it withstanding the contamination from toxic venom and gas remains uncertain. However, the mere fact that a secret manual has been dropped would surely incite the Shaolin Temple to dispatch individuals for its recovery, if not addressed. What has become of the manual? Has it been hidden away? The Jingjing? The attendant monk, taken aback, was met with astonished expressions from the surrounding monks, all equally incredulous. Indeed, as Meng Qi recounted the events in their entirety, the monks who had come to assist were left in a state of shock, as if a malevolent force had descended upon their sanctum. This matter is of utmost significance. Xin Yuan hastened to the Bodhi courtyard to report, and Xin Hua proceed to the discipline courtyard. The attendant monk before Meng Qi turned pale, his composure shaken as he commanded. For this is likely the first time since the temple's establishment that one has genuinely stolen one of its treasured relics. Once the two monks in yellow departed, he glanced at Meng Qi and said, "Esteemed disciples, given the gravity of the situation, I must request your understanding as I conduct a search of your persons." This was to prevent any collusion in their testimonies, potentially fabricating a tale of the manual's descent into the ravine while concealing the manuscript of the I Ching. Meng Qi, eager to prove his innocence and dispel any suspicions, had nothing to fear being discovered, for the manuals of the Golden Bell Shield, Bloodblade Technique, and Divine Transformation were all securely hidden within the meditation chamber. The disciple comprehends. However, Master, I implore you to swiftly dispatch someone to investigate the monks. A practitioner at the enlightenment stage could navigate the temple with ease, undoubtedly a disciple of Shaolin, and I am convinced that he employed the techniques of Buddhist martial arts. Meng Qi's foremost desire was to apprehend the culprit, thus he urged the matter with great urgency. My blade inflicted a grievous wound to his abdomen, deep and difficult to heal in a short span of time. I beseech you, Master, to have someone examine the abdomen of each monk. The situation is critical. We must prevent him from taking advantage of the chaos to harm other monks, thereby obscuring the truth. You struck his abdomen? The attending monk responded in astonishment, unable to fathom how a novice, who had barely been a disciple for less than a year and had yet to reach enlightenment, could injure a master at that stage. When Meng Qi recounted the skirmish, he spoke vaguely to conceal his mastery of the Anunda's blade technique. The surrounding monks believed that the assailant had been deterred by his desperate resolve and the arrival of others. Little did they know, he had indeed wounded a master at the enlightenment stage. Master, it may be a coincidence, yet I urge you to conduct a search and examination. Meng Qi refrained from elaborating further, but added, Master, I am convinced that the dark-clad figure is among the monks from the nearby courtyard. He must have overheard Zhenhui's call and, relying on his familiarity with the terrain, sought to silence her. Otherwise, if he had been lying in ambush, how could he have afforded Zhenhui the chance to send a warning? But he was dressed in night attire, and we arrived post-haste. The attending monk was somewhat skeptical, reasoning that if one accounted for the time to change clothes, the advantage of knowing the terrain would be negated. The perpetrator would have had no opportunity to commit the crime and escape. The more he spoke, the more he felt his argument held weight. Amitba, let us proceed as he suggests. At that moment, an elderly monk clad in a crimson robe entered the room. The attendant monk quickly pressed his palms together in a gesture of respect, exclaiming, I have encountered Master Wuda. I shall comply without delay. The old monk nodded gently, indicating that no further formalities were necessary. He then turned his gaze towards Meng Qi and Zhenhui, intoning a Buddhist chant, I beg your pardon. Extending his right hand, he made a sweeping motion in the air, causing the robes of Meng Qi and Zhenhui to billow, as if caressed by a gentle breeze. He instructed Zhenhui to lead the way, suspecting that the earlier message might have been a ruse to conceal the hiding of a secret manuscript amidst the chaos. Zhenhui cast a concerned glance at Meng Qi, apprehensive that his departure might result in his senior brother's fall. Meng Qi smiled reassuringly, moving his limbs to convey that he had regained considerable strength, prompting him to accompany Wuda away from the cliff's edge. The other monks commenced a thorough search of every nook and cranny between the cliff and the forest, extending their hands over the precipice to probe the fissures in the rock face, leaving no stone unturned. Meng Qi candidly articulated his sensations, and with each word, Wuda's brow furrowed deeper in concern as he pondered. Such palm techniques are indeed rare. Zhen Niao's expression was a tumult of emotions. Anger, sorrow, confusion, shock, and disbelief were all present. The attendant monk mirrored this sentiment, while Xianbei's countenance remained inscrutable, devoid of any discernible emotion. Master Wuda, during our search of the courtyard, my disciples and I discovered that Jinchang had taken his own life in the meditation room. His abdomen bore a significant wound, and he left behind a single letter. As the attendant monk reported and handed over the letter, he cast a profound glance at Meng Qi, as if acknowledging the astonishing fact that he had managed to harm one of the strongest disciples of this generation, Jinchang. Jinchang? The senior brother? Meng Qi was utterly stunned, unable to fathom that a monk with a promising future could resort to such an act alongside Jin Yong. Moreover, was it truly suicide? Chapter 57. The death of Jinchang, the esteemed disciple of the Zhen lineage, and Jinchang, the junior disciple, were both subjects of disbelief among the monks surrounding the cliff. They struggled to comprehend how the most accomplished disciple of the Jin sect could collude with nefarious individuals to steal the sect's sacred texts, ultimately leading to his demise by suicide. The monks found it equally unfathomable that Jinding, who had only recently achieved a modest level of mastery, could inflict harm upon Jinchang, who had attained a small degree of perfection in the Arhut's demon-subduing art in the pranapam. Even the adept monks of the Xian lineage, who had opened 6 of their meridians, could not guarantee their ability to injure him. Amidst their astonishment and suspicion, their gazes turned towards Meng Qi, revealing a blend of conjecture, doubt, and trepidation. The hastily penned letter of testament, unfolded and still in hand, caught their attention. Upon reading its contents, Wuda's expression shifted dramatically as he addressed Xianbei. Xianbei, this matter runs exceedingly deep. We must immediately report it to the abbot. You shall remain here and keep watch. Concerned that there might still be accomplices of Jinchang and Jinyong among the monks, he felt more secure leaving Xianbei, a fellow elder, in charge. Yes, Master Uncle, Xianbei replied, standing beside Wuda, having comprehended the gravity of the situation after perusing the entire letter. Just as Wuda was about to step away, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to speak again. Xianbei, until we clarify this matter, it is essential that your 2 disciples temporarily separate from others and reside in a secluded area. Regardless of the circumstances, the near theft of the Yijing Jing was a grave issue. Although Meng Qi and Jin Hui had exposed the situation, they could not immediately shake off suspicion regarding potential internal strife among accomplices or whether greed had prompted them to conceal a copy of the Yijing Jing. Xianbei gently nodded. Let the decision rest with my esteemed uncle. Wuda slowly inclined his head and addressed Meng Qi and Zhen Hui. Amit Ba, Zhen Ding and Zhen Hui, you must endure a moment of hardship. Once the truth of the matter is revealed, the Bodhi courtyard shall not overlook your rewards. Xian Zhuang and Zhen Miao, please escort Zhen Ding and Zhen Hui to a nearby courtyard for temporary refuge. Unless there is a directive from the abbot, no one is permitted to enter. Thus, the previously mentioned attendant monk and Zhen Miao led Meng Qi and Zhen Hui away from the cliffside and into a dilapidated courtyard that had fallen into disrepair over the years. Meng Qi was intensely curious about the contents of the letter, seizing the opportunity while Xian Zhuang guarded the outer gate. He approached Zhen Miao with an air of familiarity. Brother Zhen Miao, do you know who instigated Brother Jinchang? I can hardly believe that a direct disciple like him would betray us. The letter, unfolded and placed directly on the square table, had been seen by both Zhen Miao and Xian Zhuang, who were the first to discover its contents. Upon hearing Meng Qi's inquiry, Zhen Miao cast a complex glance in his direction. I too find it hard to believe. Brother Jinchang possesses exceptional talent and a steadfast nature. Whether it be the Arhat subduing demonic art or the notoriously difficult Prajnapam, he has made remarkable progress. After returning from traversing the Copper Man Alley, he was even bestowed with the first volume of the Yijinjing. I simply cannot fathom why he would risk everything to transcribe secret scriptures for Jinyong. Though he harbored a strong desire to surpass Jinchang as one of the most outstanding disciples of the Jin lineage, he could not shake off a sense of shared sorrow. Perhaps Brother Jinchang's family was captured and he was coerced, Meng Qi speculated. Zhen Miao shook her head, stating that Jinchang, her senior brother, was an orphan who had grown up within the Shaolin Temple, which was akin to his home. A beauty trap? Zhen Hui interjected, saying that in many tales recounted by her senior brother, heroes often faltered at the hands of alluring women. How could that be possible? Are there even any women within the temple? Zhen Miao dismissed the notion again, asserting that Jinchang had aided Jin Yong in the theft of scriptures for over a year, not merely since his recent return from wandering. At this point, Meng Qi found himself at a loss for a more compelling rationale, and thus followed Zhen Miao's lead with a question. Could it be that Jin Chang's farewell note did not elucidate the matter? Jin Chang had merely mentioned that he had succumbed to temptation and had tarnished the temple's precepts, without specifying the nature of his transgression. Zhun Miao casually articulated the content of the letter, acknowledging that while significant, it did not delve into any secrets that required concealment. Meng Qi inhaled sharply. Inquiring about Jin Yang, what of them? Did he provide any reason for his theft? The Diamond Temple? Meng Qi echoed in astonishment, realizing the unexpected revelation. The ease with which Jin Yang had managed the theft only deepened the mystery surrounding the situation. What could have compelled Jin Chang to act in such a manner? Zhun Miao refrained from elaborating further, instead casting a complex glance at Meng Qi. Jin Ding, you are the most astonishing of all. You managed to severely injure Jin Chang, forcing him into a position where he could no longer conceal the truth and had to take his own life in atonement. When did your swordsmanship reach such formidable heights? If I were to switch places with Jin Chang, the consequences would likely have been far graver than mere injury. How terrifyingly powerful your martial skills and sword technique have become in less than a year. It was indeed the esteemed Master Xianbei who imparted invaluable teachings and secretly provided additional resources. Or perhaps there lies another mystery within Jin Ding. Meng Qi chuckled softly, acknowledging that senior brother Jin Chang, in his fervent desire to eliminate Jin Yang, had revealed a flaw which he seized with utmost determination. It was revealed that the technique encompassing heaven and earth, sealing all transformations, was none other than the renowned Prajna Palm, a name that certainly lived up to its reputation. Given that Jun Yong was a spy for the Diamond Monastery, the sword technique he wielded must surely be one of the three great sword arts of that monastery. Yet, whether it was the sword of severing afflictions, the sword of exorcising demons, or the sword of cutting karmic bonds, regardless, the transformations were indeed intricate and profound. However, Jin Yong had barely grasped the surface, lacking any comprehension of the sword's essence and struggling to articulate its nuances. It seemed he had only attained a simplified version of the technique, rendering its power nearly negligible. This was a rare opportunity, for the three great sword arts of the Diamond Monastery were esteemed alongside the few notable techniques, such as the sword of breaking precepts of Ananda, revered as the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Is that so? Senior brother Jin Chang is not one to be so careless. Jin Miao harbored doubts regarding Meng Qi's assertions. After a brief moment of contemplation with closed eyes, a resounding and solemn voice echoed in Meng Qi's mind. This mission is a solo endeavor for each member of the team. A solo mission? Meng Qi was taken aback, then plunged into a brief abyss, a true darkness. The gentle breeze was refreshing, the river stretched endlessly, and the sound of crashing waves persisted. Meng Qi, with his left hand cradling his chin, gazed at the scattered lights of fishing boats in the distance, listening to the clinking sounds around him, momentarily lost in thought. The clinking sounds continued unabated, prompting Meng Qi to gather his thoughts as he propped his chin on his left hand and took a keen interest in observing the battle on the deck. The pace was exceedingly monotonous. This strike is utterly ludicrous, he muttered to himself, keenly commenting on the battle before him involving two men and a woman. One of them, clad in a black robe and wearing a grinning monkey mask, wielded a vicious dagger, relentlessly pressuring the seemingly couple of sword-wielding individuals into a frantic defense. Their bodies marked by numerous wounds, blood flowing profusely. It appeared that their demise was imminent. Meng Qi, having traversed into this world, was met with this gruesome sight. The deck littered with corpses, both male and female, young and old, most having succumbed to throat slashes. Only the three before him remained alive, yet the masked figure was evidently the perpetrator. Uncertain of the caliber of such encounters in this realm, Meng Qi pondered, stroking his chin as the river breeze caused his monk's robe to billow. Though the young couple was facing Meng Qi, absorbed in their desperate struggle, they were oblivious to his leisurely observation from the bow of the ship. After the male suffered another wound, the woman, her hair tied up, vehemently exclaimed, "You 12 beasts are devoid of conscience. Retribution shall surely come." Devoid of conscience? The masked figure chuckled in a deliberately hoarse voice. As long as someone can afford the price and offer the reward, why should we refuse a task? Moreover, this incident is the consequence of your own greed. Surrender the treasure map, and we shall leave you with intact corpses. Our 12 divine beasts have never failed in our missions. As the man wielded his blade, the woman stumbled unsteadily forward, nearly succumbing to a fatal strike had the man not intervened with his sword. In her faltering, she finally regained her balance and was about to turn and rejoin the fray when she caught sight of a young monk in gray robes. smiling serenely as he gazed at her from the bow of the ship, with his chin resting on his hand in a languid posture. He possessed a youthful yet strikingly handsome allure. Who was he? When had such a figure boarded the vessel? Overcome with a mix of astonishment and dread, she blurted out. Who? The man in the monkey mask, upon hearing her exclamation, pressed his advantage, forcing back his opponent with 2 swift strikes. His peripheral vision caught the monk's presence, and without a moment's hesitation, he lunged toward Meng Qi. Jiang Zhiwei and his wife were already on the brink of exhaustion, unable to escape. Yet the sudden appearance of the monk filled them with trepidation. Acting with remarkable decisiveness, the masked man closed the distance to Meng Qi in a heartbeat, his blade arcing down with ferocity, almost akin to a surprise attack. Meng Qi, curious to gauge the skill of this formidable adversary, inclined his head slightly, allowing the blade to rest upon his shoulder. The man in the monkey mask, noticing that Meng Qi remained seemingly oblivious, felt a surge of satisfaction at his own cunning decision. He exerted more force into his strike, determined to cleave this interloper in 2. With a resounding clang, he felt as if he had struck metal or stone, unable to penetrate even an inch further. The recoil nearly caused him to lose grip on his weapon. What kind of extraordinary martial prowess was this? Fear and disbelief coursed through him as he realized that his full-strength blow had only managed to tear the fabric of Meng Qi's shoulder, leaving a mere white mark. Was this not utterly terrifying? It seems that he could rival the 40 years of pure yang cultivation of the sorrowful monk of the Affectionate sect. He is indeed one of the 7 great masters of the world. From where did this little monk emerge, an extraordinary being? His soul surged forth, fleeing even faster than when he had approached, yet at that moment, a blade of light struck from an unusual angle, sealing off his initial escape route. Gritting his teeth, the man donned in a monkey mask pivoted once more, opening his mouth to unleash a dark projectile aimed directly at Meng Qi's face. This was his life-saving weapon. Swift and short in distance, Meng Qi closed his eyes and allowed the projectile to strike him. Clang! The weapon hit Meng Qi's face without leaving a trace. After launching the projectile, the man known as one of the 12 beasts seized the opportunity to leap over Meng Qi, intent on plunging into the great river. He had not entertained the thought that this projectile could penetrate such formidable martial prowess. He merely sought to distract his opponent and secure his own escape. The wave surged, crashing against the ship's hull, and the man felt a surge of joy, ready to leap down. But at that moment, a dagger sliced through the air from an unimaginable angle, piercing directly through his lower abdomen. His legs weakened, and he collapsed forward, the sound of the waves fading to a mere whisper in his ears. How could such a terrifying creature exist? Apart from the 7 great masters, perhaps only a handful in the martial world could achieve such prowess? Chapter 58. The 12 Manifestations of the Gods. After a moment, the man clad in a headscarf glanced at the corpse behind Meng Qi, swallowed hard, and cautiously, yet with an undercurrent of excitement, said, I am Jiang Zhiwei, and this is my wife, Li Xinyu. I express my profound gratitude to the master for saving our lives. May I inquire your honored title? He dared not address this formidable little monk as master. The humble monk, Jin Ding, happened upon a scene of distress and thus approached to investigate. Meng Qi brushed off his monk's robe and rose gracefully. How splendid it would have been had he donned a white robe. Alas, it is only due to the monk's timely intervention that my wife and I have been spared from calamity. Jiang Zhiwei sighed, bowing deeply in gratitude alongside his wife. Meng Qi joined his palms together, embodying the demeanor of a venerable monk, and intoned, Ba, saving a life surpasses the construction of a 7-story pagoda. Upon finishing, he smiled at Jiang Zhiwei and his wife, awaiting their explanation. Naturally, Jiang Zhiwei felt compelled to elucidate, for the monk had risked his own safety to rescue them, and he owed an account of the events. Moreover, the mention of the treasure map by the monkey spirit raised questions regarding how much the monk had overheard. With a serious expression, he recounted, My wife and I have inadvertently come into possession of a treasure map, a remnant of the once mighty snow god palace. Somehow, this secret has leaked, drawing the attention of the 12 beasts, who sought to kill us for the treasure. The foe you vanquished moments ago was none other than Shen Ho, one of the 12 beasts. Oh, both Jiang Zhiwei and Li Xinyu appeared enlightened. Realizing why such a formidable monk was unknown to them, they had never heard tales of his like within the martial world. Li Xinyu reigned in her momentary astonishment and said, The true Ding Master, the Snow God Palace was a sect that once dominated the world 50 years ago. Unfortunately, due to indulgence and extravagance, it gradually descended into the demonic path, self-proclaiming divinity and summoning other sects at will. Ultimately, it faced a united front from various martial arts factions and, after several upheavals, collapsed 30 years ago. Only a few secret legacies remain. Yet it is rumored that the former master of the Snow God Palace anticipated such an outcome and discreetly concealed numerous treasures, manuals, and divine weapons in hopes of a future resurgence. The 12 Zodiac Gods is a clandestine organization within the martial world, consisting of only 12 official members, each identified by their zodiac sign, all of whom possess formidable strength. They operate with great secrecy, accepting various tasks for those who can afford their demanded remuneration. Moreover, they often find themselves embroiled in significant martial affairs even without assigned missions, clearly with grand ambitions, and they are referred to as the 12 Beasts by the martial community. Formidable strength, you ask? How powerful? Meng Qi inquired directly. Just moments ago, the strength of the monkey spirit seemed to approach the level of enlightenment. The ease with which he dispatched it was entirely due to the terrifying effectiveness of the fourth stage of his golden bell shield. It is essential to recognize that this is a divine skill that directly targets the Dharma body. And the fourth stage is significantly more potent than most martial arts at the same level. An entity of the monkey spirit's caliber, without a formidable weapon like Jiang Zhiwei's Guanri sword, could not inflict any harm upon me. Moreover, a master at the level of enlightenment would need to exert over 80% of their strength with a comparable divine skill to pose a threat, and the damage reduction is notably evident. Meng Qi deduced from the information regarding the Golden Bell Shield that an ordinary master, upon first awakening their potential, would need to exert themselves fully for at least 3 or 4 strikes to breach their own defense. Jiang Zhiwei pondered for a moment, contemplating the most fitting way to articulate his thoughts. After a few breaths, he smiled and said, "The 7 grandmasters of the world are the pinnacle of expertise, each having unlocked the secret chambers of the human body. Most of the 12 beasts have also touched upon these chambers, ranking them among the elite. In terms of skill, they stand just below the grandmasters, and it is rumored that 2 among the 12 beasts are also grandmasters who have concealed their prowess. Thus, Master Zhending, do not underestimate the 12 beasts," Li Xinyu interjected. Meng Qi nodded slightly, pondering the relative strengths and weaknesses of the 7 grandmasters. The secret chambers of the human body seem to hold a parallel significance to awakening one's potential, yet there may be unique aspects unknown to him. He refrained from probing into specific martial questions, wary of exposing his ignorance, and acknowledged that the Zhang couple's abilities could not reach this level. The grandmasters rarely engage in combat with one another, and we truly lack knowledge in this regard. They are, after all, devastating against other masters, Jiang Zhiwei remarked. Shaking his head, Li Xinyu concurred, stating, "The specific secret chambers each grandmaster has unlocked are personal secrets, known only to them, leaving outsiders to speculate. Who exactly are the 7 grandmasters? These are the figures Meng Qi must pay particular attention to." After listening, Meng Qi smiled and said, "As fate weaves its intricate tapestry, this humble monk shall not delay your departure. However, should the 12 beasts return in the future, do you have any strategies to counter them?" He inquired casually. The monk felt a sense of relief and inquired about the distance to Tianding City. At this moment, Meng Qi was silently pondering why he had yet to receive any mission prompts. Was this task perhaps triggered by certain conditions? Should he venture to Tianding City? Li Xinyu inhaled deeply and remarked, "If we follow the river downstream, we shall arrive within an hour." At that moment, Jiang Zhiwei seemed to have made a resolute decision. He produced an aged piece of fur from his pocket and addressed the true Ding master, saying, "My wife and I have been excessively greedy. Such a treasure is beyond our reach. Please accept this source of calamity and dispel our misfortune." Previously, he had chosen to be forthright due to Shinho's revelation about the treasure map, opting for honesty over fabricating a tale of being pursued by the 12 beasts. Now, his reason had returned, overcoming his avarice, as he was unwilling to risk being slain by the monk before him. Gazing at the treasure map, Meng Qi chuckled and replied, "What significance does this hold? If I were truly covetous of treasure, I would still resort to killing to prevent any leakage of information." He had yet to become accustomed to referring to himself as a humble monk in every sentence. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhiwei and Li Xinyu turned pale, for they had witnessed the confrontation between Shinho and the true Ding master with their own eyes and believed they were no match for such a formidable opponent. He appeared merely 14 or 15 years of age, barely an adult. How could he possess such terrifying martial prowess? Even if he had been training since birth, it was implausible for him to slay first-rate masters as one would slaughter chickens or dogs. Could it be that some ancient being had transcended the limits of human potential, touching upon the divine boundaries espoused by the snow god palace, and had regained their youth? Thus, you may take your leave. Meng Qi paused momentarily, then slightly blushing, raised his gaze to the heavens. Could you provide me with a copy of the treasure map? He considered that if the task allowed for leisure, exploring the concealed treasures would likely enhance their task evaluation, and numerous items within could be exchanged for merits. This was his first genuine venture into the world of martial arts. He had never experienced anything akin to this in his previous life, and naturally, he found it impossible to resort to forceful acquisition, as this would contradict his nature and principles. No, keeping it would only bring calamity upon us, Li Xinyu firmly asserted. Meng Qi waved his hand dismissively. Without this treasure map, how could you comfortably reside in Tianding City for an extended period? Let us make a copy to keep. When it came to treasure hunting, someone must first venture forth to assess the dangers. Recklessly charging in would be an unwise strategy, and furthermore, he might not have the time to do so himself. Seeing the sincerity in Meng Qi's words, Jiang Zhiwei tore a piece of white cloth from a corpse, using the blood to make a copy of the map. The couple then expressed their profound gratitude once more, placing a small boat at the ship's edge and drifting away with the currents. Meng Qi tucked the treasure map away, yet found himself without any task prompts, which left him somewhat vexed. He crouched down and removed the mask from the monkey figure. Beneath the mask was a distinguished middle-aged monk, his face frozen in a blend of terror and panic. As Meng Qi searched the monk's body, he discovered only a peculiar token, neither metal nor wood. Chilling to the touch, engraved with the image of a grinning monkey's head. Prior to his journey through time, he had harbored an immense fascination with various mysterious organizations, particularly those that were cryptic, secretive, and possessed formidable power. In the future, I shall establish a mysterious organization, playing the role of the unseen puppeteer who manipulates the world. Meng Qi often indulged in such whimsical thoughts to alleviate his mood. What might it be called? The Holy Warriors of the Goddess? Alas, that does not quite fit the theme. Just then, a weary voice echoed across the river. Is that not Mr. Shun Ho of the 12 zodiac spirits ahead? Huh. Meng Qi was momentarily taken aback. He was being mistaken for Shin Ho? Upon the deck, blood suddenly coursed, forming a series of characters. Side quest activated, infiltrate the 12 zodiac spirits, unveil the secrets behind the scenes, successful completion rewards 150 merits. Failure incurs no penalty. Chapter 59, The Rewarded Deed. It is I, the old man. He clasped his hands and sighed, as the flat boat beneath him felt as though it had been plunged into a 1,000-pound boulder, suddenly sinking, its speed diminishing as it sailed parallel to the vessel where Meng Qi resided. Meng Qi squinted, assessing the strength of these 7 grandmasters. From this maneuver alone, he could discern that unless he revealed all his trump cards, he might find himself at a disadvantage, for he was significantly outmatched in terms of cultivation. Is Mr. Xianin jesting with me? Is there truly anything in this world that you cannot accomplish? He mimicked the earlier Shun Ho's approach, deliberately lowering his voice and speaking in a husky tone, thus ensuring that he would not be recognized by acquaintances, for after all, Shin Ho had also employed a false voice. Duan Xiangfei sighed deeply, lamenting, in my old age, I have been blessed with a son. Yet my excessive indulgence has rendered him inept in both scholarly and martial pursuits. He revels in frivolous company, living a life of extravagance and debauchery. Should this continue, it would not be a grave concern, for I possess a family fortune that he could squander. However, misfortune struck unexpectedly. Half a year ago, my son disappeared in Tianding City, leaving no trace behind. Mr. Shin Ho, you ought to have heard of this matter, and I beseech you to accept my request to locate that unfilial child of mine. Alive or dead, I must see him. As he uttered the final 8 words, his expression twitched slightly. Meng Qi, listening intently, sensed something amiss. Mr. Xianin, with your martial prowess and esteemed status in the Jianghu, should you declare your plight, countless heroes would be eager to assist. If there is a hidden hand at play, how could it possibly rival your strength? Duan Xiangfei paused for a moment, a weary smile gracing his lips as he replied, had it been so simple, why would I go to such lengths to inquire about your whereabouts? He raised his right hand, revealing a palm devoid of fingers. The majority of my life's training has been dedicated to swordsmanship, yet 5 years ago, I faltered in a crucial moment and had my fingers severed by an adversary. Should this news circulate, it would inevitably attract foes to my door. Thus, After my son's disappearance, I feigned anger, blaming him for straying from the righteous path and severed our father-son ties, claiming I had already renounced my past and refused any requests for assistance. Nevertheless, I have indeed reached a certain level of enlightenment. Should enemies come knocking, I would still be capable of a mutual destruction. He spoke matter-of-factly, as if recounting another's tale, then chuckled softly, for the sake of that ungrateful child. I find myself compelled to take a risk and divulge this matter to you. Alas, as one ages, the significance of status and martial prowess in the realm seems to fade, and all that remains is the desire for one's descendants to live in peace, free from disaster. Duan Xiangfei narrowed his eyes slightly, exuding an air of dominance. I had no inkling that such a formidable expert existed in this world. He must have already unlocked the 3 great secret vaults, nearing the boundary between humanity and divinity. Who is this Mr. Xianin? Such a figure could hardly remain inconspicuous in the martial world. Meng Qi pondered with curiosity. Duan Xiangfei shook his head. This individual appeared as if he had suddenly sprung forth from a stone, possessing no reputation before our duel, and then vanished without a trace afterward. He is not among the renowned masters, which is exceedingly strange. This bears some resemblance to your 12 manifestations. Haha. I even doubted at that time whether he was the leader of your 12 manifestations, the Dragon of the Morning. Duan Xiangfei was not pursuing the identity of his opponent at that moment. After providing his reasoning, he straightforwardly inquired, Mr. Shunho, what kind of remuneration would suffice for you to accept this task? Meng Qi, unaware of the fee standards of the 12 manifestations, could only respond with a peculiar laugh. That depends on what Mr. Xianin can offer. My most precious possession is, of course, my martial arts. If Mr. Shunho does not mind. Upon the successful completion of the task, I am willing to transcribe the Guanlon decision, White Steed passing through the gap sword technique, and my insights accumulated over the years for you. Moreover, they can be exchanged for merits. This would be an additional benefit derived from the main quest. Duan Xiangfei smiled wearily. Certainly. It will include insights on unlocking the Vitality Secret Vault and the Energy Secret Vault. As for the Mental Secret Vault, I have yet to unlock it myself, so I fear I cannot be of assistance. He understood that a master of the caliber of the Divine Monkey was most urgently in need of unlocking the secrets of the human body's hidden treasures and the methods of cultivation. It was unlikely he would remain indifferent. To his surprise, Mr. Xianin had already unveiled 2 significant treasures, standing out even among the masters. Meng Qi offered insincere praise, hoping to glean more information. He had witnessed the prowess of Jura Cha, whose every move stirred the winds and summoned thunder, approaching the divine and the demonic. His own master, however, far surpassed Jura Cha, rendering any genuine admiration for so-called masters difficult to muster. Duan Xiangfei sighed and chuckled. Not so, not so. Among the 3 great treasures, the spiritual treasure is the most challenging to unlock, as it pertains to the ancestral aperture at the brow, shrouded in profound mystery. Once opened, one can wield abilities akin to gods and demons, able to dispatch foes without a single strike, much like old Shui. Even if he has opened but one treasure, I could at best match him. Mr. Divine Monkey, are you willing to undertake this task? Not every form of remuneration could stir one's heart. Meng Qi feigned nonchalance, standing with hands clasped behind his back, his monk's robe flowing, exuding an air of otherworldliness. Duan Xiangfei narrowed his eyes and inquired, what, then, would capture your interest? In truth, he was already quite intrigued, yet there remained a slight hesitation. I have a rather unorthodox request. The smile remained on Meng Qi's monkey mask. Duan Xiangfei appeared to relax slightly. What might that be? Of course, a particular martial art may only be exchanged once. Duan Xiangfei furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend the intention behind the divine monkey's request. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, that request is not difficult. I shall agree. Then it is settled. Beneath the nodding gesture, the monkey mask on Meng Qi's face appeared increasingly ludicrous. Duan Xiangfei sighed deeply, remarking, Mr. Shenho's swift agreement is somewhat unexpected for an old man like me, sparing me the need for extensive discourse. Thus, once the matter is accomplished, I shall bestow upon you a token of gratitude. Though not extravagant, it holds great personal significance and possesses an air of mystery. What could it be? Meng Qi inquired with curiosity. Duan Xiangfei chuckled softly. You will know in due time. As he spoke, he tossed a package to Meng Qi, saying, this contains information regarding individuals my son had associated with prior to his disappearance. With that, his flatboat surged forward, swiftly navigating down the river, vanishing into the vast expanse of the water. Meng Qi caught the package, stroking his chin in contemplation. Did the 12 celestial beings accept tasks without a deposit? He pondered. Tianding City. I never imagined I would truly need to visit Tianding City. It seems I must seek out Jiang Zhiwei and his wife. As he gazed at the rolling river under the cover of night, he realized they were aware of Shenhe's demise and that he must devise a plan to navigate this predicament. With a splash, the waves surged for a moment before Shenhe completely vanished. After executing these tasks, Meng Qi concealed the mask and the token, lowered the small boat on the opposite side, and drifted downstream. The river wind rushed against him as the small boat rocked violently. Yet, Meng Qi, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, felt an undeniable sense of poise, his only regret being his inability to traverse the river on a single reed. After an hour, Meng Qi arrived at Tianding City, which was constructed along the riverbank, resembling a colossal dragon. Given the late hour, the water gate of Tianding City was already closed, prompting Meng Qi to disembark at the dock outside the city. Before he could take more than a few steps, Meng Qi's eyes lit up, for he spotted the couple Jiang Zhiwei and Li Xinyu conversing with a girl clad in red by the waterside. Ba. Fate brings people together and then scatters them apart. It seems I have a connection with these two benefactors. From a distance, Meng Qi proclaimed a Buddhist chant. Li Xinyu then turned her head to whisper into the ear of the charming girl in red. I specifically came to pursue the two benefactors, for the Shen monkey is not deceased. It feigned death to deceive us and later, when I was unguarded, escaped into the water. Meng Qi spoke with a flourish of falsehoods. Thus I have come to remind the two benefactors to exercise caution and to refrain from spreading this matter, lest it incite even more frenzied retaliation from the 12 beasts. Thank you, Master, for taking the trouble to warn us. Jiang Zhiwei expressed his heartfelt gratitude, for he saw no reason for deceit in this matter. He could not fathom that the monk before him was masquerading as the Shen monkey, hence his words. After their whispering, the girl in red regarded Meng Qi with keen interest. Truding Master, I am Cui Jinxiu. I have come to welcome Sister Xinyu and her husband upon receiving notice of your arrival. I just heard about your exploits and was astonished that at such a tender age, you could vanquish the renowned Shen monkey among the 12 beasts. I am a bit eager to test my skills against yours. May I request a few pointers? Beside her stood an elderly man with white hair, his gaze lowered as if counting the ants on the ground. Chapter 60. The unfitting atmosphere. No sooner had she finished speaking than she drew her sword and lunged at Meng Qi, entirely disregarding his lack of consent. Observing that Meng Qi appeared even younger than herself, she found it hard to believe that he could have triumphed over the illustrious Shen monkey of the martial world. From a young age, Cui Jinxiu had been praised by her father, elders, brothers, and mentors for her exceptional martial arts talent, which only intensified her competitive spirit. As she wielded her sword, her movements were as agile as a dragon, with a glimmering blade slicing through the air. Meng Qi's swordsmanship was at times bold and magnificent, and at other times, it was deviously unpredictable, continually striking at the vulnerabilities that Cui Jinxiu inadvertently exposed, forcing her into a flurry of reactions before she could finally regain her composure. The clashing sounds of blades echoed incessantly as Meng Qi executed his techniques with ease. Whether it was the five-tiger breaking the door technique or the blood blade style, overwhelming Cui Jinxiu to the point of breathlessness. As she felt her defenses were on the verge of shattering, the Jie Dao technique, being a pinnacle of external martial arts, allowed Meng Qi, having grasped the essence and variations of the first move, to possess a perspective that was elevated and insightful. Through his practice, his understanding of other sword techniques deepened significantly, surpassing many who had been engrossed in the pursuit of the sword for a decade. However, lacking practical experience, he had yet to fully integrate his skills. With a flick of his longsword, Meng Qi seized the opportunity to retreat a few steps and chanted a Buddhist phrase, Cui Shizhu, in the stillness of the night. Let us not disturb the tranquility of others. Who are these others you speak of? Cui Jinxiu found herself both amused and exasperated. Meng Qi, with a mischievous glint in his eye, replied, Every being possesses a spirit, even flowers and grass are alive. Disturbing them would be unwise. The others present fell silent. Meng Qi chuckled, Ba, I am grateful for your forbearance. Truly, Master Zhending, how does my martial prowess compare to that of the Monkey King? Cui Jinxiu inquired eagerly, seeking validation of her strength. Cui, the master, possesses exceptional martial skills, having reached the prowess of seasoned masters even before coming of age. He stands on equal footing with the cunning and treacherous Monkey Shen. However, While Shen is adept in the ways of the world, Cui lacks in this regard. Meng Qi perceives that Cui Jinxiu has a substantial mastery of inner energy and an admirable swordsmanship that surpasses that of Jiang Zhiwei and his wife. Yet, when juxtaposed with Meng Qi Shan, there remains a significant gap in terms of depth of inner strength, mastery of techniques, and worldly experience. Should they encounter one another, it could very well lead to a fatal outcome. Nonetheless, such a stark truth need not be articulated. Cui Jinxiu's eyes sparkled with delight as she graciously acknowledged, "Indeed, my experience in the martial world is limited, and my family does not permit me to traverse the Jianghu alone. The world outside is fraught with peril, dear young lady." "There is no comfort like that of home," interjected the kindly white-haired elder, who had remained silent until now. Cui Jinxiu pouted and retorted, "Uncle He, those who practice martial arts must roam the Jianghu, righting wrongs and upholding justice. Only in doing so can one truly honor a lifetime of learning. Staying cooped up at home is far too mundane. Where's the thrill in that?" Having expressed herself, she disregarded the elder's reaction and turned to Li Xinyu and her husband, saying, "Sister Xinyu, it is rather inconvenient to converse here. Let us proceed into the city." This proposal was met with unanimous agreement from Jiang Zhiwei, Li Xinyu, and Meng Qi. With the daughter of the city lord present, the gate soldiers posed no obstructions. After verifying their credentials, they opened a small gate, allowing the group to enter. At that moment, Jiang Zhiwei leaned closer and whispered to Meng Qi, "Master Zhending, we have not divulged your martial arts secrets. Such matters are personal, and, as you are our savior, they remain confidential." Regarding this matter, Meng Qi felt quite satisfied. The streets within the city were broad, and the ground was remarkably free of debris, exuding a sense of cleanliness and freshness. This provided Meng Qi with an intuitive understanding of the Lord's governance capabilities. After walking a few steps, Cui Jinxiu, brimming with interest, spoke up, "Master Zhending, have there ever been tales of immortals in the far west?" "Tales of immortals?" Meng Qi looked at her in confusion. Li Xinyu smiled and explained, "Sister Jinxiu has a penchant for the extraordinary, delighting in stories of immortals." "They are not mere stories," Cui Jinxiu immediately countered. Her cheeks slightly flushed. "Many prominent sects possess records of their own ancestors attaining enlightenment and ascending." "Huh, every family is prone to embellishing the achievements of their ancestors." Li Xinyu teased. "Pray tell, where could they possibly ascend to?" Cui Jinxiu had pondered these questions many times, and Li Xinyu's inquiry struck a chord within her. With spirited enthusiasm, she declared, "Of course, to the immortal realm. I have even read accounts from the Snow God Palace regarding the immortal realm." Recognizing that Meng Qi was unfamiliar with the Snow God Palace, she paused and elaborated. "The Snow God Palace always asserts that their ascended ancestors became divine beings, bestowing numerous decrees. Among these are descriptions of the immortal realm, stating that the primordial energies of heaven and earth are abundant, allowing for rapid cultivation, where nearly everyone can strengthen their bodies. Furthermore, spiritual herbs and elixirs are plentiful, and true immortals exist who can pluck stars and seize the moon, move mountains, and part seas." This. Meng Qi frowned slightly upon hearing this. Surely, one could not claim that his own abbot could move mountains and part seas. Ancient events often possess a certain mystical quality. In the most verifiable period of the last 60 years, has there been any account of ascension to the immortal realm? Jiang Zhiwei harbored a certain skepticism towards matters of the supernatural. Cui Jinxiu sighed softly. "I am aware of this, which is why each time I peruse various accounts, I find myself wistfully pondering the immortal beings of yore who could summon winds and rains or freeze rivers. Alas, such grand spectacles seem to have vanished in our time. Does the path of martial arts truly culminate at the three great treasures? Dear Jinxiu, do not take these tales too literally. For centuries, in documented history, has anyone ever surpassed the three great treasures and left behind corresponding methods?" Li Xinyu gently stroked the long hair at the back of Cui Jinxiu's head. Jinxiu shook her head. "In the past, the Snow God Palace claimed to have discovered a way to transcend the three great treasures and break the divide between gods and mortals. And thus they became deluded, frenzied, and turned into the enemies of the world." Li Xinyu, with a blend of sincerity and playful malice, sought to undermine Cui Jinxiu's spirits. Jinxiu replied, her countenance dimmed. "That is why I yearn to glimpse the records of the Snow God Palace's treasures. Unfortunately, they have long been buried by the sands of time, leaving no trace. Yet opportunities do exist, dear Jinxiu. Do you know why we are being pursued by the 12 beasts?" Li Xinyu adeptly steered the conversation. "Why?" Cui Jinxiu, with her youthful curiosity, perked up. Because we have obtained a treasure map, the treasure map of the Snow God Palace, Li Xinyu declared, her teeth clenched. Is that true? Jinxiu exclaimed, a mix of surprise and joy flooding her. Sister Xinyu, would you permit me a glimpse? Zhang Zongxian interjected with a smile. The true master of Zhending has long been aware of this matter, yet he is a transcendent being, devoid of any greed. Meng Qi, having observed the conversation with a detached demeanor, chose to interject with a deliberate sigh. Speaking of beings who can summon winds and rains, I have indeed encountered one. What? Cui Jinxiu gazed with her round, sparkling eyes, filled with a mix of surprise and delight as she looked at Meng Qi. Li Xinyu and Zhang Zongxian wore expressions of astonishment and doubt, their faces reflecting skepticism. Hebo remained with his head bowed, as though Meng Qi were recounting a tale to amuse a young girl. I once encountered a celestial being capable of summoning the winds and rains in the far west. Meng Qi reiterated. Is that truly so? Master, what was it like at that time? Cui Jinxiu's face flushed a deep crimson, a blend of joy, excitement, and skepticism swirling within her. Meng Qi, observing the vibrant street ahead, remarked, that individual had yet to ascend. He could not be considered a true immortal. Yet, when he unleashed his full power, the winds howled, dark clouds gathered, thunder rumbled, and rain cascaded down. Each of his punches was accompanied by swirling hurricanes and descending lightning. A fearsome spectacle indeed. Is this similar to the accounts I have read? Could it be that there truly are celestial beings? Cui Jinxiu stammered in her excitement. Master Zhending, did you have the honor of meeting this immortal? Indeed, I witnessed his demise, Meng Qi muttered inwardly. However, I have also heard tales of other immortals, claiming that two celestial beings clashed, turning the land into a barren stretch of red for 100 miles, and freezing the great river. A barren stretch of red for 100 miles, and the great river frozen. Cui Jinxiu was lost in reverie at the thought of such grandeur. Meanwhile, Zhang Zongxian and Li Xinyu had regained their composure, perceiving Meng Qi merely as a storyteller indulging Cui Jinxiu's fancies. What could be his intent? Did he wish to befriend the Lord of Cui? Only Hebo remained unchanged in demeanor, as if he were observing a group of youngsters engaged in idle banter. If there are indeed celestial beings, why, after the three great treasures, do we find ourselves with no paths to follow? Cui Jinxiu casually inquired. A reflection of her profound familial background, for were it another, they would scarcely possess such knowledge. Perhaps it is the convergence of the inner and outer realms that allows for such understanding. Meng Qi also mentioned the common knowledge shared by Jiang Zhiwei and others. The notion of the convergence of inner and outer realms is rather intriguing. Cui Jinxiu paused, a smile spreading across her face as she remarked. While Zhang Zongxian and Li Xinyu could not discern its deeper significance, merely chuckling in agreement. However, Hebo's expression shifted slightly, as he murmured quietly to himself, the convergence of inner and outer realms. What constitutes the inner realm, and how does it converge? He squinted, discreetly observing Meng Qi. Meanwhile, Cui Jinxiu continued her captivating discourse on immortals, the true Ding Master. In which direction did that immortal depart? What? Immortals can die too? Cui Jinxiu exclaimed in surprise. Meng Qi chuckled softly. He has yet to ascend. He does not qualify as a true immortal. This was a point he had previously emphasized. Yet, Cui Jinxiu struggled to articulate her thoughts, ultimately tempering her emotions and cheerfully stating, the true Ding Master. A monk stating the body perishes and the path dissipates seems rather incongruous. Does it not? This is a term used in Taoism. Meng Qi smiled. Cui Shizhu, you are not aware that the prevailing artistic style currently is misaligned. Misaligned artistic style? Cui Jinxiu blinked in confusion. Meng Qi smiled gently and remarked, when you casually doodle on a freehanding painting, the artistic style becomes misaligned. He paused for a moment, glancing at an individual emerging from the tavern. Noticing the prominent growth upon the person's forehead and their distinctive appearance, he chuckled, Cui benefactor. Allow me to demonstrate what it means for the artistic style to be misaligned. Without regard for the puzzled expressions of Cui Jinxiu and the others, he approached the individual with purpose, clasped his hands together, and intoned solemnly, Ba, esteemed benefactor, I perceive a darkness upon your brow. Chapter 61. Understanding the opponent stepping out of the Tianxiang Tower, Jiananshan gazed upon the vibrant scene illuminated by colorful lanterns. Listening to the boisterous sounds of nearby games of chance, an indescribable sense of satisfaction welled up within him. This was his dominion, the fruit of his endeavors in the first half of his life. Every aspect of it was forged through his own toil and perseverance. He lowered his gaze to his own plump, fair hands, a smile increasingly evident upon his lips. Although these hands appeared akin to those of a true merchant, within the confines of Tianding City and the neighboring 3 provinces, they bore the infamous moniker of Yama's grasp, having crushed the throats of countless individuals. Amitabha, esteemed benefactor, I perceive a darkness upon your brow. Following a brief moment of shock, an overwhelming fury surged within Jiang Zhiwei. Since when did monks take up fortune-telling as a sideline? The last person who dared to mock him now lay in a mass grave beyond the city walls. Young master, he retorted, do enlighten me as to where exactly upon my brow this darkness resides. Jiang Zhiwei spoke with a smile that did not reach his eyes, raising a hand to halt the advance of his guards, intent on leaving an indelible impression on the young monk. Yet, before his words could fully escape his lips, his gaze sharpened, for he noticed that 4 individuals stood in the path from which the monk approached, 2 of whom were not figures he could afford to offend. What manner of identity does this monk possess? Meng Qi replied, a semblance of a smile playing on his lips. The humble monk merely wishes to offer a word of caution to the benefactor. As for the reasons behind such circumstances, the secrets of heaven are not to be unveiled. What in the world are you, a monk or a Taoist? Jiang Zhiwei cursed inwardly, yet adorned his face with a smile. The esteemed young lady graces this humble place, illuminating it with her presence. Master Jiang, I am merely passing through, Cui Jinxiu responded with a laugh, having recognized the discord in the atmosphere. Jiang Zhiwei maintained his smile, respectfully bidding farewell to Cui Jinxiu, while Meng Qi and his companions veered into a nearby alley, their expressions darkening. Investigate the origins of that monk from earlier and discern the nature of his relationship with the young lady. Should it prove to be merely ordinary, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The moniker of Yama's soul chaser signifies not only skill, but also my unwavering thirst for retribution. Jiang Zhiwei felt no shame in this proclamation. Rather, he reveled in it. Understood, master. 2 of his guards stealthily emerged, cautiously making their way in the direction where Cui Jinxiu and her companions had departed. It was not that they dared to follow the young lady, but they were aware that her destination was undoubtedly the Lord's mansion and intended to arrive there ahead of her. Eager to ascertain whether the monk resided within the mansion or in an external inn. If it were the latter, it would clearly indicate a tenuous bond between the parties involved. Could there be any calamities looming on the horizon? Do not dwell too much on it. What does a monk know about divination? He is clearly a charlatan. One must exercise caution, for caution ensures one's longevity. Perhaps one should venture outside the city to the Shaolin Temple to seek a protective talisman. This so-called master has survived countless battles and witnessed innumerable predecessors, whose martial prowess and intellect surpassed his own, meet untimely ends. His survival, to some extent, is attributable to fortune, thus he possesses a certain belief in the supernatural. Seeking solace for his heart. Amitabha, dear patrons, all encounters are fated to arise and dissipate. This humble monk has achieved his purpose and shall take his leave. After walking for a while, Meng Qi clasped his hands together in prayer. Cui Jinxiu, somewhat disappointed, remarked, I had intended to invite the monk to stay at the manor and inquire further about celestial matters. Hebo cleared his throat, casting his gaze to the ground. At this hour, unless one is an acquaintance, it is rather inappropriate to admit guests. This served as a reminder to Cui Jinxiu regarding the decorum of the manor. Given their initial meeting, should he display excessive enthusiasm, it may arouse suspicion. Thus, Meng Qi, unfazed by Cui Jinxiu's attempts to retain him, recited a Buddhist phrase and gently smiled. If fate allows, we shall meet again at that time. I humbly request a meal from you, dear patron. Watching Meng Qi's retreating figure, Cui Jinxiu sighed. Though the monk is young, he exudes the aura of a venerable sage. Were it anyone else, the opportunity to visit the Lord's manor would surely elicit uncontainable excitement. Sister Jinxiu, although monks do not engage in deceit, tales of the supernatural frequently appear in Buddhist scriptures. Do not take the stories he shared about celestial beings too literally. Li Xinyu inquired with a hint of concern. For the enigmatic master Zhending left her restless. Cui Jinxiu retorted, Am I so easily deceived? I shall only truly believe upon witnessing miraculous feats such as summoning the winds and rains. That is reassuring. Indeed, Li Xinyu sighed in relief. Then with a playful smile added, Sister Jinxiu, you have reached the age of marriage. Has Uncle Cui found you a suitable match? Absolutely not. My husband must be capable of besting me in combat and possess a refined and witty demeanor. Cui Jinxiu spoke fervently, but upon noticing the mischievous expression on Li Xinyu's face, She suddenly felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation, her cheeks flushed red. In any case, I shall choose for myself. You are the only daughter in your family. Uncle Chui must cherish you dearly and would surely acquiesce, Li Xinyu remarked, choosing to mirror her sentiments out of respect for Cui Jinxiu's status. Suddenly, Cui Jinxiu fell silent, biting her lip as she confessed, in fact, my father has already made arrangements for my betrothal. Oh, I wonder which fortunate young man is to be so blessed. The conversation between the girls was beyond the reach of Zhang Zongxian and He Bo, who could only remain silent, listening to Li Xinyu's inquiries. In this regard, he trusted Cui Jinxiu's judgment, for her esteemed family background endowed her with discerning taste, and she would not intentionally belittle her own brother. After acquiring the treasure map, they had concealed their whereabouts and remained oblivious to the pressing matters at hand. However, Meng Qi soon found himself in a state of vexation, as the absence of a stealthy attire rendered his inquiries and interrogations prone to disclosing his identity. Particularly, he had to masquerade as a Shincher monkey, hoping to elicit the contact methods of other divine beings unknown to him, yet he remained oblivious to where he might establish such connections. To accomplish the side quest, he was left with no option but to resort to rudimentary means. Where could he possibly borrow a suitable outfit? As he pondered his options, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited within him, for he noticed a figure clad in dark attire stealthily retreating across the adjacent rooftop. The cloaked individual cautiously approached the intended courtyard, his heart ablaze with fervor, should he successfully frame and eliminate his target. The incident involving the lost cargo would never again cast suspicion upon him. Rest easy in your demise, dear orphan. I shall tend to your affairs with utmost care. Beneath the mask, a subtle smirk grazed his lips as he prepared to descend into the courtyard. Suddenly, a searing pain radiated from the back of his head, and he was engulfed in shock. He struggled to turn, yet found himself powerless. Darkness enveloped him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. In the dead of night, one delivers a stealthy outfit. You are indeed quite determined, for there exists genuine compassion in this world. In a secluded corner of the street, Meng Qi busied himself with the arrangement of the night attire while playfully mocking the unconscious figure before him. Uncertain of the man's true intentions, he refrained from inflicting severe harm, opting instead to render him insensible with the flat of his blade. Chapter 62. Infamy and Golden Reputation within the study. Jin Anqing reverently bowed before the jade statue, murmuring incantations under his breath. After a prolonged moment, he opened his eyes, his heart's trepidation somewhat assuaged, though a lingering concern remained lodged within him, rendering him restless. May the heavens bestow their blessings. He exhaled deeply. Indeed, may the divine grant you favor. Suddenly, a harsh, grating voice resonated through the room. Jin Anqing tensed, instinctively toppling the jade statue, which shattered upon impact. In a swift motion, he turned, executing the formidable technique known as Yinluo's soul pursuit. Yet, his hands grasped nothing but empty air. It was only then that he noticed a mysterious figure cloaked in black robes seated behind the desk, adorned with a rudimentary mask depicting a playful monkey's face, grinning mischievously. When had this individual entered? Where were the guards? The sight of that jovial monkey face sent a chill coursing through Jin Anqing's veins, compelling him to dash toward the window. In a fleeting moment, he was confronted once more by that mocking visage. If you attempt to flee again, I shall sever your legs first, the raspy voice echoed ominously in his ears. This alarming display of agility immobilized Jin Anqing, and the absence of immediate aggression from the stranger diminished his resolve to fight. Beads of sweat began to form on his brow as he queried, "Might I inquire what you wish to discuss, Mr. Monkey of the 12 Celestial Spirits?" Their previous exchanges had scarcely exceeded 3 sentences, all concerning matters of feasting. He presumed the individual had vanished while en route home, yet there were no signs of struggle along the way. Is that so? However, the information I have received contradicts this. Meng Qi began to deceive Jin Anqing. Jin Anqing's expression remained unchanged. Mr. Shenho, you must be misled by rumors. The truth is precisely as I have stated. Meng Qi fell silent, scrutinizing Jin Anqing, and the oppressive atmosphere, juxtaposed with the playful demeanor of the monkey, was particularly stifling. Jin Anqing, slightly uneasy, remarked, "Mr. Shenho, do you not believe me? What do you think?" Meng Qi retorted casually, then lowered his voice. "It seems you have 3 sons and 2 daughters, yet you have yet to hold a grandchild? What do you mean by that?" Jin Anqing's gaze sharpened, though his countenance grew increasingly grim. Meng Qi replied nonchalantly, "If you do not speak the truth, I shall systematically eliminate them before your eyes." and we shall see how long you can endure. It is said you are particularly fond of your youngest son. Let us begin with him. He certainly would not resort to such actions, merely intending to intimidate Jiang. Yet, the 12 zodiac spirits were notoriously ruthless, willing to undertake any task by any means. Devoid of moral boundaries, and their infamous reputation left Jiang without room for disbelief. At times, a bad reputation proved advantageous. Jiang's expression darkened further. Mr. Shinho, I speak only the truth. Do not force my hand. Do you think I am ignorant of everything? Meng Qi scoffed, deliberately turning aside. Your youngest son resides in the western courtyard, does he not? Jiang, consumed by fury, did not lose his composure. As he leaned forward, his hands reached for Meng Qi's throat and right hand, while simultaneously releasing his grip on his throat to raise a loud call, hoping to alert the guards. He sought not their salvation, but rather to amplify the commotion. This is Tianding City, where even the 12 beasts dare only to act covertly. As he sidestepped outward, it was merely a feint. Meng Qi did not advance but retreated, slipping past Jiang's grasp and crashing into his embrace. Observing the strange and elusive movements of the Shun monkey, Jiang was compelled to forcibly encircle Meng Qi with both arms, attempting to seize him from behind. Yet his voice faltered and choked in his throat. Unyielding, Meng Qi stood firm, bracing himself against the hold, and swiftly drew his dagger, aiming it directly at Jiang's throat. As Jiang clutched Meng Qi's back, his fingers suddenly exerted tremendous force, only to feel as if he had grasped a stone. With only a scattering of dust flying about, and an intense pain surging through his fingertips. Just as he silently lamented his predicament, the dagger was already poised against his neck. Meng Qi, with a flick of his left hand, sealed several vital points on Jiang's body, letting out a sinister laugh. Master Jin, we are all cultured individuals here. Why resort to violence and bloodshed? Intentionally provoking Jiang, he revealed a flaw and successfully subdued him. Under normal circumstances, Meng Qi would have no doubt in subduing his opponent, but in the dead of night, failing to quickly incapacitate him could easily alert others, including the head of the city guards, the young master, or even the city lord, Chui Su. What do you desire? Despite being captured, Jiang, as a formidable expert, still exuded a certain defiant spirit. Meng Qi lowered his tone. I wish to hear the truth. I speak only the truth, Jiang replied. Glancing at the dagger poised at his throat, his gaze flickering slightly, Meng Qi chuckled hoarsely. You would do well to be honest. We, the 12 auspicious spirits, are known for our integrity. Should we threaten to annihilate your family, rest assured, we will do so. Perhaps it is the illustrious reputation of the 12 divine spirits that holds sway, or perhaps it is the advanced age of Jiang, who now prioritizes family above all else. With a deep sigh, he lamented, It is not that I wish to remain silent, but rather that I cannot speak. Should I divulge the truth, you may yet have the chance to escape with your family and belongings, but if I remain silent, your entire family shall perish this very moment. Meng Qi, in a buoyant mood, felt a sense of accomplishment as he managed to elicit a confession from Jiang. The mysterious guest, cloaked in a long black robe with a veil obscuring his face, was indiscernible in terms of age or appearance. Though he appeared to be a man of slight build, standing at a height comparable to that of Mr. Shinho, the Snow God Palace. Meng Qi murmured softly, reflecting on how many of the events he encountered in this realm seemed intricately linked to the Snow God Palace. Are there signs of a struggle within? He inquired with keen interest. Is there anything unusual about the silver? Were there any drugged or poisoned items among the food and drink? Meng Qi racked his brain, recalling various clues from novels he had perused. Mr. Shinho, I have divulged everything I know, Jiang replied, his voice tinged with unease as the mischievous monkey mask swayed slightly. Then, a gravelly voice, laced with a hint of mockery, broke the silence. Your account is quite clear. Yet one issue remains. There appears to be a portion you are concealing that hardly warrants such secrecy. Why the reticence in revealing this part? Jiang's complexion drained of color, and after a prolonged silence, he stammered, Yes, it was Captain Fei who instructed me to keep this hidden. I dared not defy his command. Fei Zhenqing? Meng Qi's gaze pierced into Jiang's eyes. Indeed, Master Jin, it is wise to recognize the currents of the times. It is regrettable that you were not able to eliminate your entire family. Meng Qi chuckled softly, his form flickering as he mysteriously vanished from sight outside the study, disappearing from Jiang's view in mere moments. With his acupoint sealed, Jiang found himself unable to pursue or obstruct him. After catching his breath, He raised his voice in urgent calls, and soon his guards arrived, trembling with fear as they hastily unsealed his acupoints. With a grim expression, he commanded the guards to withdraw, and he sat in a daze on the chair in the study. It was not until a full half-hour had passed that he slowly rose, glanced at the guards outside, and, taking advantage of their momentary distraction, pushed open the window and slipped into the darkness beyond. He then scaled the courtyard wall, fleeing in another direction. Humph, no matter how cunning you may be, can you surpass my breadth of experience? High above, Meng Qi sat cross-legged in the shadow of the eaves, observing as Jiang stealthily exited the courtyard. Having read numerous novels, he was well aware that in such situations, unforeseen events often transpired, be it an assassin sent to eliminate Jiang or the possibility that Jiang had withheld crucial truths, intending to report to his unseen puppet masters after Meng Qi's departure. Despite considering such notions to be the fabrications of storytellers, Meng Qi resolved to remain concealed outside, keen to witness the unfolding events, planning to depart just before dawn. He leapt onto the rooftop, silently trailing Jiang. Chapter 63. I only know a little. Jiang darted high and low, veering forwards and backwards, weaving left and right, and for a good quarter of an hour, he meandered through the streets of Tianding City before finally slipping into what appeared to be an ordinary courtyard. This was not due to his awareness of Meng Qi's presence, but rather a deeply ingrained habit from years in the underworld, instinctively taking detours to alter his path, forever suspecting that he was being followed. This fellow was indeed clever, nearly evading his pursuer entirely. Meng Qi concealed himself in the shadow of the eaves, murmuring quietly to himself. This was his first experience of trailing another. Had it not been for his extraordinary agility, allowing him to deftly navigate the surroundings, he might have been discovered or lost track of Jiang, who had a penchant for evasion. Nevertheless, his endeavor left him drenched in a fine sheen of sweat, akin to a strenuous training session. The residence before him was unremarkable, certainly not the abode of Fei Jingqing. Who, then, was Jiang seeking? Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Meng Qi recognized that as the chief constable of Tianding City, ranked among the top 10 in power, this modest two-courtyard dwelling could not possibly belong to Fei Jingqing. Could it be that Jiang's earlier words were laced with deceit? Observing the surroundings, Meng Qi delicately slid down the beam, descending like a falling leaf, inconspicuous in the tranquil night. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he unfurled his steps, moving with the grace of a wisp of smoke, swiftly concealing himself outside the window of a nearby side room. Listening intently, he detected no sounds within. After confirming the silence, he cautiously stood up, moistening his finger with saliva before gently puncturing the white paper of the window. A barely audible sound followed, and a small hole appeared in the paper. Meng Qi pressed one eye against it, peering inside. To his astonishment, the room was vacant. The ordinary chamber, furnished with a table, cabinet, and bed, was entirely empty. Jiang, who had just entered, was nowhere to be found. A sudden tension gripped Meng Qi's heart as he surveyed the space once more, ensuring it was truly devoid of occupants. He gently pushed open the window and leaped inside. Just as his feet touched the floor, a thought struck him. If no one was inside, then who had opened the door for Jiang moments ago? The sound of applause suddenly resonated from beside the bed. Meng Qi instinctively drew his blade, yet remained unperturbed, lifting his gaze toward the source of the sound. Beside the bed, a chest was pushed open, revealing a dark gaping hole. Standing nearby were Jiang and a middle-aged man with a horse-like face and long beard, the latter clapping his hands. Jiang illuminated the fire stick in his grasp, his smile twisted and sinister, his forehead's flesh quivering. Thanks to my rich experience in the martial world, I lingered a while longer in the tunnel. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the pleasure of meeting you, Mr. Shinho. At that moment, perhaps drawn by the flickering light, doors to other compartments began to creak open, hushed voices quickly encircling this room with an air of organized chaos. Who is this? Meng Qi did not spare Jiang a glance, his playful monkey mask directed towards the middle-aged man. Mr. Shinho, posturing is hardly a commendable habit. Surely the 12 beasts would not fail to recognize Fei. The middle-aged man spoke with a robust voice, yet it carried an oddly sharp edge. Ah, it is Chief Fei. I was merely curious as to why you are here at this late hour. Perhaps you are out enjoying the moon alone? The mischievous monkey visage obscured Meng Qi's expression. Fei Jingqing chuckled. Indeed, the 12 beasts are the most enigmatic and peculiar of the martial world. Mr. Shinho, you remain remarkably composed. Were I in your position, I would likely be seeking an opportunity to flee by now. It was quite a coincidence that Fei had matters to attend to that night and had intended to exit through the tunnel, only to unexpectedly encounter Mr. Shenhe. As he spoke, Jiang Zhiwei moved to another direction, preparing to flank Meng Qi, verbally flattering, thanks to the chief's foresight in establishing the tunnel's regulations. We would not have managed to catch Mr. Shenhe otherwise. Haha, it is your vast experience and extensive knowledge that has led to this success. Fei Jingqing held a pair of judge's pens and casually praised Jiang Zhiwei, saying, Mr. Shenhe, why not surrender? With your capabilities, the city lord is bound to appreciate your talents. Meng Qi chuckled softly. In truth, no matter how meticulously you ponder or how vast your experience in the martial world, there is but one certainty I hold. What is that? Fei Jingqing, sensing the calmness of Shenhe, grew somewhat solemn. I know that you cannot defeat me. Before the echoes of his words faded, Meng Qi lunged at Fei Jingqing with a ghostly swiftness. His footwork shifted incessantly, rendering it nearly impossible to track his figure, while his dagger sliced through the air, aiming directly at Fei Jingqing's throat. Confronted with such agility, Fei Jingqing inwardly acknowledged the reputation was well-deserved, sidestepping the attack as the judge's pin swiftly struck towards Meng Qi's head. Simultaneously, Jiang Zhiwei launched an assault from the side, his fingers curled like talons, targeting Meng Qi's back. I know you possess formidable skills, but targeting your acupoints is precisely your weakness. Meng Qi remained steadfast, his feet unmoving, as the dagger that was initially aimed forward suddenly arced sideways, threatening Jiang Zhiwei's abdomen, while he slightly tilted his head, channeling the full force of the golden bell shield. A faint golden sheen enveloped his skin, reminiscent of a statue of an arhat within a temple. This tilt of the head caused Fei Jingqing's judge's pin to miss Meng Qi's temple, instead striking the acupoint beside his ear. No matter how profound one's martial arts, a hit on the vital point renders one powerless. You are not the sorrowful monk of pure yang from 40 years past. The steel tip of the pin struck Meng Qi's ear, producing a crisp sound akin to striking a golden idol. The subdued golden hue reflected the flames, casting Fei Jingqing's astonished and fearful visage in an especially grim light. With a swift strike, Meng Qi descended like a fierce tiger from the mountain, his blade shimmering like a woven tapestry. In a matter of moments, he subdued both Fei Jingqing and Jiang Zhiwei, who were otherwise impervious to his defenses, sealing their acupoints with ease. After mastering the fourth level of the Golden Bell Shield, Meng Qi found that, aside from his eyes, certain vital points, such as the navel and temples, required advanced techniques or formidable weapons to breach his defenses. I have previously stated that you cannot defeat me, he said, a grin revealing a row of white teeth behind his mask. Fei Jingqing, a seasoned expert with a renowned reputation, wielded his judge's pen, known across the land, and considered himself among the elite beneath the grandmasters. Yet today, facing the monkey of the 12 beasts, he felt an indescribable dread. Despite lacking the marks of a grandmaster, the opponent's strength was chillingly formidable. What kind of unorthodox training had he undergone? This encounter had inflicted a severe blow to his confidence. I indeed underestimated your prowess, Mr. Monkey, Fei admitted, quickly regaining his composure as an experienced veteran. Our mission to gather intelligence on the 12 divine beasts was well underway in Tianding City. Yet it seems you have not revealed your full potential. It appears your true expertise lies not in swordsmanship. Who informed you that my greatest skill was in blade work? Meng Qi chuckled. Recognizing the jest, Fei sighed. We misjudged your abilities, Mr. Monkey. It seems your strength lies in unorthodox training. I wonder what connection you have with the sorrowful monk of the Laotian sect? I have great admiration for you, Captain Fei. Meng Qi suddenly expressed his thoughts, pondering that if it were he who were captured, he would hardly possess the composure to engage in trivial conversation or inquire about his captors' backgrounds. Indeed, Mr. Shenhe, I have heard that among your 12 deities, there exists a saying, it is unnecessary to kill for matters beyond one's task, as it is an utter waste of energy. Jiang Zhiwei concurred, fearful that his continuous fabrications and contradictions would incite the ire of Shenhe. Meng Qi, with a smile that was both enigmatic and sardonic, remarked, not necessarily. My inclination to kill depends on my mood. With the full moon shining brightly tonight, illuminating the world, it is indeed a night ripe for bloodshed. Should you displease me, this day next year shall mark your day of mourning, and that of your entire family. He had long yearned to utter such ruthless words, having found the dialogue of antagonists particularly exhilarating in the novels he had read. Fei Jingqing, as the chief constable of Tianding City, adeptly restrained his fear, maintaining a stoic demeanor as he stated, "I, Fei, speak nothing but the truth and leave nothing unaddressed. I wish to know why Master Jean has come at this late hour to report. Has he perhaps deceived me?" Meng Qi inquired softly, while the individuals encircling the courtyard remained in their previous state, awaiting orders. Jean Anqing responded in a grave tone. Chief Constable Fei instructed that should anyone come to inquire about this matter, it must be reported to him immediately. However, there is one aspect in which I have indeed lied. He confessed openly. Fei Zhengqing lowered his voice. He has lied only in one regard, which is that there are clues left within the room. Beneath the table lay a single leaf from a dragon locust tree, a species found solely within the Great Sadness Temple to the east of the city. It must have inadvertently adhered to the mysterious individual. Thus, I promptly assembled a team and launched a search of the Great Sadness Temple. However, I was a moment too late. The suspect eluded capture, and instead, I uncovered further clues, all pointing to the remnants of the Snow God Palace. Meng Qi listened intently, his mind echoing the phrase treasure of the Snow God Palace. Fei Zhengqing suddenly chuckled. To avoid alarming the snake, I instructed In Cheng to conceal the truth, yet Mr. Xianin is aware of these matters. Chapter 64. The Enigmatic Martial Arts. Why mention Mr. Xianin? Meng Qi inquired with an unperturbed tone. Fei Zhengqing smiled slyly. Resembling an old fox despite his horse-like visage, is it not Mr. Xianin who commissioned the 12 celestial gods? Meng Qi replied coolly. There are certainly more than one who wish to uncover the treasures of the Snow God Palace. Could it be that it is not he? Fei Zhengqing appeared momentarily dazed. Meng Qi pressed on. What further leads did you uncover? After a brief contemplation, Fei Zhengqing stated, there is one individual I have always suspected to be a remnant of the Snow God Palace, but lacking evidence, I could not obtain the Lord's permission. Who might that be? A hoarse voice emerged from behind the laughing monkey mask, maintaining an air of calm. Fei Zhengqing sighed. Yu Tongguang. He uttered but a single name, naturally assuming Meng Qi was already acquainted with it. Yu Tongguang, the sworn brother of Cui Su, was one of the wealthiest merchants in Tianding City, wielding control over the grain, iron, and escort industries of several surrounding provinces. Not only was he affluent and influential, but he also possessed extraordinary martial prowess, rumored to have previously unlocked the secrets of the human body. However, at the last moment, he was wounded by an assailant, thwarting his success and leaving his skills stagnant, becoming enamored with beauty and wealth ever since. Such a character, without the nod of Cui Su, would not dare to apprehend and interrogate even if given tenfold courage. If Fei Zhengqing ranks among the top 10 influential figures in Tianding City, then Yu